Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the 8th of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya and Aiko's day went pretty quick after working in the club room. Going to a mall and looking at more boots in person, going to a park to look at the ducks, going to a store to pick up bread, going to a very familiar park and throwing bread at the ducks, accidentally hitting a duck in the face then getting chased around the park. Good times all around. Now, tired and tuckered out, the two kids sat on a park bench as the sun slipped between the skyscrapers and apartment. The world was dyed hues of red and orange in the slowly dimming light, but still warm and oddly comfortable still as stars began to creep out behind them. Midoriya lay against the bench, splayed out and breathing heavily from one of the most exhilarating and dumb chases in his life. Aiko sat beside him, leaning forward as she focused on her phone, flicking through the pictures she'd taken that day and smiling all the while. You had fun. Midoriya peeled himself off the bench and leaned forward to match Aiko, running a hand through his mane of hair. He hadn't cut it in a while, and this summer heat wave was doing a pretty good job convincing him to get it snipped. Why yeah, Aiko stumbled for a bit before repeating herself with a little more confidence, sitting a little straighter as she affirmed herself. Did you want some of the pictures? Sure, just send them through the line whenever you've got a minute. Midoriya put his hands on his knees and stood, standing straight while he stretched. His body still felt sore, but after the chaos of the day, it somehow felt a little better. When he was done stretching out, he grabbed his phone and checked the time. Just before 6:30. You have to be home by 7, right? You better get going soon if you want to make it on time. Huh, really? Oh. Aiko blinked for a few seconds before she noticed the time on her own phone and almost literally jumped up from the bench. I'm sorry, I've got to go. Thank you again. It was fun, Aiko shouted as she bowed sharply, then glanced around to get her bearings before bolting towards one of the park exits. See you Monday. Midoriya stood fixed, shaking his head slightly as Aiko ran across the park while waving goodbye sporadically, taking a second to get his bearings before he returned Aiko's wave. There was no reason for her to be in such a rush. She'd get home before 7 easily at her current pace, but she seemed to worry a lot, even more than him. It seemed to be a part of her nature for better or for worse. Midoriya stopped waving like an idiot eventually, and took a second to really soak in the scenes of the park on his own. The gentle lapping of the pond, the breeze running through the few trees, even the quacking of those stupid ravenous ducks seemed calming now. The city was astir with life around the park. The dull murmur of people mingled with the chirping of the birds. The smell of cut grass tinged by delicious foods, it all came together for just a moment. And a few moments, a few precious seconds, this was it. For just a few heartbeats there was nothing past this. Children played in the grass, friends talked on the sidewalk, businesses ran on the streets. In that small window of time there were no worries, just a strange kind of peace. But that time couldn't last forever, just as Midoriya couldn't stay there forever. The court chill of the breeze against his neck and the aches in his legs pulled him out of it and brought him back into reality. But it wasn't gone. Midoriya took a few steps to work his legs, then stopped again to listen once more. It was still there. That loud kind of peace was still there. The children still played, the friends still talked, and the businesses were still running. The smell of food still floated across the air with the scent of cut grass, the birds still chirped, and the city was still lively. Even if Midoriya didn't always notice it, the peace was there, still going on. He didn't get it. He didn't feel like a part of it as he took it in, but he liked it. At least, he thought he liked it, and that was probably pretty good. Even if he didn't get it. Midoriya started to walk out of the park himself when he kicked something, a large stick that had been lying next to the bench. It wasn't that large, only about 3 feet long at most, but it was fairly straight and in his way. Midoriya moved to kick it out of his way before he paused, thinking for a second. It wasn't like it would actually help or do anything, but Midoriya pushed his foot underneath the branch, paused for a little adjustment, then kicked the stick into the air. He took a slight step back to get a better view, keeping his eyes trained on the flying stick before he jumped back in and pawed at the stick, snatching it out of the air. Midoriya looked at the stick in his hand, flipping it once then swinging it around with one hand, moving it this way and that, to the side, up then down, in all sorts of directions as he got a feel for it. His grip shifted from one-handed to two as he planted his feet, pulling the stick back beside his head as he breathed in slowly, glancing one last time at the stick before he looked ahead. He breathed out as he sprung forward, swinging the stick down in a familiar motion. His back foot pushed off the ground. His front foot planted itself firmly on the ground. His entire body leaned into the strike and the stick snapped in half from the force. Midoriya swung all the way through and watched the upper half of the branch tumble gaily through the air before comically landing in the pond with a slight plop, barely even creating a splash. Midoriya stared at the few ripples in the pond for a moment before panning to the snapped stick in his hand as something welled up inside him. It started just as a gentle shaking. then grew into a shudder as his expression changed. TFFFT. Midoriya shook his head, snickering, then laughed as he held up the snapped twig, feeling something he hadn't felt in a long, long time. Fun, not just a little laugh here or there, not just happiness, just some plain old stupid fun at something equally stupid. Midoriya took one last look at the broken stick, still laughing a bit at nothing in particular before he tossed the stick into the air, taking a single step back before punting it right out of the air and launching it across the park. He watched it sail through the air before crashing into the pond, right after its other half, with a soft smile of his own stuck to his face. He turned back towards the park exit, but the smile stuck with him as he made his way across town with a little spring in his step. That smile would stay with him all the way to his house, throughout dinner, and even to bed. He couldn't quite place his finger on why even when his mother asked. Maybe that was just what happened when you smiled genuinely. These fools don't understand what they're meddling with. I warned. Think the mummy's gonna grab him? I hope so. He's been talking forever. That'd shut him up. Izuku. What? You thought it too? Maybe. But still, Izuku and his mother were sat on their couch, both staring at the television as an old horror flick played. They would have gone outside for their Sunday mother-son bonding, but once the heat index passed 38 Celsius or 100 Fahrenheit, their couch looked just the slightest bit comfier. Now they both laid back in some older baggier clothes with all the fans turned on and the windows shut tight, making fun of whatever movie got played on the television, pitting this old Egyptian baloney as their latest target. The effects were dated to be 2050s at best. A cheesy amount of digital remastering and body editing lifted straight from the Marvel era of films. Good at the time, but easy to spot and used everywhere nowadays. Worse, it was rarely used well, although in this case it made the mess of a movie more fun to watch. It had turned a horror movie into something of a comedy as Izuku and Inko sat back and heckled the hell out of a 100-year-old movie. Probably helped that they were watching it in the day, with the sun shining right outside so bright it could blind you. But hey, the movie was pretty bad as far as horror went in the first place. They were really entering the third act now with most of the characters already dead, and the ones left were dropping like flies. Midoriya and Inko both placed bets on who'd die next as the film dragged on, and as with most of their competitions, Inko was winning. It wasn't even close by the time the professor bit the dust, and by the time the end credits rolled around, Inko's lead had only gotten wider. How did they manage to kill 30 people and every one of them be so dumb? Izuku complained to their television screen and mostly himself to vent his loss, pointing his chopsticks at the screen accusingly. The only interesting one was the doctors, and I'm pretty sure they ripped that off from Terminator. Yeah, but this movie is pretty old, Inko said with a shrug as she picked up their bowls, then shot Izuku an accusing glance. But where did you see Terminator, young man? Merup has some clips. It's a pretty famous series after all. Izuku fumbled for a response while Inko's accusing glance turned smug, nodding along with his excuses and grabbing his chopsticks out of his hands. Right. Just make sure you don't watch anything you shouldn't, alright. Inko definitely wasn't buying it, but let him off the hook regardless. Izuku said a small prayer of gratitude in his heart as he pried himself off the couch and helped clean up the living room. Their combined efforts sorted it out quickly, possibly because there wasn't much of a mess in the first place. But Izuku liked to pretend he had something to do with it. After the movie, both moved around the apartment to do their own thing before dinner. Inko went to her room to get some work in and Midoriya stayed in the living room, deciding to flip on the television again and surf the channels for something he hadn't done in a while. He flipped past sports he didn't care about, news about the latest scandal, and the weather channel telling him that it was too damn hot outside, going all the way to the hero channels. The hero channels were a variety of channels about heroes. The naming department really went all out for them. News, drama, ratings, and more all showed up on the hero channels. Even the advertisements had hero stuff in them. And as a kid, Midoriya had loved them. He didn't watch a lot of TV, but when he did, you could bet what section of TV town he stayed in. But it had been a while since he'd actually sat down to see them, and not just because of the vigilante life. Televisions were everywhere, sure, but if he wanted information these days it was better to do it on his computer. He could archive videos, talk on forums, do his own research. Midoriya glanced at his room, thinking about going to it and his computer for a second before his attention shifted back to the television. Sure, it'd be better to do this kind of stuff on his computer, but he kind of wanted to see what kind of bull the hero channels played these days. And, maybe, he wanted to relive the past. Just a bit, not much. He was just killing a few hours before he went out to dinner anyway, so what did it really matter? Did he really have to make so many excuses just to enjoy himself? Or was he going to shut up and do what he really wanted? Izuku thought about it for just a second before his smile broke through and he stood, ducking out of the room quickly to grab a few things. Didn't even take him a whole minute before he came back with a large box filled with old, scuffed journals and a bunch of pencils in tow. He dropped the box beside him on the couch, rummaging through its contents to pull out a few of the journals and a pencil before finally settling in. Deku opened the oldest journal labeled Hero Note for Future, so old it wasn't even numbered, let alone spelled correctly. He leaned forward, sinking a bit further into the couch as he grabbed the television remote and turned up the volume, his attention and focus turning up with it. He still wasn't entirely sure what he was doing, just as he wasn't entirely sure about this whole relaxing thing, but maybe it didn't matter that he didn't get it. He'd figure out all that relaxing stuff later. Right now, Izuku was going to have some fun. The club room was pretty quiet Monday morning, save for the slight noise Midoriya made working. He was focusing on his gauntlets again, sneaking in a little more work before class. It was simple stuff since he knew what he wanted, but it still took a while to actually get it done. Grabbing thread and pulling thread over and over, Midoriya was back in the chair with his second gauntlet, slowly pulling it apart piece by piece in the dim morning light. He usually did something like this, working on his equipment or moves before class. Midoriya had a natural tendency to be early, so he had to find ways to pass the time before class started. And what better way to pass the time to kick out some work he was supposed to do? But the end of the week is a deadline. Midoriya wanted to get his suit done quickly. He wouldn't fix it all up for sure, but between his free time and Aiko helping him, he could get some serious work done. Midoriya had started on the gauntlets 2 days ago but never finished disassembling them, but now with the little time before class, he was practically flying through it. The string work was done in 10 minutes, and in just 2 more the entire gauntlet was laying on the desk in pieces. Midoriya even started sketching what the new gauntlets would look like by the time his alarm for class rang. He quickly wrapped up what he had, shoving it quickly into the cabinet as he headed out. Wouldn't want to mess up his attendance in such a nice school, now would he? The classroom barely had any students even 5 minutes before class was supposed to start. But in Ishiyama High School, that was the norm. The homeroom teacher, whose name Midoriya still didn't know half a year in, didn't even show up until 10 minutes after the bell for a quick head count before leaving. All of this was the usual in this prestigious school. Midoriya had the schedule down to the exact second the teacher would start lighting his cigarettes because of how predictable it was. Even the fights in the back of the class happened practically every day like clockwork. But today something did change. Usually Midoriya stuck around in class, killing time since he already finished the school work, but today he joined the delinquents and only stuck around for attendance. The teacher came and went with barely any words, only stopping for a quick head count, and with him left most of the class. Most of the students started their day in the right class, it seemed, but since no one was doing any actual work and there was no supervision, almost everybody migrated around the building. The halls were almost always bustling with people walking, talking, and fighting. The inside of the school was pretty close to its own lively neighborhood, in a sense. This was the first time Midoriya had skipped class like this, for some reason. He finished the work ages ago and probably should have started doing this earlier. But there was no time like the present to be a bad student and ditch the classroom for some real work. He just sat in the classroom for 20 minutes to wait for roll call. But once that was over, Revenant joined the crowd out and made his way back to the crafting club room. He'd been back so quickly he almost felt a little silly for packing up. But better safe than sorry. Who knew if some hooligans would look at the empty club room, decide it was a great place for a fight, then find something they shouldn't have just because he was a moron who couldn't put things away. Just like Aiko had when he didn't put his notes away. Midoriya shook off that thinking as he walked back into the clubroom and tossed those very notes onto the table. His mistake had paid out in the end, somehow, so no point in worrying about what couldn't be changed. Right now he had enough problems to work with anyways. Revenant locked the door up and shut the curtains to make sure no one could see what was going on inside the room. First off, while his last mistake had played out nicely in his favor, Revenant didn't want to rely on luck to make it by. That was why he had hard work instead. Only after everything was secure and shuttered up did Revenant go to the cabinet and pull out the usual boxes, plus one extra bag he'd brought from home. He set the old boxes on the table, opening each to briefly check their contents, before directing his attention to the new arrival. It had been sitting in his closet for a while, but in theory, it was their most complete costume right now. He opened it up after just a moment's hesitation, pulling out the contents and holding them up for inspection. First came a sleeveless coat. No quirks, but with the body armor sewn in and a multitude of pockets, it still wasn't something to scoff at. A combination of leather, padding, and metal made it pretty heavy without getting in his way. Also, as a bonus, it was the only coat he had that wasn't torn to shreds right now. Onto the table it went. Second came out a humanoid sandbag, or what was left of it. Deku dummy. Midoriya had made Deku dummy to practice judo on, but his final use had been against the top 10 heroes as a decoy. Midoriya was a little surprised that so much of the dummy survived, namely, any but most of it had been lost to the Hero Association. He should really get around to fixing Deku dummy one of these days. But past those things was what he really came for. Midoriya pulled out one of the final things in the bag slowly, making sure nothing snagged on the straps before setting it down on the table. It was too big to be called a gauntlet. Too big, too heavy, and too thick. It was more like a piece of old armor. On the table sat a large metallic arm, built from the same metal muscle as the bodysuit. It covered the hand, the arm, the shoulder, and even some of the body in thick muscles and armor plating. It weighed somewhere around 20 pounds. It didn't have any of the gauntlet's possessed material, meaning it couldn't use the pull quirk, but this big arm piece had a few tricks of its own. It had the bodysuit's possessed material, giving it the quirk's energy absorption, battery, and regeneration. This let it absorb incoming impacts, store the energy, then redirect it defensively to repair any damage that managed to crack through. That wasn't even counting the enhancements it made to strength. The entire bodysuit could act as extra muscle, just one more thing that carried over to this arm. Hell, the bodysuit was so powerful Midoriya couldn't even handle its full power, but this arm piece was built to enhance his strength. With this, he could safely tap into a bit more of that strength, even if he still couldn't use it all yet. He'd have to redesign the bodysuit someday. This one arm's design really proved how far he'd come in crafting from his old days and showed just how shabby his initial pieces were. But he wasn't here for the bodysuit, he was here to get some gauntlets. And this arm piece was critical. He hadn't wanted to earlier, just in case anyone noticed, but Midoriya finished inspecting the arm and went back to the bag, meeting its icy gaze in the bag. Inside the bag it lay, still smiling, a black orb outlining an eerie white face. It seemed to peer up at him from under sunken eyelids, its jaw forever set in a smile as warm and friendly as hypothermia. Words echoed in his head just staring at it. Midoriya stared at that thing for a minute before moving on and continuing to feel around in the bag, next pulling out part of a pant leg. He had created a special bodysuit, but it wasn't as well made as the arm piece. Maybe he could work with it later, but he wanted. There you are. Midoriya smiled anxiously as he reached under it, pulling out a notebook. Journal number 16. A short title for a book with some big history. This was the journal that he made while making all the stuff in this bag. In it were notes over all the items, how they were made, and its thoughts on how they should be used. Midoriya flipped through the book to check it, then snapped it closed while nodding to himself. It had everything he needed. He could get started on crafting. That bag still had things they could use. They still needed a new mask, and that bodysuit was objectively better. There was no harm in using them, at least until they created proper replacements. No, I'm not using that stuff. Midoriya grabbed the bag and zipped it shut, then shoved it back into the cabinet. He did need a mask, but with the quirk it had put in there, he was not going to use that. The bodysuit he could think about later, but that mask. No, I'm not doing that again. Coward. Revenant shook his head and turned back to the table, checking what they had against what they needed before grabbing some leather from the cabinet and closing it up, then heading to the table for some more work. It was time to work on those arms. Mao's bike was in the same place it was last time they met up, parked outside the mini-golf building. The main man himself was standing inside the main building, enjoying the AC while reading the listed prices. 1,000 yen per game. But a game's only 2 people, so if I bring 3 people, goddammit, who wrote this sheet? Was with all dumb math. Mao's head flicked from his phone to the board over and over as he converted yen into a currency he was more comfortable with, all but lost to his surroundings as he counted on phone and finger. Sheet, man, why don't they convert it to dollars? Cause we're in Japan. Seriously, who besides you would prefer dollars to yen? Mao's thoughts were interrupted as a small figure came into view, standing beside him under the AC. Midoriya had the common sense to wear lighter clothes. Since the last time he went to train with Mao, he ended up baking in a hoodie. This time he went in with a t-shirt, baggy shorts, and a couple of bags for later. Me, myself, and I. Boom, that's 3 people right there. Mao laughed as he closed his calculator and took a picture of the prices, then turned and slammed a hand on Midoriya's back, sending the kid stumbling as they began to walk back into the sweltering heat. Now, you're ready to die again. Midoriya adjusted his grip on his bags as he collected himself, noting the slightly heavier weight this time with the few extra things he added. He kept pace with Mao, smiling as he nodded. Well, only one way to find out. The moment Midoriya and Mao made it back to the underground base, Midoriya's training started again. And almost as quickly he started dying again. His schedule began with a nice, slow jog for an hour in circles while Mao set up the targeting range and took the piss out of his running. Midoriya couldn't run the whole time, of course. He had to slow himself to a walk several times to get his breath back. He never came to a full stop, no matter how much his lungs hurt and his legs ached. After that came a brief break, as Mao wasn't a monster. Mao let him rest for a whole 60 seconds before starting the next torture method as charity. The last time Midoriya had come to train, he had done way too many push-ups. But now he got to experience a whole new method of suffering. Is this really physical training? Midoriya was slumped forward in a folding chair, shirt off and water bottle in hand as he tried to catch his breath on his small break while Mao explained what was going on. F no, but it's fun. Mao's response was just what Midoriya expected, making the vigilante wonder if he really picked the best teacher for getting fit. Still, if this was going where he thought it was, it could still be pretty helpful. Midoriya and Mao had been training in the same firing range that Mao destroyed with the AEC, with Midoriya running back and forth in the dirt while Mao looked on and heckled. Now, though, the firing range had targets set up just a couple dozen meters downrange and a table set up behind the firing line. Mao had dragged in several cases while Midoriya ran laps, and now Mao was starting to crack them open. You just got done doing some hard sheet, but I ain't just gonna let you sit on your ass. Mao opened the locks on a large black container and flipped the lid, stepping back to look at the goods while lighting a cigarette. And after our last romp, I know just a thing to help you. Midoriya had to strain a little to see what was in the cases, but it didn't take a genius to guess what they were. Laying in the open box was several disassembled pieces of metal that looked suspiciously like they'd come together to form at least one hand. Playing with the world's most dangerous jigsaw puzzle. That got a laugh out of Mao, but almost anything would do that. Bullshit. I don't have any bombs this week. Now get your ass over air, and let's go. Midoriya then spent the next hour learning gun safety. Or at least, gun safety according to a gangster who didn't know what the word safety meant. He learned the name of each of the gun parts, how to assemble them, and that the Glock looked more like a stack of Lego bricks than an actual gun. Midoriya did not, however, get to fire anything. Not yet. First came more torture. The push-ups were back. First came push-ups with his arms out really wide. Then normal ones, then push-ups with his hands really close. Quick break, then repeat, then a break, then repeat. And he thought sewing his gauntlets had been repetitive. Midoriya was left lying in the dirt, sweating buckets and with arms like limp noodles. The firing range was cool despite the summer heat. The dirt and darkness felt like a piece of heaven to the vigilante as he pulled himself back together. Noise, noise. Mao's accent crunched his words as he flipped Midoriya over so the vigilante was lying face up in the dirt, hands planted on his hips as he smiled down at the exhausted punk. How ya feelin'? Dead. Taz, sit. Midoriya took large gulps of air as he stared at the ceiling, slowly coming into focus as he turned slightly to stare at the giant. How many? Inda first said. 4 good ones, 7 sheet ones, and you sorta flailed around for a minute. I didn't know you could do doll worm. Man, F off, Midoriya said as he spread out on the dirt floor, shaking his head at the smiling jackass standing over him. Still, 40 good push-ups in his first set. Last time he'd done this, he'd only done 27 good push-ups, or whatever Mao considered good. That was a lot of improvement in just one weekend. Did a little rest really help me grow this much? No shit it did. Stop saying it so cryptically, dumbass, it's not that amazing. Mao shook his head at Midoriya and tossed a water bottle at the vigilante, cutting his overthinking short. You only jumped so far cause of how fed up you were last time. This is a lot closer to what your actual limits are right now, but you still got a lot of work to do. This sheet takes time. Mao walked towards the boxes next to the gun table, opening a few as he searched absent-mindedly. His sleep, his food, even your breaks were all sheet. Now dat you got some passin' dough. Well, you seen da results. Mao waved in the general direction of Midoriya, then kept going through the boxes, mumbling. Bullets, bullets. Come on, one of you, gotcha. Midoriya slowly slumped upward, taking a drink while Mao started to set up, placing 2 objects on the table. Drinking was pretty hard with his arms feeling like melted rubber, but he only accidentally poured half the bottle on himself. That was pretty good. Is that why you told Aiko to spend Saturday with me? Aiko had definitely helped him to relax. She almost forced him to. He couldn't do any of his usual activities with her around, so that left him with nothing to do but relax. See, there is something in dat thick noggin after all. Mao laughed as he spun a gun on a finger, one of the things he told Midoriya not to do just 30 minutes ago. You need to take breaks, pace yourself. I know you have fun doing vigilante stuff, but you can't overdo it. Have fun. Have fun doing vigilante things. Revenant pulled himself into a proper sitting position now, looking directly at Mao as he closed the water bottle. What the hell was he talking about? Don't pretend you don't. Mao tossed the gun into the air and caught it on a finger, still keeping it spinning as he reached for a second gun, trying to up the ante. A big part of fighting is the mindset. Mao pressed the gun into his temple as if he was tapping his head with a finger. Another thing that Mao had said never to do just 30 minutes ago, but who was counting? You know the big difference between the good fighters and the great ones. Mao stopped spinning the guns and flicked a set of earmuffs to Midoriya, then punted the table upward. The table and its contents flew upward from the heavy impact, launching magazines and bullets into the air as Midoriya wisely pulled the earmuffs over his head. Hunger. Mao's hands flicked as he swung the 2 pistols through the air, hitting and chambering a magazine in each gun with sheer force and bravado. He flicked the slide catches back on both guns to chamber the rounds as he swung his arms back forward, downrange, and opened fire. The dim firing range was lit with the blaze of gunfire as the main man let loose. His posture leaned slightly forward against the blowback of the guns, his feet planted firmly in the dirt. He didn't blink at all against the muzzle flash as he fired as quickly as he could, staring straight into the targets like a starved wolf. His arms barely moved, resetting their position between every shot as bullets poured out of his guns at an almost inhuman rate. And in just 1.5 seconds, it was over. The table crashed back into the dirt, bouncing once before it fell over while the bullet shells scattered across the ground. Mao flicked his guns up to let the magazines fall out, checking his handiwork with the most professionalism he could muster. 2 clear holes and 2 human-shaped targets downrange, a little right of dead center. Every bullet in the target's heart. The signature of a skilled marksman, backed with years of experience. Yet Don just got a fight. Man, Mao nodded at the results, leaning back with his serious expression blossoming into a smile. This was the level he expected of himself. You gotta like it. Midoriya got his legs under him as he walked towards the table, pulling the earmuffs down while Mao kicked the table back up. The large man set the guns down gently, then shot Midoriya his signature sharkish grin. Dat hunger is what helps keep you going, keeps you sharp. And I know you got a little hunger in ya. Mao stepped back from the table, facing Midoriya while reaching into one of the boxes, pulling out a magazine and offering it to the aspiring vigilante. Now, let's work on dat appetite. Midoriya looked from the guns on the table to the magazine in Mao's and returned the smile, grabbing one of the guns. Now, Revenant held up the Mao-sized gun, shooting the giant a sidelong glance. Mao was over 8 feet tall, with hands bigger than Revenant's head, and so were his guns. The vigilante could barely get his fingers around the damn thing's handle, let alone fire it. You didn't think this through, did you? Sheet. Wait, give me a sec. Mao completely dropped airs and turned around, rummaging through the boxes again as he tried to find one of his normal-sized pistols. Got one. Wait, still too big. This'll only take a minute or 10. Mao, you dumbass. Midoriya set the gun back on the table as his smile grew, chuckling as he moved around the big guy to give some help. Either way, he was definitely having fun. Just not how Mao intended. The two looked through the boxes together before Midoriya's thoughts strayed back to the first time he'd been here, giving him an idea where they could find some guns that were more his size. Hey, you want to go check out the stuff all for one left in the armory? Yeah, let's go. Midoriya and Mao easily took an hour just rummaging through all the weapons and war crimes all for one had left in the armory, and that wasn't even counting all the time they spent using them. Midoriya only used pistols for the hour after that, slowly getting to grips with them by practicing on the same targets that Mao had shown off on, and he needed every minute of practice. Mao held back on his own fun to walk the vigilante through how to properly handle and aim a gun, giving plenty of advice and tips until Midoriya's hits finally became consistent. Midoriya had used guns before, sure, but his aim had always been a bit of a crapshoot. His usual pistols created large air blasts, making it easy to score hits and having no fall off, so any experience with them barely counted. He had used real guns before, like in his fight the female Namu and All for One, but he hadn't managed to put a single bullet exactly where he wanted. Now, while his shots still weren't hitting exactly where he wanted, they were at least hitting in the same place over and over within the same 7 inches, on a human-sized target, 20 meters away. He'd take that. Not as easy as it looks. Midoriya lowered his gun and stepped back, checking his last shots before putting his gun down on the table. His arms were so sore that even his consistency, the only thing he'd been doing well, was starting to waver. He was done for the day. Course not, dipshit. It takes years to get as good as Da main man. Mao hit himself on the chest as he gloated, grabbing his 100th weird clay frisbee of the day from an almost empty box as he laughed. Getting good at this kinda stuff takes about a month, maybe 2 if it's slow. Being great at it, dough. Mao's arm snapped back as he launched the weird disc into the air. Then he suddenly jutted back, putting the butt of the gun into his shoulder while raising the gun higher and higher. Bang! To SHK. Dat sheet takes fucking forva, man. Mao's Japanese continued to deteriorate as he got more and more excited, raising his gun to the air while he admired his handiwork, easily shooting the weird frisbee out of the air in a moment's notice. Boot, everyone's gotta start sometime. Midoriya nodded along, stepping back from the firing line to stretch. He could already tell he'd be going to bed early tonight, but he had a few things he wanted to knock out before then. I was gonna say, but you extra terrible with guns, since you shot me when we first met but you still can't aim for sheet. But dat too. Mao dropped the magazine, checking his gun before setting it down on the table and turning to laugh some more at Midoriya. At the rate you're going, it might even take you 2 forvas to get even good at this. Why bother with crime when you're such a comedian? Midoriya rolled his eyes but couldn't help smirking, walking to go and get his bags. Mao was wrapping up too, so it was obvious they were going to leave soon, but Midoriya had that business to finish first. Comedy's good, but crime's got to do. You know what I'm saying? Mao turned back to the table, quickly disassembling the guns and fitting them back into their containers. "Dat dinner ain't gonna pay for itself. You want to go to the same place as last time." Midoriya switched shirts and looked through his bags, making sure he had all the stuff. He had to swing by his house to pick up some things he'd left accidentally before meeting up with Mao, but it looked like his double-checking paid off. He had all he needed now, except a little help from Mao. "Damn right. Dat place is da effin' tops." Mao closed the cases up and looked across the boxes in the firing range, trying to decide what to put back into the armory and what could stay out. It was best for maintenance and security to not leave things out, but Mao would probably be coming back later, so. "Then before we head off, how about we get started on more thing?" Revenant brought his bags over to the table and set them down, pushing the heavier one towards Mao. Mao looked to bag, to Midoriya, to the bag again, then to the vigilante one last time. "All rig, all right, I'll bite." Mao stepped up and unzipped the bag, opening it up and squinting at the contents. It was a little hard to see in the dim light, but ... WOH. Mao's head flicked up to the vigilante again, down to the bag, then up again with a wolfish grin as Mao fully stood up, carrying the bag for Midoriya. He nodded towards the exit of the firing range as he put the bag properly on his shoulder, gesturing Midoriya over. "Come on, I think I got a better room for dis. Right up ya alley, too, from what Aiko tells me." Revenant smiled right back as they headed out of the room, adjusting the grips on his own bag. He might still be resting, but he had a lot of work ahead. This was going to be fun. And that was how Midoriya spent his days leading up to the fated meeting. He arrived early at school and would work on his own costume, specifically on the bits he didn't want anyone else to see. He had several prototypes for a new arm piece by the second day based on the designs found in the old box. And by the third day he had created matching pairs for the two designs he liked. They weren't finished models, but they did give him a good idea of what he was going for. He spent the first half of every day working on them, so by Friday, he would know which pair of gauntlets he wanted to take. After all, his meeting was on set, but it'd be too late to finish a design by then. That meant he only had 4 days to work on his costume since he spent all of Monday with Mao. He had just 4 days to finish the gauntlets, and less counting that he still had to pick which design he liked more, throw in the boots and weapon fixes he wanted to do. And to just say time was of the essence would be drastically underselling it. Every second was important, so he tried to use every one of them as much as he could. Tuesday and Thursday were also spent with Aiko, time used to work on new sets of boots. The process was pretty much the same as his gauntlets, with the pair coming up with a whole bunch of designs, testing a few, then settling on 3 that Revenant now tried out. After testing the models out for an hour, Revenant settled on which one he'd turn into his next boots and which would evolve from a prototype to the real deal, remaking that model with his possessed material. It was pretty fun. And that wasn't even counting the time they spent relaxing after they got done working on the boots. There was one last thing that Midoriya spent his time doing. Or at least, one last person that Midoriya spent his time with. Wednesday and Friday were spent with the main man himself, doing all sorts of random shit. His activities with Mao were so numerous and random that he could scarcely narrow it down to a simple summary, save for dying. Mao killed Midoriya every time. He ran for hours, he climbed the cave walls, he did handstands over and over until his arms gave out all sorts of really weird, really stupid, and really fun stuff. True to what Mao said, there was a significant increase in how much Midoriya could do at that start that very quickly tapered off as Midoriya continued to work through all his fatigue. He'd only done 30-ish good push-ups on his first time. But by the next time he bumped that number into the 40s. By Friday, however, he was still stuck in the 40s at 48. It looked like the road ahead wasn't going to be as easy as the start, but that's why it was worth doing. Also true to what Mao said, Midoriya had virtually no improvement in his gunmanship. Midoriya wasn't used to the stiff style of standing still, taking aim, then firing. It felt backward to him with his vigilante experience, where standing still got you folded up like a newspaper. His usual flowy style demanded constant movement and adjustment, making him a little too antsy to shoot properly. Still, his little project with Mao went pretty well, but that was neither here nor there. That side project would have to be put on the back burner since Mao had plans. That Friday training had finished early. Mao had decided to take his family out for some mini golf once Aiko got out of school, giving Midoriya ample free time to complete the suit. He even dropped Midoriya back off at the school, even if Mao got lost trying to find the school. That was probably more the fault of the delinquents who trashed all the road signs, though. However it happened, though, Midoriya got off early and walked a block to school while Mao rode up, the pair scarcely even looking at each other. The two barely acknowledged each other publicly, since they barely knew each other publicly. Aiko ran out of the school almost as soon as the high school let out, missing Midoriya entirely as she ran to and enveloped her dad in a big bear hug. Midoriya only stayed long enough to see the main man shoot him a lopsided grin and a nod before driving off to go home. After that, it was time for work. Revenant faded through the crowd as students poured out of the school, a shadow flitting through a sea of people. He put the conversations and fighting around him out of his mind as he moved from the gate back to a small side building, then disappeared out of sight behind its doors. He had an outfit to finish, and it was time to bring all his effort together and get some results. Even with his plans, with all the work he set out to do, it seemed to come too quickly to Midoriya. He had planned all his work to the last minute, but he still had work left undone despite his best efforts. It seemed he was doomed to have every plan he ever made fail at the last second. Midoriya looked over his equipment one last time, sighing as he thought about the minor adjustments he missed, refitting the belts, staining some of the leather pieces. None of it really mattered, but it still bothered him. He zipped the duffel bag shut and shouldered it, leaving his room and making a beeline for his shoes. He wanted to get to UA bright and early, but he'd have to get changed somewhere on the way. He'd take a detour through the slums for that, then go straight for UA, and try to get this done as quickly as possible. Nezu had called him to UA for something, and Midoriya had a few ideas of what it could be. He was a vigilante, or in the eyes of the law, a villain with a stupid name. Vigilantism was just another crime to most heroes, and vigilantes weren't treated much better than the average criminal. Top that with all the things he'd stolen throughout the year. Ronin had been to UA before, but he had the cover of a secret identity and a magic bullshit sword. Nezu didn't know who he really was under the mask, and even if he did, Yamato was so busted nobody could touch him. Well, he thought nobody could touch him. UA, as summer camp taught him, that was just wishful thinking. Now, though, Nezu had directly contacted Midoriya before and made it very clear he knew who Midoriya was. And Yamato, well, these thoughts were playing like a record as broken as Yamato itself. They came up a lot, even if he pushed them from his head while he worked. Now that Midoriya had to go to UA, though, they were a lot harder to shake. These worries needed answers, but he couldn't think of any. What could Nezu want? When did Nezu find out? Why now? He'd been cocky, Revenant tusked as he fumbled with his shoes. His first mistake had been ever getting involved with UA. He would have been fine if he just stayed away. UA had just been nothing but trouble every time he got stuck with them. From the first time when he went to watch All Might teach and instead got pulled into a strange campus invasion, to the summer camp that almost killed him, things could only go wrong when Ronin met UA. Izuku, are you all right? Midoriya was snapped out of his thoughts by a gentle voice. Standing in the entrance hall just behind him was his mother, looking at him with a worried expression. Inko Midoriya. He'd barely thought about the impact his second life would have on her until it was too late. She was, to be blunt, the biggest weakness of Izuku Midoriya. Ronin could move on, live completely off his vigilante work, but Izuku and Inko would always be tied together. What would happen to her if his identity was exposed? Mom, he glanced back while giving his best smile to try and cool both of their nerves while he spoke. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Something wrong? I'm not sure, his mother said as she walked down the hall and sat next to him. She rubbed his back and locked eyes with him, filling him with as much dread as Nezu did as he tried to hold up his facade. I just heard someone mumbling his heart out and came to check. You got something big going on. She saw through him like glass. She never mentioned anything about his vigilante life, but there was no doubt in Revenant's mind she noticed something at least. There were small mentions like this that always took him off his guard. The moments where he remembered that his secret was never that well kept in the first place. What gave it away? Revenant asked, adjusting the grip on his duffel bag for reassurance. The solidity of the bag gave him comfort like the facts he hid behind, now that he had to confront so many things that he didn't like. Well, besides the mumbling. Inko tapped her chin, seeming to think for just a moment before pointing towards his feet in an almost playful manner. Oh, most people put the left shoe on their left foot. Izuku. Oops. Izuku quickly began to undo the mess of a knot he absent-mindedly made, trying to get his foot unstuck from his shoe sap. His mother stayed beside him, resting her head in her hands as she sat beside him with a small smile and began reminiscing. You know, your father would do the same thing when he had problems at work. He did. Izuku's ears perked at that. His dad hadn't been home for more than a week in years, so he didn't get to interact with him much. Their relationship wasn't so much strained as it was barely existent. Hell, Izuku had a better and more firm relationship with All For One, the closest thing to a real-life devil, than his dad. He loved his dad, Izuku and Inko both did, but they didn't talk about him much. It felt weird too, since it wasn't like he was dead or they were divorced. He just made way more money in America. He paid for their apartment, their utilities, and all of Izuku's schooling up to college, and he hadn't even gone there yet. His mother only did some light work as a way to earn some spare money and to kill time, since Izuku spent most of his time outside the apartment these days. So Izuku was a little interested to see where his mother's story was going. Plus, every second he listened to it was a second he spent not going to UA. So that was a double positive. Yup, his mother nodded, smiling a little wider at the memory. She ran a hand through Izuku's hair, her voice still carrying that slight teasing tone. He had a lot on his mind and he took his work pretty seriously, way too seriously. Like a certain someone. Bakugo, Izuku said with 100% confidence, taking his mother completely off guard and getting a genuine laugh. Maybe, Izuku, maybe. She leaned back, gently pushing some hair out of her face as they both snickered for a minute. It felt nice to laugh. I once asked him what he did when he was dealing with those tough decisions. His mother closed her eyes as she reflected back on the past, letting the room become silent. The silence stretched out as Izuku realized she was waiting for him. She'd been doing most of the talking anyway. He definitely should contribute a little more to this conversation. What did he say? Inko's smile grew once again as she replayed the memory through her head. When the job gets hard. That's a tough question. Hisashi Midoriya had stroked his chin, deep in thought. But I do have a foolproof strategy. I think about my beautiful wife and stop thinking. Hey, Inko lightly punched her husband in the arm, shaking her head at his antics. Honestly, getting straight answers out of him was like pulling teeth. It was like his job was to confuse people or something. I'm being serious. So am I. Hisashi shielded himself with his arms, chuckling before straightening out his suit. It was a gift from Inko, a custom-tailored suit from a hero named Better Genist. He liked to wear suits like these on important days, and today would be fairly important. He always liked to look professional when he was finishing business. When I have to do something hard, I think about why I'm doing it. Hisashi let some of that professionalism he pretended to have seep into his voice as he untied his left shoe, slipping it off his right foot and putting it on his left correctly. What I get from it, why I wanted to do it, and who I'm doing it for. Like this strange woman who keeps destroying my arm with her left hooks. Mitsuki. Inko mentioned her best friend's name with a mischievous grin while Hisashi's hand immediately sprung to his right arm, rubbing the spot where he last got slugged. There are criminals who hit lighter than that woman. Few people amazed Hisashi the same way Mitsuki did. And not even he was sure if that was a good thing. For his arm's sake it was, at least. Well, thanks for your thoughts. Oh, are you going to have to let go of somebody today? You're wearing the suit. Inko poked his chest, then quickly began to straighten out all the wrinkles their horseplay had created. She had good eyes. It seems so. Some people never know when to quit until it's too late. And now we've got to mop up their mistakes. Hisashi scowled as he stomped his right foot, then pulled the heel of the shoe back out before he began to tie it. No regard for the people around them, just doing what they think is right even when it makes everything worse. Hey, Inko suddenly ruffled his hair, snapping him out of his mumbling. Focus. You're not even at work yet and you're already up to your neck in it. Relax, for God's sake. You're right. Hisashi's scowl disappeared as he stood, grabbing his tie off the coat rack where it wasn't supposed to be and began the finishing touches before he went in for work. Of course I'm right. Am I ever not? Humble as ever. Hisashi and Inko shared a smile as he finished tying his tie, going to pick up his bag. Hold it. What is that mess around your neck? Inko stopped him in his tracks, pulling him around to face her with a stern look in her eyes as she pointed accusingly at his neck. My tie. That's supposed to be a tie. It looks like a car crash. Where's the long part under the knot? You know the one. She made a gesture with her hands, becoming more flustered as she couldn't think of the words. God, she was cute. Here, I'll fix it. She stepped in close, undoing his mess and tying the knot properly while pouting adorably. Honestly, how can a man your age still not know how to tie a tie? It's my excuse. Hisashi laughed as he shrugged, leaning back slightly before being pulled forward with a sharp tug as Inko kept tying the knot. Excuse? Excuse for what? The air became electrified as he leaned forward into her for a few seconds, and stayed silent even after Hisashi broke off the kiss and checked the mirror. We might have to do this more often. It looks lovely. Hisashi checked his tie again in the mirror, straightening it slightly before turning back to his very flustered and exceptionally beautiful wife. Thanks. Anytime. He walked past her, kicking his bag off the ground and into his hand without so much as a glance downward, walking out into the new day with confidence. He took the stairs 2 at a time and got all the way to the ground floor before his phone rang. He discreetly flicked it out of his pocket, answering without breaking stride. Sir, we've got a situation. A voice buzzed from the other side noisily, rushing straight to the details. Just how he liked it. A hero's here, some chick named Nana Shimura. She's fighting Mao right now, but she's definitely stronger than him. She isn't hurting him, but they're wrecking the place. The Namu project. That was odd. He penciled the new one for all user coming in at 9:30. Oh, it was 9:30. That talk ran a little longer than he thought. He was behind schedule. Do not worry. Hisashi. His attention was drawn upward towards the 4th floor of his apartment, and towards a strange woman waving her arm like a deranged lunatic. Wait, that was his deranged lunatic. What was she doing? Was something wrong? Inko raised her hands to her mouth, shouting with all her worth down to him. Knock him dead, darling. Hasashi stared back at her, completely confused as he slowly raised his hand and waved back, unaware of the silly smile that crept onto his face. How long had it been since he felt like this? I will. Sir, are you all right? His phone was still buzzing. He had left off in the middle of saying something. Quite rude of him. Don't worry, doctor. I'll handle it. Hasashi looked down at his hand as if it was someone else's, keeping that stupid grin on his face as he turned forward and flexed his hand, mixing the teleporting quirk Kirigiri and the smoke quirk haze to make a portal slowly surround him as he left the neighborhood and took a turn into an alleyway. I've got a good feeling about today. Think about why I'm doing it. Izuku repeated more to himself. He had definitely thought of that before, but he'd never gone into the same detail that his dad had. He'd just looked at vigilantism from a surface level, like what he got out of it. But had he really put in some thought to why it mattered? The people he helped. Sure, every time he got involved in UA, he ended up worse than he started, but other people had benefited a lot. Punks like Kota, the kids who failed their final exams, and Kaminari, man, he really missed that nut job. Sure, it took a lot from him, but that was what heroism was about. It wouldn't be heroism if it was easy. And that's why he did it. Izuku smiled as he finished tying his shoes and stood, his confidence returning with new determination. He kept trying to look at things so logically, but it was way more complicated than that. If it wasn't, it might make sense, and that was overrated. Thanks for the help, Mom. The Midoriyas exchanged brief hugs in the entrance hall before Izuku turned forward, kicking his back off the ground and into his hand without so much as a glance downward, walking out into the new day with confidence. Inko waved him goodbye from the door, still smiling gently as her boy stumbled a bit at the doorstep before straightening himself out and going to the stairwell. Knock him dead, darling. Izuku gave her one last glance before he left, returning the smile. I will. See you later. With his goodbyes said and his bag in tow, the young man raced down, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He hit the sidewalk running. His smile stuck fast as he ran out of the neighborhood and took a sharp turn into an alley and towards a sewer grate. The little conversation had lifted his spirits and waved away his worries. Now, instead of strange threats sloshing around in his head, he had a good feeling about the day. Ugh, this sucks. Calm down, Nimuri. Don't you Nimuri me. The teachers of UA were sat in their office, grinding out their own papers for the upcoming events. For the support course, there was a technical certification coming up. The business course had its upcoming regional test. And, of course, the hero course had its provisional license exam. There was paperwork for almost every student involved, not to mention the certification for individual classes. Every one of those tests were usually taken by second years, but UA was going to be sending their first years instead. It was a classic example of the trial by fire that UA was known for. Of course, this much paperwork took a lot of time to get through, no matter how repetitive or simple it was. Tons of legal jargon, checkboxes, and signatures for every class. Add on top of that the paperwork they already had to do, and the teachers of UA were truly swamped. Ugh, and I thought summer break was supposed to be relaxing. Midnight slouched over her desk, pushing her pen around as she sulked. It's 6 in the morning and I need my beauty sleep. Summer break is over. Eraserhead cut back, his tone dry and annoyed, having been stuck sitting next to the big baby for a whole week. Their desks were next to each other, and if anyone was missing Summer, it was definitely him. And maybe if you devoted half the time you spend complaining to working, you'd be done already. You're the only course without a big test right now. Yes, the support, business, and hero courses all had big tests just around the corner. But general education, they didn't have jack. Their Gen Ed course was barely any different from normal. Sure, it was harder, but short of throwing in some extra work and making the tests harder, there wasn't much that could be changed for Gen Ed. This left Gen Ed with less paperwork than everyone else, yet somehow the Gen Ed teacher managed to complain the most. Truly, another great mystery of life was unfolding in UA. Yeah, but 6 is pretty tough, man. President Mike leaned back in the chair. Wonder if Nezu's got something planned today, calling us in so early. Don't you start slacking off too. Eraserhead rubbed the bridge of his nose, wondering what he did wrong in some past life to be stuck between the two noisiest and nosiest teachers in UA. No, don't say curse things like that. Midnight physically pulled back at President Mike's words, her face washed with anguish. If Nezu has something planned for us, it can't be good. Most of the teachers shuddered at Midnight's words as she was saying complete facts for once. Almost all of Nezu's plans ended disastrously for whoever was unfortunate enough to get caught in them, whether he meant to or not. The USJ, testing the new robots in combat, the summer training camp for the smartest creature in the world. Nezu sure had a lot of ideas flitting around inside his head. Shame they were all terrible, and now they might be caught in one of them. This was enough for a few nervous glances all around. Nezu had them all working on the weekend, and so early to boot. Something was probably going on, and nobody but that madman knew exactly what. Ugh, what could it be now? Midnight ran a hand down her face, then noticed the smear on her hand and checked her makeup, doing some quick touch-ups. If I could just take a peek inside that guy's brain. Not advisable, I'm afraid, Ms. Nimuri. That's definitely not a workplace-friendly environment. Oh, and please mind not to get makeup on the papers. Everyone froze in place at this newcomer before slowly turning to look down on a small creature strolling down the office aisle, walking forward confidently with a spring in his step and a piping hot cup of coffee in his hand. Truly, all was good in the world of Principal Nezu. The still image of the teacher shattered as everyone immediately dove into their work with great fervor. He did like to see his employees working hard, but how could he answer their questions if no one asked them? They made it so complicated, nothing like Ronin or Endeavor. Now, those two always went straight for the jugular. Nezu would love to see those two meet. They'd either become a superpower to put All Might to shame or blow up all of Tokyo trying to kill each other. Even he wasn't sure exactly how it'd go. For anyone interested, someone important is coming today, Nezu said in a sing-songy voice as he reached the end of the aisle and jumped onto the office's counter, peering out through the window and over the courtyard. Even if no one directly asked, he could guess what they were wondering. So, President Mike glanced between the teachers, then cautiously raised a hand like he was the student. How funny. Just a quick question, boss, why are we here? Is it like the #1 hero of America? The #1 hero of America, but not the #1 of Japan, eh? That was just how it was. With All Might's sudden retirement, Endeavor had been given the #1 spot for basically free, but nobody really believed it. Most of the public instead either still believed in the image of All Might or his protege, Lemillion, who was also at UA. Truly a tragedy, but only time could remedy that. It's not Miss Stars and Stripes, I'm afraid. She is coming next week. Really? Oh, President Mike rubbed the top of his head while Eraserhead gestured for him to shut up. He's being sarcastic, Yamada. Shut up and let him finish. Nezu made a mental note to make sure Eraserhead would be the first person to greet Stars and Stripes next week when she visited to meet with the former #1 hero of Japan. Future tormenting aside, he did want to finish his point, so he got to the point. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. As I was saying, someone very important is coming today, and All Might wanted to meet him. Everyone's gaze lingered on Nezu a moment longer, waiting for him to continue before shifting to the former #1 hero. So, another question. President Mike raised his hand again, and Nezu had to try his best to not start laughing and drop his coffee. Why are we all here if All Might wants to meet this super important guest? Great question. Nezu nodded along, smiling, then took this chance to take a drink of his coffee. It was rich, with a nice and deep flavor to help wake him up in the mornings. It got his mind working, something very important to do so early in the day. What was the question again? Oh, that's right. I have no idea why you're all here. I just told All Might to come. Why are you all here? Some of the teachers immediately collapsed into their paperwork. Eraserhead practically threw himself into his sleeping bag, moving at speeds that most people thought were impossible for normal humans. Midnight practically tore out her hair and stood, letting her temper get the best of her. You mean we're here for absolutely nothing? That we came here for no reason at all, when I could still be in bed like a reasonable person? Pretty much. Midnight had always been a night kind of person, but she really hated mornings. She should really find some way to tell people about that, like maybe something in her name. ... Hey, don't you have me? Midnight stomped her foot, and pointed at him accusingly, getting it all out of her system. That was good. Built-up stress was absolutely terrible for mental health. I had to get up at God knows what hour for 2 empty train rides and walk 8 blocks all the way here on a weekend. For nothing. Who the F even gets up by 6 on a weekend? BRRRRRRING. Ring. The blare of an alarm cut Midnight's ranting short, bringing everyone's attention to the now vibrating Nezu. Nezu calmly put down his coffee to avoid wasting such a delicious drink and pulled out the phone he used as a tablet, checking his alerts. He was here. That is an excellent question, Ms. Nimuri. Most excellent. Nezu turned off the alert and turned slightly, looking out the office's window again. Down below in UA's courtyard, he was there. Even at this range, Nezu knew exactly who it was. I believe that's a great question for our guest. You seem to have some free time, Ms. Nimuri, so why don't you go greet him? UA's gates looked pretty intimidating. Over 10 feet tall, they served as the main entrance and exit for the large facility, flanked by large concrete walls that hid larger steel walls, covered in cameras, and containing over a dozen professional heroes. It was supposedly more secure than some prison. Midoriya stared at the UA logo, feeling a lump form in his throat the longer he stared at the golden letters. He'd been here before. He even managed to sneak in a couple of times, but that was with Yamato. As usual, UA's defenses had been useless against Yamato. Walls were doors, people were barely obstacles, and distance was no object. So long as he paid attention, Midoriya was sure he could overcome almost anything with Yamato at his side. They really should have taken better care of it. Maybe then it wouldn't have turned into the world's flashiest frag grenade. It was moments like these that really made him appreciate what he used to have. He often thought about how annoying it was not to have Yamato, but it wasn't until this exact moment that he realized just how useful the thing had really been. It had single-handedly turned him from some chump with a stick into a thief, capable of bypassing any security and defeating anyone with just a few sword swings. Now, he was going to walk into one of the most secure places in Japan without it. Lucky him, Midoriya tried to swallow the lump in his throat and glanced skyward, UA's massive building still in his field of view. It was around 6 in the morning. What were the odds that Nezu was there already? He could wait till later, get some extra training in. Maybe bring the AEC. Now that would make up for missing Yamato. Your father said he thought about why he was doing the hard stuff. Inko had said, fixing her gaze on her son with a gentle smile. He'd think about what he'd get from it, why he wanted to do it, and who he was doing it for. And once he remembered that, it became easier. Izuku took a shot in the dark. He could guess where the story went. It was exactly unfamiliar. Even if he never heard this exact one, he heard a dozen like it. Nope. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Inko had laughed, ruffling his hair slightly before moving it out of his eyes. Their jade eyes met for a moment as Inko finished the small story. I thought the same thing. Instead, he said, it's not about if it's easy, it's about if I want it. Because if I want it, it doesn't matter how easy or hard it is. I'll do it. Midoriya thought one more time about his father's words, carried to him through his mother's story. He took one more second to mope like the sulky teen he really was and adjusted his belt, then pulled his back straight. With spine and will steeled, Ronin breathed out with a small grin and crossed the street, entering UA. For what might have been the last time, ready to face everything it had to offer. Midoriya tried not to be too jumpy as he walked the long path up to the main building, a massive structure with 4 towers linked together to form one giant overcomplicated school. And that wasn't even counting all the auxiliary buildings. It just hurt his head to think about, so he opted to take some more advice from his old man and not think about it. He just thought about what he had to do, how he wanted to do it, and what he wanted to get out of it. Straight to Nezu's office. He'd take the momentum, arriving before even Nezu got here, and take control. Even something as small as that made him feel more powerful and could help him stay safe. He couldn't get swept into Nezu's antics no matter what. With Nezu holding his identity in the home turf, Revenant was definitely stuck on the back foot. Gaining the momentum would make it much less one-sided. But what to do when he had the momentum? Nezu probably wanted Midoriya to either join UA or stop being a vigilante, but both of those technically meant he'd stop being a vigilante focus. Neither of those options were acceptable. Joining UA was not an option for reasons he already mulled over long enough, with the Cliff's Notes version being legal bullshit and restrictions. As for giving up vigilantism, the hero didn't want to, so they wouldn't. Plain and simple. If it came down to it and Nezu did what they thought, their answer was easy. His thoughts were cut off as something suddenly poked his distracted face, bringing him back into reality. Hey kiddo, are you here to see Nezu? Why did he even bother to make plans anymore? Why? Midnight moped sluggishly down the halls, rubbing her head as she went to try and clear up some of the grogginess while she planned out the rest of her day. She didn't have to work, so she wouldn't, especially not at 6 in the morning. Maybe she'd put in a few hours later, but for now, God, she was tired. She just had one last thing to do before she could leave. Even if Principal Nezu threw her more work, it at least gave her a good reason to leave when she was done. She just had to pick up whoever the principal called in, point them towards Nezu's latest office, then she could go get some extra shut-eye. Or maybe she could get her personal work done. Then hit a spa. She could make an appointment for the afternoon, work in the morning, and then. Midnight hammered out a rough plan as she finally reached the ground floor of UA. After what seemed like a million stairs, too wrapped up in her plans to even complain that UA didn't have any elevators. This time, well, she didn't complain that much this time. Seriously though, it was like UA was allergic to modern conveniences. Midnight made it to UA's courtyard with minimal complaints when she finally got to see another person, a lone boy slowly walking up to UA's front gate. He was a young man, maybe in his upper teens. She didn't immediately recognize him, so maybe he was a third year at UA alumni who was passing by. The boy had long green curls pulled into a knot behind his head, a face smattered with freckles, and a set of tired eyes that Midnight could really get behind. His outfit looked pretty strange, almost entirely because it was so bland. A big leather coat covered almost all of his body, made of mismatched pieces that weren't even fully dyed. It felt more like a prototype for a real costume than a finished design, honestly. And to wear a full coat in the summer, even this early. Beyond his coat, the boy wore a large backpack, dark gray gloves, and matching gunmetal boots. It looked like he might have a bodysuit on under the coat, so maybe the coat was just a cover. He might be an existing hero or sidekick who didn't want to get recognized. But how could someone recognize such a cute face when no one was around? Whoever he was probably the principal's guest. He didn't set off any alarms and he was the only person in the courtyard. Midnight only took a quick second to check her reflection in the window, doing a quick checkup on her makeup before she approached him. Didn't want to make a bad first impression. "Hello there." Midnight walked forward with a smile and a small wave as she spoke. "You're the principal's guest, right?" Instead of responding to Midnight, the mystery man continued to keep his head down while he slowly walked forward. He kept a hand on his chin as he sauntered forward. At the rate he was going, he might reach UA's front door by September. Midnight slowed down as she neared the teen, adjusting her glasses as she looked over him again. The boy's eyes seemed distant, clearly unfocused, and now that she was closer she could barely make out the sound of mumbling. She couldn't really catch what he was saying. The boy spoke at about a mile a minute, but she could recognize his feelings by the look on his face. He was worried, and maybe panicking a bit. Midnight smiled slightly, understanding that feeling. Almost everyone got nervous when they had to meet the principal. Hell, she still did sometimes. So she should probably try to get this guy's head out of the clouds. Midnight was standing beside the slow poke of a student, whose legs had almost entirely stopped now while his mumbling sped up. Midnight coughed once, just to see how out of it this guy was, then held out a finger in front of the boy and let him walk straight into it. His reaction to her touch was immediate, the boy nearly jumping out of his skin and literally jumping back a foot, suddenly looking around everywhere. Yep, this kid was definitely in the hero program. "Hey kiddo." Midnight waved hello again, keeping her smile soft and movements small. This wasn't her first time trying to calm people down. Hell, it was sort of her thing. She did get a minor in psychology. "Are you here to see Nezu?" The green-haired boy took a second to collect himself, slowly standing up and breathing a little easier. He patted himself quickly, then nodded for a second before speaking. "Why yeah, I think so. Cute." Midnight tried to hold back a few chuckles at his reaction and moved beside him. "I figured. I'm here to take you to him. You ready to go?" Yes. The boy took a second, adjusting his bag before speaking and bowing briefly to her. "Thanks. Don't worry, kid. It's nothing." Midnight moved beside the boy as they started to move into UA, taking a few glances at the boy as they moved. Now that he collected himself, it was like he was an entirely different person. His pace was quick, eyes trained ahead, not even sparing a glance at her. His grip on his bag was much more steady yet firm. The young man's face was like stone, all the worry and sleepiness gone for now. That was good. If this is what he was normally like, his nerves must have been getting pretty bad judging by how bad he looked. Midnight felt a hint of pride for getting to help someone. But, aside from pride, she was also a little curious about who this boy was. Time for a little more poking. "So, you signed up to meet the principal at 6. That sounds pretty tough." His gaze barely moved, eyes shifting just a bit to her. She wondered briefly if he would stay silent, keeping this atmosphere as cold as his face. "Yeah," and he decided to get some talk going. "Nice. I wanted to get here before he did, but I guess that fell through." "Yup. Nobody ever seems to get one over on that guy." Midnight's smile dropped as she thought of all the shit she went through because of that guy. Seriously, couldn't he let someone else win just once? "Oh, what year are you? I don't recognize you." Midnight realized she wasn't sure if she could keep the conversation positive if she focused on Nezu, so she turned it back towards the kid and hoped she could pry out some more information. "What year?" "Oh, I'm not." The boy literally stumbled at that, but quickly caught back up while nervously messing with his hair. "I don't go to UA. Never have." "Oh, really?" Midnight was surprised, and now she was really interested. This kid had never been to UA, but was meeting with its principal. "What's a meeting for?" "Great question." The young man was composed again, scowling. "Oof, struck a nerve. Wait, does that mean Principal Nezu called you here?" If this guy didn't know what the meeting was about, that meant he didn't call it. But why would Nezu call some random kid who never went to UA? And why would that kid try to get here by 6 a.m.? To put one over on the principal unless they knew each other. Something like that. And now he closed himself off again. Touchy guy, and all that Midnight got from him was more questions. Maybe he was related to the principal. Sheesh, unlucky you. But now he was closing himself off again, so Midnight didn't press it. That guy's great at his job, sure, but he's got a couple of screws loose. Definitely. The boy nodded in agreement. It seemed like he knew the principal pretty well, but Midnight doubted she'd get any more out of him. Best to just leave it alone and, maybe, poke at him once the meeting was over. How long would the spa be open? Well, good luck, kid. With that furball, you'll probably need it. Midnight hit him with the smile again. And this time the boy reacted with a small smile of his own. Nice progress. Sometimes it was easier to get along with people you didn't know. Absolutely. Greenie agreed again, shaking his head a bit as he fiddled absent-mindedly with his bag. He seemed a pretty good kid. A little nervous, sometimes a little too serious, but a good kid. Now they were almost at the principal's office. He had a few that he switched between for safety reasons. though Midnight wondered how effective it actually was. She was pretty sure security needed more than just switching things up to be secure. But hey, she wasn't in the security business. Alrighty kiddo, there's the office. Midnight pointed at it for the boy, stopping in her tracks. She'd do a little more paperwork today and maybe try to catch the mystery kid on his way out. Or maybe ask the principal if she was feeling suicidal. Wishing you the best of luck, and hopefully, we might see each other again. The boy seemed a little taken aback, surprised, before rubbing the back of his head and giving her another small smile. Yeah, maybe. He started to move past her towards the office but stopped halfway, turning back to her one last time. Thanks for the conversation. It really helped cool my head. And then he gave her a real smile. Not that little stuff from before, a real smile that actually reached his eyes. What a lady killer. Good luck with your work, miss. Midnight and the boy exchanged one last brief goodbye before going their separate ways, Midnight quickly making her way back to her desk to finish her paperwork. It was nice getting to help someone, especially when they appreciated you back. This kind of feeling was the reason she became a teacher. And he called her miss, so polite. Unlike a certain pain in her ass, Ronin. Midnight sighed, rubbing her head at just the memory of that annoyance. She had wasted days, no, weeks chasing that wannabe ninja thing. Whole nights were spent on recon only for him to show up on the far side of town, then disappear before she even got close. But he had helped out. Probably. She knew he helped out when a wave of Nomas attacked Hasu City, and she was pretty sure he died defending the first-year hero students at a summer camp. Ugh, does everything go back to that mess? Midnight rubbed the bridge of her nose. It wasn't polite to think ill of the dead, no matter how much beauty sleep they made you miss or paperwork they made you do. Besides, she had paperwork to do. It was time to stop dawdling and get to work. Principal Nezu barely had time to set everything up at his office before Ronin arrived. He wanted to keep on top of everything and keep an image of control and confidence, so that meant no loose ends by the time Ronin got to the office. Ronin's costume. Nezu had acquired Ronin's costume from the large fight between All For One and All Might. It had been damaged alongside the young hero when he crashed the final fight and removed when he was sent to the hospital as evidence. Nezu had gotten his paws on it, removing it from the records as discreetly as he could, and wanted to give it back to the young hero now. Now that very costume, ramshackle as it was sitting cleaned and folded on his desk inside a bag so he could give it back to the young hero. That might help smooth things between them. All Might had been saved when Ronin showed up at the 11th hour and practically threw himself into the way of everything. He had foiled All For One's plans and managed to save not just All Might, for that matter, but Nana Shimura as well. Then he passed out and left the scene before anyone could question this surprise hero. Nezu had tried to cover it up to the best of his abilities, but All Might had unraveled the trail and wanted to meet with his savior. Not inherently bad, but Ronin was Ronin. Legally, Mustafa's biggest villain who was still standing and well aware of it, Ronin had an inherent distrust of everyone and everything. Very useful for a vigilante, very annoying when you wanted to get on his good side. So Nezu had decided not to mention All Might at all when he called in the young hero. Perhaps not the greatest move long-term since it could violate Ronin's trust, but it also could pan out pretty well. It was a coin flip, but Nezu was confident he could rig the toss as long as he stayed in the room and steered the conversation. All Might just wanted to talk a bit with the person who saved him, and given it was Ronin, Nezu doubted it'd get far. All Might offer him a position or some reward, both of which Nezu was sure Ronin would turn down. If he could have, Nezu would have completely kept All Might out of this. He had stuff past that to do with Ronin that was important for both of them, but he was pulling a lot right now and he couldn't turn All Might off this. It was simpler to just let Ronin deal with All Might overall, and Nezu had no doubt the young hero was up to the task. He gave another quick check to the security cameras. Ms. Nimuri and Ronin were just outside his office. Excellent, a little late, but that was fine. He quickly called All Might for the meeting. This would give him about 2, maybe 3 minutes alone with Ronin. That was ample time. A bit of small talk, hand over Ronin's costume, then hand it off to All Might for his business. All Might should bring his own questions, so that could take a bit, but Nezu didn't figure it'd be more than 10 minutes. Ms. Nimuri and Ronin just said goodbye and started to go their separate ways. Something nudged at the back of his head, but Nezu barely noticed it amidst his own thoughts. All Might was straightforward and to the point. It'd be different if All Might's police friend was there, but thankfully he wasn't. Now that guy could make things complicated, and Nezu would know. He was something of an expert on complicated. Nezu figured Ronin would take well to All Might's simpler approach. All Might would probably get straight to the point, thanking Ronin then asking some questions. Ronin would get straight to evading the point, turning down anything offered and refusing to give answers. After All Might was finished learning nothing, it'd be Nezu and Ronin again. There was a knock at his door. Ronin, speak of the devil. Nezu adjusted his suit, his smile static as he checked the drinks he had laid out. 2 cups of tea, but since Ronin always wore a mask, it wasn't for him. He'd think Nezu was being polite while really he was setting up for All Might, who would drink the tea, all while giving a slight hint to Ronin that there would be a third guest coming. Come in, Nezu called out while pressing a button on his desk, causing the door to swing inward on its own. Nezu set aside his paperwork, though it was already finished. He wanted to look busy. He had an air and a presence he wanted to keep up after all, so only now he put it away. Nezu, a figure stepped into the room. His boots were new, Nezu was sure of it. The principal slowly took in the young hero from the corner of his eyes as he made a show of neatly stacking the papers and putting them aside. New boots that rose to about the knees, a big coat that looked vaguely like the one folded on the table. A large bag hung by his hips, but Nezu could make out a distinct shape hidden behind both bag and coat. A strange stick with a slight curve, hanging just about the hip. Most people might not notice that Ronin was armed, but those kinds of details never got past Nezu. Ronin, how are you? Nezu placed the papers down and turned to fully face the young hero, instead coming face to face with a young man. Big eyes, steady gaze, the faded outline of a scar over an eye, hidden with makeup. Lots of freckles, lots of scars. But, hey, Nezu looked left, Nezu looked right, Nezu looked up, and he even looked down. No mask. Nezu glanced at the cameras and a tiny image of All Might, already on his way to this very room. Oh no, he could have looked young if he wasn't so serious. Faded bags under his eyes indicated a lack of sleep. Scars and freckles adorned his whole face. His eyes had become set like stone, giving a much colder impression than the pictures did. Nezu would know. He checked the pictures of Izuku Midoriya once after he learned that the quirkless boy was the alter ego of the Ronin, and with his memory, he'd never forget his face. He never forgot a thing, which was why he was so confused when, instead of the Ronin he had made all his plans around, Izuku Midoriya walked through his office door. The face was aged by half a year and a few fights since the picture Nezu had seen was taken, but it was undoubtedly the same boy. The same boy who was, in all accounts, not wearing a mask. Not that the phrase meant much, all accounts weren't that many in this case. Nezu realized that, for once, he was panicking. He wasn't sure how long it had been since he panicked. He wasn't even sure if he knew how to panic until now. So informative, so educational, so unhelpful. Nezu pulled himself out of his worries after Izuku Midoriya had already entered the office and closed the door behind himself. This meant, unfortunately, that Nezu was running behind. And it seemed his words were running even further behind as he opened his mouth, and nothing came out. He wasn't quite sure where to go from here. He thought he planned everything out, but this wasn't even a possibility in his mind. Why had Ronin not worn his mask? Was it damaged? If so, why not bring something else? None of this helped. Nezu had to start doing something, and all these questions, while interesting in their own right, did not help. Nezu needed a direction to go, to start getting things moving. Boom. Mask. Nezu's thoughts finally pulled together to form real words as he started moving again, both mentally and physically. Not a great start, but it was on his mind and it was a direction. Might as well play it as it lay. You're not wearing your mask. Yep. Ronin Midoriya, the young hero, nodded once, closing the door behind himself and standing in front of Nezu's desk, not even looking at the chair to sit down. It was broken when your secret camp got attacked. Haven't had time to get a replacement yet. I see. Nezu nodded in turn, taking it all in slowly as his brain sorted through the millions of thoughts running through his head. Sorry about that. How did you get out of the camp? We found some of your fingers on site, but you... Ronin glanced down to his left hand, wiggling his fingers subconsciously as he responded. Someone I knew rescued me. They owed me some favors, so they saved my life, and I think we're even now. Same reason I was in a hospital when All Might fought that female Namu. I see. Nezu kept nodding, but now probably wasn't the best time to sate his curiosity. He was barely listening, and more trying to process what he was going to do. Ronin stood in front of him, but he wasn't wearing his mask, obviously. This meant Ronin wasn't hiding his identity right now, but that just posed an eensy-weensy problem. All Might was coming. Nezu had to invite All Might to meet with Ronin, but he didn't bother to tell Ronin. It didn't seem the kind of thing Ronin would agree to, and Nezu figured he could just spring this on Ronin and apologize later. But now that Ronin didn't have his mask, however, how did one politely bring up to someone that you had brought a third person in without asking? Someone I knew rescued me. They owed me some favors, so they saved my life, and I think we're even now. Revenant spoke the lie as naturally as he breathed. He had been planning what to say for a while so his story would be solid when questioned. Same reason I was in a hospital when All Might fought that female Namu. Every time he wondered about this meeting, he had turned it into an opportunity to refine this story. What had once been a vague idea had grown into a solid cover for him, his gear, the hospital, and even Mao if he was pressed for answers. I see. Nezu limply nodded, more resembling a bobblehead than his usual energetic self. It was a little unsettling, but Midoriya was used to that furry effer's blank smile, so he wasn't entirely sure if this was bad or normal. The young vigilante's fingers loosened on his back, ready to throw the bag and coat aside and go for his sword at the slightest sign of trouble. He wasn't sure if something was up or not, and he definitely didn't want to make a scene if he didn't have to, but the uncertainty was driving him nuts. While Midoriya had been fuming about what Nezu had called him in for, there was no realistic way Midoriya could find out in advance, so instead, he prepared everything he could. But that went beyond just getting some new duds. The story, an escape route. He even restocked his grenades since they had been so useful last time he fought. He hoped he didn't have to use them since they were on loan from Mao, and he could already see how much food the big guy would take as payback. So, Midoriya trailed off, glancing around the office while still ignoring the chair. The suspense was eating away at him now that he was so close. He had pulled out all the stops for this, just in case, but Nezu barely seemed to be paying attention. Was this some new method that furry football thought up just to mess with him? So, Nezu glanced up, leading into the theory. He was definitely unfocused. You called this meeting. What did you want to meet with me for? This didn't sit well. Revenant shifted his position, going straight for the handle hidden under his coat. He could draw it one-handed, then he'd go straight forward. It was faster to go through Nezu than the door, so if he needed to escape. Well, Nezu leaned back, tapping his paws on the desk in what definitely seemed a nervous manner. That couldn't be good. You know how I got you into that hospital? Wait, was this about a favor? Midoriya had imagined it could go in that direction. Nezu had saved Ronin's identity, so instead of threatening to reveal it, he could have something that he wanted the vigilante to do. That wasn't so bad, right? Yeah, it takes a lot of paperwork to get a guy into a hospital, you know. Lots of forms. Nezu started messing with his cup of something, running a finger thing around the rim in slow circles while he stared straight through the cup like a fish. Lots of signatures. Took Revenant a second, but he could see where this was going. Nezu had helped Ronin out a lot, and while he barely thought about it, it probably wasn't something Nezu could just handwave into existence. The hospital staff, the emergency response team, even the heroes and police, a lot of people had to be paid, and a lot of favors had to go around. I'm following. A lot of people were involved, and there's a long paper trail. Just by mentioning that, Midoriya had an idea that this might not just be about favors. Nezu's eyes flicked to his computer screen. So someone found out what you did. Nezu began, twiddling his thumbs as he set about in his more usual tone, talking in circles. I wouldn't say that exactly. Someone found out. Got it. He doesn't know everything though. He only knows you from the Camino fight. And he only knows that I got you into the hospital. Camino fight. That was where All for One and All Might had their last big fight. It was really big, both literally and figuratively, and was still the talk of the hero world. It was also the best situation for Midoriya. The Camino fight was huge, game-changing, and best of all had no connection to Ronin. Midoriya had shown up with an outfit that no one would remember, fought with a completely different fighting style, and hadn't made a single reference to Ronin that anyone would catch. From mostly using guns instead of swords to his outfit being complete garbage, it should be practically impossible to connect the dots. Well, that wasn't good. And what was that expression Nezu was making? He knows that I got you into a hospital. He also knows that I covered everything else about you up. And I couldn't deny it when he asked. This was a lot of talk about someone without mentioning who. And now that he thought about it, Revenant wasn't sure the Camino fight was as good for him as he first thought. It might not be connected to Ronin, but his use of guns was definitely illegal. Plus, it carried the usual baggage of being vigilantism, so that was 2 strikes for the price of 1. It might not be correlated to the long list of Ronin's crimes, but there are plenty of problems right there. Plus, you stopped talking, Nezu. Nezu was now staring at a picture staring straight through a picture. Well, don't worry. That's all he figured out. Say, you don't happen to have a spare mask, do you? He's coming to meet me, isn't he? Yep. He's coming right now. Yep. Going to be here very soon. Pretty much. I hate you. Yep. Revenant rubbed his face. Of all the things he had to fix, his current mask was the one thing he couldn't fix. Stolen from UA months ago, and filled with very high-end equipment. That mask was too expensive and too complicated for him to rebuild. It would take at least all his savings to get the parts, and even then he wasn't sure he was skilled enough to actually put it together. Still, he should have brought something to hide his identity. He hadn't used his usual bandana since he'd worn it at the summer camp. 1A, 1B, and some teachers would recognize it. His real face, though, it made for the perfect disguise casually, but the worst disguise on scrutiny. When were you going to tell me? Revenant rubbed the bridge of his nose as he began to think through his options. I was trying to think of a nice way to put it. Sure you were. He didn't have a lot, just the items on him and inside his bag. Was there anything that would work as a cover for his identity? Revenant had already thought everything through and decided to go old school. He opened his bag quickly and grabbed his civilian t-shirt out, throwing his hood back while he wrapped it around his face. He had done this way back when he was still using a pipe as a weapon, and why became immediately clear. He had used a white undershirt instead of a colored t-shirt because he couldn't see a damn thing through the thicker cloth. What a pain in the ass. I have your old equipment here, Ronin. That meant F-all-one right here could be anywhere between right in front of him to about to crash straight through his skull. Like your old mask. Yeah, F the t-shirt mask. Midoriya ditched the shirt and went straight for his second mask, a painting mask that had been through the ringer one time too many, then a couple more just for good measure. It had cracks, breaks, and best of all he could actually see while wearing it. Midoriya adjusted the straps on the mask and thought about his appearance. This mask covered his lower face but left open his eyes and hair. He pulled his hood back up, tucking his hair back as best he could. So, who is it? Nezu had finished running him in circles but still seemed a little distracted. Now that Midoriya was equipped to deal with the situation, he had time to bother with things like who had found out that he existed. This was only because they had found out about Nezu's cover-up, of course. If they'd found out about his other identity, his priorities would have been a lot different. Who's coming to meet us? Someone from the police. Hero Association. Revenant took a few guesses at who would have found Nezu's meddling. It had to be someone who read over the paperwork, so it was probably an official or something. After all, what heroes would bother caring about something like a paper trail? Most heroes probably didn't even know what that was. Well, Nezu had said that too many times for this to be any good. You know him. Listen, furry effer, I don't want a guessing game. I want to know this guy's name. Knock knock. Someone was at the office door. A slight movement as the doorknob jiggled. Midoriya's hands moved automatically to his sword as he took a breath in on instinct. But then, a voice came through the door. A very familiar voice. I am. Oh no. Yep. Nezu solemnly nodded once in the background, already resigned, coming through the door like a normal person. The door to Nezu's office was flung open, as dramatic as ever. All Might stood in the door frame, looking like he just walked out of a legend. His muscles, his smile, his stature, it was all larger than life. He completely dominated the tiny office, and he hadn't even entered yet. Midoriya and Nezu stared at him for just a moment before turning back to each other one last time, whispering just under their breath so their new guest couldn't hear. Furry effer. Yep, I'm going to kill you. Yep. The UA halls were quiet. It was early in the morning. The sun was still rising, yet to clear the building. 6 o'clock. That was earlier than the students came in. Earlier than even the shops opened their doors. Prime time for crime, though. Toshinori walked the quiet halls, hands in his pockets as he stared out the glass window at that rising sun. 20 years ago, this was the time he'd start his patrols. Wake up with the sun, clean up, then hit the streets. He'd spend hours out there, probably entire years of his life on those streets, taking hits that no one else could, hitting back harder than anyone could, spending hour after hour, day after day, saving people he might never meet again with no reward save for gratitude. He had loved it. Toshinori took a deep breath as the clouds blocked the sun. It wasn't good to stare at the sun too long, and best not to look back too much. The halls were quiet save for his footsteps, shoes squeaking against tiles. Tap, 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 tap. He was going to meet someone important, real important. In what should have been his final moments, a stranger appeared from the dark, riding in at the 11th hour. He didn't know them. They didn't know him. They might have never met again. And Toshinori doubted that would have bothered the man much. The man simply came in without anyone asking and saved him, then left as quietly as he came for a hospital. He'd taken hits that no one could and paid the price. He'd hit back as hard as he could, regardless of if it was good enough, and kept going. But they were going to meet again. Toshinori had searched for the stranger and had gotten a chance to meet them. A single chance to meet the man who saved him. So this is what it felt like. Toshinori stopped himself as he walked past Principal Nezu's office for almost a third time, rousing himself from his thoughts. He was literally going in circles instead of going straight at it. How, unhamish, was that a word? That was probably a word. Toshinori moved up with slow steps, raising a hand to knock. He had his thoughts organized. He knew what he wanted to say, but the door seemed pretty big this time. Behind this door was Principal Nezu, who scared everyone a little to be sure, but also his savior. One of two people he'd ever met with the strength to face all for one willingly, and the second one to do it for him. Someone who had no reason to step in, who undoubtedly lost a lot. Toshinori flinched slightly as he remembered the final sight of his savior in the fight, shoving a gun towards All for One, standing on a broken leg with an arm dangling in the wind. He remembered knowing damn well that the gun wouldn't do a thing. Everyone knew. They'd all seen what All for One could do. It wouldn't harm the villain. The most it would do is buy a few seconds. But the stranger had done it anyway. The voice of his master echoed in his head, a memory of what he'd thought would be the last time he ever saw her, as she stood in front of All for One just to buy him a few seconds as Gran Torino carried him away. His hand hovered above the door, shaking heavily. He lowered it, grabbing it by the wrist and rubbing it as he forced the arm to relax. He took another second as he thought of his master. Would he dawdle like this when his time to see her came? How could he tell her of the hero he met that day if he stopped here? All Might took a deep breath, smiling widely as he bulked up and grabbed the door and his worries firmly before shoving them to the side. I am coming through the door like a normal person. The room was particularly quiet as Toshinori stood in the door frame. He was smiling wide, standing tall, and feeling a little bit like an idiot as nobody reacted to his entrance. The office was dominated by a large desk covered with papers and technology. The walls were plastered with monitors and whiteboards filled to the edges with information. 2 people were in the office. Across the room and behind the giant desk sat Toshinori's boss, Nezu, who was acting very strange. He sat perfectly straight, staring ahead with a vacant but petrified look without fidgeting once. Very strange for him. The other person in the office was a robed figure, doing his very best to be as conspicuous and unobtrusive at the same time. He wore something with a hood, a jacket over that, on top of gloves and boots. He carried a large duffel bag on his shoulder and made no move to sit down at Nezu's desk, and instead stood over the desk. He was leaning toward the principal, whispering something to Nezu before turning to face Toshinori. By now his buff form was barely able to stay up for more than 10 seconds, and Toshinori let it run out at 5 to have some spare just in case. He turned to meet the other man. But as Toshinori looked at the person sitting in the office, he couldn't help but wonder if this man really was the same person who saved him. This man looked very different from his memory. Principal Nezu's guest was small. Not as small as the principal, but closer to the size of one of his students than his fellow heroes. His outfit looked very different as well. Namely, it looked like a real hero outfit. His savior had worn a worn-out hoodie, some baggy pants, and dragged a large bag packed with weapons around. This man had a large, slightly oversized jacket over top of a bodysuit. Still had the bag though. While he didn't think Principal Nezu would lie to him, maybe this wasn't the person who saved him. Maybe this man was his savior's son or a representative. He didn't know the health condition of his savior, but after trying to shoot all for one with a revolver point blank, it certainly couldn't be good. "Ah, there you are, Toshinori," Nezu said robotically, his gaze unmoving from when Toshinori first arrived. "Come in." Toshinori could ask more questions later though. He gave his best smile to this man and offered him a hand as a greeting. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me. You must be." The man fully turned to him, looking him over once. All Might was almost sure it couldn't be his savior by the face. Though hidden by a mask, he looked young. 20s maybe, but either way far too young too. "You figured out how to dodge yet?" Yep. This guy was his savior all right. AHHH. Midoriya stared straight past All Might, completely gone mentally. Revenant grabbed the sword at his hip to calm his heart. This might have been All Might, but he was retired. His quirk barely seemed to function anymore. There was nothing to worry about. But, in spite of such great logic, his heart beat on, rapid and uncontrollable. All of Midoriya's nerves were set on edge as he tried to think of a way out. All Might took the initiative after moving into the room, walking towards Midoriya after a little deliberation. He put his hand forward to shake and smiled as he spoke politely. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me. You must be. You figured out how to dodge yet?" AHHH. Midoriya wasn't sure what he was supposed to say in a situation like this, but even he knew that wasn't it. It seemed his snark had become something of a defense mechanism that was more being a pain in his ass than actually helping him. Some defense mechanism. Midoriya was taken out of his thoughts by All Might's smile suddenly shifting as he dropped his hand. The hero's entire stance becoming more casual. "It really is you." "Yes." Now what was that supposed to mean? Midoriya was already confused, and this was just making it worse. His thoughts were all over the place and he really needed to focus, but no buts. Revenant took a deep breath and steeled himself. He had to deal with both freebie and Japan's #1 dumbass, or leave. Leaving was a great option but difficult, so for now he'd just take the ticket and ride the ride. If things got worse, he'd get worse right with them and show that freebie why he shouldn't double-cross him. "Well, Toshinori, speaking of that freebie," Nezu spoke up, glancing between his 2 guests. "I didn't cause this meeting just so you 2 could stare at each other. I think you have something to say, Toshinori. I wanted to formally thank you." All Might took right after Nezu and got to the point. He bowed deeply at the hip, lowering his head to Midoriya as he spoke. "Your intervention not just saved my life, it did a lot. You saved someone very important to me. And you helped to stop a great evil. I don't think I can put into words all that you've done." "Oh, was this it?" Midoriya blinked. He had been so worried about this meeting he'd run himself in circles for a week, so nervous that he could scarcely think, and nearly had a heart attack, just to get thanked. Wow. Midoriya rubbed the bridge of his nose. Holy shit. He knew Mao said he overthought everything, but this was so stupid, it was kind of funny. Midoriya glanced up at All Might. "Who you fought? He's pure evil, a true monster, and the pinnacle of villains. For you to intervene in." "Yeah." All Might wasn't saying anything too important. "I'm going to stop you there, All Might." Revenant cut the sentient skeleton off, putting a gentle yet firm on the man's shoulder and pushing him up. "You don't need to thank me. You don't need to bow. I just did what I wanted to." That is all. Revenant raised the older man slightly, but the height difference between them was very large. He took a second to look into this old man's eyes. He once looked up to this man. He was All Might, the best hero ever, and the strongest hero in the world. He was unbeatable. He was untouchable. He was a tired old man. He looked so fragile that Midoriya was worried he might break the man's shoulder just by gripping it too hard. He'd seen this form before, but he wasn't sure it ever sank in until right then how weak he really was. Midoriya's gaze switched to his own hand, a hand that so easily touched this old man and lifted him up. So, yeah, something like that. Midoriya petered out, kind of unsure what to say next. He looked at All Might, at his hand, at All Might again, then at his hand one last time to retract it quickly. Oh, sorry, I wasn't really thinking. He was cut off by All Might's laughter. It was very different from the one he'd seen on television. It just felt more natural somehow, in a way that Midoriya couldn't place. It wasn't a full laugh, just a kind of heavy chuckling, but it still took Midoriya off guard. Revenant hoped nothing else surprised him today, but he had a feeling his hopes didn't matter much. It's fine, it's fine. All Might held up a hand as his laughter died down. It's just, you're exactly like how I thought you'd be. Should we sit down? Yup. This tea's for you. Got it just how you liked it. Nezu spoke quickly, darting in and out of the conversation with hands crossed in front of him. He seemed content to sit back and just let them talk. All Might moved past Midoriya and fell into one of the chairs in front of Nezu's desk. Midoriya moved to the other chair automatically, but pulled himself back before he sat down. He instead grabbed the bag containing his belongings off Nezu's desk and put it all into his duffel bag with barely a glance at the contents. He'd sort through it later to see if there were any tracking devices. So, All Might caught Midoriya's attention just before the young vigilante could make to leave, the former number 1 hero taking a second before he addressed the young vigilante. I know you're not a professional hero. Though, his eyes naturally slid to Nezu. That furry F. Nezu didn't tell me. All Might elaborated, taking a second to think over his words as he picked up his cup of tea and ran his finger around the rim. I did some investigations of my own. Asked around the Hero Association, asked a friend on the force, but nothing came up. I know that you're a vigilante. Oh, as Mao would say, sheet. Now, I didn't want to meet you to criticize your path. All things considered, I'd probably be dead. No, I would definitely be dead if you didn't intervene. You saved me and you saved someone very important to me. But that's just words. The number 1 hero straightened his back, staring straight through the vigilante. His expression was serious but calm, his tone strong, and his words clearly thought out. Heroes are more than just lip service, and I don't think just thanks alone will cover what you've done. All Might held up his arm as he spoke, both their gazes moving to the bony appendage. It looked painfully thin compared to his dramatic entrance. But now, well, you know, no point in running in circles. In the hero world, heroes usually pay each other back in the same way. You save me, I save you. But I can't do that anymore, and even if I could, I'm not sure it'd ever be enough. That doesn't matter. Yes, I suppose it doesn't, not to you. The hero nodded, rubbing his chin as he thought over it before locking eyes with the vigilante. Because you don't care about it is the exact reason you deserve it. Well, in my books, anyway. All Might placed his hands on his knees and pushed himself out of the chair, back into a standing position. You might not care about the reward, but I value me a lot and would like to think you deserve something for saving me. Then you add on that everyone you're helping. Well, you get the idea. All Might smiled gently as he straightened his back, rising to his full height and facing the vigilante head-on. I might not be able to save you the way you saved me, but I still want to do something for you. So, if you ever feel the need, or maybe if you ever change your mind on professional heroism, feel free to swing by my hero office. It's not much, but making some time to try and help you is the least I can do now. The hero held out his hand to the vigilante. It was all skin and bones, but for some reason, it looked heavy to the vigilante. I'm not going to be a professional hero. Midoriya spoke with a strange tone as he stared at the outstretched hand, his own slightly raised subconsciously. A bit of hesitation, a bit of regret, but he pushed past it. Stay the course. Not now, not ever, my friend. You're already a hero. The hero laughed as he stepped forward and took the younger hero's hand in his own, grasping it in a firm handshake, radiating confidence as he smiled down to the next generation. All Might and Midoriya stood there for a second before All Might broke off, turning slightly to face both Midoriya and Nezu at the same time. But I'm not one to overstay my welcome. Hopefully, we'll see each other again soon, and I'll see you at lunch. But for now, as the kids say. All Might buffed up one last time as he dashed out of the room, running away for literally no reason. Catch you on the flip side. Midoriya and Nezu stared at the door for a second, bewildered, before Midoriya gave in and started to softly snicker at all the dramatics. Aw, yep, he's definitely the number 1 hero. But for now, as the kids say, All Might's smile and body quickly grew as he transformed to his former form, appearing straight out of a comic book. The big hair, the cheesy smile, and the cheesier pose he struck before he turned and bolted from the room. Catch you on the flip side. All Might left the room in a flash, leaving Midoriya and Nezu staring with awe. Neither one was really sure if it was a good or bad kind of awe, but nothing less than awe could sum up the surprise and confusion going through their heads as they watched the former number one hero exit the scene like some kind of Looney Tunes character. Midoriya's jaw was on the floor. All the training he did, all the plans he made, all the anxiety he built up for whatever this was, Midoriya didn't even know what to call it. All Might's overly dramatic exit sucked the tension from the room, creating a moment of silence as the two overthinkers vacantly gazed at nothing. Then the vacuum transformed. With all the tension gone, Midoriya could reflect on the events leading up to this. He could look back and think over it. And with that, he smiled. He chuckled. And, finally, PFFT. Midoriya finally looked away as he raised a hand to cover his face, snickering. It wasn't a full laugh, but, seriously? Yep. He's definitely the number one hero. Midoriya didn't bother to restrain his small fit as he let the tension leave his body, replaced with relief. He had gotten all worked up for some simple theatrics and a hero speech. That was pretty funny. Nezu didn't respond to this. He was still staring into the middle distance with his soul somewhere in the far distance. Midoriya's snickers might have only lasted a few seconds, but his improved mood stuck around a lot longer. He was a lot calmer now, with his head cleared and his worries sorted. Midoriya adjusted the bag on his shoulder and turned to Nezu with a small smile hidden under his mask. But a careful ear could find it in his voice. A bit of the usual edge and teenage snark was missing for once. So, furry effer, is that all you called me for? To give me back my stuff in a meeting with All Might? Nezu snapped into focus as he was spoken to, his brain still working overtime to try and catch up. What? Come on, usually your plans are way more confusing than this. Midoriya gestured around the room with open hands as he spoke, stepping into the middle of the room instead of standing to the side. So go on, what else did you want? Nezu still took a second, like he was rattled by just how quickly and confusingly the events were moving. Well, the hero license exams are coming up, so, do you want me to take them? Now that was funny, got another chuckle out of him. No, nothing of the sort. Nezu raised his hands defensively and laughed it off, gradually returning to his old ways at least on the outside. But these are troubled times, and the next generation of heroes should be more prepared than ever. We're thinking of sending both our second years and first years this time, try to give them more training than ever before. Nezu thought that he could impress Midoriya by trying to improve the next generation of heroes. Who knew that little rat could be right sometimes? And how does that involve me? Revenant's gaze was steely, trying to tear Nezu apart. This did sound good, but what was Nezu's angle? What was his game this time? Well, we want to send our first years, but we can't just throw them at these exams and expect them to pass. Nezu now had more motion as he pressed his paws together, speaking faster with more enthusiasm in every word. Those exams are packed full of second years. That's a whole extra year of training and experience, which is a pretty big gap. Revenant nodded along, checking Nezu's words against his memory. It all seemed true as far as he could recall, but then some of the dots started to line up. You want to give your students special training? No, you've wanted to for a while. That's why you created that summer camp, to get them an early start on their training. See, I knew you'd get it. Nezu snapped and shot a few paw guns as Midoriya started to see the bigger picture. But you remember how that camp ended, and I'm so sorry by the way, so we didn't meet our goals. The students didn't get as much quirk training as they were supposed. And we didn't even get to do any of the rescue training at all. You really know how to apologize, sandwiching it in the middle of your speech. Sorry, I've got momentum and I'm taking my shot. Nezu took a second to stand, adjusting for balance. Then dramatically put his foot paw on the desk and struck a pose while he continued. We're behind schedule, but we're not down and out yet. We've got half a month before the exam and we're gonna give it all we've got. Whoa. Midoriya caught Nezu before his dramatic pose could turn into a dramatic flop as Nezu lost his balance, catching the furry flop by the shirt collar while the principal kept rambling like everything was going according to plan. The next 10 days were focusing on hero laws. But after that, we're going to get some good old-fashioned quirk training to build super moves, something I think you might be good at. Midoriya stared blankly at the clearly confused mammal. Had Nezu just not looked too in-depth at Midoriya's medical files? Maybe Nezu really did have a concussion. Nezu, we both know I don't have a quirk. What the F are you talking about? Come on, drawing cut, true violence, pocket sand. I know Eraserhead remembers pocket sand. Nezu counted them off on his paws as he ran down the list. And those are only the ones I know about. I'm sure you've got tons more. Now it was Midoriya's turn to stare into the middle distance. True violence, pocket sand, drawing cut. That last one wasn't even a super move, it was just a regular attack. So what? He'd just been starting out and he thought it was cool, yeah, and he was dead wrong. Shut up. Come on, it'll be fun. Nezu waved his arms enthusiastically as he hung from Midoriya's hand, swinging a little bit and starting to turn to one side. You come by, give some tips, then leave. Won't even take a full day. You are not going to get all the training they need in one day, and you know it. Revenant scoffed at the idea, shaking his head as he dropped the furry fanatic onto the desk and then turned toward the door. Besides, the last time I agreed to help, I got my helmet smashed and my sword broken. Why would I? We'll give you a new helmet. A new helmet. He'd gotten his last helmet from UA. Stolen it, same difference. It had been filled with a bunch of high-tech parts that he never really figured out how to use. And the little stuff he did use he couldn't just build himself. The night vision, the breathing mask part, the radio, alright, he didn't really need that, but still. F. Nezu. Truly, this was a hard debate. A helmet was an expensive piece of armor. It protected the most vital part of his body, so it needed to be pretty good. It was one of the few pieces he couldn't make himself, since he had no idea how to make a visor. And he shouldn't forget the cost of all the things packed inside. All those things he couldn't build himself were not cheap. To get it for free would really help. But he'd have to go to UA to get it. But he'd have to go in and help teach some kids, most of which were probably older than him, to fight. But he'd have to help them come up with some really stupid moves. But he'd probably be stuck with the test flunkers again, like Bakugo, or that Kirishima kid, or Kaminar. You said it was in 2 weeks, right? So you'll come. You'll really come. Principal Nezu happily hopped behind the hero Ronin, the duo almost reaching UA's front gate already. How many times are you going to ask? Trying to make me rethink this. Ronin kept an eye out, constantly moving his head this way and that as he searched his surroundings, probably looking to see if anyone was watching. But Nezu would never do something like that. That's why he had cameras after all. Make sure you've got the helmet ready. Ronin moved quickly even as he took it all in, still focused on what he wanted. Ronin said he dulled a lot because of the big fight with All For One and All Might, but Nezu didn't believe it for a second, looking at the young hero in motion. Just remaking the old one is good enough. I don't need anything fancy. Of course. Nezu nodded along, giving a big smile while thinking of all the stuff he could cram into a helmet. This could be pretty fun. You've got that look again. Ronin's tone was a lot sharper as he peered into Nezu's mind, smelling bullshit but not being sure exactly what it was. Sorry, just excited. Nezu laughed it off as they crossed the courtyard, finally reaching the gate. Nezu waved goodbye while Ronin mossed out of UA, without so much as a glance back, just a slight wave as he hit the streets and disappeared into the morning's crowd. See ya soon. Travel safely. Nezu stood there for a minute with a big goofy smile on his face, thinking over all the ways this went right. He met with Ronin again. The meeting between Ronin and All Might went better than he could have dreamed. His students would be getting some of the best help he could think of, from the best person he could think of. Best of all, Ronin didn't look like he was seconds away from punting the principal when he left. All that was left was one question. Nezu lowered his hand, still smiling as he searched his massive memory for the one question he couldn't answer, the riddle that racked his brain, and the puzzle he couldn't quite comprehend. How the hell did this mess turn out so well for me? Midoriya breathed heavily, taking a second to wipe the sweat from his head. The sun was getting pretty high and the air was getting well past warm. It was supposed to be a hot day, after all, and the workout wasn't exactly light. Probably not the best idea for a guy who was supposed to be recovering, but he'd never been the brightest bulb. Midoriya stood just past the top of a hill, looking over a small stream. The stream cut through a forest, and was flanked on either side by small hills he stood on. He had come here a lot as a kid, but he really hadn't had a reason to recently. Until now. Midoriya took another gulp of air and straightened out, getting into position as he faced a tree. He had ditched his shirt to show off his lanky proportions, despite being so small, and to try and beat the heat. It wasn't working and he definitely was getting a sunburn. Lucky him. In his hands was a piece of garbage in the vague shape of a sword. Garbage though it might have been, however, he held it with all the confidence and threat that a real sword like Yamato or Muramasa poise. He was in a basic guard position, classic middle guard. 2 hands on the sword in front of you, pointing at the opponent. A sword could stab things. An opponent could get stabbed, pretty simple stuff. Just because it was simple, though, didn't mean it was bad. Midoriya slowly moved around the tree. Small light steps as he stayed on the balls of his feet, keeping eyes trained on the tree and sword at the ready. Even if half the sword was missing and he had no idea where it was any more focus. A warm breeze moved through the clearing, ruffling the leaves in his green hair. A couple of birds were chirping. The stream was faintly babbling in the back of his head. Could have been a nice scene if he wasn't baking to death. Midoriya put the sun and his growing collection of bug bites out of his mind and just focused on his stance. It felt nice after all the resting, just the feeling in his hand. A familiar weight in his arms, the wood in his hands, the mentality of focusing, and it was more comfortable than his own bed. It had been too long. Midoriya rolled his shoulders back, then exhaled as his body slid forward. The sword flicked up as he moved, the tip going past his head while he moved forward. He pushed off the ground, straightened his arms, and struck. The sword fell in a gentle arc as his lead foot touched the ground, then sped up as his weight shifted onto that foot. The blade swung through the air, striking his opponent. Then he slid back as quick as he came. The sword sprung off the attack to return to position, his feet pushed back, and he was back in his guard for a moment. He slid around again, sidestepping. Then sword flicked, then feet moved, and then his arms straightened out again for another attack before he moved off again. Then again, and again, light attack after attack. Taps. He moved in, he struck. Then he moved out, just getting to grips again, feeling the familiar feeling take him over as he danced. He moved faster and faster, just repeating overhead cuts over and over in that blazing sun. His footwork, the way his sword moved, even the ache in his arms as he swung over and over. It wasn't right. Not yet. Midoriya spurred himself onward. It didn't feel right. Too choppy, too rigid, too bad. Just bad. It really was amazing what one break had done. That accident had messed him up a lot more than he could have imagined. His muscles, his energy, and now his swordplay had suffered a lot. He took a second to step back, dropping the guard and running a hand through his hair before his fingers got caught in a web of tangles. It was pretty hot out and his hair was kind of impractical. Probably time for a haircut. It was little problems that were adding up. His energy, this heat, his motions. So the best practice was to try and sort them out one at a time. Like getting that haircut. Guess he knew what he was doing this Sunday. Something disturbed Midoriya from his thoughts. His phone. A call. Could be his mom, but that wasn't likely. He told her he'd be gone all day just in case the Nezu meeting got dicey, so he'd have a lot of time to work with. He moved out of the sun, swatting some of the bugs that had taken to him, and moved into the forest where he left his stuff. The bag he got from Nezu along with everything in his pockets sat under a large tree, just over a suspicious spot of dirt where there may or may not have been a lot of buried guns. He picked up his phone, checking the IDO. Thought you were busy today, Mao. Man, shut the fuck up. Midoriya held the phone away from his face as Mao's loud laugh echoed through as if the phone was set to speaker mode. With lungs like that, who needed volume controls? So, da meetin', ya a full criminal yet. If I was, I wouldn't answer the phone. Seriously, don't you know about phone tracking? Midoriya shook his head as he put the phone back to his ear before yanking it away as Mao's laughter suddenly spiked again. Phone trackin'. Man, da shit you think this is, 21st century. The fucking coppers can't track their way out of a box of donuts. You'd have, like, a whole day before they thought of that. At least, he could still hear Mao laughing, or at least, he thought he did. His ear kind of hurt now, but guess that means it went pretty good. Yep, Midoriya leaned against the tree, wishing he brought a Gatorade. He might be getting addicted to those things. Just wrapping up the stuff with all for one. Got my costume back. Hey, I got your old jacket back. Want it? Nah bro, I got a new jacket months ago. Ma girl Aiko made it. It's da sheet. You seen it? Mao, I probably helped make it. Midoriya tried to remember all the projects he helped Aiko with. Huh, maybe he didn't know. She asked once about sleeves. Does it have back cuffs? I don't a fucking clue what a back cuff is. Fair point. Midoriya swatted another bug, wondering where the F they were coming from before wisely moving off the tree and rubbing his back to try and flick off his unwanted company. So anything else? Nah, just knew you had some nerves bout this sheet and wondered if you needed any help. I was gonna offer you a place at da military thing. But guess you're too good for me. Good at two shoes. Mao's laugh was mercifully shorter and much quieter this time. You got anything? Midoriya was about to dismiss it before he took a second to think. For once in his life, advice was free. All he needed to do was ask. Yeah, I think I do. So, listen, I agreed to help teach some people. Dumbass. Definitely. It's in a couple of weeks, so I was wondering. Midoriya rubbed his chin, then looked at the piece of garbage laying across his back. Don't hesitate. You think I'm ready to fight yet? Fact no. Mao's response was immediate. You still recovering and you limp can't even do 100 push-ups. You ain't ready to fight, let alone teach some dumbasses to fight. Iriella didn't think this out, did ya? A little, but probably not enough. He definitely had gotten a little too eager for the helmet. Should have said he was going to think it over, then made the decision later. He could also cancel. He really didn't give a F about his rep with furry FR. So, I probably shouldn't fight yet. But you gonna. Probably. I'm doing some sword practice right now. Rusty as sheed. Any advice? Stop being a dumbass. Get a hobby. Go touch some grass. Wait, you already doing that. HMMMMMM. Helpful advice. Oh, that's harder. Mao took a second, saying something away from the phone. Someone smarter than me says to take sheet slow. Practice. Motion. ... That's actually helpful. Who are you with? Cloudy boy. Who the F was Cloudy boy? He's just dipping by for some booze. Don't worry. Dad it. One last thing. Midoriya did think this through. And while he wasn't sure it was a good idea, there wasn't any harm in asking. Hopefully, next time we do training, think we can throw in some fighting. Like hand to hand. F yeah. One last bit of ear damage for the road. But Midoriya's reflexes were starting to catch up as he pointed the phone away. Oh, this sheet's gonna be good. You better be Rita for an ass whooping come Monday. You better not get arrested, Centipter. Deuces. The silence was almost as deafening as Mao's voice as he hung up, leaving Midoriya to rub his ear in quiet contemplation. He still didn't really know what he was doing. Helping heroes while not being one, sauntering around UA, getting into fights on the streets with criminals. 1 full year of it and he still didn't know. That was impressive. He dropped the phone and kicked the sword into the air dramatically, watching it flip for a moment before his hand darted out and grabbed it by the handle. Seems he still had a few tricks. Now Midoriya moved back into the sun, blowing a lock of hair from his face before turning heel and facing the tree again. His hands wrapped around the piece of garbage slowly while he closed his eyes. Thinking back to those first days stuck in his room, swinging a pencil around like a sword, shuffling around a pile of clothes, holy shit, his origin story was dumb. But like the dumb names from before, it was still a part of him. Midoriya took a deep breath as he relaxed his shoulders, putting up his guard while his feet slid into place. He stayed completely still for a second before he faced his opponent, sword at the ready. The shoulders relaxed, the back straightened, and his eyes focused in. Savage Oni style. The shoulders relaxed, the back straightened, and his eyes focused in. Form 0. He brought the sword up over his head, putting everything into the motion as the tension in his body built like a spring. Then, violence. Savage Oni style. Form 0. So what brought on this new look? Izuku finally got sick of the knots, or trying to impress someone. Midoriya stood over her son as she prepared a few things. An old comb from her husband, some hair clips, and a pair of scissors rested on the kitchen table beside the two. Seriously, Mom? Izuku Midoriya blushed slightly at the accusation, giving his mom a flustered look while pulling away. But he didn't leave the chair. It's just getting hotter, you know, so I figured I could use a haircut. Sure you did. Ko didn't even bother to hide the smarm in her voice as she gently turned her son, pointing him forward so she could do her work. She wrapped a towel around his neck before running her fingers through the jungle growing out of his head. It was not dirty, but calling it well-kept would have been a stretch, and any other reasons besides the weather. Come on, you can tell me. Violence, Revenant shouted to himself as he stepped forward, slamming the canab into a Yakuza's shoulder with a single fluid motion. The man screamed in pain as he stumbled back. But before the vigilante could enjoy a moment's relief, 2 more took the criminal's place, rushing past the scattered drugs to tear him apart. It's nothing like that. Izuku could see where his mother was going and was quick to deny it, perhaps a little too quick as his answer clearly didn't sway his mother's thought. You know, when you told me you wanted to go to Ishiyama High School, I really thought you lost your mind. Ko went to the sink, filling a small spritzer bottle with water and giving it a few test squeezes before stepping back and starting to wet down her son's matted mess. But then that lovely girl Aiko dropped by to see you. If most of your classmates are like her, I guess I really was worrying for nothing. Well, there are an interesting bunch, Izuku said with a smile as he thought of the pandemonium that usually filled his classroom. But you really don't have to worry about me, I can take care of myself. I know, but I wasn't really talking about that. Ko snickered to herself before she continued to work on trying to cut through the mess. You don't really talk about school, so I was just wondering how it's been. Any friends? Any girls? Well, I'm friends with everyone in my club. Izuku was doing his best to be honest, and failing that, to not say anything that was technically incorrect. I've also spent some time with some other clubs, and we got along pretty well. I see. Aiko's in your club as well, isn't she? Ko combed the mess, forcing the curls to straighten at least a little before she snipped them, taking the hair down in chunks. She seemed a nice girl. She is. Izuku knew where this was probably headed, but Aiko was a good person and he didn't want his mother to think badly of her. No harm in making himself look a little dumb for her sake. She's pretty tall, so it might be hard to bring her here, but she's fun to hang out with. Oh yeah, that height might be a bit of a problem. Ko's eyes flicked up, eyeing their small apartment. It was plenty spacious for just 2 people, but with a low ceiling and such close quarters, it would be annoying at best for someone with a height-enhancing quirk. But you spend a lot of time with her. Mom, just asking. And Ko was definitely enjoying this as she finished the large cuts and began tidying up the loose ends. This what happens when you don't tell me what's going on in your life, so really it's your own fault. Should have talked more. Busy boy. My fault. Izuku turned to face her, an eyebrow raised. So what should I talk about, if you're so curious? Hey, no moving. Inko scolded him, rubbing her hand through his hair and gently turning him back around while trying to hide her smirk. She then got back into a rhythm with her snips as she took a second to think. What to talk about? How about your hobby? What have you been doing in your free time? The Yakuza slammed Revenant into the alley's wall, knocking the breath out of him and causing a wave of pain as his head hit solid brick. His old cloth helmet really didn't measure up to his old one. Got you, you slimy. Revenant pulled out of the pain with more pain as he lurched forward, driving his head into the Yakuza's nose with a solid crunch. Shit. Revenant planted his feet against the wall and pushed off like a swimmer, reversing the tackle as he slammed the Yakuza into the alley's floor, knocking the punk's head against the alley floor. He straddled the man as the criminal tried to get up, planting his legs around the criminal's torso before throwing punch after punch into the man's face, hitting him over and over before grabbing the criminal by his hair and slamming him repeatedly into the floor, barely aware of the final Yakuza creeping up behind him. I do some cleaning. The school's pretty good, but our club room hasn't been fixed in forever. I guess since we're the crafting club, they guess we can just fix everything. Izuku laughed, thinking of all the repairs he had done to that room over the year. He'd done some work on the shelving to better hide his gear, fixed the paint so he could build better weapons without damaging the walls. Man, everything really did come down to vigilantism. Seriously, they force you to do that. And Ko was now genuinely miffed, shaking her head. What a bunch of cheapskates. Hey, it's cause we want to do it. Izuku was quick to jump to his school's defense. It might have been a total dumpster fire, but it was organized so badly that he could basically do whatever he wanted. He'd put up with a lot of sit for that kind of freedom. Like when we had to make a table that Aiko could sit at, cause our old one was too short. The school can't even do something as simple as that. And Ko sighed, moving to Izuku's side as she continued to clip. Is their budget that bad, or are they just that lazy? Probably a bit of both. Even if he liked the school, he still had to admit it was kind of a mess. He still remembered the very under-equipped kendo club from way back when he was first trying to set up the crafting club. Someone's gotta fix it, so it might as well be me. You're a good kid, and know that. And Ko gave him a quick kiss on the head and wiped some hairs from her face. But I probably should have thought that through. Play. Guess that's your fault, then. Using my tricks against me, I see. And Ko chuckled, looking him over with a matching cheeky smile. Too bad that callback sucked. Hey, it sucked when you used it too. Oh, a low blow. My pride. And Ko clutched her side and fell into him, acting almost as dramatic as All Might had. You've wounded me. I got him. The Yakuza screamed as he grabbed Revenant by the cloth mask, throwing him off the other Yakuza and letting him crash into the floor. The concrete was rough. His head was swimming with all the hits he'd recently taken. It felt like he was underwater, with his body moving sluggishly. He tried to get his arms under him but slipped on one of the packets of drugs thrown about the alley, making him take a second longer to get up. Wham! The last Yakuza kicked him in the stomach, and Revenant was right back at the alley wall. The alley walls felt suffocatingly close like a cage as he grabbed the wall, slowly pushing himself back up while breathing heavily. A bit of blood began to stain the black cloth he covered his face with, but who'd notice a little blood in all the black? Well, don't you look dashing? And Ko and Izuku had quickly cleaned up the kitchen and the hair, giving the young boy a chance to check out his new do. His curly hair had been so long that its weight forced it to lay down, going to his shoulders, but not anymore. With so much missing, it was already starting to spring back up to its old poofy self. It was the same haircut he had for years, from before he was 4 all the way through middle school. He ran his fingers through the hair, getting out a few more loose strands while also testing out the poof, then giving it a quick tug. He really did have his dad's hair. Well, at least he'd never be bald. His hands ran down his head, one moving forward to his face and stopping just over his eyes. There was a faint outline over his right eye, like a quick line. A slight split in his eyebrow, a little discolor in the skin, a scar from a rough night. His other hand ran down the back of his head as he turned, getting a glimpse of an old burn on the back of his neck. It was just above his shoulder blades, slightly wrapping around his neck, an old burn in the vague shape of someone's handprint. His old haircut had covered it up, but now barely a lock reached low enough to even touch the burned skin. He pinched that lock between his fingers, feeling it out before he let go and fluffed his hair, flashing a smile. Looks as good as ever, thanks. I aim to please. Now go get a shirt, Mr. Muscles, and we can hit the town. Midoriya's gaze dropped to his body. He still wasn't built like the heroes on television, but there was already a clear division between before he trained with Mao and now. Probably because he already had some muscle, it was just suffering from so much bed rest. Now that he was starting to get back into action, though, The Yakuza charged in, kicking Revenant in the stomach and pushing him up at the same time before he moved in, punching at the vigilante's head. F you. Revenant dropped under the punch, letting the Yakuza punch the wall instead of his face as he got some strength in his legs, standing just a few inches apart from the Yakuza, who was in a much better condition than him. This wasn't going to be pretty. Savage Oni style. What number was it again? Shut the F up, hero. The Yakuza grabbed Revenant by the shoulder, pushing him against the wall and then holding him in place to get a cleaner shot. The Yakuza pulled back his arm as Revenant grabbed the pinning arm. Something. Revenant grabbed the arm that pinned him with one hand before slamming his other elbow into the forearm, pulling the arm down into the side while repeatedly hitting it. The Yakuza's punch slid off Revenant as his grip began to falter from the pain before his grip failed entirely with a few more elbow strikes. Son of a... Watch your effing language. Revenant grabbed the man by his head and spun around, switching places with him and shoving him face first into the wall, then taking a step back to hit the man in the back of the head with a spinning back kick. He dropped like a sack of rocks as Revenant assumed a fighting stance, glancing around. The alley was quiet. Nobody was standing. The drug deal was ruined, with the merchandise and money strewn about the alley. The Yakuza were groaning on the floor, not getting up again. It was all clear for now. He took a step back, breathing out as he rubbed the back of his before his hand clutched his head. He'd been sloppy and he took quite a whooping. His senses had dulled a lot, or maybe that was a side effect of getting hit in the head so much. Halt, villain. F. The Midoriyas had a great night on the town. It wasn't as long as usual, but the time they did spend was fun. They ate indoors, wandered out once it was late to enjoy the cooler air and night sky, then meandered home. All in all, a pretty relaxing end to a relaxing weekend. With dinner already said and done, the Midoriyas ended the night watching a small bit of television before going their separate ways. A day together was fun, but there was only so much they could do together. Better to end it early than after it started to wear thin. Midoriya sat in his room, idly playing some hero news on his computer as background news while he sewed. The world was changing a lot, and in the few days he had been unconscious already a lot had happened, and a time was a great time to catch up. Midoriya held up the piece he was currently working on, then adjusted the lamp at his desk and checked it again. It was a large leather jacket, a bit too large and a lot too long for him, but it was as familiar as an old friend to the young vigilante. Now he was patching up the damage it had taken to the best of his abilities, starting with the stitching. Pulling out the snap threads had been easy, but come Monday he'd have the much more difficult task of patching up the tears in the leather. Now that might be a real challenge. He tied off his stitch and checked the time. It was starting to get pretty late, and the sun had set a while ago. At least, he assumed so. With the windows shut and curtains drawn shut it was hard to tell, but it was a safe bet. He checked a tear in the sleeves, right about the forearm. He could barely make out a slight discoloration in the black, a tinge darker than the rest where the blood stuck. His head swam slightly as he looked at his own arm, dotted with freckles. Hidden among the speckles, however, was a single point, a touch of skin lighter than the rest, though right now it looked kind of blurry as it moved. Revenant grabbed his arm to stop the shakes, balling up his fist before letting it all go slack. He took a second to move it back and forth before letting go, returning to the jacket. The jacket was, all in all, pretty good condition save for a few tears. It had been through a lot of stress but was holding up pretty well, even after all their adventures together. Well, it did come from a real-life supervillain, so maybe it was simply built different. He flattened the jacket out on the table, smoothing it with a hand to look it over before he began to delicately remove the plates he'd sewn in forever ago. He had stolen some bulletproof vests filled with ceramic plates designed to stop bullets, and one of those vests had gone into this coat, but now he tried to remove the shards one by one with tweezers first, then settled on dumping the sand-like remains of the plates directly into the trash. Was there anything that female Namu didn't break? He debated between putting more plates into the jacket or trying to replace it with something else before taking option 3, bugging Mao about it later. This seemed like a military thing and Mao was pretty good at that, so he'd be a fool not to use the resources presented to him. Well, a bigger fool, because that deal with Nezu was terrible. "Oh, shut up," Midoriya mumbled with a smirk, shaking the jacket one last time to really get out the last of the shards and dust before he set it back on his desk. It was a terrible deal, pretty much as bad as the whole summer camp thing. He'd entered UA. Again, he'd go and be willingly surrounded by heroes who hated his guts, and for what? A helmet. It was more than just a helmet. Really, his goal was always to try and make heroes better, and what better way to do that than by trying to teach the next generation of heroes? By becoming a hero teacher. Yuck. Yuck. Midoriya shook his head, almost disgusted at the thought. Nope, he was definitely disgusted. Become a hero teacher. Get stuck following their rules. No, thank you. He liked the freedom of being a vigilante. And would he get that at UA? When he was forced to put down the mask. To be fair to the furry FR and impartial, it was almost as if Nezu was deliberately trying to ignore everything the Hero Association said. He couldn't really guess what being under Nezu would be like, but he didn't think he'd like it. Midoriya leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. It wasn't that he disliked Nezu. Alright, it wasn't just that he disliked Nezu, but he didn't really like working under anyone. That freedom that came from being alone, the responsibility, the risk. He liked it. He was fine working with other people, but to take orders from them, especially Nezu. How finicky. He was a teen, after all. The whole point of teenagers was to be finicky, angsty, and to pretend to be a lot smarter than they were. Midoriya blew a flick of hair out of his face and sat back up, looking over the jacket. If he really thought this through and didn't like it, he'd just tell Nezu and call it off. He had a while before the training went down, so it was better to get his ducks in a row bright and early than try to change something last minute. He'd already spent the last 2 days chewing it over to get an idea of it. Midoriya folded up the jacket and sorted his things. He had a good, if slow, day. Tomorrow was more school and training, so it'd be best to get to bed early. Reports of Yakuza activity in Mustafa with the recent loss of All Might, and the growth shows little sign of stopping. His eyes moved back to the screen of their own will, calling him back over. He stepped towards the computer and turned the volume up as the news continued on. With recent surges in crime, predominantly taking place at night in cities all across Japan, citizens are advised to get indoors early. The Hero Association has released a statement on this new crime wave. Revenant looked at the screenshots. He knew those buildings. He knew that scene wasn't even 10 minutes away. It'd be a real quick trip. It was late. Was this really a good idea, with all the things they had going on tomorrow? Most of their weapons were at the school still. He didn't even have his mask anymore. It was never too late until he did nothing. And he could always sleep in class. Besides, Midoriya picked up his bag, setting it on the table and tearing it open with a nostalgic grin. Sitting in the bag were a few weapons he had meant to put back into this old jacket, but atop that sat the familiar bandana of Ken and Ranger, staring at him like an old friend. Who said he didn't have a mask? He did. He said he didn't have a mask. This had been one big bad idea. Revenant sat atop a fire escape, rubbing the bump on the back of his head. His usual mask would have protected against this kind of injury, and the headbutting. It was an interesting development. He wouldn't have thought that just a mask could make such a huge difference in his usual performance. Was that why he usually did so much better than heroes? Midoriya looked over the city. The bright lights and murmur of people were loud, but they had a hard time reaching his little alley as he leaned over the railing while rubbing his head. Something so simple as a helmet made such a huge difference these days. Well, he never tried to dive into fights like this before he got a helmet, so he didn't really know. How did he used to fight again? The world seemed to pound and the night was growing longer with every passing second. Midoriya took a second to orient himself before dropping down the fire escape and gently landing in the alley. He'd done what he wanted to. It had sort of panned out, and now it was done. Midoriya closed up the old coat as he made his way out of the alley, shutting the middle and rolling the sleeves over his gauntlet. He hit the road as he adjusted his mask piece, rolling it up to only cover his eyes and show off the makeup he slapped on in a few minutes. Midoriya rubbed his face, trying to clear the hammering in his head. He was tired, a lot more tired than he first thought. Going out like this really hadn't been a good idea. His fighting wasn't just sloppy. His defense had gotten a lot worse than he thought. Even with the bodysuit protecting his body and all his fancy weapons, most of which were still at his school, he was just human. A weak, quirkless human. He had limits. A few heavy hits and he was dead. Hell, a few light hits to the wrong places and he was dead. He didn't just have to be good, he had to be careful. And this kind of recklessness wouldn't be permitted. God, this was a stupid idea. Just stupid. Midoriya stopped moping about what had already happened and started to look ahead, stopping at a street corner as cars passed by. He'd need a better fighting style, at least until he got a new helmet, but even past that, times would be tough in a world without Yamato, and he couldn't use the same hit and run style as before. He went down in a few hits, so he needed to hit without being hit, perhaps by using his guns more. They were pretty solid. He could do some more work with Mao, getting a better handling on them, and then, what about close quarters? Shit, a lot of fights could happen at close quarters in confined spaces. Like Ali's, guns weren't great at close range, and his guns had a habit of being really bad at close range. The quirk in his guns created huge blasts of air that at a close enough range would hit him too, putting him at a disadvantage. Midoriya rubbed his head as he moved across the street. Maybe if he picked up a few new fighting styles something would click, but right now there wasn't really a clear way forward, especially because his head was hurting like a mother fur. He stopped thinking for a moment as he entered the city proper for a bit, a quick shortcut through a few crowded streets to reach his suburbs a bit faster. He navigated the small crowds while keeping his head down, content to let the sensations of the nightlife wash over him. The bright bursts of color from the buildings, the chill of the night air on his face, the indistinct murmuring of the crowd help. A single word caught his attention. He glanced back. There were a few people behind him, but they were too relaxed. They lacked the urgency he heard, so it wasn't them. His gaze turned outward, giving his surroundings a quick glance. He wasn't next to an alley, but he heard something. He heard someone, so who? An alley. Across the road and a little back. Midoriya crossed the street and doubled back with a little oomph in his step, reaching the alley in just a few seconds to peer inside. As his eyes adjusted to the lack of lighting, he counted heads. 10 people stood, 2 on the ground. 2 were faced towards the street but were talking to each other and missed him. That wouldn't last long. One of the people on the ground was laying. The other was crouched into a ball and crying. There was something pooling from the first person. They might have been bleeding out. Midoriya took this all in within a second as he passed by the alley, running the numbers. He should definitely try to take them out, but 10 people? Could he do that in his condition? After that botched drug bust, the 2 extra people could turn into hostages. Could he give the medical attention someone bleeding out needed? Midoriya barely paused as he moved past the alley, just like everyone else did on that scarce street. No, he couldn't even do one of those, let alone all of it at once. Take down 10 men quickly, save 2 people, and give medical attention all at once. He was only human. That was why he pulled out his phone and hit the emergency services before walking into the next alleyway. That weakness was why he put on his best innocent voice as he explained the situation and the location while going into the alley and pulling the coat apart. He pushed his sleeves up and flexed his hands before the climb. He rolled his neck to ease the pressure as he cut the call, turning his attention upwards. He scaled the building quickly, using the gauntlets and the architecture to reach the top before throwing himself over the ledge and onto the rooftop. He rolled to his feet, moving to the other edge of the building and looking down into that alley. 10 people to take down, split around the alley. 2 people to save, stuck together and surrounded. 1 more on way out of his depth, watching it all and reaching into his coat. This was going to be hard. It always was. Midoriya pulled something from the jacket, a needle. A long, thin, and slightly transparent needle. The quirk he had meant to put into his last jacket, Air Spike, was sewn into this jacket. He spun the needle on his finger, testing the weight while he looked down on that alley. He could barely make out a glint in a few of the men's hands. Knives. This was going to hurt. The quirk ran out as the needle dispersed, letting Midoriya get a grasp of how long the quirk lasted. It only took a few seconds to get up to the roof after the call, but it seemed to last a lifetime as Midoriya used things sitting between his ears and thought ahead. There were 10 of them, and that was a big number, more than he could take on his own. He wouldn't take on 10. He'd just take 1. That one in the alley, far back taking a smoke. He'd take that guy on, then he'd only have to take on 9. 9 of them, still a big number. Then he'd take the 3 even further back, the ones who were arguing deep in the alley. They had him outnumbered, but they were arguing. They wouldn't be ready if he was fast enough. So he'd be fast. He'd take them out quickly, and then he'd take on 6. 6 people, twice what he would have just done. With 2 bodies to use as hostages, that might be too much, so he wouldn't take on 6. Midoriya's eyes traced the alley, the trash bags, big, heavy, and littered about the alley. If he could throw one of those, he could split the group even more. Put something large between the group to divide them up, maybe knock one of them down, putting it at 5-1 if he was lucky. 5-1 at best. That was tough odds. That was enough to come at him from every side with 1 to spare. He'd still have to protect the people. He couldn't compromise on that. Then he'd have to take out the ones closest to the people first. 2 of them were at the front of the alley, the 2 who almost noticed him when he passed the alleyway. If he reached the main group fast enough, he could take on the 4 before the other 2 could come help. He could use the trash bag to split the group instead of trying to take someone out. He'd throw it at them, force them to go around it, buying him a little more time to deal with the last 4. But that was still 4 people. 4 whole people against 1 quirkless punk. The weapons he had weren't good in tight spaces, like Rita, his axe, or the canap. They were powerful, but they took a lot of room to get that power. They were heavy and slow. Too slow. Against 1 or 2 people, maybe, but 4. Then he wouldn't take on the 4 of them. He'd take out that one, the one squatting right over the crying girl playing with his knife. He'd crush that man in a single hit, an overhead strike straight to the back. Then there'd be 3. That would take 1 down. That would put him right next to the people, but that would leave him as a prime target for the other 3. His back would be to them, and how could he guard against them when he couldn't even face them? Then he'd face them. He'd take the first out with a single hit, an overhead strike to the front, and turn it into a spin. He'd be facing the three and would press into that one, the one standing next to the first who had the wallet. That one didn't have a weapon, so he wouldn't be ready. An entire body crashed into him. Then there'd be two big guys, two big, armed guys, standing a small way away from the first and second. He'd have to take both of them out at once if he wanted a chance to win, and he'd have to do it quickly if he wanted to do it before the two by the alley's mouth came. Without the element of surprise, he wasn't sure he could do that. But one big guy, he'd taken down Mao. He fought Maruko and walked away. He stood against all for one and survived. He could dismantle one opponent. Then he'd dismantle another opponent. As simple as that. He leaned over the ledge, perched atop its edge as the wind pushed him dangerously closer to that tall drop. 10 seconds had passed since he reached this ledge. 10 seconds as he ran all his calculations and made his estimates. Were his calculations correct? Were his estimates accurate? Could he really do it? There was only one way to find out. Ronin put his face on before he leaned further off the roof, leaping from safety without a moment's hesitation. And dove headfirst into hell one more time, finally at home. Help! Help! The desperate cries were silenced as a knife plunged into the man's stomach. His voice suddenly gave out, the impact stealing his breath as he slowly bent over, eyes fixed on the small piece of steel poking through his shirt. The man's hands fumbled slightly, groped fruitlessly at the knife and arm that impaled him with failing strength, then went slack as he was thrown to the ground. His wife moved towards him for a moment before recoiling back, another piece of sharp steel flicking through the air. It cut into her cheek, causing another scream as she grabbed her face and pressed as far back as she could, moving into the alley's wall in a panic. Above and around them stood several men, playing with the knives like they were toys. A wall of sadistic smiles surrounded them as the villains closed in like sharks. "You want to do anything stupid?" One of the villains spoke to the spooked wife, talking through a smile that never quite reached his eyes. He leaned forward, grabbing her by the face and putting pressure on the cut. The woman tried to shake her head no, but with his iron grip she could barely move. "Well, do you? Come on, you can tell me." Her throat seized up. Her breathing was ragged. Her eyes moved quickly, trying to see any way out of this, but there wasn't any. Just the smiling faces of predators playing with their prey, up and down the alley. Beyond the alley, her eyes focused on the alley's mouth, past all the villains to the street itself. There were people out there. If someone could just see her, if someone could just notice her, then the heroes could come. The heroes could save them. But there were people outside the alley. Lots of people, in fact, who walked straight past the alley without so much as a glance in her direction, just looking down at their phones, talking to each other in their own little worlds. But then, a man passed by the alley, and just for a moment, he looked. A man with cloth wrapped over his eyes stepped across the alley's entrance and turned his head, glancing into the alley. Their eyes met for a moment as he took in the scene. Then the man looked away. He kept walking, moving straight past the alley without so much as a second glance at anything down there. It was then that woman realized people weren't missing her, that they might have heard her husband's cries and seen the stick-up, but that they chose not to notice. The villain's grip on her face had loosened up so she could get a good look at the front of the alley, but she'd seen what he wanted her to see. She was starting to understand how the world really worked. His hand dragged her face to his, forcing her back into the moment. "Were you looking for someone?" He was still waiting for a response to his earlier question. To drive his point home a little harder, he let one of his fingers run across her cheek, then push open the fresh cut he had just made. "Well, I am listening." The other men around the alley laughed. Some watched the scene with glee, while others watched their surroundings. But all of them knew how this went down. It wasn't their first rodeo, they were professionals. She met eyes with the man grabbing her face, the only eyes that would meet hers. His eyes were cold, detached. Worst of all, his smile was finally starting to reach his eyes as he pressed harder and harder on her. Even breathing felt difficult now. Any movement did. Come on, say something." The man's smile grew just a touch larger as he shoved her head into the wall, taking just an extra second to enjoy this. The woman could barely respond anymore. A mix of pain and despair had almost completely overtaken her, but they weren't done yet. "Listen, lady, we're just here doing our job. It's nothing personal, honest." The lead villain spoke calmly, treating it all as if it was a normal business transaction. To them it was. "We're just here to send a message, and somebody's gotta be the messenger. Lucky you. Now, you might get some ideas." The villain pulled back on her face, pulling her away from the wall and towards him again. He locked eyes with her as he spoke calmly, talking straight business. "You can call the cops. You can call the heroes. You can do whatever the F you like, but you better remember." Crash. AGH. Something moved in the alley. A dark streak fell on top of one of the criminals, a blur in the dim alley as it completely overtook the criminal's form. He could barely scream as the figure crashed into him, knocking him to the floor with its entire body in a single motion. 9 left. All attention swung to the disturbance down the alley as things went still. The villain stared in confusion. The victim peered in a mix of fear and hope. Jess, you all right? SHK. The creature exploded into action. Thin objects flew across the alley in an instant, striking the criminals furthest down the alley, and in the same moment they flinched, it fell upon them. Even if they saw it coming, they barely had time to react as the dark figure passed through them, silent, save for the impact and screams of the men it felled. 6 left. A hero. Sit. The villains cursed as they started to get into motion. One of them had already been taken down, and they could have a real mess if more heroes came running. The two at the mouth of the alley started to run to help. Thunk! Something soared across the alley in the blink of an eye, smashing into the 2 criminals at the far side and knocking them back before anyone could even tell what was happening. The criminals took just a second to try and figure out what had happened, but by the time they looked back, the figure was gone again. The men moved towards each other as they glanced around the small alley. Behind the bins and bags, on the fire escape, maybe behind the bodies. Where had that thing gone? They looked away for just a second. What the lead criminal's eyes swept right past it, then refocused right as that thing emerged. It flew in from above again, literally flying as it soared along the walls like some kind of animal. It soared across the alley in the blink of an eye, right into FUUUAA. The criminal barely had time to scream before the dark figure reappeared, slamming into and grabbing him with a single fluid motion. He was lifted off the ground like a doll for just a second, then something flashed. Ciora Ak. Oh, sit. The criminal was launched back by just a single strike by this strange figure, and it didn't stop there. Its massive form spun towards another criminal, extending a long limb and slamming into him too. The second criminal was thrown off his feet, crashing painfully into the ground before he could even comprehend what was happening. 4 left. There were only 2 left standing next to the monster. One man lunged forward with his knife, taking a stab at the beast, but was caught by a massive metallic claw. It closed around his arm, pulling him in close before slamming their skulls together and dropping him to the floor. He screamed in pain as he rolled on that floor, but not for long. That thing followed him right after, shaking its head for just a moment before it raised that horrible long limb one more time. Ciora Ak. F. The other man didn't even try to fight, running for the alley with all his might. He didn't even see it coming as something sailed through the air, right into his legs. SHK. 2 needles pierced his legs from behind, a flash of pain causing them to give out from underneath him. He dropped to the floor suddenly, managing a final glance back at that thing as it flew through the air towards him. Its long arm was raised. His hands tried to cover his face. Someone screamed. Ciora Ak. 2 left. The 2 criminals left picked themselves up from the ground, dazed and more than a little confused. What the? A trash bag. One of them punted the trash bag in a moment of frustration before they turned towards the hero. Holy shit. The alley was strewn with bodies. Hardly anyone moved, save for that horrible thing that stood over one of the largest of the criminals. Its claws were metallic and sharp, glinting in the dim street light. Its body shifted and moved with the wind, like some kind of ghost straight out of a movie. Its face was a strange black pitch that refused to hold a shape, but you could still feel it staring straight through you. It towered over them for just a moment, dropping its last victim as it grew larger and larger. It bore straight through them, completely unmoving for a second, and then it exploded. It jumped off the man into the air, its body spreading out behind it like a pair of wings as it flew through the air. It flew from wall to wall before spreading out its strange wings, claws raised as it fell upon its prey. They tried to run. They didn't get far. None left. The alley wasn't quiet. The city kept on buzzing right outside. The hum of lights, the murmur of people, and the taps of footsteps went on right outside it, masking the cries of pain and groans of anguish drifting out from that alley. The alley was serene, like a picture. Everything seemed frozen. The criminals strewn across the alley, barely moving from the pain. The victims were barely conscious, staring in a mix of horror and awe. And the dark figure stood at the head of the alley over its final 2 victims, its cloth-like body flapping in the wind. It stood like a titan over them, its claws barely visible in the dim light but still potent. Then, just slightly, it turned. The victim, who was still conscious, yelped in fear, pulling back instinctively as that thing moved towards her. It moved across the alley like a phantom, casually kicking something off the alley's floor and grabbing it midair with ease. A long stick, it rested against its shoulder, the same stick it had beaten so many people with effortlessly. She pressed herself against the wall, cowering as it moved towards her. It moved straight past her to her husband. It crouched down over him, turning him over and beginning to work. She couldn't see what it did, but it didn't take long. Just a minute later it stopped, rising again and facing her. Her heart seemed to stop staring at it, with a face that never quite looked human. There were mutant types, sure, but the way its face was constantly moving like some kind of mask was disconcerting. It then moved towards her, slowly this time. She pressed back, but she had already reached the alley's wall. She tried to make a noise, but her mouth was frozen shut. She closed her eyes in fear. She could feel it. Even if she couldn't see it, she could feel it over her, pressing down like a blanket. Its massive form coming closer and closer until she could feel it, but it wasn't what she thought. Something slightly wet pressed against her cheek, stinging just a bit. Nervously, she opened an eye as the dark figure pressed a small cloth against her cut cheek, cleaning it quietly. They both sat there for a few seconds in silence as it worked. She was too stunned to speak, and it had nothing to say. It was a strange moment, to be sure. It didn't take long before the figure was done. Reaching into their belt and taking out some bandaging with a metal gauntlet, instead of trying to contend with opening the packing themselves, they gave it to her. She looked down at the bandaging for a moment, then up at the figure in a mix of confusion and relief. She really didn't understand what just happened. The figure suddenly stood upright, staring at the end of the alley. The victim looked up at them, surprised, then turned her attention further down the alley to see what they were staring at. The edge of the alley had a crowd starting to form as people took notice of what was going on inside. But past the night was slowly lit with red and blue lights. The shrill cry of siren broke through the noise of the city as a hero pushed his way through the crowd. It was over. It was really over. The victim released the breath she didn't know she had been holding, feeling the tension leave her body as she leaned back against the wall. She turned towards the hero who saved her, scary though they looked. "Thank you," but there was no one there. She took a second to look further around the alley as more heroes and officers arrived. But there was no trace of the dark figure. Then she looked up towards the sky, and just for a moment, she could see them. A dark figure stood atop the roof, massive and featureless against the night sky. They stood so still your eyes passed right over them, watching over the scene silently. They looked at her. She wasn't sure how she knew, but she could just tell. They stared at each other for just a moment before the figure turned with a flourish, disappearing again into the darkness they came from without a word. The emergency workers weren't far behind the heroes and quickly sorted everyone. Nobody would be dying, not tonight anyway. The male victim had been given emergency care, and although it was a little rough, he'd make it. The villains would be arrested. The knife wound on the male victim was proof alone, plus extortion and running with the Yakuza. The evidence was ample for all of them. The one loose end no one could quite catch was the person who'd done it all. The perp had to be pretty strong to take down 10 men at once. Even heroes had a hard time taking down that many. The perp was fast. The police had received a call and moved as fast as they could. But even in those few minutes, the perp had taken everyone down single-handedly. The villains couldn't describe it. They were completely delirious. They talked about the perp as some kind of monster. From the way they talked about it, you'd think they got stuck in a cage with one of those Namu things. A monster, 10 feet tall with large arms that broke a man with every swing. And it could fly, turn invisible. Seriously, what a load of bullshit. The victims weren't much better. The man was fading in and out of consciousness and wasn't fit for questions. All the woman said was that it was a hero, but no hero matched up with the perp's description. Besides, there wasn't anyone there at the scene of the crime. What kind of hero ran after the job was done? But there was something. Something had come into that alley. Something had laid those villains out, and something had put the fear of God into every one of them. Detective Tsukachi was just about finished with his report on the scene. There had been a lot of crime recently with All Might's retirement, but one that hadn't risen as fast as the rest was vigilantism. There were a few odd cases, but they were the exception and not the rule. Well, it's better for us. Tsukachi's partner was just about finished with his own report as well, and was taking one last look over the scene. Hero or vigilante, the bad guys get arrested. A vigilante is a bad guy. Vigilantism is still a crime. It was most logical to believe that this was the work of a vigilante. Who else could it have been, after all? The question wasn't if it was a vigilante, though. It was who this vigilante was. After all, almost no one matched up with the description. No one, that was, except one person. A person who most people thought was dead. The super vigilante himself. So you didn't want the Ronin to come back. Tsukachi's partner shot him a curious glance that Tsukachi couldn't bring himself to honestly meet. Well, if it has to a vigilante, it's best that it's him. Tsukachi put together his excuses, but he couldn't hide the truth. Almost all police liked the Ronin as long as they didn't have to fight him. Practically no property damage. Control that seemed beyond humane. Almost mechanical. A solid 0 casualty rating among both villain and victim. He was the perfect hero. And he wasn't even a real hero. But the Ronin had disappeared over a month ago. From multiple patrols a night to an absence that stretched out for weeks, most of the officers assumed the vigilante had bitten the bullet in some back alley. Then they found out he might have actually died out in some forest doing something with UA. But that had all been covered up. The details of what actually happened to the hero were vague and best. And not much was the best. He had one incident that might have been him about a week ago. But if he was really back, if he really was alive. You're smiling, Detective Tsukachi. Come on, where's your professionalism? Sukachi's partner chided him with faux scorn, wagging a finger at him, then held up the yellow tape for him. Sukachi stepped under the tape as the two headed to the car. Who knows? He dropped the act a bit as he unlocked the car and settled in. Maybe I'm just glad to hear some good news after all this. Amen to that. Did you hear that Stain's back? Stain? F. Amen to that. Sukachi took one last second to look at that alley. It was so clean you could barely tell anything, and it had happened save for the yellow tape. It was his fourth scene today. With the crime rate really taking off, the heroes had been pressed thinner and thinner. Even with such a high saturation, it seemed like there was no end to this crime wave. And now Ronin, the Ronin, might be back. Sukachi had never met the vigilante himself, not that he knew of anyway. But he'd heard the stories. An old-fashioned hero. A one-man army that could match up to one of the 10. A legend that crime itself had come to fear. He might be back. The detective shook his head but couldn't shake his smile as he started the car, beginning to pull away from the crime scene. He spoke quietly, just to himself under his breath. Amen to that. LOLWWW. Midoriya sat in his room, clutching his head as he went over the cluster that just happened. He tried to take on 10 men, but all he ended up doing was looking like a total moron. He had literally crashed into the first guy, body slamming both of them to the floor. Rough but okay, it worked. Then he tried to take on the next 3 and, OF, had that been a disaster. He had thought they would be too surprised to fight back. And boy was he wrong. He used his judo to throw them into each other, but he had a lapse in judgment and headbutted one of them. Right after he realized that headbutting without his helmet was a stupid effing idea. He had been late with the 5th criminal, the one next to the girl. The criminal might have tried to use her as a hostage if was too slow, so that was a big problem. But then he rushed in too hard and wound up body-checking the criminal. This meant he was too close to use the canab and had to back off between attacks. The chain takedown had gone well at least. He finished the 5th with 2 hits, moved through the 6th practically unhindered, and took out the 7th also fairly quickly, even if some of that speed came from him accidentally using a headbutt again. The 8th guy tried to run and Midoriya just effing missed. He threw 4 effing needles and half of them just went sailing right past to who knows where. He was lucky he didn't accidentally hit someone with them. Those needles could really effing hurt. And after the 8th there were only 2, the guys who'd been standing closest to the edge of the alley. Midoriya had been really worried that they would disappear into the crowd if he took too long, so he rushed again. And he just wound up grabbing them both by the head and tripping all 3 of them, himself included. Everybody hit the ground that time, and man did that hurt. He was lucky he landed on the other 2 guys, or else he might have knocked himself out. What an idiot. All in all, he looked like a joke. The whole fight was a total mess top to bottom, and even after the fight ended, Midoriya held the ice pack to his head as he sat in his desk, replaying it one last time and continuing to nitpick his performance. He'd been in way too much of a rush. Even after the fight was over, he'd been rushing. He tried to give first aid to the guy, but he was wearing his new arm pieces and accidentally tore the bandaging in half, so he had to get a new one. Then for the girl, he applied the cleaning stuff to her wound, but he didn't want to tear a second bandage in half, so he just handed it to her. They just stared at each other for a second and he felt like a total moron. It was so awkward. It was fine, it was all fine. It was just a learning experience. Now they knew that headbutting was a lot bigger part of their fighting style than they first thought. It seemed they really needed that helmet more than they thought. Plus they needed to learn to slow down a bit more. Midoriya checked the time. He was right. This wasn't time for self-pity no matter how bad he'd been. He could do better. He would do better. With his thoughts laid out and his focus found, the young vigilante set to work setting up the room. He put a pile of clothes in the middle of his room, grabbed a pencil with both hands, and got into form. He had a lot of work to do before he could call himself Ronin again, didn't he? One deep breath, and then he raised his sword for the first stroke. No style, form 1. It was a pretty serene morning. The early morning breeze was cool, the sunshine was warm, and the streets were somewhat quiet. The hot streak that kept it 90 degrees or higher made sure no one wanted to go outside. But that was later and this was now. Right now it still felt great, hiding the scorcher that would be creeping in soon. Ishiyama High School wasn't pretty by any accounts, either. An old building with more graffiti than clean walls. At least a quarter of the rooms weren't in use, and many more had some kind of damage in them. Cracked windows, holes in the walls, lights that refused to turn on. To call it rundown would be an understatement. It was a pretty serene morning, relatively. Midoriya was sitting in his classroom come Monday morning. Once again the first there, and was loving the quiet. After last night's catastrophe, any break was welcome. His head was killing him. How many times had he headbutted someone last night? 5, maybe 6. All those strikes without his solid helmet did considerable damage to him, and that didn't take into account all the times something else hit his head. Midoriya rubbed his head, wondering when the headache medicine would kick in or if he just didn't notice it. He had to sneak back into his house late at night and not use an ice pack to avoid suspicions from his mom. But this, it didn't even hurt that much anymore. It was just annoying. And so, in a time like this, Midoriya found the empty classroom to be perfect. Sure, the windows couldn't close, so it was going to be way too hot soon. But that was a problem for another time, and Midoriya didn't get this far planning ahead. He was content to just sit in his seat, trying not to think about how much his face felt like something. God, this was annoying. Midoriya ground his teeth as he rubbed his forehead again, wondering if he needed to do more research into headbutting when the students began to swarm into the classroom. They usually came in waves, bunches arriving at once regardless of if this was their classroom or not. Most of the people who came to Vishiyama High School weren't here to learn. After all, so what did it matter what classroom they went to? Midoriya ignored his classmates, focusing instead on his headache. And why wouldn't he? He hadn't spoken to a single one of them all semester, save for this one time they told him to sit in a room and fight some random people, but past that was nothing. Midoriya wasn't even entirely sure which people were supposed to be in this classroom and which weren't anymore. It was because of this focus that he didn't notice when some people started to move toward his desk. People moved around all the time and never bothered him, so why would they start now? Oh, he was such a poor fool. Midoriya was stuck in his own little world right until 3 people moved up to his desk, and brought back to reality by the loud crash as one of their hands smacked his desk. Boy, Revenant sprung back from the desk, then calmed down as he took a second to look at the people standing around him. 3 people stood in front of him, all looking to be older than him. If they were just held back or his seniors was anyone's guess, since nobody wore their class uniforms except him, but they had a definite air of confidence and annoyance he usually didn't see outside of work. The one in the lead kept his hand on Midoriya's desk as he leaned forward, making sure to look Midoriya dead in the eye as he shouted, "AI, you that one guy in the crafting club, right? Midoriya took just a second to release the tension out of his body as his brain caught up. He'd noticed them coming into the room and walking up to his desk. But if he got suspicious of every rando who walked through his class, he'd never get any peace. He didn't even take a second to look around, taking in the scene. Most of the students weren't looking his way. This was pretty normal in Ishiyama High after all, but there were enough people that he didn't feel like trying to attract attention to himself, especially if that meant doing anything fast. That would definitely make his headache worse. Why yes, that's me, what's this about? Midoriya did his best to play along. He put on his best dopey face, drawing on all those years as the class punching bag to make it convincing as he hid behind his hands, ready to catch himself if things got nasty. "You are the guy then?" The guy in the lead leaned forward more and grabbed Midoriya by the collar, pulling him close and continuing to stare straight through him. If it weren't for Midoriya's headache, he probably would have headbutted the guy right there and then. But good. The guy in the lead suddenly showed just how strong he was as he fully lifted Midoriya with just one arm, pulling the surprised vigilante straight out of his seat and into the air. If Midoriya wasn't busy suppressing his instinct to break this grab and kick the guy in the head, he might have been impressed. Well, Revenant think. This seemed too dangerous. That was his logic anyways, as the large boy put him on his shoulder and ran out the door with the other 2 in close pursuit. Whatever was happening, it beat sitting in class. Probably. Maybe. Alright. Maybe the headbutting was clouding his judgment more than he thought. Ishiyama High School had only 3 buildings. Well, only 3 buildings left. Nobody could remember what the 4th building was supposed to be, but the point was that there are 3. The main building of the school was, surprise surprise, the biggest one. It was the one with the teachers, the gym, and where the classes were held, if you could call them classes with a straight face. Midoriya didn't spend much time there, since he was usually in the 2nd building. The 2nd building was supposed to be, well, no one was sure, but it was definitely for classes at one point. It was a long building with 16 rooms split across 2 floors, and one of those rooms was the crafting club room. Most of the rooms were just used for fights, like that time he got called out by some students for some random fight that he probably should have thrown in hindsight. And that left one building that Midoriya had only been in once, as far as he remembered. The oldest building in the school, the old gymnasium building. It was one of those small dojo-looking buildings, like in the kung fu flicks. It probably would have been the best building in the whole school if the judo and kendo clubs weren't constantly fighting in and over it. It was to that 3rd building that Midoriya was carried before classes could even properly begin for the day. Midoriya had been half expecting them to take him outside of school grounds, where he could thrash them as much as he'd like, so it was a welcome surprise to go inside the old building again. Midoriya was still being carried over the shoulder like a sack of potatoes when they got to the old building. He couldn't see what was going on. He was stuck facing the wrong way, but he could already see this was probably going to be a massive waste of his time. "Boy, I got the crafting guy." The guy in the lead shouted as he flung open the door to the old gym, stopping just at the doorway as he looked around the building. "Oi, Kinky, where's Fairy? What do I look like, his babysitter? Ain't you his sister? He's at school today, right?" Midoriya would have loved to see what was going on really. But he was still stuck facing the outdoors with no clue what was happening save for what he heard from this group of dipshits. Someone called him here, and it wasn't the 3 musketeers who came to his class. Someone called Fairy. And that Midoriya had only interacted with the kendo club once, and he had a pretty good idea what was going on. But with class starting soon, he really wasn't interested. He already had a lot on his plate between the UA stuff, training, and building more equipment. Still, it didn't look like he was going to get out of this until that fairy person showed up. Midoriya stretched, looking around the courtyard at the hooligans running around, some big guys working, and a sword tip. Midoriya's gaze flicked downward. A short kid stood outside the kendo club and behind the giant gorilla carrying him. 3 feet tall, tops. He had pink hair cut short and pushed back. He wore loose pants and a white t-shirt. Not the uniform, but he carried a long wooden sword that was taller than himself in one hand. It was the tip of that sword that caught Midoriya's attention. The short guy looked at Midoriya, a little surprised. Midoriya looked at the short guy, a little confused. Both peered over the gorilla and his friends into the club for a second, then at each other. "You fairy." The short guy nodded, glancing from Midoriya to the gorilla. "Crafting club." Midoriya nodded. Fairy glanced past Midoriya and the gorilla, taking a second to listen in on the shouting match before his attention came back to Midoriya. "Sue, wanna come down? Are you good?" "Yes, and thank God." After Fairy got the gorilla to put down Midoriya, they went inside, and Fairy whacked a lot of people upside the head with his wooden sword. The two could finally sit down and talk about whatever Midoriya had been called to the club for. The club room was pretty big. It had been a gymnasium at one point, so it was only one room and very open. People were strewn all across the room. Some people were playing video games in the corner, some people were talking on the sidelines, and some people were fighting in the middle. However, the room wasn't all sunshine and beatdowns. 2 clubs had been fighting in and over this building for a while, and from the dents in the floor to the scrapes in the walls, it showed. Beyond the minor and major damage to certain areas, the room itself looked about as clean as the rest of the school. Garbage and dirt were everywhere, just like the crafting club had when Midoriya started it. Not exactly pleasant to look at. Fairy led Midoriya to the side to a pair of chairs so they could sit and talk. Midoriya did his best to ignore the litter thrown around the room, brushing off his chair before sitting down. So, Midoriya started half-heartedly, a mix of confused and anxious at what a bunch of hooligans wanted with him, but luckily Fairy had no such qualms. "So, you that guy in the crafting club?" "Yeah." Fairy hopped up onto his chair, crossing his legs and letting the wooden sword rest against his shoulder as he spoke. He looked completely in his element among the mess, locking eyes with Midoriya and flashing a quick smile. "Good to see you again." Midoriya nodded, trying his very best not to touch the soda stain in his chair. "You wanted to see me for something." Fairy blinked at Midoriya a couple of times before smacking himself across the head. Right. Come on, I got something to show you. So we didn't need to sit down in this mess." Midoriya took a second to mope as Fairy jumped off the chair, already in motion. "Nope, but quitchabichin and hurry up." Fairy didn't even look back as he strode over to a storage room, a room so bland Midoriya completely missed it in his first assessment of the building. Midoriya thought about leaving but dismissed that thought with a shake of his head as he stood. He'd let himself get carried all the way here. He sat in the stupid chair. He might as well see what this was all about before he left. Well, at least he was learning a lot about the sunk cost fallacy. Midoriya looked over what was left of the kendo swords, his face completely blank as his thoughts slowly moved. Kendo swords were long sticks made of several pieces of bamboo bound together with leather. It had no screws, no glue, and was actually pretty simple to make. It was that simplicity that lent it a lot of its durability. Despite what someone might think, the bamboo was very sturdy, and using multiple pieces to create one blade gave it a lot of strength. It was many things coming together to form a stronger whole. It wasn't something you could just snap in half with a couple of swings. That's why it was amazing to see at least 30 pieces of bamboo strewn about on the floor. Midoriya picked up a piece in either hand, absent-mindedly pushing the broken ends towards each other like trying to put a puzzle back together as his brain tried to figure out how someone could accidentally break 10 kendo swords in the exact same way. He didn't need to wait long. Fairy laughed as he looked at all the pieces, gesturing with one hand towards a pipe leaning on the wall. "Guess they weren't that sturdy, huh? Just a couple dozen hits against that thing and they broke like twigs." "A couple dozen?" Revenant stared at the twigs in his hands, then the pipe. Even if the pipe was metal and practice swords were wood, they broke in only 20-odd hits. What the hell was this? A side-scrolling beat 'em up. What was the kendo club doing with their sticks? Give or take a few. We didn't count. Fairy laughed it off and walked beside Midoriya confidently, giving the larger boy a smack on the back playfully. "But whatever, it's all good." "It is." Midoriya wasn't sure how the kendo club was going to work without any kendo swords. But even with his massive headache, he could tell where this was probably going. It's just a few swords. You made 'em in like a week last time, right? Shouldn't be too hard to make 'em again." You want me to make more swords for your club? Midoriya stared at the pieces in his hands, thinking it over. He'd made these before, and it really was easy. A few pieces of bamboo held together with leather. A week, please. He could make the new swords in just 3 days. That was nothing compared to other things he'd made. Yeah, since you did it last time. It did a great job too. Fairy gave him a thumbs up. He made all the old swords in under a week, and that was only in his free time. He still had the parts, too, so. Midoriya turned to Fairy with a big smile, his mind made up. No, what do you mean no whoa? Mao took a couple of steps back as Midoriya started to make wider swings with Muramasa. He retreated a few feet to put himself outside the katana's reach, then stepped to the side as Midoriya advanced with another attack. I said, I wouldn't make the swords. Midoriya spat the words out between the swings, doing his best to catch his breath, talk, and fight all at the same time. It was a lot harder than he thought. Midoriya and Mao were partway through their Monday training. Midoriya had already finished his running and push-ups, so now they were doing a practice match per Midoriya's request. Midoriya was in full uniform. His bodysuit, his weapons, the works. Sure, he didn't have his helmet, but they were fighting in a dark cave. Putting that on without the night vision was practically asking Mao to kick his ass. Mao kept it defensive and loose as Midoriya pressed the attack. Midoriya would act, Mao would react. Midoriya would swing, Mao would dance around it, and Midoriya would chase. This, naturally, would have bored Mao to tears normally, so Mao suggested talking to make it a bit more interesting. They were moving around the gun range in the military base, the same place as their usual training exercises. It was secluded, it was secretive, and best of all, it wasn't 1,000,000,000 degrees. Seriously, it seemed to get hotter every day with no end in sight. But why? They expensive? Not really. I still have all the stuff to make them. Midoriya moved forward steadily. Small steps, quick attacks, strong focus to keep up the pressure. It's just some bamboo, some leather, and it's not like I could use the bamboo for something else. Den you don't want to build dat sheet cause. You don't like em. Mao stopped to chuckle at Midoriya's childish antics before suddenly swerving to the side, almost getting smacked in the side by Midoriya's pointy sword. Pretty much, Midoriya admitted without a hint of remorse for how stupid the reason was. Those morons broke 10 swords. 10? Those things aren't made of paper, you know. Yeah, they must be pretty good at breaking stuff. Mao scratched the back of his head and stopped stepping back, dodging Midoriya's swings while standing in place. He kept his legs planted as he leaned around Midoriya's attacks, rubbing his chin to try and think for the first time this week. So you just don't want to work for dem cause they broke his sheet. Mao's leg snapped up as he spoke, suddenly striking Midoriya in the stomach with a snap kick and launching the smaller boy back several feet. Makes sense. Ark. Midoriya was doubled over holding his stomach, trying to get his breath back from that one attack. He'd been too focused on attacking and talking to defend, a sloppy mistake. It seemed this talking training could be pretty useful shit. Revenant swerved back, standing straight up and jumping backward as Mao moved forward, coming in with more kicks. He'd gotten too focused on his internal monologue and almost ate Mao's boot. But I'm just saying, it could really learn a din or two from a sword club or whatever. Mao moved forward slowly but steadily, advancing with his kicks as he took the initiative. He took a step with every kick to move towards his opponent, keeping up a pretty constant yet slow barrage of attacks. From those morons, Midoriya scoffed at the idea as he came back into the moment. Mao's kicks were big and powerful, but that power took time to build up. There were gaps between attacks that he could use. You have no idea how dumb they are. Mao sent out another kick while Midoriya stepped to the side, letting Mao's leg pass him by while he closed in for his own attack. How could they teach me if they don't even know what they're doing? Midoriya's sword swing was much faster now that he was focused. Instead of swinging wildly, he aimed to strike at Mao's unprotected body. A sword against a shirt would win every time, after all. But the shirt was nothing compared to the man underneath. Mao saw that his kick had missed where Midoriya had moved and ended his barrage to go back on the defense. Now he dodged backward, out of the reach of Midoriya's attack, all while still talking freely. It seems Mao was better at this talking and fighting thing. I don't mean to be rude, man, Mao spoke as he dodged Midoriya's attack. His movements made it all seem simple. A step here, a lean there. He made this look easy. Probably because, to him, it was. Wait, I don't care. I do mean to be rude. Cause your sword skills? Kinda sheet dude. Midoriya swung sideways at Mao again, missing as Mao moved backward, but then Mao suddenly dashed forward. He casually walked past Midoriya's overswinging sword and straight to the boy himself, lining up a kick to punctuate his argument. Midoriya weighed up his options and countered with a kick of his own. He had mostly stuck to sword practice up till this point since it was the rustiest, but he had no qualms about trying out other styles if they'd work. Leg met leg and, to no one's surprise, Midoriya was sent flying back again, landing roughly on the ground before rolling back to his feet. Even if Midoriya had intercepted Mao's kick, he was nowhere near strong enough to stop it. In Japan, yeah, pretty good. I'd put you in da top 50, easy. Mao didn't even react to having his leg kicked and just kept on walking forward. But good ain't good enough, ya dig. Midoriya stepped back in with his sword ready, taking a one-handed swing at Mao while throwing dirt with the other. Mao popped his leg off the ground, kicking the side of the sword to knock it out of the way while blocking the dirt with just the swat of an arm. You got that dirt a fightin' style. But let me tell you, man, some real basics would take you far. Mao then spun his entire body, causing his already outstretched leg to whip around and hit Midoriya. Midoriya had still been recovering from getting his sword smacked and was off balance, unable to get out of the way in time. Midoriya planted his feet and tried to deflect the leg with his sword, and while he didn't fall over again, he was pushed back several feet and left with shaking arms. That force was unreal. You know, this doesn't seem to really be about making swords for the kendo club. Was it ever? Mao raised an eyebrow, then laughed. Who cares about dem dipsheets? They seem dumb as F anyway, so FM. This is about you. Mao still walked over confidently, flicking his dreadlocks out of his face with just the shake of his head. I think you could make da swords for those morons, and then you could join their sitcho and learn a thing or two. I'm just saying. Seriously? Midoriya dropped his guard a bit, then shook his head. He did have similar thoughts to what Mao was saying, especially after his time in the judo club, but seeing them in person gave him second thoughts. What could those morons teach me? It ain't about what they can teach, dipshit. It's about what you can learn. Was that supposed to help me, or just sound vague and confuse? He said. In a single moment, the main man appeared before the kid with a punch just a second behind. The kid's offense stopped as he scrambled to one side, letting the punch rocket past him by just a hair's breadth, but the onslaught didn't stop. The main man walked forward with overflowing confidence and took a punch with every step, crushing all resistance with sheer power and speed. There was no time to try and react as he moved, shooting out punch after punch with terrifying ease and accuracy at the kid. But the Ronin didn't get this far because it was easy. His first stumbling steps became faster and lighter as he got into the rhythm of the fight, moving around his much larger opponent quickly. The main man struck with his right, and the Ronin appeared just beyond his reach. He'd pull back for another punch and the Ronin was there, attacking him. Wave against wave hit, an untouchable breeze against an unstoppable mountain. The main man took a deep breath and laughed at his opponent's smaller attacks, then exploded into a full-body tackle. His outstretched arms latched onto the evasive wind, grabbing the Ronin by the arm before pulling him in for one of his powerful punches. Ronin's sword flicked through the air and slashed the arm holding him, forcing the main man to loosen his grip, but he couldn't stop the oncoming punch. With no time left to evade and no chance to block, the Ronin took a page from his own book and prepared to counter. Fist and blade both flew through the air, one to launch the smaller opponent across the firing range and the other to try and deflect the crushing blow. The main man's face was alight with his smile stretching ear to ear. He didn't care if he hit or was hit. This feeling, this heat, as long as he could feel that, he had definitely won. The Ronin's teeth were gritted so hard he thought they might crack. Even in simple training, it all felt so hard. The suit clung to him, crushing him. His lungs felt like they would explode, overworked. Every muscle in his body and then a few more ached, burning from the stress. But somehow, that heat inside him. SKRT. Mao and Midoriya were both frozen, looking at the sword stuck about 3 inches into Mao's stomach. Mao took a slow step back, standing straight up before tapping the sword gingerly. He then took a single deep breath, plucking it out like a thorn, and that was when the bleeding really started. Welp, sheet. Oi, oi. Ya hands cold as sheet. Mao sat on a stool, shirtless as ever but now with a red line across his stomach, a cut that ran from paper thin to a few inches deep. Midoriya stood over him, doing his best to clean that cut with the first aid he kept on his vigilante suit. Yeah, and maybe if you'd shut the F up, we'd be done already. Ever think about that? I did, but I figured F in Wichu was way funnier, and I was right. Mao leaned back and laughed, causing Midoriya to smack the giant upside the head with the first aid case. Mao and Midoriya were still inside the ex-military base but had moved out of the firing range and into some better lighting. The armory. The armory had changed since Midoriya's last time inside. The room was still packed tight with boxes, but it showed some new signs of life. Things were moved out of order, a few boxes were opened, and some guns now hung from the mostly barren walls. Plus, all the lights work. Big plus, since it meant Midoriya could see what he was doing. Midoriya worked quickly and quietly, already done cleaning the injury and moving on to putting bandaging and pressure on it. You shouldn't have removed the sword, genius. Now you have to go to a hospital or something to get the stitches checked, and I hate that look. Midoriya glared up at Mao, who was doing his best to keep a straight face, honest, but it was just pissing off Midoriya more. The way Mao tried to keep from smiling, despite his injury, and the way he was acting. ... You're fine, aren't you? I mean, I wasn't gonna say nothing. But Mao gave a cocky smile right before taking the first aid case to the dome again. Hey, no abusing an injured man. And you call yourself a hero, watch the hair. What, do you have a healing factor too? Midoriya shook his head at the big moron, more upset with how worried he'd gotten. Figures Mal had some way to shrug off getting stabbed. The D. Healin' factor. What FS? Oh, like fast healin'? Mal scratched his head, then burst into more laughter. Seriously, did this dipshit think everything was funny? Kinda. Oh, go F yourself. Midoriya was scowling, but he still finished his first aid and tied off the bandaging. Mal shrugged as he stood up off the stool, picking his coat up off the countertop. I just used my shapeshifting quirk and shape and shift into a me without an injury. Oh, that's bullshit. Midoriya was tempted to whack Mal one more time in the head with the first aid kit, but Mal was too tall standing for that to work, so he just lobbed it into the gangster's head, who tanked it without moving an inch. How the F does that work? Why the F does that work? Your quirks are bullshit. Man, just wait till you hear about Da Energy 1. Mal was practically dying of laughter now, doubled over as he grabbed the counter for balance while Midoriya smacked him repeatedly upside the head with the first aid kit again. Mal barely made any effort to protect himself, Midoriya putting hardly any weight into the attack alongside Mal's own hype growing more and more. Still, why didn't you say something? Midoriya put away the first aid kit while Mal rubbed the bandaging on his stomach. If your hype wasn't enough to block a sword, I wouldn't have used a real sword. Using a quirk isn't an exact science. Mal waved it off, standing up and patting his chest. All rig, it kinda is, but hey, it's not like I know exactly how tough I am all the time. Besides, I figured your dumbass knew some way to not cut a guy with a sword, so technically it's your own fault. Hey, alright, that is on me. Midoriya shook his head, his hand and eyes naturally drifting to the sword on his hip. He knew he'd be training, but he used a real sword. Maybe he should have made a kendo sword, if not for the club but for himself. Mal's gaze lingered on the sword at Midoriya's side, Muramasa. Midoriya glanced down at it, scowling while grabbing the scabbard with his left hand to better control where the sword pointed. This wasn't a problem he had before. Revenant's figures tapped on Muramasa's handle as he thought about the katana. All of his weapons before this had a dull edge. From his first katana, alright. Katana was a strong word to his kanab. All his weapons had been dulled to be safe, both for him and for his victims. He had dangerous weapons, like the flaming axe Rita, but he saved that for special occasions. Muramasa was supposed to replace Yamato as his main weapon, though, but if Muramasa was this dangerous, Muramasa was a long sword, coming in at over 3 feet long with the handle included, not as massive as Yamato, but still pretty big. It had been based off the hero killer Stain's sword, with a serrated edge to tear through opponents and more easily induce bleeding. Alright, in hindsight, remaking Stain's sword had been a really stupid idea. It even included Midoriya's signature gun sheath design for a powerful drawing cut. It was a great example of a tool for killing, but as a tool for heroism. Midoriya scowled as he gripped Muramasa's sheath, doing some quick motions to untie the sheath from his belt and pull it out. Until now I used a sword without an edge. But that thing exploded, so here we are. He took the sheathed sword off his hip and rested it on the counter beside himself and Mao, then stepped back so Mao could look at it. Mao glanced at him to gain approval before gingerly picking up the sword, showing that rare professionalism that always managed to surprise Midoriya. Mao was fairly gentle as he picked up the sheath, holding it up in the light for a second before spinning it around, trying to get a good idea of all its details. His eyes quickly locked onto the gun portions of the gun sheath, tracing a finger along the slot for ammunition before turning to Midoriya. Gun sheath. Yup, noise. With that out of the way, Mao drew the katana. His motions weren't fluid from practice, but he still looked like he knew what he was doing as he looked over the sword that cut him. He checked the straightness of the blade, then ran a finger sideways across the blade to check its edge. Where'd you get it? Made it myself. I can tell. The heat treating a sheet. Effin' amateur hour. Mao took a second to laugh at Midoriya and took a few practice swings. Least the weight isn't add up too bad. You might actually know what a doin' sometimes. Midoriya rolled his eyes, but he was definitely still taking notes. Mao was an arms dealer, so if anyone knew how to judge weapons, it was probably Mao. Still, Midoriya wasn't sure how familiar a gun guy was going to be with katanas. Still, just for a few seconds, Mao really looked like he knew what he was talking about. Hey, it ain't professional, but somebody'd give you some good sheet for dis. Mao sheathed and tossed Muramasa back to Midoriya. I knew there was some guy on the market for swords like dat. Riella liked him sharp, but dat was a while ago. Mao, I'm not trying to sell it. Midoriya stared blankly at the big moron, sadly shaking his head while Mao recovered. So much for that air of professionalism. You be right, you do be right. Mao nodded along without missing a beat, skipping over his little mistake and moving straight on. But dat's dat, and dis is dis. Now, is sure you wanna use dat ding? It looks a little, too, let's say dangerous. Definitely. Midoriya nodded, in total agreement now that Mao was back on track. Muramasa was the best weapon Midoriya had ever made. without comparison. Sure, the heat treating might have been a little spotty, and it might have been a little too light after his cheat sword Yamato, but it was his third ever sword. It was his best weapon by leaps and bounds, and it was something that was undoubtedly a weapon. For better or for worse, I started out with a sword, but against normal people, this is a little too much. Midori mused while putting the sword back on his belt, tying it into position before giving it a testing tug and retying the knot. No sheet, Sherlock. You think cops don't use swords 'cause they're expensive? Mao, that's exactly why the police never got to use katanas. Oh, whatever. Mao laughed at Midoriya's musings, but to his point, it was fairly obvious with just a little hindsight. A sword was a dangerous weapon made to kill. And while Ronin's swords had never had a cutting edge before, Muramasa did. To use it against the trash he found on the streets wasn't just overkill. It was a terrible idea from the ground up. Perhaps that was why he had never used it against those street rats before. Revenant carried a lot of weapons, but recently whenever he was patrolling or practicing he found a reason not to use Muramasa. A far cry from Yamato, which he used on everything from the sewers to his opponents. It's a pretty good sword, but I don't think it's good for you know. Mao sat on the counter, eyes flicking to the blade sheathed at Midoriya's hip. He drew the sword again in a single swift motion, looking over the sword again. A sharp edge to cut through opponents, a serrated edge to inflict as much pain as possible, a gun sheath for a single, sudden, and powerful attack, combined with the quirk infused into the blade. It will take so much work to fix this. Revenant groaned as he inspected the katana. Forget just trying to dull it. He'd have to reforge the entire shape of the blade to get rid of the serrations. It would definitely be more efficient to make a new sword from scratch. So much work into making a sword, all to never use it. Revenant was running the numbers through his head, trying to think of a way to salvage the blade, but it was his defeat. While the sword definitely had a use, cutting, that use would rarely come up, and to try and force it to do something else was a waste of effort. All he wound up with was another AEC. How annoying. Hey, don't be so glum. Mao lightly smacked the young vigilante in the shoulder, snickering as he slid off the countertop and started to move around the armory to the crates of weapons stacked about the place. It ain't perfect, but it's good. Take some pride in that. Besides, the main man opened a few crates before he found what he was looking for, lifting the box and taking it back with him to the counter. It still got its uses. Against people Mig be kinda sheet, but hey, against those brain zombie quirk things. Mao set the box on the countertop, doing a quick chef's kiss at just the idea of Muramasa against Anamo. Izai monai, you dig. Somewhat. Revenant tried to follow Mao's perspective shift to force some optimism into the situation, even though optimism wasn't quite his thing. Sure, the sword was downright detrimental to his goals against criminals, but against Namo, it was no Yamato, but it had a killing power that most of his other weapons lacked. A surefire way to deal with the monsters that got too close, combined with its quirk for ranged attacks. No, not somewhat, yes, I do dig. I think. What does dig mean? Don't worry about it. Mao just laughed a little harder before opening the case and setting a few parts down. You feel what I mean, and that's good enough. But about that sword. Mao glanced up from his work, nodding again to the sword. I'm just saying, you want to keep using a katana, you should probably figure out how to use one. Midoriya glanced down at it, thinking it over, still going on about that kendo club. You might have to give him some stupid swords, but free is free. Besides, I'll get to air some funny stories about it later. Should be good for a laugh. And so the truth comes out. Midoriya shook his head, amazed at how easily Mao combined fact with bullshit. Truly, he was a one-of-a-kind guy. But besides making fun of him, Mao's words brought another thought into the mess Midoriya pretended was his mind. He moved up to the counter next to the giant, leaning on it to look at Mao's work as he spoke. So where'd you learn to fight? Dude, I learned from effing everywhere. Mao's smile deepened as his brow furrowed, thinking slowly while his hands worked quickly. Learned some fanka gun tricks in DOS states. Picked up some of my moves in Kenya, got my ass kicked a couple of times in Kenya, but nowhere specific, just kinda a hodgepodge of sheet through DA years. But Mao's hands slowed as the gun finally came together, stopping to admire his craftsmanship. In his giant mitts was an impressively large pistol, bigger than Midoriya's head, but it fit like a glove in the gangster's hands. He moved the slide back and forth a few times before nodding and turning his attention back to Midoriya. Dat sheet took effing years, and I ain't talking like 5 or 10. You wanna do dis sheet, you better get a F and move on. Mao could make some good points when he wasn't being a giant moron. Mao was definitely over 100 years old. He had time to waste. But if Midoriya wanted to improve, he'd have to get his facts straight and his sit sorted quickly. His techniques, his equipment, all of it was good. That was definitely sure. Last night proved it, but it could be better. He made a lot of mistakes. He took a lot of stupid hits, and he didn't even have half his full kit. It was so sloppy, he could have been one of the top 10 heroes. Disgusting. Revenant snarled slightly at the thought. Nothing pissed him off like professional heroes, and just the thought of being like them doesn't have to be dat kendo club or whatever either. A real dojo or some sheet could prola teach you what. More dan dos dipsheets. Mao spun the pistol on his finger, then glanced around. You seen a magazine round air. I swore I just added. Midoriya pulled the magazine out from under Mao's arm and handed it to him. Don't want to join a real dojo. Government records that, so they could put me on a list for investigation if they find out anything suspicious about my civilian life. The school might be full of idiots, but at least the paperwork's so bad no one has any idea what you're doing in there. Danka Mao took the magazine and began sliding bullets in. For a moron who can't think about how dangerous swords are, Uriela put a lot of thought into this. I know the sword's dangerous. I just don't have the time to deal with it all. Well, that sounded kind of lame. Midoriya took a second to think over his words, trying to plan it out so he didn't say complete nonsense. I've got a lot I want to do, but not enough time to do it all. Fixing the equipment, getting a new helmet, building a sword, it's a lot to think about. Mao just nodded along as he slid the bullets into the magazine, listening quietly while Midoriya worked himself up. He waited until Midoriya had finished getting it all out before speaking up, saying, "You sounding predabusa," something like that. Midoriya stared at the weapon stuck to his hip, trying to keep his thoughts focused. To bring Muramasa into combat was too dangerous, a line too thin for him to tread. He'd have to make a replacement, but what would he make this time? Would he make another katana? He'd made 3 already. Well, to call that first weapon a katana's a stretch. Midoriya smirked a bit just thinking about it. The first mess he'd made. That thing was cobbled together mess. A random pipe I picked up and forged into something like a sword. Undistracted again. Hey, and I'm talking out loud. Whoops, it don't matter. Mao shrugged it off, sliding the magazine into the gun he assembled and aiming down the sights. Is worrying about all dat fun or something? You do know dat you can take down the average SH muck without a sword, Rick? Yes, but... Midoriya muttered as he rubbed his head. Even though he got hit in the head a ton of times last night, those fights had basically proven that he could defeat the average criminal without a sword. In a one-on-one fight with the average street slicker, he couldn't be beaten. But I don't think that's enough. Midoriya's fingers curled around the sheath's grip, a finger idly tapping the trigger. He could beat the average criminal, sure, but past that, could he defeat Mao in a real fight? Or would he have to rely on a cheap shot with a gun again? If he fought muscular again, without Yamato, would it even be considered a fight? Would he just be crushed a second time? He could take on 10 guys, at a stretch, but how far could it go? How far could he go? If I stopped now, I'd be good. But I don't want to settle for just good. The professional heroes he saw everywhere had just settled for good, and look where it got them. A sea of mediocrity. A bunch of morons in spandex posing for cameras, outdone by a goddamn teenager, all while the crime rate was still somehow rising. Midoriya wasn't even sure how the crime rate really worked. But it trucked onward and upward anyhow. I want to go beyond my own limits, cause if I didn't, what was the point of all this? Midoriya's scowl deepened as he brought himself back into the moment. I'm sick of just being good enough. What the hell is the point of plus ultra if you just settle for whatever works? Well, that speech is great and all, but are you talking to me or yourself? I don't know, but I'm guessing me. Midoriya spoke with confidence as he stood up, motivated to do something. He wasn't sure what, but it was definitely something. Mao glanced around, confused, then pointed back to the firing range with his gun. Sue, since the physical stuff's done till I'm done healing, wanna shoot some guns? Sure. Midoriya shoved his first aid kit back into his jacket. Both gangster and vigilante moving together to get some of that improvement Midoriya was craving down at the firing range. Also, what the F does plus ultra mean? You know, I'm not actually sure. Midoriya had thought this might have been like the judo club. When he joined that club, he started out doing a whole bunch of grunt work, setting up, cleaning up. How long had it been before he got to do any actual judo? He had to wonder how long it would take from agreeing to help the kendo club to do some actual fighting. But, a downward swing straight at his noggin, swatted to the side by his stick. The once blocked stick rebounded downward once again, then flicked to the side at the last minute to become a sideways slash still aimed at his face. He dragged his own stick to the same side, blocking again. And now it rebounded again, coming at him from the opposite direction with barely any time to react and no time to think. He had to throw his stick into the way and his body out of the way as he barely managed to ward off another quick strike. Fairy was relentless. He made criminals and heroes alike look like deadweight as he poured his entire soul into beating the ever-loving sit out of Midoriya, striking harder and faster than Midoriya imagined possible. Midoriya had thought it'd be simple. He went into school the next day to try and play it coy. Make a deal that he'd get to experience some of the club and in return, he'd make them their kendo swords. 3 sword strikes, all so fast it was like they were simultaneous. They didn't even come from different angles. They were all large sideways swings. Normally, he wouldn't have even needed to switch his guard position, like changing from an up guard to a side guard, but that was normally. This time, Midoriya had showed up a little earlier than usual. He attributed it to all those circles he'd been running in the military base, going for lap after lap while Mao laughed at him. It had been a fun show of his work to be a few minutes early, even if it had probably been because of slightly clearer streets today than usual. He had walked up to the kendo club, confident and ready to go see whatever sloppy set they were doing that broke his swords. Midoriya held onto that flimsy piece of wood in his hands for dear life as 3 strikes crashed into his guard, shoving his stick out of position and into him with every blow. It was an enormous effort just to try and keep his sword in place, let alone move it back after each attack crushed his guard. He couldn't even think to attack. All he could do was hear the scream and brace as his opponent opened up his mouth and roared again. Huh, where the F was he? Huh. One crash, slamming the piece of wood into him. How long had he been getting pummeled? Huh. 2 crashes, slamming through the piece of wood and straight into him. And worst of all, what the F had he been thinking signing up for this bullshit? Huh. 3 crashes slamming straight through that flimsy piece of wood, him. And the floor as the world turned black to the screams of a demon. Midoriya blinked, then squinted to adjust his eyes. He was laying on the floor, trying to stare into a ceiling light. He tentatively raised a hand to block the light as he rose off the matte flooring, then flinched as he felt a deep ache pass through his entire body. Hey, not bad. A voice cut through the hubbub of the pain rattling Midoriya's system. Midoriya peered past his hand and stared at the small man standing confidently before him. With pink hair slicked back and a kendo stick resting against his shoulder, Fairy gave his latest victim an amused smile as he walked forward. You lasted way longer than I expected. Gee, thanks. Midoriya groaned slightly as he tried to get off the floor, putting a hand down to push off of before he noticed his own kendo stick. The stick itself had been snapped in 2. All the pieces of bamboo broken at around the same length and only held together now by a few measly pieces of leather. Was this monster how the kendo club broke every other sword they got their hands on? So, Sue, you're gonna make us more swords, right? Fairy didn't seem to even pay attention to the newly broken sword as he offered Midoriya a hand up, instead focusing on the swords yet to come. We asked for 12 last time, I know, but I think we could do with something like 20 this time. We're really heating up this far into the year, huh? Midoriya gingerly took his senpai's hand up, stuck somewhere between confusion and amazement. Both their focuses were a little scattered at the moment. 20, sure, but how did you do that? All right, glad to hear it, man. Fairy brushed over Midoriya's confused comment and slapped him twice on the arm, causing Midoriya's arm to tense and show another ache he hadn't even been aware of. To be honest, pal, I was a little worried we'd run out of swords. We already stole all the pipes from the storage shed and we were running out of spares. You were breaking pipes. Midoriya was struggling to keep afloat as he gingerly picked up his own kendo stick, inspecting the damage. The bamboo sticks were all fractured about halfway down, and the 2 halves were only strung together with a bit of leather. It was a sorry sight by all accounts, but more confusing was Fairy's kendo stick looked completely fine. Midoriya quickly looked between the sword resting against Fairy's shoulder and the broken mess in his hands, trying to figure out why he was putting 2 and 2 together but getting 6. Yeah, a total nuisance. Plastic goes everywhere. Such a pain. Fairy brushed more of Midoriya's questions with the wave of his hand, rolling his eyes at just the memory before looking at Midoriya more closely. Ew, speaking of plastic, some is stuck to your pants. Midoriya was wearing most of his school uniform. He'd taken the shoes off when he entered the club building and his button-up shirt off for the spar, but he still had on his pants and undershirt. Now that Fairy mentioned it though, Midoriya started to notice small specks of color on his black pants. Specks of plastic, specks of food. Hey, just how messy was this place? When's the last time you guys cleaned? Midoriya tried dusting the trash off while Fairy tapped his head, locked in thought. Well, ever since Judo Club's last raid. Or was it when Gantami's school raided? It might have been when we had that match with those one guys with the headbands. It was a while ago. Fairy dismissed it from his mind like he dismissed most things, and wrote it off with a laugh. Man, I guess this place is pretty dirty. You think? Midoriya's good boy act was out the window as he tried his best to salvage his pants. Seriously. He'd only been on the ground for like 10 seconds. How did so much stuff get on him? And why were 3 candy wrappers stuck to his butt like glue? Great job for the newbie. A voice chimed in from the side, laughing, and was soon joined by a chorus of agreements. Midoriya blinked as he remembered where he was, finally taking in the scene fully. He was standing to one side of the Kendo Club's building, and surrounding him were the more senior members. Sure, most of them were just sitting around playing games and faffing about, but they were still there. Midoriya did his best to recover his good boy act with a nervous smile, rubbing the back of his head with one hand while still trying to pull off the wrappers with the other. Great idea, guys. Fairy joined the chorus with a laugh as he turned on his heel and walked across the building to his usual position by the entrance, close to where some of the members sat around playing video games. And I've got a great idea too. Fairy's got a good idea. Impossible. That'd mean he had to think. Thwack, thwack. I think you morons should go touch some grass. In the blink of an eye, Fairy smacked two of the people sitting around, putting the sword back against his shoulder before they could even finish flinching from getting smacked. We got some guys with bandanas coming today, and I'm not gonna get my ass kicked all alone twice in 1 week. Fairy continued to shout and occasionally smack the people trying to play games as he worked the club up, letting the members come to him as he explained the rough faux idea of the afternoon. Midoriya didn't get all of it, having never been in a raid himself, but it seemed like there'd be some interesting stuff going on around lunch. And you crafting kid. Fairy suddenly snapped to him, pointing to Midoriya so quickly that he smacked a few unlucky people who were stuck between Fairy and Midoriya. This place is filthy as hell. Get it cleaned. Got it. Yes, sir. Midoriya responded naturally with a nod as he did his best to straighten out, but Fairy didn't care. He just turned around and kept on talking and shouting to the crowd while Midoriya looked to the broken kendo sword in his hand, slightly confused. Yeah, what moron said the kendo club wouldn't be interesting again? Midoriya made it to his classroom well before most, as usual. Still couldn't get all the candy wrappers off his ass, but hey, he tried. Seriously, what kind of sugar glue Sid did they put on this stuff? Shifting his focus from his pants to his arms, Midoriya gave his wrists a quick massage. They were aching like all hell right now, and from what? A quick spar that didn't even last 1 minute. He had agreed to make the training equipment for the kendo club, but in return, he had wanted to experience the kendo club. That was his exact phrasing. Fairy jumped straight for that and asked if he wanted to spar, so of course he said yes. Revenant had intended to lose from the start, but he thought he'd just be sandbagging. Instead, Midoriya felt the pain going all the way from his fingers to his shoulders. Fairy's rush was so fast and so hard that just blocking all of it left him sore. And that was the real wonder. Sure, he found out how the kendo club had broken all their training equipment. It wasn't doing something stupid like he thought it was. It was from trying to fight a goddamn monstrous midget who made up for his lost height with twice the gusto. Fairy didn't fight like he was trying to win. He fought like he was trying to clobber Midoriya into the mat. Midoriya closed his eyes to remember the scene. He could see Fairy's attacks. They weren't so fast that they disappeared or anything, like some kind of master in anime. Hell, he was pretty sure some of the punks he fought in the street might have been faster in terms of sheer speed. They weren't incredibly heavy either. Mao could put out way more power than that with just one arm, literally throwing Midoriya around even when he did block. Compared to that, Fairy's power wasn't anything to write home about. And Mao didn't even hold a candle to some of the other powerhouses Midoriya had fought, like Maruko or that weird female Namu who kicked All Might's ass. But somehow, in some way, those strikes had completely overwhelmed him. Revenant's arms tensed at the memory, causing a brief flicker of pain, but he couldn't figure out how Fairy had done it. He could still see the motions as Fairy swarmed him, but he couldn't make sense of the ending. It just didn't add up. The attacks had terrible form. Fairy swung his sword almost like a baseball bat, with 2 hands on the handle and barely any leg movement whatsoever. Speaking of that, Fairy's posture had sucked too. His attacks were wild and came from almost every direction, like even Fairy couldn't predict where they were going to come from. Had his defense just been too weak? Revenant pondered if his defeat had come from his own lackluster performance. Something he probably should have considered earlier. He didn't have all that much experience going sword against sword. No, the only experience he had at all with something like that was against Sane and the criminals who decided to pick up junk in the alleyway to fight against him. Well, maybe including those criminals would be an insult to someone actually good with the sword like Sane. Midoriya grabbed his pencil with both hands as he thought it through, trying to relive the motions. Did he just need to look up some more videos on guarding? It hadn't ever really come up before, so that might be his weak point, but he didn't think that was all there was to it. Did a bad guard usually mean that your sword would get smashed in half? What if the answer was even more obvious than that? He only made, 12 kendo sticks so far? 13. He could have just been making them wrong, like he forgot to treat them or something, so it broke. Yeah, if that was the case, it was no wonder his stick broke. But then that still didn't explain how he got overwhelmed by Fairy in the first place. Midoriya dropped his head onto his desk and ran his fingers through his hair, trying to massage his head for the headache that was brewing. Sure enough, like a fairy tale, it just didn't make any sense. Midoriya was fine losing, but he couldn't make any sense out of how he lost. He plucked another candy wrapper out of his hair. He'd only been on the ground for like 30 seconds. Just how dirty was that club room? And he leaned back into his chair. Technically, this was exactly what he wanted. Revenant wanted to learn. If he didn't understand something, that meant he had something he could learn. And right now, he couldn't understand how some child about half his height managed to push him back at all. Just the question filled him with something. like a feeling filling his body, a memory from long ago, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time ever since he was stuck repairing his body. Excitement. For so long he'd been just trying to get his body back to how it had been, how fit it already had been, getting it to do the things he already had done. This was a step forward. How long had it been? How long since he last got to find a new horizon? Midoriya was smiling as he grabbed his shaking wrist, almost reveling in the sting in his muscles. His hands stung from gripping the now broken practice sword. His arms were hot from trying to block Fairy's assault. But through it all was an underlying energy that ran through his body. What did Fairy say? Again. Something about a raid at lunch and some guys with bandanas. Midoriya pushed through the pain as he clenched his fist. This lunch was going to be very interesting. Midoriya, did you get shoved into a garbage can? Are you alright? As soon as he cleaned himself and that city dojo up. So you are coming to club after school? Aiko asked tentatively as they sat in class, waiting for their teacher to come and take attendance. If he bothered to today. Yep, but I'm gonna be gone at lunch, Midoriya replied as he kept trying to peel the candy wrappers off his pants. So far he only succeeded in tearing 2 of the wrappers in half, but he was feeling pretty good about the third one. He could swear he saw it budge a little. Got some stuff to take care of. Not wanting to linger on what he couldn't do, Midoriya glanced up and diverted back to the crafting club. So you got anything you want us to make? Aiko looked at him for a few seconds, thinking, then just shook her head no. To help her along, Midoriya tried to throw out a few prompts. Furniture, no. Clothing, another no. A stuffed animal, a vigorous no, and a glance around the class to see if anyone heard that, unlikely as it was with everyone wrapped in their own business. While a school full of delinquents like Ishiyama would probably look down on someone for making stuffed animals, Midoriya doubted anyone would have the free time from all their fighting and arguing to notice. Midoriya pulled hard and triumphantly held up another torn wrapper, then sighed and leaned back in his chair. He didn't mean to be brisk, but he really wanted to be focusing on the kendo club and swordplay right now. Still, that didn't warrant him blowing off the club that he founded and his only friend, even if that meant he might have to come up with all the ideas. Besides, she came up with the last 3 and he always left her alone in the club. Definitely his turn and time to pick up his own slack. Alright then, Midoriya had an idea he wanted to do. The kendo sticks from his agreement with the kendo club, but he didn't really figure it would be up Aiko's alley. She seemed more interested in cloth work and stuff than making really complicated sticks, but it was worth taking a shot. Want to help me make some stuff for the kendo team? Aiko stilled for a second, tilting her entire head slightly to one side as she thought. This school has teams. Kinda. On second thought, maybe calling the kendo club a team was a strong word. They seemed as organized as a train wreck, with only one person knowing of a fight coming the day of the fight. They've got stuff they want us to make at least. That sounds fun. Aiko straightened out, thinking it over for one more second before nodding more to herself than to Midori. Yeah, so does that mean we're gonna go shopping again today? We might need to pick a few things, but we've got most of it already. Midoriya spoke absent-mindedly as he thought through the list. The only parts he knew for making kendo sticks were bamboo strips and leather. But with how many swords Fairy had broken in the past, maybe he'd been making them wrong. Now was a great time for a quick checkup on how to make them. So I think we'll probably get started today. Aiko gave another nod. Midoriya thought she was smiling, but with all her hair in front of her face it was anyone's guess. Midoriya heard the door open as their teacher decided to swing by finally. Probably because someone was annoying him in the teacher's lounge and he needed an excuse to leave. Wouldn't be the first time. Midoriya made to go to his seat, which was still the only seat in the right place in the front row. Alright, see you after class. Aiko gave him a little wave as he made his way back to his chair. He still didn't have any work in class, so attending was more a formality and to serve as a cover for his civilian life. But it gave him ample time to do things as long as his real whereabouts didn't come into question. And what great timing, with all the things he had due. He wanted to clean up that mess in the kendo club room before lunch, see the kendo club fight at lunch, and get a better grasp on how to actually uphold his end of the bargain with the kendo club. But there had to be an order to things. He couldn't be everywhere at once. That was the whole point behind faking his whereabouts. And with the crafting club coming up in the afternoon while the big fight was coming at lunch, it wasn't too difficult a choice to decide what to do first. Midoriya went from his classroom to the kendo club room quickly once attendance had been taken and his alibi established, only stopping on his way to grab some cleaning supplies from the closet. From there it was all business as he stepped into the kendo club and cast an appraising eye over the mess. The kendo club might have only been a one-room building, but it was still a pretty large building with a lot of space. Beyond that, the club could be divided up by the crowds of people. To the left of the entrance was a television set up with some gaming system. Midoriya had no idea which, and a crowd of a dozen people around it. Littered everywhere around the room were small clusters of people who just seemed to be relaxing. Some sat, some smoked, and some fought. but even the fighting didn't seem that high energy compared to what he'd seen. Strangest of all, not one person in the club actually seemed to have a sword or anything like Fairy did, but that didn't matter, not to him anyway. Midoriya was only here for two things: to clean this place up and watch to see whatever this raid thing was. If anyone here could really fight, he'd see it at the raid. But before that, he had to clean. Before he could clean this place up, Midoriya had to figure out how he'd clean this place up. All around the room was the garbage. It wasn't in huge amounts, a wrapper here, a few cans there, but it was spread across the entire room like a second carpet. It piled up a bit in the corners, so that was maybe a good place to start. Yeah, he'd start with the big things and make his way down since that seemed the easiest way. A couple of garbage bags in his hands would do the trick. With his plan thought through and already ready to fail, Midoriya set to work. Midoriya didn't worry much about the Kendo Club members. Hell, he barely thought of them at all. Right now his main concern was the trash that seemed a lot bigger the closer he got. What Midoriya had thought would only take a few minutes wound up taking the better part of an hour. Picking up small clumps here and there turned into something of a scavenger hunt as he kept finding just one more piece of trash that he missed on his first pass. The garbage piles in the corners were, funnily enough, the easiest part. With all the trash in one area, it was pretty easy to get that all at once. No, it was those small areas that were turning into the biggest pains in his ass. Midoriya had spanned the building several times and picked something up every time. He'd gone through 2 full garbage bags on just the random trash that kept popping up alone. Sure, there was a bag per corner of the Kendo building, but he expected that. The random trash though. Midoriya walked around the room again, stopping near the door as he found more trash yet again. Seriously, was it popping out of the woodwork? This was ridiculous. Midoriya squatted down to pick up the trash, a partially crushed soda can, when, bonk, something rebounded off his head, rolling across the ground before coming to a gentle stop just beside him. Midoriya glanced down in confusion as he rubbed the side of his head, noting something sugary stuck to his face. It was a soda can, another crushed soda can. His eyes trailed up and over to the direction it came from. Glaring daggers into the wall of morons sat around the gaming system. Man, he really was an idiot. Midoriya tossed both cans into his trash bag and quietly moved over to the epicenter of the mess. For all the time spent picking up garbage, Midoriya hadn't really thought about where all this trash was coming from, showing just how short-sighted he really was. Midoriya moved over to the source of his problems to get this over as quickly as possible. The club members were a loud and boisterous group, fighting both in the game and out. They were barely aware of their surroundings, content to stay in their own world until someone broke in. Literally, Midoriya slowly shuffled into the group, doing his best to keep his cheery expression up even as he tried to think of how to go about this politely. Unfortunately, he was drawing a blank. Hey everyone, this place is kinda messy, don't you think? Not a great intro, and by the group's reactions, that was the only thing they'd agree on. He got a few disgruntled looks at best. You gonna shut up or piss off? It was a little more hostile than he thought, especially for some guys just sitting around playing games, but he was more annoyed than pissed off by them. Still, he was told to get the place clean and he'd use his authority to get things done. If the little he had could do that. I was told by Fairy to get this place cleaned up, then go jump in a dumpster. He was so glad he was dealing with a bunch of comedians. I just need to get this room cleaned and I will be gone. The garbage is coming from you. Yeah, so go bring the dumpster air when you're done diving through it, Mosshead. Revenant scanned the crowd for which Punk said that, noting as they definitely and deliberately threw more trash on the ground in plain view of him, and took a deep breath. He then clapped his hands together to calm his head, turned on his heel, and walked out of the club room as he headed to the main building to the cheers of Kendo Club Circus. Midoriya dragged a trash can from the main building, adding it to the list of things stolen from the main building, and plopped it in front of the morons with barely disguised contempt. Hey, the punks glanced up from him to the trash can and then back to him. Hey, Midoriya moved back as he relaxed, putting on a way better face as he played it cool. You wanted somewhere to put all your garbage, so I brought a garbage can. He got a few looks that made him out as a total moron, but at this point, he didn't care. He'd done his part. Now it was just about time to sweep the place up and call it. Midoriya didn't even flinch as something hit him in the face. He didn't move a muscle as something hard hit right under his eye, just missing by a few inches. He didn't even blink as something splashed out across his face, sticking to him with a sweet scent as it slowly dripped down his face and onto his uniform. Midoriya blinked, tilting his head as he thought this through. He looked at the person who hit him, weighing things up in his mind, then glanced at the thing that smacked him in the face. A can of soda. Another effing can of soda. Just like all the other cans of soda he'd been cleaning up all the goddamn day. Midoriya's head flicked back to the person who threw the can as he took a deep breath, smiled, and lunged forward, lifting that little piece of sit straight up and slamming him into a very conveniently placed trash can. Company's coming at 12. And some new guy already made us some new swords for the raid. Kinky walked back to her club side by side with her brother, Fairy, as the both of them checked off the club's activities for the day. How many swords did we get? He brought us 3, I think. Well, at least one of them was. Fairy was messing with that hard oak sword he got from their dad, barely listening at all. And I already broke one, so that's 2. But hey, at least we have more pipes. Dow. Kinky grabbed that sword Fairy was so fond of and smacked it into his head, hoping to cram a little sense into there. You broke another sword already. Well, if that's the case, maybe we should just use you as a sword. Your head's definitely hard enough. Hey, don't get so fussy. Fairy countered as he lightly jabbed her in the ribs before opening the club door and walking in. We can just have the crafting guy make more. The raid is in an hour, dipshit. Kinky walked in after her brother and grabbed her sword. Only having talked to her brother for a few minutes and already sick of his antics. Unless he can make a sword before then, he's useless. What the F is going on? Kinky and Fairy's attention was diverted to a mess to the left of the club's entrance, a huge fight. Normally the lazy beaches over there just sat around and played games until something important was happening and someone kicked their asses, as Kinky planned to. But there was already some shit going on and Fairy couldn't be more excited to join in. What the hell is going on? Kinky made her way over to the fight with a firm grip on her brother's collar to keep everything from getting worse, holding the excitable midget back with just one hand. Just her shouts alone broke up the fight and got everyone to their feet like this was elementary school or some shit. The group split into the gaming group and the crafting group, or the crafting kid. But even with an entire group against one kid, and a fresh to boot, their animosity towards each other seemed about equal. Hell, by all accounts, the kids seemed to be winning. This dipshit threw Taka into a goddamn trash can. Beyond the groups, wiggling in the backdrop, was a trash can with 2 legs sticking out of it. She thought the gaming group was missing someone. Who cares about that? The crafting club hadn't even been there for a day, but he already looked like he was rearing to go for a fight. Fairy told me to clean this dump up and you morons can't stop throwing trash everywhere. Shut up, freshie. The gaming group had gathered itself together, all too eager to keep debating this. You haven't even been here a day and you're looking for a fight. If it will get you to shut up. The kid from the crafting club was gritting his teeth so hard they looked like they were gonna crack. The gaming group gathered their things to try and mob him, picking up an assortment of pipes and planks that were supposed to be for the raid today. The kid from the crafting club seemed surprised that they really wanted to fight, taking a slight step back, then breathing out as he relaxed his body, calmly raising his hands while his gaze only got more and more pissed. He might not win, but he was going to enjoy this, if it ever got that far. Enough. Kinky broke up the fight by grabbing the trash can with both hands and slamming it over the head of one of the gamers, getting 2 nerds stuck in one trash can. We've got a raid in 1 hour and I don't have time for this bullshit. You lot. Kinky pointed an accusing finger at the gaming group while the trash can bumbled back and forth on 4 legs. We're fighting in an hour, so don't break your sit before then. We don't have enough pipes to go around. But he, don't care, didn't ask. Kinky then whipped around to the kid from the crafting club, whose posture had slackened as he was trying to figure out what was going on. And you, YEY. This is the kendo club, not the judo club. If you're gonna kick someone's ass, at least use a sword. Kinky squinted at him, feeling a strange sense of deja vu. Had she seen this squirt somewhere before? He looked as short as her brother. That's your only complaint for him? Kinky whipped back around, grabbing the walking trash can as she turned and smashing it into whatever moron said that. You've got 10 times the people and 10 times the beachin. Just for that, you lot are in charge of cleaning this place up tomorrow. Anyone who fails to comply. Kinky let her sentence trail off as the club's president wandered over, his favorite sword already in hand. Fairy's entire small frame seemed to be coated with enough animosity to push back everyone in the club as he smiled at them, already eager to get started. Get some free one-on-one time with the president. We clear. Yes, sir. The gamers who were still standing saluted her, and after a second to look around, so did the guy from the crafting club. Even if he didn't get what was going on, the kid at least knew how to go with the flow. Still, something was gnawing at her. She could swear she saw him somewhere before, but where? Good. Glad you're all so excited for a match. Fairy's loud barking laugh cut off her train of thought as he loudly addressed the entire room, grabbing everyone's attention with pure volume and confidence. But we gotta focus on the stuff ahead of us first. We got company in an hour and we better show him some good hospitality, you hear? I'm all about the respect and sit. Sir. Now everyone fell in line as Fairy took the reins, gathering up on his words. This wasn't the club's first raid, and it wouldn't be even close to their last. Great. Everybody, grab something heavy and get outside. 30 minutes. I'm all about punctuation and sit. Punctuality. Blah blah, whatever. Fairy blew it off with another laugh as he propped his sword against his shoulder, easily ignoring the fact that it was for a full-grown man as he suddenly swung it like a pointer to punctuate his words as he spoke. We gonna meet these bandana-looking mother-furs, and they're already coming to us bandaged up. Let's send 'em off in casts, eh, sir? Damn straight. Now get your dumbasses ready and beat it. Fairy sent his clubmates to action, scurrying in every direction to prepare for the raid now that it was so close while he oversaw it all from his diminutive position. Once he felt that everyone was sufficiently riled and running, he turned heel and walked to his spot in the club, with his sister just a step behind. He waited until the group's attention was turned before he addressed his sister's slack, giving her 2 more quick jabs to the ribs. Oi oi, get some focus, sis. You're slipping. Huh. Kinky never missed a chance to bite back, leaning in to butt heads with the annoying shrimp. I'm just thinking. You know what that is, don't you? Yeah, pointless. Fairy pushed right back, but he was still smiling. He brushed off Kinky's attack, ruffling his younger sister's hair as he stepped back and faced forward, continuing to march forward seemingly without a care until he glanced over his shoulder at her, trying to assess her with just a glance. It didn't work, so he tried the obvious route. Sua, what pointless stuff you thinking about? You looking to die? Kinky wasn't taking it lying down at least, but she stopped to glance at the thing that was nagging at her. That crafting club freshie, the kid with the green locks and the punchable face. He was already back to picking up the trash, and pretty fast to boot, without even looking at them. He looked pretty soft, kinda like a punching bag, but there was something about him that just sent a shiver down her spine whenever she looked at him, like a bad memory. It's just a feeling, I think. Can't put my finger on it. Kinky stared daggers at him, doing her best intimidating face that spooked most of the club members, but he didn't even flinch. How? He didn't even notice. Well, a baby wouldn't understand what was threatening anyway. Will it matter for the raid? Fairy went to dust off his usual seat but stopped, noticing with a smile that someone already had cleaned it. Damn, telling that nerd from the crafting club to clean had been a great idea. No, it won't. Kinky nodded to herself as she started to clear up her thoughts and sat beside her brother, resting her own slender sword against her shoulder as a mirror match of her older brother. She glanced at the boy and decided that if he tried anything, especially during the raid, she'd pound him into pudding. Simple as that. Damn straight, damn straight. Fairy laughed as he opened his bag and took out a couple cans of beer, passing one to his sis. So let's let loose. To another victory for Ishiyami. Kinky took her beer with a smirk, her rhythm established as she poked more fun at her brother. You mean Ishiyama? Whatever. Cheers. Fairy smiled as he tapped his can against hers and they both took a deep drink, excited. This was gonna be a fun day. Midoriya stopped his sweeping and looked back over his work. The big trash was cleaned, the floor was swept, and his temper was back under control. He wasn't sure what had really set him off, but he liked to think his self-control was a lot better than this. Maybe all the headbutting was getting to him, he probably should lay off it. Still, as Midoriya poured one last dustpan into a final trash bag, he could at least take some pride in his work. It had been a long time since he cleaned up the crafting club room like this, and maybe he could cram a little of that in before Aiko came in to help with the practice sticks. Still, something was bugging him. He glanced at the club president and the girl next to him, presumably the vice president. They were the only ones who had their own swords, Fairy with a hardwood sword and the girl with an unbroken kendo training stick. He wasn't bothered by the fact that the girl had an intact kendo stick, but by a nagging question in his mind. Midoriya tied the trash bag shut and looked over it, just peeking his eyes over the bag to look at the girl again. She kept shooting glances at him and doing this weird squint thing he didn't get, but he couldn't answer his base question with just glances. It was just a feeling he got looking over her, but by her movements, her sword, and her clothes. The girl squinted at him and Revenant squinted back in turn, unfazed by weird looks as he stood up and leaned forward on the broom for support as he racked his brain for an answer. That girl reminded him of something, of that random meeting all the class representatives had. Hadn't she been there, even though she didn't look like a first year? And if that was true, that she was at that stupid meeting, then didn't I kick her ass once? Midoriya muttered to himself, cocking his head to one side as he tried to scrounge his brain of the people he pulverized in school, but he just kept drawing a blank. Damn, being a delinquent was harder than he thought. They rolled into the schoolyard at just past 12. 20 people, marked together by their matching headbands and rough uniforms. The quality looked about on brand for a school like Ishiyama, but maybe that was the wear and tear on those uniforms talking. True to their word, the kendo club was sitting outside their club when the bandanas rolled in, ready to go from the moment they spotted the first bandana. A small army of 30 punks arranged with wooden beams, pipes, and rods stood at the ready behind their leaders, the most like a club Midoriya had ever seen them. The two sides squared off in Ishiyama's courtyard, just past the main gate. Further inside the school, the delinquents and vandals kept on moving without batting an eye at the scene outside. This was Ishiyama High School after all, the third worst school in the district. It had such a bad record that it had been excluded from the normal district to keep the average records higher. A fight of this size was nothing new to these dilapidated buildings. The sides moved towards each other. In the lead stood Fairy, given away by his favorite hardwood katana bobbing over his clubmates' heads, walking neck and neck with the girl. Across the way was a large man, no doubt about it. His hair was a tangled mess, his height over 6 foot easily, and his eyes sharp. His face was grizzled with an abnormally large jaw and a smile that showed off plenty of large, long, sharp teeth. Behind him was a smaller version of the same man, but scowling. Both wore their black bandanas around their foreheads, proudly showing off the bold red kanji as they strutted onto the scene. They stopped just 20 feet apart without saying a single word, just staring each other down. The sun was harsh but out of the way, shining down on everyone from above. The air was hot and stuffy, so humid it felt suffocating. It was uncomfortable just to be outside, let alone fight in it. But fight they would. The courtyard wasn't silent as the members shuffled around, weapons bumping into each other or off the ground, shoes on asphalt. And under it all the whispers as the two sides sized each other up. Still, the quiet was harsh. It seemed no one wanted to be the loudest as they muttered to one another, with each small sound seeming deafening in the quiet. The small breeze could almost be heard, and the time was kept by the shouts of whoever was crazy enough to be working out in the gym in this heat. The clink of weights, the muffled shouts, the buzz of insects, it was all in the air, the soundtrack no one wanted to speak over. But someone would have to. They didn't come here for a stare-off. Kuma, Fairy. The two leaders spoke at once, then stopped as they stared at each other. A few seconds of silence passed by, then, Iwa. Both leaders reeled their heads back and laughed. With one motion, the atmosphere was shattered as the tension gave out from their laughter, backed by their subordinates who gradually joined in. This wasn't some grand standoff after all. It was Tuesday. Tomorrow, a new gang would be there to throw down, regardless of how this went down. But that didn't stop the fun. No, that just amped it up. The two sides finally spoke up now that the tension was broken, shouting insults at one another while the two leaders let their laughter bleed off. They didn't seem to have any bad blood as they matched gazes and smiled, letting their respective sides work themselves up. Get him, move it. And with just 2 words from their leaders, the waves of people met, crashing into each other for another one of the fights they all were seeking. Fists met bodies, unblocked. Sticks and rods swung into limbs, unfazed. It was total chaos as 2 waves slammed into each other with hollers, screams, and laughs. The morons who were content to sit around playing games were gone, replaced by animals in the vague shape of people eager for a bite as they thrashed their opponents. The idle chatter and lazy air that hung around the club was charged with new energy as they used their larger numbers to surround and pound into the enemy. But against them, even against their superior numbers, weapons, and crazy shouting, stood a mountain range. With a different energy, the raiding party struck back, content to trade hits. With fists like theirs, they didn't need weapons. They pushed through the Kendo Club's attacks and hit them back, knocking them around like pins. Some abstract form of Kendo against a mishmash of karate and boxing. It was hard to say what was going on down there past just calling it what it was, an all-out brawl. Even while each side took hits, neither one seemed to even know how to back down. No matter what they got hit by, every single person charged back in with greater hunger, not satisfied until they paid every injury back. The Kendo Club was content to pay every blow back double with their superior numbers. They crowded up and swung for the fences, sometimes even hitting each other in their fervor, but they hardly paid it any mind. As long as they could hit something, anything, it would be enough. The raiders, however, weathered their blows. They might have had inferior numbers, but they more than made up for it with skill. In fact, their own numbers worked to their advantage. While the Kendo Club suffocated itself with barely enough room to properly swing its swords, the raiders simply blew back their opponents until they had enough room. The raiders didn't worry about hitting each other as well. They used simple, clean, straightforward strikes, palms, punches, and elbows that didn't require much room to be effective. They could be just close enough to defend each other, covering each one's blind spots, while still giving enough room to put some muscle into their attacks. It was a strategy of sheer endurance and strength, showing off the power of each individual raider coming together to form a solid wall. A wall that wouldn't be beaten by just a few wild swings and some screams. That was the difference between the two sides. Both sides wanted to win, but while one was larger, the other was just straight up better. Better men, better technique, better muscles. In every way it could have mattered in a fight, the raiders had it. So why were the raiders getting pushed back? It was right at the center, where the wave should have been packed tightest. Their 4 people faced off, single-handedly holding the fight in the balance. No matter how hard the raiders pushed, the Kendo Club wouldn't fall until he was gone. It couldn't. In the middle of everything, there was a human hurricane. An endless tirade of swings cut through the air as Fairy held his ground against both raiders through sheer gumption. He fought two people at once like he fought one with a big-ass sword in his hands, and an even bigger smile on his face as he held on as he pressed forward. While most of his club was fighting against being pushed, Fairy single-handedly shoved everything in his way back as he punched through every defense, laughing like a demon with every swing. Fairy's wild swings carried a heavy weight as he cut through the air, pressing back two men at once. Kuma and his brother were pushed together as strike after strike slammed into their guards, forced into the defense by the storm. Kuma grit his teeth as he held his arms high, feeling the sting of the strikes as Fairy tried to pound straight through their defense. This wasn't his first show, even if he was just a second year. He'd fought Ishiyama and its monsters before, even if just as the vice leader. He knew what was coming, and he knew the best answer was to just brace and wait. Ishiyama wasn't known for its clubs, after all, and soon the kendo club would give in. Until then he'd just hang on, biding his time, and weathering the storm. But his brother didn't know that. He'd just been part of the club last year. He wasn't as patient. Fairy's strikes seemed to come in from every angle, but he was fighting two at once. He had to regularly switch between them, creating brief gaps. Not large gaps, but gaps nonetheless. Fairy couldn't be everywhere at once. He only had one sword. So he kept his eye out. Chidi, the younger brother of the Bandana D's, kept his eye out. He felt Fairy's rhythm in his arms, heard it in the sounds of the smaller man's steps, and saw it as that tiny animal weaved back and forth. He counted, keeping his eye out behind his defensive guard, and the moment Fairy's attack hit, and Chidi moved. He didn't even step in, he didn't need to. His feet were already planted firmly. His body leaned in to both brace against the impacts and to get him as close to his own striking range as possible. Even with Fairy's big sword, the smaller man was still in Chidi's reach. His arm flicked outward, seamlessly changing from a guard to an attack as he put more weight on his front leg. His hand whipped through the air cleanly as Fairy leaned back, only having the time to glance at the first that was coming towards his face before it hit and threw off his rhythm. And that was when Fairy stopped waiting and got serious. The second Chidi looked into Fairy's eye, something happened. It could have been a quirk, it could have been a fluke, it could have been an act of God for all he knew, but something made him pause. For just an instant, not even half a second, Chidi could see it in Fairy's eyes. A hunger, like some sort of feral animal, a wild side that was too dangerous for him. For a single instant, not even a quarter of a second, Chidi could hear it in Fairy's voice. A joy, a rage, a violence as Fairy put every emotion he had into his sword and changed direction. For one tiny instant, not even a fourth of a second, Chidi wondered what kind of moron would name a monster like that Fairy. And then Fairy effing obliterated him. A single swing slid cleanly along Chidi's own arm, riding it straight into Chidi's skull and throwing him back. One attack that carried the weight of both Fairy and Chidi punched Chidi in the cheek, flying cleanly through his defenses, and spelled his end. All with one strike. It didn't knock him out. Chidi was the vice leader of the Bandana D's. He'd gotten hit in the face with things plenty harder than wood, and by people way stronger than himself. The pain itself barely fazed him. His quirk was bare, just like his brother. He was built tough. A swing like this should have been nothing. But it was. After all, in a fifth of a second, a sword just flew from nowhere and struck him in the face. Not that he knew that. All he knew that was 1 second he was swinging his fist in a tight, precise strike, and the next something small and hard exploded on his face. And in that moment of confusion, when he didn't know what was happening, Chidi made the fatal mistake. He took a single step back. Kuma tried moving in front of his brother to block for him, but it was too late. He abandoned all semblances of attacking as he crossed his arms for as strong a defense as possible, but it didn't matter. It was nothing to her. The very instant Fairy moved, Kinky moved with him. She stepped out from behind him, the only person who wasn't fighting at all, and flicked her sword up from the ground. She held it with one hand, standing completely relaxed as she pointed her tip at Chidi, only pulling her arm back slightly, then, FWW bam. Her sword pierced right through Chidi's guard, striking the exact same spot as her brother. She easily moved around Kuma's last-second adjustment to defend his brother, stepping to the side to keep in line with her target, then flicking her arm back. FWW bam. It cut through the air like a bullet as Chidi tried to move back, chasing him down and striking him again in the skull. His defense wavered as he stumbled, giving another inch as he tried to find his footing. FWW bam. FWW bam. And 2 more strikes came out in a second. Kinky moved forward quickly, punching small holes in Chidi now that she had the room. Her long kendo stick combined with her sideways stance gave her incredible reach, but she couldn't use it in close quarters. Once there was a little room, however, FWW bam. Every inch became more power she could put into her strikes. Every strike drove straight through her opponent like she was trying to run them through with the wooden sword, shaking him. Every time he was shaken, he'd be forced back, giving another precious inch. And the cycle restarted. The kendo club rallied. While they might not have had much skill on their own, they stood among giants. Between Fairy's crushing offense and Kinky's pinpoint stabs, it almost seemed like defense was meaningless. Individually, each had their own faults, but together they were a monster that had yet to be beaten this year. FWW bam. 2 speedy assaults happened just a foot apart. Fairy still attacked both Kuma and Titi while Kinky punched into Titi over and over, completely unfazed. Fairy's eyes still had that hunger as he waited. He hoped for someone to get closer so he could push his limits again. While the beating most of the kendo club and bandana-Ds took was bad, it was nothing compared to Titi. He fell over after just 5 seconds of complete bombardment, barely even able to tell what was happening anymore. He wasn't unconscious. Hell, he wasn't even hurt that badly. But he finally lost his ground. He didn't even dramatically fall back, head smacking the ground as the world went blurry. Titi just stumbled back a little further and took a knee, snarling as he bore his teeth, then jutted forward to get back into it. Looks like that's game. And was cut off as his big brother stepped in for him, stopping everything just by putting his hand across Titi's chest and easily holding him back. Fall in. And with that the entire thing stopped. The kendo club, to no one's surprise including their own, collapsed. They really just hung on by attacking. And now that they stopped, they could feel the injuries mounting through their bodies. This had been a rough brawl for them. The bandana-Ds stood at the ready, pulling back and facing their leaders. Now that the fight had stopped, you could see a few bruises, mostly from getting whacked by metal pipes more than actual skill. But a hit was a hit and would hurt regardless of how stupid the person swinging was. Kuma looked completely fine because he was. His arms weren't even red from all the sword swings he blocked, having trained for hours every day for something like this. Titi looked pretty good as well. His arms were fine, as Kuma hadn't done all that training alone, but he was definitely going to have a nasty bruise come tomorrow. He quickly righted himself, standing behind his brother with his scowl in tow. Kinky was fine, of course. She only attacked for like 5 seconds. But Fairy looked exhausted now that he was out of the action. He leaned on his sword like a cane as he breathed, thanking whatever god there was that he hadn't run out of fuel halfway through. This could have got dicey if it kept going. Still, that wasn't the image he could present for his club. So, backing off already, scared, Kuma looked over his crew quickly, making sure everyone was all right, before turning back with a smile. Even his voice seemed intimidating as a deep rumble as opposed to Fairy's higher-pitched screams and squeals. Terrified. It was a good fight. Kinky spoke much more casually than her brother, picking up the slack for him while he caught his breath. They were both leaders after all. But where's Kurizer? Kurizer, the eldest of 3 brothers and the leader of the bandana-Ds last year. There were no prizes for guessing who his younger siblings were. Kurizer was by far the strongest out of them and was the reason that Fairy and Kinky were only undefeated this year. They'd been worried he'd break their streak again, but Kurizer graduated. I'm in charge now. Kuma thumped his own chest with a confident smile, then gave his younger brother a slap on the back. Next year it'll be Titi's turn, just like you. You better get along now. Yes, sir. Titi bowed, already over his anger. This fight had more been about training the newbies than an argument. Titi was supposed to be a leader one day, so he had a lot to learn moving up from just one of the members to a leader. On top of that, the Ds could always use the practice, kept them sharp. And that went true for both of them. The kendo club might have been full of a bunch of lazy gits, but there was nothing like an ass-kicking to get some motivation. This sort of stuff would keep them ready for when they really had to fight. Nice stick, Kinky. How'd you keep Fairy from breaking it? Now that they had their fill, it was time for the hospitality that Fairy liked so much. 50-odd people piled into the clubhouse to have their fill and relax out of that god-awful heat, making idle chatter as they went. Hey, I don't break every sword we get. Yes you do, now shut up. We got a new club here, crafting. Fairy threatened them into it. Hey, I didn't do jack. Makes sense. Kuma sat down on the floor, taking a water and pouring half over his head while Fairy fumed. So what are you doing past this? Going to expand any? Gangs like them had turfs. Bandana-Ds had a large chunk that Kurizer tore out from them, so they were pretty busy with the passing of the torch and keeping everything under wraps. Probably. The judo guys sort of backed out from fighting us. Might ask for a little help. Fairy took another beer as voiced his thoughts, unconcerned. The judo club stopped fighting us all of a sudden. It was so weird. We went from fighting every other day to barely seeing them all week. Crazy, isn't it? Their gangs were pretty far apart, with an hour's walk between them, so they didn't really butt heads. It was pretty safe to be friendly to each other as they couldn't really step on each other's toes. Things change all the time, but if you don't know why, it could spell trouble. Titi spoke up from the back as he put some ice on his face with one hand and drank orange juice with the other. You haven't investigated it? Hey, do we look like the occult club? Investigating isn't our thing. Fairy waved it off, grimacing at the thought. Now, there was a group you didn't want to get tangled up with, and people said gangsters were scary. Don't pester them too much, Titi. Kuma laughed as he patted his brother's back, finishing his water and switching to beer now that he was hydrated. Seriously, this heat's a real killer. Feel like I should have gone skinhead. Ugh, don't give us nightmares. Adi shouted out as the groups mingled, already moving on to other topics. Hey, we could have all gone skinhead together. Shown a symbol of our brotherhood. Now that's a symbol of fear. All right, forget the villains. The heroes might bust you for crimes against fashion. The groups dissolved into inane conversation as they cooled themselves off. The heat of the day would be coming soon and the Ds were more than willing to sit it out. They formed one large unit, laughing together, talking together, and questioning the random trash can in the middle of the gaming setup together while a small green shadow quietly stood. He hadn't joined in the fight and had just watched from the sidelines, content to be ignored. With everything that had been going on, and such a big fight in front of them, who would have noticed him slip down from the crafting club? Now he'd had his fill, and he'd seen enough. He got what he wanted. He had no idea why Kinky was using fencing in the kendo club, or why Fairy fought like he was going to die if he stopped. But those were the kinds of questions he wanted to wonder about. They meant he knew what he was getting himself into. So now he quietly made his way back out of the kendo club with a bag of trash, dumping it along the way to the crafting club room. He had some training to do, but before that, he had some club work of his own to do. Above everything, while Midoriya strolled across the now deserted courtyard, one boy sat atop Ishiyama High School's roof, letting his feet hang over the edge while his pencil fly. He had so much work to do, so much. Tough, very kinky and tiff kinky. Not bad sword work. Shame about the footwork though. The bandana Ds. Hey, not our problem. His pencil flew as he finished, snapping his notebook shut and spinning back over the building's ledge, standing up and stretching before making his way over to a tripod right next to him. Swordplay. He tossed the notebook over his shoulder right into his bag, then flicked his arm forward to pause the camera and lift it off its tripod in one motion. He kept that momentum going, spinning on his heel after snatching the camera before he stopped to check the camera footage. Stylishly, it hadn't been a long fight. Only a few minutes, of course, but it looked good so far. Editing this would be fun. You say something. Speak up. I don't speak stupid. It's called swordplay, not sword work. Yeah, but it works better in a sentence. Sword work, footwork. See. He laughed as tossed the camera over and spun on his heel, then swept both the tripod and the tripod's bag into the air with one wide kick. He grabbed the bag midair and caught the tripod inside, spinning it so it rested over his side. Yeah, now that was hella stylish. You break any of the club's stuff, you're paying. She grumbled at him, but she still checked the camera footage, and of course it was good. He was the best photographer in the occult club since he joined. The only problem she had with the footage was that there was nothing for her to complain about, which was a win in his books. Hey, just forward it to the occult club. We're pretty strapped. After all, his tone was playful as he kicked his bag into the air, grabbing it by the zipper and letting momentum zip it up for him. He let the bag go once it was zipped tight and caught it one finger, spinning it around like a basketball with his quirk. Don't just pass your problems to the rest of us cause you're an idiot. She was annoyed at him, mostly because he was right. They had a budget for a start, and with their side activities, they were never short on cash. She closed up the camera and put it away with care, then tucked it neatly into her own bag. Idiot. Who you calling idiot? He stopped at the door, spinning on his heel as he pointed to himself with pride and confidence beyond his stupid haircut. I'm the number 1, number 2 in all of Ishiyama. Yeah, the biggest idiot in Ishiyama. Nice haircut. She snickered as his purple floof of hair floated around in the small breeze, constantly whipping around because of his quirk. Hey, some people in my class don't even know it's called Ishiyama. ... Man, this place is dogshit. Thanks. She adjusted her grip on her bag as she walked through the door inside, sparing him a small nod. She might have been annoying, but at least she had manners till her quirk did something stupid again. Just keep your bad luck away from me and we'll call it even. He laughed it off as he spun through the door, slicking his floof of hair back as he walked forward. My quirk isn't that bad, She barely even got one step down before she tripped over her own feet and crashed down the first flight of stairs, splatting comically into the wall spread eagle before slowly peeling off the wall and onto the landing. ... You want me to hold the camera? ... Yes. The classwork was a lot harder than it looked. Aiko kept a finger trained on the current problem as she flipped around in her notebook, searching desperately for a formula that would make all these numbers make sense. But it felt helpless. The volume of a can of soda. How was she supposed to know the volume of a can of soda? She didn't even like soda. Was it a cylinder? No, it had that little curve at the top and bottom. Did that mean it was a pyramid and a cylinder? No, then it'd be a cone. But what if she was supposed to cut off part of the cone? She'd calculate the length of the cone, then calculate the length of the missing part and subtract that from the total size of the pyramid and add that to the cylinder weight. No, it was a cone. Not a pyramid, a cone. Why were all her formulas on different pages? Class could not get out soon enough for Aiko. She arrived early in the club room with her lunchbox set to the side, keeping her notes in front of her as she tried to piece her homework together through sheer grit. She could eat once she was done. Midori arrived at the crafting club room just a few minutes after lunch with his bag in tow. He'd gotten some good notes on the kendo club, and he now was time to form his thoughts so he could make a plan going forward. The kendo club itself was as bad as he thought it'd be. Most of the members of the kendo club just swung wildly with all their strength, even if it meant hitting each other. No posture, no form, no spacing even. He really didn't think they'd even fail at proper spacing. But it seems the kendo club was full of surprises. The kendo club door slid open and shut right behind him as he moved across the room silently, still wrapped in his own thoughts. The biggest surprise had been seeing Fairy and that girl's fighting styles. Fairy's fighting style, from an outside perspective, looked like complete horseshit, and Revenant was so sure because he knew the exact move Fairy had been doing over and over. Mindless violence, one of the first real sword techniques he learned. The overhead strike, combined with the same innovation he made, repeating the attack over and over, but changing it from an overhead attack to a sideways attack. It shouldn't have been anything special, so how the hell did he lose to a move that bad? How long should the cylinder be? We're just gonna cut it off. The overhead strike got a lot of power from gravity. You swung downward really strong with the weight of the sword. Super simple, and Fairy took that away by making the attack go side to side instead of up to down. That meant Fairy's attack wasn't like mindless violence, it should have been worse. He lost to a worse version of his own move. 4 centimeters. That's a lot of centimeters, right? Midoriya pulled out his supply of bamboo as he knitted his brows together, thinking back over the time he fought with Fairy. The Kendo Club president had just walked forward SWNGNG, putting it all in from the word go. So was it just that Fairy had a really good pace? Was he so fast he overwhelmed him with speed? As if they fought Maruko. And while her technique was dogshit, she was naturally way faster than them. Way faster than Fairy too. They could keep up with her by predicting where she was going to go though, and Fairy was incredibly easy to predict. He just weaved side to side while attacking. So if it wasn't speed, but wait. Midoriya said math problems give you all the stuff you're supposed to know, since it doesn't list a cone size. This problem really was driving Midoriya nuts. He sunk slightly as he looked at the bamboo he had compared to the bamboo he'd need. He had already made 3 swords for the Kendo Club, even if one of them had already been broken. That meant 27 more, and he had enough bamboo left over to make maybe 2. At least that was straightforward enough. And speaking of straightforward, the girl from the Kendo Club. She had stayed back and stood still for most of the fight, but when she had attacked, she was definitely fencing. She used several quick jabs with a long sword to poke her opponent to death while keeping her body perpendicular to her opponent. Revenant had never looked up fencing and even still he could recognize it. HRMMM. But why was she using fencing in the Kendo Club? Did they just care about it being a sword technique and call it good? Probably. Midoriya snickered, thinking back over the club. They didn't seem very formal, so that was probably it. Still, he might learn a thing or two from sticking around. He'd challenge her to a fight later, could be fun. Maybe her swordsmanship also had some hidden element like the club's president. Revenant Dia's chin, trying to think back to what he'd seen of her style. But she only attacked for about 10 seconds. Quick staccato jabs, cut off from one another. Attack, impact, attack, impact. It didn't flow together like most swordsmanship he saw, instead stopping and starting over and over. Midoriya finished taking stock and pushed the box back into a cabinet, turning then to the table to have a quick break for lunch when he noticed Aiko, already sitting at that very same table, just noticing him. She glanced around before giving a small yip and raising a book to cover her already hair-covered face. Midoriya, that's me. He hadn't noticed her at all and thought she'd have finished lunch by now. He was running late and figured she'd be done already, given how quickly she usually ate her food. Midoriya didn't bother theorizing about it though when he could just ask. He walked over, adjusting his bag before letting it plop on the table and jumping into his seat. How's lunch? Confusing. Aiko calmed down quickly and picked up her chair, moving beside him. I'm having some trouble with the math and stuff. See, could you? Probably. Midoriya didn't need to hear the rest as he opened his bag and pulled out his lunch. He was well acquainted with being confused and was glad to help his friend out of it. Pass the paper and you get to work on that lunch. You've got 2 more hours before you're done. Yes, sensei. Aiko gave him a quick bow from her chair and grabbed her lunch from across the table, pulling it over, then tying her hair up so her mouth was hair-free while Midoriya flipped to the start of the homework, still confused why everyone kept calling him sensei. If he was going to help Aiko, though, he might as well give her his best and try to help her with everything. So he pulled a pen from his bag, put her paper between them, and got to work trying to teach her what their teacher didn't bother. An hour later, well past when lunch was supposed to finish, a very drained Aiko wobbled out of the crafting club, giving Midoriya a shaky wave on the way out as she made her way back to the classroom. Not that anyone would notice she was late, she didn't even notice. Lunch ended at 12:45, school ended at 2:35, and the students' attention span ended at about 8:45 when the morning bell rang. She'd be fine. Midoriya saw her off with his own wave, then massaged his hand and closed the notebook he used to explain all the problems they ran into. Seeing her off was less for her to get back to class and more so he could take a break. He was putting more work into getting Aiko through school than he did when he completed it himself. It wasn't a long break, with only a little under an hour before school ended and Aiko came back, but he'd take it. When she came back, they could keep working on her homework. He really didn't need the help on making more kendo sticks. And speaking of those kendo sticks, Midoriya relaxed by setting up for the crafting. He went back to the cabinets and checked what he had, taking notes over it all for when he needed shopping. How much bamboo he'd need, how much suede LTHR stuff he had, why he had way too much of that stuff, and so on. With the prep work for after school finished, though, Revenant took a quick detour to lock the whole place up. The windows were sealed, the blinds closed, and the door locked up tight before he took out the cabinet's false bottom and pulled out a large duffel bag. He had 40 minutes to go, and it was time to get down to business. Midoriya laid out his equipment piece by piece on the table, taking his time to take careful note of any damage he found. He'd done this recently, sure, but maintenance was meant to be done regularly. Most of the checks were pretty quick. He didn't even need to put on the bodysuit to make sure it still worked. No damage, to the surprise of exactly no one, so he passed on to the next part. Beowulf wasn't looking too sharp, but he expected that. He had modified them just a week ago and only got real use out of them a few times, so there was no telling what flaws were in his design that he hadn't noticed. The damages were nothing major, like the wiring for the quirks breaking again, but he'd have to work on the stitching again in some spots. Hell, it might be better off he tried getting a new type of thread, one that was a little more elastic. But how would he work with that? Maybe he should practice making something else with that elastic thread before he put it into his gear. Most of the damages were to the gauntlets. Surprise, surprise. Beowulf's boots never got smashed by punks on the street, blocked knives, or almost got shot, so it was no wonder that the body of the boots were fine. But past just the damages, Midoriya was also trying the equipment out so he could find any flaws he had while using them. In the case of the boots, bad ankle support that made him fall on his face. It was very strong to win a fight if you were tripping over your own feet. Right now was mostly just making notes. He didn't plan to go out that night. Well, he was thinking about it but could be dissuaded not to if he found enough problems. Right now was just about making assessments so he could pick up the stuff he'd need to fix his suit the next time he went out. In 20 minutes when school ended, Aiko came back, and they left to pick up the stuff to make kendo sticks. Midoriya wrote his notes down in hero analysis for the future number 14, over top and beside the original drawings for this outfit. He wanted to keep all his vigilante information in one place for ease, and keeping it all in the bag was a safe place. It already had his prints all over it, so if anyone found the bag he was FC-cat anyway. But pushing past that fun thought, Midoriya continued to run through his equipment. The bulletproof plates he kept in his jacket weren't broken, the pockets he installed were holding up pretty well, and there was no real damage he could see. His holsters were doing fine too. He used a shoulder holster because it was what he stole and what he was used to, but it was also pretty good because of his sword. He could only keep so much stuff on his hips, and it was good to split some of that stuff up. Since he hadn't been the one to make the HRNSS, it looked pretty sturdy, but you could never be too sure. He still remembered his first arm guards. His belt was a different story. When he and Aiko brainstormed ideas for his boots, he had planned for the boots to connect to a belt to hold them in place. Aiko had mentioned some kind of military belt for that, but he never heard the end of that. Maybe Mao did have some good stuff, and he sure as hell hoped the main man did because Midoriya tried to botch together his own belt in the meantime and at SCK. All it did was connect to the boots. Didn't help him hold a sword. Didn't hold his first aid kit, just held up the boots. His old belt had been way better, but Yamato had cut that to ribbons, so either he needed to steal a new one, fork some cash over, or just get gut and practice making belts till he had something presentable. Midoriya wanted the fourth option, where Mao gave him a better belt and he just had to treat the guy to some food, but on second thought that might wind up more costly than option 2. Decisions. As a final note to end on, Midoriya inspected his old bandana. He hadn't used the thing throughout almost all of his vigilante career, from Ranger's mouthpiece to Ken's eye cover, and it looked old. It was stained in several places, with small tears and rips. The edge of the fabric looked a little frayed, but it was still manageable. The main problem wasn't how torn up it was, but how dirty it had become. Midoriya's keen eye could pick up the bloodstains hidden in the dark fabric, and his memory remembered how he kept getting it there, mostly through minor injuries he'd taken or given. That he was just gonna take home to wash. And that was it. Midoriya put the rest of his uniform away, locked it all up, then opened the club back up. He wasn't going to try doing major work with only 10 minutes to go until classes ended, especially with how fast Aiko could run when she wanted to. Midoriya pulled back the blinds and opened the windows, then felt the heat and decided to close the windows and the blinds. Seriously, how was it so hot? Shouldn't fall be coming soon or something? This just felt wrong, but maybe it was the building. To stay in line for a building that didn't even have electricity in all of its rooms, the AC was on the fritz as well. Now that didn't matter in the spring or over summer break, but now that he was stuck here for summer proper, he felt like he was gonna melt. He hoped that it was just something small like the AC unit had its power cut, but with all the broken windows in the extracurricular building, he wouldn't be surprised if Ishiyama cut their losses and cut the AC to this place entirely. Not like anyone besides the crafting club was using it, anyway. Midoriya glanced at the doorway, thinking of going on a scavenger hunt for the AC control pad thing, but just waved it off. He'd just put in a complaint later personally and asked the teachers. It might not have worked in Aldera, but he might as well take the easy way out when it was right there and try the harder path later. Midoriya wondered if he had any papers for fixing that AC. Now, if he had to spend a couple of hours just looking for a paper before he could file a notice, then he'd just do it himself, but he had a few papers lying spare. Thunk! Midoriya glanced up as something hit the locked door, immediately tensing up. Now what was that? Aiko looked over her classwork one last time as the bell for school rang, smiling. While she still had a long way to go, she was definitely a lot further along than when she first started. Every step was a good one. Now that she stopped worrying so much and tried to look at the problems as simply as possible, it seemed a lot easier. Of course, the problem in math hadn't been asking her to find the volume of a soda can, wasn't asking for part of a cone or pyramid combined with a cylinder, it just wanted a cylinder. She smiled to herself as she packed all her notes and books up, sliding everything atop her desk into her duffel bag and then zipping it up. Today had been a pretty quiet day, but it was still fun. She studied, she worked, and she got to spend a little time with her best friend. She was even going to spend a little more with him later. The classroom was relatively empty when Aiko left for the crafting club, with only a dozen or so people still in there. They all had a pretty classy sense of fashion, loudly talking to each other with big motions. Even with so many people, they still seemed so close. Those people were pretty impressive. Aiko only stayed behind to stare at them for a moment before moving on her way, amazed over all the things people could bond over. All those girls and guys coming together over fancy fashion. Just she and Midoriya came together with crafting. Aiko skipped through the halls, thinking back to her last conversation with him. He had finally brought up another crafting project, making a whole bunch of sticks for another club. It seemed like a nice gift, but she wasn't quite sure what they were for. Maybe it was a sport, so you had to give one to every member of the team. Aiko shrugged it off as she went building to building, entering the much more quiet and much more empty extension building. She'd ask later what the sticks were for, simple as that. Aiko made her way to the crafting club room, the furthest room to the right. She grabbed the door and walked in. Thunk! Aiko's head painfully bounced off the door as she tried and failed to open the door, causing her to fall backward in complete surprise. She rubbed her head and glanced up from the floor at the door, confused. Was it stuck? Locked? Huh? A voice came muffled from the other side of the door. Midoriya. So that meant the door couldn't be locked. Why would Midoriya lock himself in? That meant... Oh no. Aiko stumbled to her feet and pulled on the door, but it was stuck fast. It wasn't moving. If Midoriya was in there, there was no way it was locked. That meant the door was stuck. Midoriya. The door's stuck. Are you right? What oh no. The door was probably stuck because she slammed it too strong when she left. Aiko was mortified at the thought as she grabbed the door again, pulling frantically to try and get it unstuck. Don't worry, Midoriya. I'll get you out. Aiko tried her best to calm Midoriya down as she shifted her position. What? Aiko took a deep breath and planted her feet, grabbing the door handle with both hands. If she couldn't get the door open, she'd just rip it straight out, like a fireman or something. She took one last breath in to try and calm down, failed spectacularly, and leaned back as she yanked the door, which slid open easily, causing her to go flying back as she basically threw herself with all her strength to the side, crashing on the ground. Midoriya peered out through the door, looking extremely worried as he glanced at the door and then at Aiko, breathed slightly like he was out of breath. Are you all right? Aiko sat up off the ground, brushing the back of her head and noticing bits of tile in her head. It looked like she got too spooked and accidentally broke the floor again. Yes, I'm fine. Yes, are you all right, Midoriya? She hurried off the floor and moved back over to the door, checking it quickly while Midoriya moved out of the way, stepping back further into the clubroom. I'm fine. I just jimmied the door a little. The door didn't look too bad. At least, Aiko didn't think the door looked bad. Was it bad? Did I break the door? Midoriya seemed a lot more casual now, still slightly out of breath like he just sprinted, but he was calming down a lot now. He strode over to the door, checking it, then checked the frame. Oh, if the door got stuck, it probably got stuck on the frame. Why didn't she think to check the frame? Looks fine. Don't worry about it. Midoriya opened and shut the door a few times to make sure before turning heel and walking into the club. Come on, it's already crazy hot. I was just filling out a notice for it. Aiko glanced between him and the door, surprised how quickly he was over being stuck in the club room. Are you sure you're all right though? I'm a little toasty, but that's it. Midoriya shrugged it off as he pulled out a chair for her, then sat down again and got working on that notice again. Maybe we should buy a fan or something, cause this heat is ridiculous. As Aiko calmed down, she finally did notice the temperature in the classroom was pretty high. She moved over to the desk, a bit more cautious and timid as she took off her 2 jackets and sat down. She was wearing her school uniform, or at least what she thought the uniform was. She had a gray button-up shirt with a golden one stuck to the collar to show her year. It was supposed to be short-sleeved, but she had opted to keep using the long-sleeved version from their winter uniform. She was also supposed to be wearing a skirt, but that didn't have any pockets, so she instead wore cargo briefs. They were baggy and had a lot of pockets and fun, but now it seemed kinda hot. Aiko stifled a yawn, looking over her stuff. While she was always a little chilly in the mornings, it was so hot now that she thought she might bake too if this went on for too long. She rolled up her sleeves, a little self-aware of how pale her skin was while Midoriya kept right on working. Midoriya always wore the uniform and was the only reason Aiko knew what it was supposed to look like. He wore the gray button-up with a red little tie that was tied really short, kept his black slacks clean, and had some red sneakers under it all. He didn't seem bothered by the heat at all with not one button out of place, despite all his complaining about the heat. But maybe that was because she stuck him in the room for an hour. Aiko scolded herself fiercely before suddenly eeik. Aiko sprung up suddenly as something cold touched her neck, shrieking as she grabbed her neck and looked around. Sitting directly next to her was a still sitting, although now slightly bemused, Midoriya holding a tiny can. Hey. Midoriya set the can down in front of her. I figured with your math problem I could show you a real can of soda, but I guess it's a little late for that. So relax. But no buts. Midoriya's voice was quiet but firm as he stood, moving across the room to the cabinet where he stored all their crafting supplies and pulled out a second drink, a bottle of Gatorade. Told you it's good, so it's good. That's how it works. It is. Aiko blinked in confusion, tilting her head a bit. She certainly didn't think getting trapped in a really hot room was good. Yeah, cause I said it's good. I wanna butt heads, I will. That's all there is. Midoriya sat back down with his Gatorade, then compared the size of the tiny can to the large bottle of Gatorade and SWCH. Here, take that. It's gonna be pretty hot today and we've got a lot of work to do. Aiko stared at the drink, slowly picking it up. It was really cool, especially compared to the rest of the room. It was pretty nice. Where did you a cool drink in here, Midoriya? Aiko glanced over at the cabinet he had moved to, wondering what other secrets it held. Fridge. He nodded in the same direction, confirming her thoughts before she could even think them. I always have a few in here. Gotta be ready for anything. Aiko nodded, then twisted it open and took a sip. She had no idea what the flavor was supposed to be, but it wasn't bad. What's this supposed to taste like? Not even Gatorade knows. Midoriya chuckled as he opened the tiny can, lifting it up and taking it all in one shot before confidently placing it back down on the table. But we gotta get stuff today. More bamboo for the sticks, some better thread to hold it all together, and, well, 2 more drinks would be nice. Aiko nodded affirmatively while Midoriya got up from his chair, stretching as he tossed before tossing the can into the wall above the trash, making it bounce off harmlessly before falling in. He made for the door without so much as a glance at his throw, only stopping to look back at her. So, you're coming. Aiko blinked, then smiled before trying to similarly down the Gatorade and standing up. She chose to just drop her bottle in the trash instead of something so fancy, now moving after him with quiet assurance. Yup. While the summer air was still hot and humid, the open-aired mall at least offered shade and a respite from the warm winds. Aiko and Midoriya moved together down the main passage of the mall, looking through stores and wares on their way to pick up the materials for their next build, some kind of stick made from bamboo. Aiko was a little spotty on the details, but that was fine with Midoriya here. He was still rambling to himself about measurements and sizes under his breath as they moved through the crowds, trying their best to stay in the shadows. It was good to see Midoriya so excited about something. Recently he'd been leaving after school all the time, missing club work for other stuff. It was probably important, so Aiko didn't want to pry, but she was always glad to spend a little more time with her best friend. They went to 2 different stores to get all their supplies, both ones they'd already been to. The first stop was the small craft store that Aiko had picked up her sewing things from to pick up some strong thread. A goal that took a while as the pair got lost comparing all sorts of strange names and IDs before ending with a quick trip to Google to find out what strong thread actually meant. After that, it was on to the site of their first build, the department store where they picked up the wood to build the crafting club's table. Aiko stared in marvel at all the different types of wood with all their fancy names. Ash, cedar, oak, the normal ones. Then it got weird. Pistachio. Aiko blinked as she poked a particularly dark wood, fascinated. Did someone turn a whole bunch of pistachios into wood? That seemed like a lot of effort for not a lot of wood. And the price backed that up. It was far more expensive than the more normal ones too. There were a few other weird names. Paulonia, seemingly the fanciest version of Paul Aiko had ever heard. Greenheart, a not particularly green wood, looking especially strange next to an actually purple wood called Purple Heart. Lastly was something spelled Macacaba. And Aiko didn't even want to think how you were supposed to pronounce that mess of letters. All the while Midoriya made a beeline for the woods right next to the entrance, containing a whole bunch of different bamboo. Aiko glanced at him, trying to read his expression to see what he was looking for, but he looked just about as lost as she did. He leaned in, squinting at a variety of different bamboos, then pulled back as he saw the prices. Aiko hurried over once he looked more settled, not wanting to bother him while he was thinking. He seemed to settle on 2 different kinds of bamboo and was squatting in front of them, his gaze flicing from one to the other as he weighed everything up. It looked very intense for just wood. And then she saw the prices and nearly fainted. The first kind was comparable with the normal wood she'd seen, so she didn't know if that was expensive or not, but the other one was 5 times as expensive. That gap for just 2 pieces of bamboo was huge. Plus, it didn't look like the store even had that much of the second kind. Aiko squirmed as she thought it over. The second kind of wood might be really expensive, but that meant it was really good, right? Otherwise, no one would buy it. Yeah, that would mean it would balance out. Aiko nodded to herself, having convinced herself that the price of that second bamboo probably wasn't too crazy. All right, Aiko, I found it. But even if it was worth it, that was still so much money. And since Midoriya brought her in to help him craft, they'd probably be building something really big again. How much wood did they need? How much wood could they get? Aiko blinked back into the moment as Midoriya stared up at her, tentatively blinking in mild confusion. You all right? Aiko mumbled as she nodded, breathing a sigh of relief as she calmed down. There was no use getting in such a fuss. Besides, all of this was probably going to be on the club's budget, so they didn't have to worry about pricing and stuff. That was how clubs worked, right? How much do you want to get? We're making 30-ish sticks, so 1 piece makes 2 swords, 15-ish. Midoriya did some math in his head, then nodded with much more confidence. Let's start with 14. All right, kids, you gonna need any help with that? An old man in a uniform began to approach them as Aiko stooped down and picked up the bamboo. It was a lot lighter than she thought since it was hollow and all. Aiko adjusted her grip a little bit since she couldn't see much past the tall stack of bamboo in her arms and slowly moved after Midoriya's hair, bobbing up and down just to her side, following him all the way to the counter to pay for it all. Walking out, they got some ropes for free to carry everything. Aiko smiled as she held the stack of bamboo, moved by the old man's generosity. She'd been seriously worried she might drop one of the bamboo planks, rods, whatever they were called. They weren't too heavy, only about 30 PND each, but with so many rolly things all on top of each other, it was strong to carry on its own. Now Aiko carried the wood under an arm easily, free from the worries of accidentally causing a scene or mess. Midoriya walked beside her, carrying the sewing stuff and a fan he'd bought at the department store. He wanted to carry something, but with all the bamboo bound together, he took the lighter stuff instead. That was great though. If Aiko was holding something important like the fan and the bamboo, she might have accidentally smashed the fan into the bamboo or put too much strength somewhere, and that would be a real mess. Midoriya rummaged through the bags as they made their way out of the mall. He seemed pretty satisfied by the day's results. With all this stuff, we're ready to go. Thursday should be Easy Street. Easy Street? Aiko wasn't sure she ever heard that one before, but that wasn't her focus. Today was Tuesday. But it seemed like their work had all been wrapped up. That meant that Midoriya was going to go away for 2 more days. And after that they would get to hang out again. Aiko pouted, then spit a hair that had gotten caught in her lips. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. Oh, hey. Midoriya stopped her with a quick nudge, making her suddenly squirm to not lose balance and topple over with all their stuff. She glanced around in a hurry, worried what caused the stop until she followed Midoriya's gaze. He turned to look at her and pointed to a shop over his shoulder, looking at her face as if to gauge her expression. Check that out. Aiko blinked at him, then glanced up and was so surprised that she nearly dropped her bamboo rod among thingies. There, a stall opened up right outside the mall itself. Shaved ice, a certified summer staple. Midoriya nodded, rubbing his chin with the bag in hand as he seemed to think it over. He then opened up his wallet, counted a few coins, then looked up at Aiko again. Come on, I'll pay. My treat cause you've been such a big help. But, Aiko glanced down at his wallet, a faded piece of polyester with some blonde guy who smiled really big on it. She knew she shouldn't be judgy and all, but it looked pretty thin. That seems a little expensive. I can pay. No, you can't. Midoriya cut her off, walking towards the stall without a shadow of a doubt. Cause I'm gonna do it. Hey. Aiko stumbled at first, then hurried after him, trying to be careful of people as she hefted the bamboo a little higher to avoid clocking someone with it. No fair. Don't complain. You're the one carrying everything. Do you know how strong carrying all that bamboo back to school would be? It's not. Hey, you're carrying stuff, too. Stop running. Too slow. Aiko's pouting didn't last long once she got her shaved ice. She got a pretty big bowl, about the size of Midoriya's head. There was even some cream stuff in the bottom that you were supposed to mix around to make it taste better. It wasn't just tasty, it would be fun to eat. When she finally got the chance to, Aiko kept the bamboo held in one hand and her ice in the other as she tried to think through how to eat the stuff. The ice came with a spoon, but her hands were tied up. So, Aiko tried biting the spoon with her mouth and using that to mix up the ice and cream and only succeeded in making a mess, getting flakes of ice in her hair. By the time she gave up, she was just glad it wasn't cream. That would be a real bother to get out. Midoriya just slid the bags up to his elbows and used both his hands to mix it up. She shouldn't be jealous, especially after he paid for everything. But as they made their way back to school, Aiko was antsy watching her ice slowly melt. Would it be as good melted as fresh? Probably not. Otherwise, why would people eat the ice? Midoriya looked like he enjoyed it a lot, too. Midoriya glanced up at her suddenly, offering her his bowl. Wanna try some? Hey. Aiko froze for a second as Midoriya kept on walking, turning on a dime and walking backwards so he faced her while he kept moving. She took a second to catch up, needing only a few steps physically while taking a few seconds mentally. And no, I don't. I mean, I would, but... Aiko gestured with her hands to the things she was holding, doing a weird shrug motion to emphasize them. Midoriya nodded, then extended a hand towards her. Well, I can't carry the bamboo, but I can carry this. Midoriya grabbed her shaved ice, slowly taking it from her as she slackened her grip. He put a little more effort into holding her food than he put into carrying both the fan, the sewing stuff, and his own ice, taking a second to adjust to the weight before holding her ice out. There, grab a spoon and try some. Oh, thanks. Now with this workaround, Aiko picked up her spoon and finally got to try some of the shaved ice. It was as weird as she thought it'd be, with a texture somewhere between ice cream and frost. The ice wasn't crunchy anymore from the heat, she wasn't sure it ever was, but it was still a welcome streak of cool on a very monotonous hot day. And now, Midoriya couldn't eat his shaved ice. They'd just gone in a circle, back to square one. Aiko panicked as she realized it, almost face-bombing for not noticing. Now Midoriya had to carry his ice, her ice, and their bags. She was just carrying a spoon and some bamboo that wasn't even 300 PND. Now she was dropping the... Great, my turn. Can I try some of yours? Midoriya hit her with a sidewinder before she could even finish overthinking her current problem, leaving her dazed for the third time in just a few seconds. I guess. Aiko tried to remember the proper etiquette for this in Japan, and thought of all the times she hung out with her dad. Whenever he had some of her food, he just stole it with his fork, so it was probably something like that. Aiko couldn't be sure since her mom would never steal food in the first place, unless it was from dad. She SWCH spoons and gave Midoriya some of her ice while racking her mind, trying to remember the eating etiquette that her dad definitely had never taught her before. This was definitely a question for mom. Pretty good. Want some of mine? Aiko nodded and kept to the same code, SWCH spoons and taking a piece of Midoriya's ice. It was pretty good, even if the taste was a little sweeter than she was used to. Cherry. Good old generic. Midoriya nodded to confirm as they walked. Even if the food SCK, strong to mess up cherry. But isn't it boring? Aiko wondered aloud, then snapped back to not sound rude. I mean, since you can get cherry anywhere, isn't it always T2 samey or? Probably. Midoriya laughed as he adjusted his grip on the bowls, careful to keep everything balanced. It's good, but I'm definitely going for something more interesting next time. But what's with that flavor? Way too bitter for a dessert. Aiko blinked then puffed up, faking being angry. Hey, cranberry isn't that bitter. Face the music. Aiko, it tastes like medicine, says generic man. You know how many medicines taste like cherry. Oh, Midoriya slowed his walk ahead of her, glancing mischievously over his shoulder at her. His smirk had a little tooth to it as he spoke back to her. How many? Aiko rapidly cooled down as she tried to think of all the medicines she had over the years that tasted like cherry. Maybe 2, 3. She wasn't much of a cherry person, and she always took blue raspberry over cherry, but that didn't make her point. A lot. Aiko said with more confidence as she tried to keep a more steady pace with Midoriya, moving down the road right beside him. Soon they were at the school. A lot of people had already left so long after school, with the school not having many clubs and most people skipping over the ones that did exist. Like the other people in the crafting club, Aiko had been in this place for months, but she still couldn't find her two senpais, Deku-san or Kaken-san. That second one was a kinda weird name though. Aiko wondered a little bit about suffixes as the duo made their way into their own building and club room. It was still pretty hot, but time had tempered the heat down from unbearable to just awful. Still, at least they had their ice. Put the bamboo down by the other stuff. Midoriya gestured to a corner of the room as he placed their ice on the table, then plopped the bags down once his hands were free. We'll put it all away, then we can lock up for the night. And there it was again. Aiko frowned, thinking it over as she slowly carried the bamboo to the corner. The rest of the stick-making stuff was already there, save for the sewing stuff they just got, but Aiko wasn't sure she wanted to put the bamboo down. She had a lot of fun already, but she didn't want it to end yet. If she did let it end, it'd be another 2 whole days before she got to hang out with Midoriya again. So, she slowly put the bamboo down as she organized her thoughts. She had a bad habit of rushing through things, so she tried to pace herself, thinking it through. Midoriya helped her out a bunch, and not just paying for her ice. He helped her with her homework, he studied with her, and he helped her when she wanted to stitch stuff together. Aiko bit her lower lip as she reflected back. What had she done for him? Carried somewhat at best, screamed a lot and spooked him with her quirk most of the time. It wasn't very even. She arranged the wood neatly against the wall so it wouldn't stick out and no one could trip over it, then looked over her handiwork. She glanced back at Midoriya, working quietly but calmly to set up the fan they bought. It was a large shop fan, a big plastic box with a metal fan inside. Midoriya was contending with trying to get it to blow onto the table and was currently moving around the room, trying different angles. It wouldn't be a big problem for him. Midoriya was hardly ever in the club, only coming every other day now, and even still he was setting up the fan. The weather in 2 days was supposed to be cooler, with the heat wave coming to a peak tomorrow and ending the next day, but even still he was setting up the fan. Aiko glanced past him to the clock. 4:56, school got out about 2 hours ago. They spent 2 hours just walking around town already, grabbing things. That was way more than most of the clubs, going off the echo in the halls. But, hey, Aiko spoke up tentatively, adjusting the wood a little this way and a little that. It was easier to talk with something to concentrate on. Midoriya, Midoriya affirmed, not looking up either. He scooted the fan around and took a step back, checking the angle and trying to feel the breeze before coming back in and making a few more adjustments. You need something. And not really. Even if Midoriya's tone was soft, Aiko still jumped a little. She moved the wood a little more, checking the knots in the ropes. Yup, those were knots. Not a clue what kind, but they sure did look tough. She poked them. Kind of. All right, Midoriya added that as he fiddled more with the fan, sliding a few boxes underneath it. With a little elevation it should be better, but the question was how much. 2 boxes. 1. Aiko tried to start something but just let it trail off. The ropes weren't evenly spaced on the bamboo, so she moved them around. Midoriya let the quiet hang while he SWCH the boxes around. Then SWCH which boxes were around. If the boxes he had were no good, he'd try a few other ones sitting around the room. Maybe use one of the old desks. There were plenty of those around. Wanna build? Aiko did her best to spit it out, playing with the tail ends of the knots. So far though, she'd only spit out a few barely coherent words. Today, the stick things I mean. Aiko let it trail off, still staring at the wood. She wasn't sure if she should look over her shoulder. She definitely wasn't sure if she could. You want to get started on the kendo sticks today? Aiko nodded, taking her hands off the bamboo to rub her knees. She'd been kneeling over the bamboo for a while, but her panic was keeping her knees from getting sore. It was a weird thing, her quirk, always seeming to help her out at the weirdest times. With it she could sit her panicking forever it seemed, focusing way too strong on way too little. All right, Aiko jumped as Midoriya put a hand on her shoulder, glancing up. Midoriya was standing behind her with a big smile on his face and the sewing bag in his hand, giving her a slight pull back away from the wall. Well then, we should get started right. Let's move this stuff to the table then. Aiko glanced back at him and nodded, kneeling forward to pick up the wood, then standing and marching to the table. Midoriya picked up the other supplies on the floor, following after her once he had it all in hand. He set it all on the table at once, explaining to her how they would divide up the work. He'd cut the wood to size while she cut and sewed the suede. but she'd need a guide, so he'd go print some off real quick. Midoriya kept his words fast and moved faster with a definite gleam in his eye, something that had been so strong to see with her hair and her face. Aiko let Midoriya go off about all the work they'd need to do, content to sit back at the table while he paced the room. Even if it had been strong to see Midoriya's energy with her hair as it was, she still liked it. After all, she'd be really embarrassed if anyone could see how much she was smiling. All of Ishiyama High School was settling into a peaceful quiet. Most of the students had gone home for the day. The teachers had left the minute the last bell rang, and the gangs that circled the city had moved on to better things as the sun began to disappear behind the cityscape, dyeing the skyline orange and red. But one room was still active in the summer swelter. In Ishiyama's extracurricular building, a few rooms still had some people in them. One of those rooms was the crafting club, home to two dutiful students. Well, to call both dutiful might have been a stretch. Aiko helped Midoriya put everything away, sorting the bamboo and strips he cut while he handled the suede and patches she cut. Aiko easily carried the large amounts of wood like they were cardboard while Midoriya neatly folded and tucked everything away, coming together at the end to look over a job well done. While they had only put together a practice stick that day to make sure the guides and measurements they were using worked, in just one afternoon they had enough suede patches to make 6 swords and enough bamboo strips to make another 6 after that. A far cry from the 3 Midoriya had cobbled together that morning by himself. Midoriya sighed, smiling with satisfaction as he locked up the cabinet and followed Aiko out of the room, through the halls, and into the sherbet sunset. So much got done in one day, how couldn't he be satisfied? Today was pretty good, eh? Why yeah. Aiko nodded quickly, matching Midoriya's quick steps with her longer but slower stride. She held her duffel bag backpack in both hands in front of her, hitting it off her legs with every step as they made their way to the front gate. It was FN. What was that? Midoriya paused as they hit the end of their crossroad. Ishiyama High School was located around the cusp of the slums and fit right in. And while Aiko and Midoriya both lived in nicer areas than Ishiyama, they lived in opposite directions. It was why Midoriya never caught Aiko on his way into class. Now he gave one last second to turn back to Aiko, trying to make out what she mumbled. He slung his backpack onto his shoulder, glancing up at her with a confident but mildly confused expression while he tried to hone his ears in. And Mao said his mumbling was bad. Aiko found something really interesting to stare at in her shoes, grinding one of the toes of her boots into the ground while fiddling with the bag in her hands before glancing up again. Today was fun. He gave her full attention, nodding. Not just the kendo club raid. The whole day had been pretty good. It was good to see Aiko study, even if it had been a pain in the moment to do, and the department store had been pretty fun. It had been a long time since he got to hang out after school with a friend. Bakugo didn't count, so technically, this was the first time. Yeah. Midoriya let his gaze trail off to the distance, taking in the city tinged by the sunlight before speaking again with more confidence. We should do it again sometime if you're up for it. Why yeah. I mean, yeah. Aiko also stumbled around her words for a second before coming back with more confidence, nodding to herself and then to Midoriya. I can do that. I mean, I want to do that. Yeah, let's do that. Got a good day for that. Midoriya fliced his gaze from the sunset to her, watching her freeze like ice when handed the question. He hadn't meant to poke fun at her. His schedule was pretty hectic and all, but that reaction. Midoriya smiled again as he took the lead. Thursday. Aiko quickly pulled out her phone and turned her back on him, furiously typing away for a second before glancing up over a shoulder at him, then fliced her gaze right back down to her phone. THURSDY alright. Aiko turned around, pumping her fist victoriously as if to gather up her vigor. Thursday it is. Cool, see you later, Aiko. Midoriya kept his snickers at her large motions down as he waved goodbye and slowly walked away. He kept his eyes on Aiko as she sprinted the opposite direction, waving her arm to him all the way so strong it looked like she was trying to dislocate it. She kept that huge wave up all the way until she rounded a corner a few blocks away. Seriously, where'd she get all that energy? She really is Mao's kid. Revenant smiled to himself as he watched Aiko turn a corner and turned heel, going right back into the school and back into the club room. Aiko had told her parents that she'd be late because of club activities, but Revenant had been using that as an excuse basically ever since he founded the club. If he went home now, he'd be home pretty early for his usual pace. Not that he'd finished the kendo project. Midoriya opened the kendo club's door back up and unlocked the cabinet in a quick fashion, smiling one last time as he looked at the work they'd done today and pushing past it to the bottom of the cabinet. That was his and Aiko's work. They started it together, and it'd only be right to finish it together. If the kendo club wanted it earlier, they could SCK an egg. Midoriya lifted the cabinet's false bottom and pulled his own duffel bag out, sliding his own backpack in its place and carrying the duffel bag to the table. He unzipped the bag, checking the contents while his face was tense with thought. He was on a good pace. The time with Aiko had taken a lot of weight off, a lot more than he thought it would. Midoriya grabbed the thread he bought today with Aiko, the sewing kit, and pulled a large arm piece from the bag. He said he wouldn't do anything stupid tonight, and he wouldn't. He'd just fix the stitching problems he found in Beowulf. Both Beowulf gauntlets had issues with the stitching, so now was a great time to work on them. He could do more major fixes like the boot's bad ankle support later, when he had more material and bothered to Google how that worked, but right now was a great time for touch-ups. Nothing big, just replacing the thread he used to make the gauntlets with the stretchier threads he bought today. Usually he used very tough string since he made clothes, thinking that since it was tougher it would take a beating better. Now, with a little experimentation, he learned that tougher string did take more pressure to break. But then it broke. That wasn't good. Instead, he wanted his string to take some pressure, then come back. It'd still break with enough pressure, but this should bounce back a little instead of just letting the damage build with time. Sure, it wasn't perfect. He'd have to find a ratio probably of which thread to use where. But that came with practice. This was only his third-ish real attempt at fixing this. As he used it more, as he broke it more, he'd learn how to fix and build it better. Experience couldn't be learned in books, after all. It was learned in the streets. Revenant roamed the dim streets. The cheery sunset turned dark against the backdrop of all these buildings. The slums came to life quickly in the dark, a sea of people broken up with a few islands of garbage. Revenant clenched his hand, feeling the slight give and stretch of the material as he studied it. This thread, he wasn't sure how good it was, not yet, but a few trials could tell him no, it would tell him, just like it told him where to hunt. This wasn't his first ride. He knew all the good places to train, the places where the filth was worse than a little trash. Revenant sat just outside one such alley, eyes and ears searching the waves of people constantly from beneath a hood. The best way to hunt was to wait, patiently, because if you were patient enough. A couple was corralled into an alley, shoved roughly by a large man. As he moved, a few of the bystanders moved in, closing the alley behind them to give them a little privacy. It was a routine scene, a few guys throwing their weight around while most people walked right on past. They didn't look into the alley. They didn't want to, and they gave these punks the leverage needed to pull something like this off. The victims were confused and scared, the aggressors wild and unfocused. So unfocused, in fact, that they didn't notice the extra number among their ranks, the one with the hood and gauntlets. He waited as the punks built themselves up, focusing only on their victims while he slowly donned a bandana over the rest of his face. His movements were slow and steady, seeming just another part of the group as they worked themselves into something of a frenzy, all too eager to show off their quirks. He patiently waited as the victims took out the money, ready to hand it over. And when everyone's eyes were on the money, bam, the elderly woman was shivering, holding onto her purse with both hands as the punks moved in. There were only 3 of them, but even one seemed like overkill for just a bunch of purse snatchers. They encircled around her, taunting her. The woman's gaze fliced between the 3 quickly as she tried to avoid them, backing into one and then jumping into another as they moved around her to close off any hope of escape. It was a lot of work for something as simple as snatching a purse. Maybe it was to ensure a little fear, to buy themselves some time, but whatever it was, it fixed their attention on their woman. They kept the net close as they focused in on their current victim, unaware that something else was closing in just behind them. Crash. The Yakuza glanced over the merchandise, using a small flashlight to check the color and granulation. There was never much to look at, but in this business, especially this deep in, the merchandise had to be good. Where'd you get it? The Yakuza gingerly picked up one of the packets of stardust, shaking the packet a bit while holding it up to the light. It didn't take a genius to know that a drug was only as good as its source, and if the source was too shaky, the product would follow. In-house, ever since Toxin Lovers closed shop, the trade's been pretty open. We got a guy who did it in the States, set up a little lab. The dealer shrugged it off. You should come by sometime. It's a nice little place. Sure it is. The Yakuza opened one packet, pinching a little between his fingers. The coke looked good, but looks hardly mattered, especially to the nut jobs who'd buy it. Still, the drugs affected the turf. If Shai Hasakai was known for bad product, it'd be him getting carted off on the streets in little bags. You cut it. Do we cut it? Of course we do. What do you think we are, a bunch of morons? The dealer was a little abrasive. This meeting wasn't taking place in somewhere safe, like one of the Shai Hisakai's safe houses or establishments. This wasn't even a checkup in the streets. This was supposed to be a deal to distribute some of the cocaine out to a large supply of buyers, a deal that had been crashed quite a few times over the last few weeks. Do we FC King cut it? You want a guy oding after one FC King hit cause he can't FC King count. We make sure that sit never happens. Just checking. The Yakuza was there to serve as protection for the same reason he was investigating the quality of the coke. Criminals getting whacked on Shai Hasakai turf didn't send a good message, so he was here to bolster them. Not that here was anything impressive. This was just another section of slums in some city or another. They were all so similar. They were doing deals in a rusty old playground, sitting pretty in the abandoned park surrounded by cheap peeling paint and filth. The Yakuza snapped his fingers, creating a small fire to light his cigarette. The upper brass might have cared a lot about cleanliness and sit, but down in the streets, something had to take the edge off. He offered a light to the dealer who gladly accepted, the two sharing a smoke in that dingy, dim park. It wasn't just these two criminals feeling the edge. All of Japan had entered a strange charge running under the surface, tension going tighter like a noose. It was that same edge that drove up the drug trade, though God only knew who found common cocaine. The Yakuza assumed people would have turned to weed, but with junkies, why bother trying to think it through? The dealer glanced around. Even the cigarette couldn't completely take the edge out of his voice, the way his voice was quiet yet strained. The park might have been abandoned, but these whole slums had seemed possessed these days. You think it's coming? The Yakuza took another puff from his cigarette, checking the time. The appointment was in just a few minutes, or so he thought. It was strong to read with his whole arm shaking. Heroes did a sweep yesterday. No nomas are in Mustafa unless they can crawl out of walls. That's good. The dealer nodded, taking a little solace in the Yakuza's words. That was what the Yakuza was here for, after all. Just the sight of him provided stability. It gave the criminals confidence. As long as the Yakuza stood, it wouldn't all go to sit. Not yet. So when's the distribution train coming? That was why it didn't matter how scared the Yakuza was. As long as everyone thought he was confident, they'd be fine. So he made conversation to try and take his mind off the way that the shadows leered around him, the way that something seemed to be watching them, and the wind that sounded scarily like some monster's rasped breaths as it blew through the broken buildings. In just a few minutes, the dealer reaffirmed what the Yakuza already knew, taking a second to reorganize the boxes of product. The light from his cigarette cast eerie shadows across his face as he lined the boxes up on a bench, counting them over a second before his head snapped across the park. The Yakuza's head snapped over as well as something broke the quiet of the night. Footsteps. He stepped on his cigarette and forced his way forward, tensing his hand as warmth flooded down his hand, creating a reddish glow beneath his skin as he readied his quirk. He pushed past the dealer, standing in front of him defensively while he lit up his hand for light and protection. He shoved his hand forward, trying to burn through the dark as he squinted, peering forward. Who's there? Peter Pan. A voice petered through the dark, a little hollow as a small but well-cloaked man moved forward. Nobody here wanted to be recognized off the street, after all, so there was a little ambiguity to it all. The Yakuza didn't flinch, waiting for the dealer to speak up. He's good. And once they got the all clear, the tension deflated, the Yakuza flicing his hand down as he deactivated his quirk. The newcomer and the dealer shook hands, making no effort to pay attention to the Yakuza as they found some comfort in each other. There was a sense of security in numbers, and as the distributors came, the atmosphere of the park became more rugged and loud. It wasn't exactly friendly, but compared to the chill of being all alone in this dingy park, it was welcome. In just a few minutes the men came together, moving away from the park itself to the bench with all the goods laid out. With most of the buyers there, they began to get down to business, all being eager to be out of this wretched place. With their fear mostly behind them, the men talked money around the moonlit bench. A common buying price wasn't established for goods like these, so it had to be argued out. The debate wasn't heated, not with a Yakuza there, but it was fierce. Not everyone would be taking home the same amount of coke, and not all of the coke would be going out. That gave the buyers a little leniency, since stardust not sold might as well have been sawdust for how useful it was. The dealer had the supply, though, and he had the final say on a deal. The two sides had their own little battle, but apart from them was the Yakuza. As long as nothing got physical, it wasn't his problem. But keeping an eye out was. This city was overflowing with heroes, and even a city hero could be bad news. That was why he stayed a ways away from the buying and selling and was stuck staring into the dark, with nothing but his third cigarette of the night for company. Aside from the dealers doing their business, this side of the slums was pretty empty. The bums knew to make themselves scarce when the Yakuza showed up, as they should. Those useless pieces of shit only got in the way of business, a bunch of never-wheres who stuck to the streets like Sane. But without them, the Yakuza couldn't help the slight shiver despite the sweltering heat. Even without them, he could feel something wriggling in the back of his mind. It was like something moving, forever just out of sight. A slight sound that was just a little too quiet, a sight that didn't quite fit in, always a little off, and he couldn't figure out who's there. He snapped around as footsteps cut through the night, torching his cigarette for the second time that night as he held up a hand to check. But even if he could check, it was just another guy in another big FC King coat. Seriously, in this heat they all looked hella suspicious. The man shuffled forward, his movements slightly irregular as he limped. Was the heat seriously that bad? Then, without moving his head, a voice sprung out of the night. A woman's voice. Devil doll. What? The Yakuza blinked in complete confusion as the stranger took a few more steps forward, then doubled over before collapsing from a sharp kick to the back. What do you mean what? You stupid. Standing behind him was a woman, just a little shorter than the man had been standing. She wore a simple tank top, loose breathe, and flats. There was some kind of mask on her face, but in the city lighting, it was impossible to make her face out anyways. She fliced her hair back, walking forward confidently while continuing to run her mouth. It's my name. You asked my name, genius. Sheesh, and I thought I was finally going to get to change my name. Ah, a hero. The Yakuza had held back because he didn't want to accidentally torch a customer, but she clearly wasn't part of the deal. With just a flick of the wrist, his hand ignited as he changed his stance, protecting his body with the flaming hand while he put his flashlight back in his pocket. A hero. The customers noticed him more than they noticed the interloper. His quirk was far flashier after all, but they could still pick out the small figure in the dim light. The voices had a nervous tinge as they looked at her, but nobody made any moves yet. Well, except for him. It's nothing. The Yakuza moved forward, slowly but carefully as he kept only one hand ignited. His quirk use was really obvious after all, and he didn't want any more heroes poking their noses in. He walked toward the heroine with a calm confidence, rolling his shoulder as he moved to prepare for a quick fight. This wasn't just a fight. This was a way to ease off the night's tension. All he had to do was beat some beach senseless. He took one big step forward as he spoke. Someone's luck just ran out. Ooh, bad phrasing. And stepped on his own cigarette, somehow managing to slip on what was barely a centimeter of paper, sending him stumbling towards the heroine. His calm demeanor slipped as he tried to catch himself, his guard dropping while he tried to regain balance. She bobbed down as he approached, moving towards him quickly and keeping to one side to stay clear of his flaming hand. She gave him a quick kick to the body as she weaved past him, turning after her kick to give him her undivided attention. The kick stung him in the ribs, pushing him back and giving him back his balance. The Yakuza took a few extra steps back, checking his body before reaffirming his guard. He wasn't quite sure what just happened, but it barely hurt. There was no real damage, especially from just one kick. A particularly weak kick at that. Are you even a real hero? The Yakuza muttered, but that got a reaction from the snappy girl who seemed all too eager to run her mouth. Hey, maybe. What's it to you? Hot hands. She was looking pretty PSS from such a minor comment. And she wasn't even a real hero. A vigilante. PFFT. Some of the buyers stopped to watch the show. Just a vigilante. The Yakuza stopped in his tracks, then laughed. He used his unlit hand to take out another cigarette, biting down on it to hold it in place before slicing it with a finger to light it up. Not even a FC King officer, just some FC King vigilante. Hey, WOAH. The vigilante what's-her-face seemed angry and confident as she moved forward, right until the Yakuza raised a hand and created a blast of flames, forcing her to dive to the floor. She crashed as unceremoniously as he tripped, putting her face first in the ground while he stayed standing, hand at the ready for another blast. And here I was, worried about some heroes seeing this sit. The Yakuza had been so cautious up till now because he assumed there might be some heroes waiting in the wings. But if it was just some city vigilante, he clenched his hand, revving up for another gout of flames. But who's gonna see more garbage burn? The safety inspector. Another smarmy answer. The Yakuza blew smoke from his nose, caught off guard, then chuckled a bit. Then he put some power into his arm and shoved it forward as he created fire, throwing the flames forward like a shot put towards the girl, and into the newspaper that flew through the arm, caught on the wind, and smacked right into his face. The smoke he just breathed out got in his eyes. His aim went to sit, and his sure kill blast that would have turned the little vigilante to ashes just managed to scorch her hair. For her part, Devil Doll was used to near misses like this. The reason her hair was so short was because sit like this kept happening, even before she tried being a vigilante. That was why she knew to react quickly, springing up from the ground and making a mad dash while the villain was blinded. For his part, the Yakuza did his best. He grabbed the newspaper that had stuck itself to his face with both hands, igniting part of it instantly while pulling it away. He used his unlit arm to rub his eyes, trying to get the smoke out of his eyes, when suddenly, gotcha FC Kerr. Another quick kick caught him in the ribs before he was ready, right underneath both his arms and right in the exact same spot he'd just been hit. The force wasn't much, but when he wasn't ready for it, that sit hurt all the same. Devil Doll was quick on her feet, stepping up for the next attack. He doubled over, his hands were covering his face, so she went past his guard and brought her leg straight up and over the criminal's head, then snapped it straight down, bringing her heel right down on the back of the Yakuza's skull. He was already off balance from the lucky hit to the gut, and that last hit was all it took to bring him crashing to the floor face first, right onto the cigarette he had just dramatically lit, burning his own face. The Yakuza screamed in pain, blinded and confused. He didn't know what the FCK was going on anymore. All he knew was that everything above his neck hurt like a beach. He lashed out wildly, igniting both hands as he swung at whatever was nearby to try and catch that annoying beach that did this to him. Devil Doll. That annoying beach he was trying to hit wasn't anywhere near him anymore. She tripped after hitting him in the head and had stumbled right out of range, tripping over her own feet and falling out of range. She was used to her own bad luck, however, and she turned her tripping into just another attack. She caught herself with her hands and threw her legs over her head, turning the trip into a somersault to land on her feet, then going straight back as she did a backward somersault straight onto the Yakuza, putting her full weight onto HSI back and slamming him to the ground right as he tried to get up. He barely had time to move before he went unconscious. Ironically enough, if he hadn't tried to get up, the attack probably would have missed. If he hadn't been smoking, the newspaper that hit his face wouldn't have also irritated his eyes. And if he had just took this fight seriously from the start, he probably would have won in about one hit. But that was the problem with probability. Anytime there was a chance of failure, no matter how slim, bad luck could always get you. After an exhilarating fight battling her own quirk and some big bad guy, Devil Doll quickly checked herself over and accidentally dodged the first fire thing, man, that had scared her. Bad guy. Devil Doll looked past her dancing shoes, nudging him. He was out like a light from that last hit, and it didn't look like he'd be getting up anytime soon. He was still moving, though, so he wasn't dead yet. He'd probably be fine. She got off him and turned to her next issue, the rest of the criminals. All right, now you better, sir. Her words trailed off as she pointed accusing to where those drug dealers had been a minute ago, watching dealers sprinting away with a huge head start. SHT. Hey, here, get back here. Devil Doll cursed herself, starting to run after the criminals before turning around and looking at the guy she already took out. She had a really strong time just getting one person down. But all those people, but the guy she already took out, but she was losing them. DD glanced between the two, distraught, then slumped as she sighed. She trudged to the criminal she'd taken out, taking a roll of duct tape out of the small sports bag she kept on herself and went wild on hot hands. In just a few seconds his arms were coated with tape, forming a pair of makeshift HNDCFFs. It wasn't perfect. It sure wasn't pretty, but it would work. Probably. Well, she usually used tape on people's hands, but given his quirk that seemed a really bad idea. Next, DD called in the police about the criminals she saw getting away. She didn't like calling the police or the heroes, and she really didn't like that she had to do it almost every time she went out vigilanteing since her quirk rarely ever finished fights. Yeah, a whole bunch of scary guys carrying white bag things. DD made up the facts as she went, sitting down in the park while she overlooked the stuff she captured. It wasn't often she finished a case like this on her own. It was a pretty good night. DD looked over the stuff that the men left behind, boxes with packets of white powder inside. It looked like a few were missing, though, so hopefully the police could find those crooks and nab him on possession. Oh yeah, there was one guy who got into a big fight. Some fire quirk, it was super bright. DD also had to do her best to explain to the officers what that one guy with a concussion was doing here. Wouldn't be any good if big criminal who tried to torch people alive got to just walk out of custody. But there wasn't much she could do on that one. He was fighting someone, but when I got closer, he was all taped up and the rest of those criminals were running. All right, and did you see who he was fighting? The police caller kept it straightforward, probably filling out a report now. Perfect. I didn't get too close until it was over, but yeah. Devil Doll rubbed her nose with a cheeky smile, taking a little pride in her work. She beat that big guy after all, with her own two hands and her quirk. It wasn't often that a vigilante won in a straight fight with a real criminal after all. Can you describe them? Devil Doll nodded, rocking from side to side on the bench with a smile on her face. Yup, she was a girl with long hair, baggy breeze, and a tank top. I didn't see her quirk, but she made the fire guy trip a lot. She gladly cut out the 2 times her quirk tripped her up, pressing on. She announced her name after beating up the fire guy. She said her name was. Just a moment, miss. You said the woman had long hair. What color? The police person interrupted her, probably on command from someone looking over the report. Devil Doll took a deep breath to clear her head, then nodded even though no one could see her, running a finger through her own short hair. That fire quirk ensured it was just a little shorter now. She was going to have to get another haircut so it didn't look suspicious. Yep, the woman had long hair. It was strong to see what the color was though. I think it might have been. Devil Doll glanced at her own hair. Orange, boom, pink. Anyway, she said her name was Dev. We have a record on her. Miss Fortune, a vigilante operating in the Mustafa area. Thank you for your cooperation, miss, and sit tight. The heroes are on their way. And with that, the police on the other end suddenly ended the call, leaving Devil Doll, or as the police nicknamed her, Miss Fortune, stuck hanging as she stared daggers at her phone. Miss Fortune, Miss Fortune. She slowly stood up from the bench, now still as a statue while staring straight through her phone. Miss Fortune, God damn it. Little Miss Fortune nearly lobbed her phone across the park as she shouted, still PSS off at the name the heroes gave her. You know how many people have had the name Miss FC King Fortune? 7. FC King 7. You're not being clever anymore. Misfortune, as her name had been for the last 2 years of her vigilante career, worked her anger out by stomping on the bench for 1 minute and then hopping around on one foot for the next 2. It seemed no vigilante ever got to pick their own name and were stuck with whatever garbage the Hero Association pulled from the trash. Well, technically, it's recycled. After all, they keep reusing it. Misfortune managed to smile, but with the slight twitch in her eye, it couldn't hide just how PSS off she was. She'd been trying to change her name ever since she got it. She told everyone she helped, the villains she fought, and the heroes who tripped over each other when they came to arrest her. But it never stuck. Suckily, Misfortune put her phone back in the small sports bag on her back and looked over the scene one last time. The heroes would be coming soon, so she needed to disappear like her hopes of rebranding. But that was no reason to do a sloppy job. Misfortune lifted the big guy and dragged him over to the drugs, moving him out of the road just in case of any accidents. It took a while since he was so big, but it was better safe than sorry, right? She dropped him beside the drugs and wiped the sweat off her head, looking around for any other problems. So what's going on in this neck of the woods? She was cut off by a chilling voice that froze her on the spot. She slowly looked up, feeling herself break out in a cold sweat just looking at him. Another figure walked on the scene. He wore a large yellow puffy jacket despite the balmy weather, sauntering over with his hands in his pockets as he slowly took in the scene. He wore sunglasses despite the darkness of the park, peering just over the rims to take in the scene with a smile a little too big for a normal human. He took in everything about the scene, from the swing set swaying in the breeze to the broken windows of the surrounding buildings. He took everything in as he moseyed over, except for one thing. He didn't have to look at her though. His presence alone seemed out of place, like a tiger locked up with a mutt. He didn't even need to pay attention to her to send shivers down her spine. He moved across the scene at his own leisure pace, only stopping just in front of her to start talking to the guy she knocked out. Kai, you're sleepy. He glanced up at her with a smile, talking a hand out no, taking a mess of tentacles out of his pocket to point down to the unconscious criminal. Sleeping on the job? What a punk. Misfortunate had managed to take about 2 steps back since he'd shown up, and one of those was definitely from her quirk. She took a third stumbling step backward as his other tentacles suddenly sprang out with a knife, going straight for her stomach. What started off as a stumble turned into a spin as Misfortune turned her entire body, letting the attack pass her by without a scratch before continuing the spin and popping her leg up, trying to hit the villain with a sweeping kick to the head. The villain peered over his sunglasses at the attack, still smiling, then slid backward out of her reach, letting the attack pass him by harmlessly. Misfortune recovered from her kick, taking a few more steps backward now that she was active and moving while the villain laughed. Man, Kai, you be slippin'. Wait till Deidoro hears about this. The villain laughed again as he adjusted his sunglasses, tossing the knife from tendril to tendril as he adjusted his posture. His entire form was slouched, reeling in the wind like he barely had any self-control. And then he exploded, his body going entirely straight as he snatched the knife out of the air and put his everything into a charging slash. He moved towards her quickly, drawing the knife across his body as he went to make sure a simple sidestep couldn't mess everything up. Plus, he was moving towards her, so jumping back wouldn't do anything. He had her, probably, and probably was Misfortunate's specialty. The villain rushed towards Misfortunate right as the first villain finally began to wake up, causing his arms to move just a few precious inches. His arms, duct-taped together, formed the perfect obstacle to catch the villain's leg mid-lunge, slowing him just enough for Misfortune to realize he was attacking her and scramble. She couldn't go straight back and she couldn't dodge side to side. Plus the villain was better than her. Way better than her. How did you beat someone like that? That was easy, you didn't. You ran the FCK away. And that was how vigilantes stayed alive. Misfortune saw the moment the villain stumbled and played straight into it, running right past the villain while he was focused on the body and before he had time to properly attack. His eyes fliced as soon as she moved and his hand was just a second behind. But the knife could only clip Misfortune's arm as she shoved past the villain and made a break for it the same way he came. If he was here for the unconscious guy, he'd probably stay with the unconscious guy. If he was here for the drugs, he'd probably stay and collect the drugs. Either way, there was no real reason for him to keep chasing her once she got out of his path. But that was the problem with probability. Anytime there was a chance of failure, no matter how slim, bad luck could always get you. Just as Misfortune thought she slipped out of another bad situation, a mass of tentacles grabbed her already cut arm and gave her one strong tug. With one motion, he lifted her body off the ground and changed her direction, putting all that weight into her already injured arm before slamming her to the ground. She could barely even register what was happening, it was so fast. I'll admit, that was pretty slick. The villain was still smiling as he lifted her up, dangling her off the ground still by her arm. He was a lot taller than he first looked, able to keep her completely suspended off the ground even while slouching. Given an arm for a getaway. That's a pretty good trade. If it worked. His voice hardened suddenly as he held her closer, his grip tightening to crush her arm while his smile finally slipped for just a second. But Misfortune didn't react at all, still hanging limp in his grasp. Either she was unconscious or more resilient than she looked. Either way didn't matter. The villain glanced at his subordinate, shaking his head as his smile returned. Still, you hurt the shy Hasakai. Can't let that slide, can we? Plus, if Kai's there, that means you trashed a deal. He turned his full attention to her right as her foot snapped up, catching him in the side of the head. It was so sudden that it slipped right through his guard, causing his grip to slacken as he seriously stumbled back. Misfortune was used to falling, having done it thousands of times before. With her body completely relaxed, she broke into a roll away from the villain, flipping to her feet in one flowy motion. The villain swung forward as her next kick popped off, a sudden strike aimed at the villain's ribs. He had rushed forward to try and hit her again and ran straight into the kick, giving it some serious power as it connected dead on with him. Then it went right through him. Misfortune's eyes widened as she suddenly pulled back, taking a few quick leaps back before the villain's legs swung back to try and counterattack her. The villain's massive reach and quick reflexes still won out, even if she tried to dodge. But at least by leaping back, she turned it from a kick that should have split her in two into a kick that launched her like a soccer. Misfortune at least landed on her feet, using all of her strength and dancing experience to keep her balance. She still dropped to 3 limbs, catching herself at the last second before looking up at the villain. You're all tentacles, and you're all beach. Beach. The villain laughed it off as he retracted his leg, letting it purposely bend in ways that made his prey's stomach turn. That was pretty good. Got anything else? Misfortune tried to stand but put weight on her arm, causing her to flinch as the pain started to set in. She gritted her teeth. SWCH which arm she propped herself up before getting her feet back under her and starting to move back. She just needed to bide some time, right? The police said the heroes were on their way. She must have glanced back to where she thought the heroes were coming from, because in the next second the villain seemed to be right in front of her. His entire body splayed out like a spring let loose as he rushed towards her, no longer bothering with the knife. He wouldn't need it anymore. Misfortune. No. Misfo stumbled back, absent-mindedly grabbing the cut on her arm as she stared in horror at the thing rushing towards her. Why the hell did her name matter again? As the villain rushed towards Demi, she moved back, tripping over her own legs. Whether it was her quirk or how bad they were shaking at this point was anyone's guess. This didn't stop the villain, who rose up, spreading his tentacles in every direction to grab her. He'd only need one hold, and from there, it was game, set, and match. Demi blinked in horror as she stared up, trying to remember what was happening before experience kicked in. She sprung her arms out behind her, bracing her body against the ground to give herself in base, and bucked her legs at the only thing that knew she could hit, the villain's face. The villain's expression finally changed as her legs pulled back. While his pose was great for capturing someone, he used it plenty of times for human trafficking. It had one flaw right now. He was completely disconnected from the ground. That meant, no matter what he did, he couldn't change direction, leading him straight into her legs. So that was why he brought the knife back out. The 10th criminal fell as quietly as the rest, screams giving way as he lost consciousness through a myriad of blows from every direction. Midoriya stopped his assault, stepping back from his latest victim, who slumped against the wall he had been beaten into. Littered around these slum streets were the weak criminals who thought they were tough sit, each pummeled into dust just as easily as the last. He flexed his hands, inspecting the gloves as he walked down the street towards an alleyway. The threads were holding out pretty well. He'd taken down about 30 people tonight, and there weren't any obvious signs of damage. D-die. A criminal lunged at Midoriya from the alley where he'd been hiding, swngng a pipe with both hands and all his strength. All things considered, that still wasn't much. But just because there weren't any obvious signs of damage didn't mean the gloves were fine. His fist snapped forward, striking the criminal in the face with one hand before the pipe could even finish swngng. He'd need to inspect them somewhere with better lighting, like the clubroom. Yeah, he'd go in early tomorrow and check the threading there. That should be good. The little Sid stumbled back from the blow, but a claw grabbed him by his oversized coat and pulled him right back in. Yeah, he'd go in early tomorrow and check the threading there. That should be good. Revenant yanked the criminal off balance, causing him to topple forward straight into Revenant's next punch. His eyes glossed over as the pain sent a shock through his system, causing him to blank out for a second. Midoriya nodded to himself. He'd done enough. 30 criminals was pretty good for a school night. It was about time to go home. So Revenant finally turned his full attention to the piece of garbage who tried to jump him with a pipe, shuffling into a proper stance. The criminal's grip on the pipe grew tighter as he woke up from the pain, uttering a scream as he swung the pipe with all his might, right into Revenant's fist, bending the pipe in half with the impact alone. The poor criminal looked at the metal tube, then up at Revenant with something between complete confusion and total terror. Revenant wasn't sure what expression the criminal made next. His fists got in the way while they were pummeling the man senseless. For such a short night, Midoriya had gotten a lot more work done than he thought he would. Midoriya dragged the last of the bunch of mooks he knocked out all together in one place to make it easier for the police to find. They all had phones, as usual, and Midoriya was well practiced in opening them up to make emergency calls. Calls were sent from all 11 phones to the police but left hanging empty as Midoriya ditched the phones as soon as the call went through. So many phones going off in one place was sure to spark at least an investigation by the police, where they were sure to find his handiwork. Revenant looked over that handiwork now, his face blank under the cloth mask. Judging by the white bags the men had been carrying when he ran into and ambushed them, these men were part of some larger drug trade. These men, however, clearly weren't at the top of it. If you ran a drug empire, you didn't have to run around the streets fencing it yourself. Midoriya began to make his way out of the slums district. Already well versed in the streets, he didn't even have to check the signs as he cut straight through the mess on his way back to the school. But even if these punks weren't the top rung, they were still part of the ladder. The drug trade might have a lot of branches, but even just damaging a few of its roots could cause problems. All those dealers would be out of the picture for a while, possibly a pretty long while, and you couldn't just make new ones appear out of thin air. He kept a slow pace as he adjusted his coat. The night was still hot, barely cooler than the day, but with his magic muscle suit, he barely noticed. The energy absorption quirk he put it kept it cool constantly, probably the best decision he accidentally made. When he had a little more time, he could start investigating around for the source of those drugs. While taking out the bottom feeders was good for practice, taking out a lab would definitely be much better. That could get a lot more people in jail for a lot longer, and put a major dent in operations. If he could find a link from one lab to another too. Midoriya smiled underneath the mask, feeling pretty good going forward. He'd been feeling good a lot more recently, probably because of all the rest he'd been getting. While the rest was good, though, he could still feel something in him wanting more. He wanted to push his limits again, to go past just beating up some grunts, to take on something a little harder. Midoriya adjusted the bandana on his face, reminding himself that he needed to wash it. He'd only been wandering around for a little over an hour, but it had gotten even dirtier. More dirt, more BLD, not his, and more reason to take it home tonight. Midoriya would do his best to remember, but he might reflexively toss it in the bag with the rest of his vigilante kit. Speaking of that kit, he should probably clean it. Midoriya stopped a few blocks away from Ishiyama High to check out his reflection in a broken window with a little street light. His jacket was dusty, his breaths were dirty, and even his new gloves weren't looking too hot. It seemed he had another stop before his next maintenance. Midoriya only paused to adjust his mask as he turned towards the source of the sound, bolting off in just the blink of an eye. It looked like the maintenance was going to wait, cause he was about to get a little dirtier tonight. The knife glinted in the moonlight as it sliced through the air, flying in a gentle arc towards Miss Fortune's leg. It wouldn't be lethal, but it would certainly be the end of this fight. A very painful end, just as the villain liked it. Miss Fortune could see it too. Her kick towards the villain's face would hurt, probably, but not as bad as getting stabbed in the leg. Once that happened, she pretty much had no chance of escaping. Maybe if she hung out for long enough, the police or the heroes would arrive. But that was unlikely. No lights lit up the city park. Nobody was appearing in flamboyant costumes, and there was pretty much no chance of getting out of this. Miss Fortune swallowed, trying to quell her fear and failing before she grit her teeth. This was going to hurt. It seemed to take an eternity for that single second. All eyes were on the knife as it moved through the air, a swift and steady path straight down. No one paid attention to Miss Fortune's kick, even with her quirk in full effect. Neither of them were stupid enough to think that her kick would save her. Luck was only good if there was a chance of success, after all. So with all eyes on the knife that seemed so important, nobody noticed the curve that came from left field. Wham. The slow scene was destroyed in an instant as a base smashed into the side of the villain's head, all the action going off at once. Miss Fortune's desperate kick missed by a mile now that the villain was thrown off course, turning her kick into a flail as she fell flat on the ground in total confusion, hitting her head on the ground and causing her to yelp in pain. The villain's knife swung wildly but was rocked by the heavy impact to his head, causing him to only clip his target as he overshot and also crashed into the ground. He took the failure far better than the vigilante, rolling along the ground to his tendrils and rising quickly into a stance while he worked his now sore jaw, obviously PSS. His sunglasses now had a big break through the frames, and the lenses weren't looking too good. Now, that was a crime he'd kill for. The villain swung towards the source of his pain as Miss Fortune glanced up, still dazed as they both tried to make out the third figure who was calmly walking forward. A new figure walked onto the scene. He didn't bother with fancy things like costumes or masks, just sticking to his own style. He wore a non-distinct school uniform, unbuttoned, and some long breath. The only thing distinct about him was his hair, most of it cut off save for a small purple tuft that flowed in the wind like it had a mind of its own. He squatted down to pick up the base that had bounced off the villain's face, crouching down a little ways away from both of them while he inspected his. He rubbed it on his breathed leg, trying to get the smidge of BLD off, but he needed some water to clean that. Man, this SCK. Yo, you hit me in the face, you stomp on my face, you break my FC King glasses, and all you got to say is FC King yo. The villain made no attempt to keep his cool as he ditched his large yellow jacket, freeing up his tendrils and spreading them out in every direction. He doubled over, pulling everything in like a spring as he began to laugh. I'm gonna make sure this hurts. DMN right it does. You know how much this cost me? Now I got your nasty butt stuck to it. The newest vigilante rebuked him, keeping his casual air as he tried spitting on the and then rubbing it on his shirt. But all he was doing was making a mess at that point. She eyed. Devil doll, you mind if I go get another real quick? I'll be back in a sec. FCKU, misfortune, no, devil doll, glanced up from the ground, groaning in pain as she tried to get up, then fell back down as she put weight on her already cut arm. Cocky little. Both villain and vigilante stared each other down, slowly smiling while they looked each other over. The vigilante rose slowly from his squat, still rubbing on his shirt absent-mindedly while loosening up. His smile was as loose as his posture, wiggling his arm to let out all the tension. The villain used a few tentacles to adjust his sunglasses, keeping them in place while keeping eyes fixed on his opponent. His smile was rigid, showing off his many sharp teeth. Then both eyes fliced to the downed vigilante, just a few feet away. The villain burst forward, covering all the feet between them in an instant as he dove for Devil Doll. But this time Devil Doll didn't need any help. She rolled to the side, letting the giant mass of tendrils crash into the ground so strong it created an audible impact while spinning to get her feet up, then hobbling back a few more steps on weak legs. It wasn't great, but it was something. While the villain tried to finish off the weakened vigilante, the fresh vigilante entered the fray properly. He trusted that Devil Doll could dodge something that obvious and went on the attack, throwing the down at the ground as strong as he could while running forward. The zoomed straight at the ground where the villain had landed, but there was a reason he wasn't just some muck. The second his pounce missed, he readjusted, moving off the ground and past. The girl might have dodged his last attack, but she'd been ready for it. He was still winning in speed. He was still far faster than these two little sets. He avoided the easily, letting it fly past his head towards the ground, then dove straight into the new vigilante. If this newbie wanted his attention, then this newbie would get it. The villain kept grounded as he rushed forward, pulling back one arm for a large attack, and got hit squarely in the back of the head by a base. What? The villain barely had time to glance back at whatever hit him before the vigilante in front of him struck. The vigilante also ran forward, throwing a haymaker toward the villain while he was distracted. With the villain's attention split, he barely had time to move before the vigilante's fist crashed into his face dead on, breaking his nose with a solid crunch. The villain's charge turned into a stumble as he tried to find his pace. He was barely hurt. These attacks were weak as sit, but they stung like a beach and were disorientating as hell. With attacks literally coming from every direction, there was only one reasonable explanation for what the FCK was going on. Your quirk. The villain barely had time to glare daggers over his ruined sunglasses before the vigilante rushed in for the next move, hitting the villain dead center with a palm strike. The moment his palm made contact, his quirk activated, wrenching the villain sideways. It was as if his feet were swept as he was, for a moment, completely suspended in the air before the vigilante sent him crashing back down to the ground with another haymaker. They weren't good punches. Hell, they weren't even good attacks, but it was something. The villain didn't even need to get his feet under him, catching himself with his tendrils and rushing back in, leading with the knife this time. He could play around after he had skewered this guy. He went for a straight move, putting enough power to easily impale the man through while the vigilante dodged, spinning around his attack like some kind of FC King arena. Then he grabbed the villain's arm and activated his quirk again. Instead of his entire body twisting, it was only his arm that was suddenly and violently yanked off course, the tendrils coiling around each other as if pushed by an unseen force. The knife almost plunged into the villain's arm if it wasn't made of tendrils, costing the villain a few more seconds as he was distracted by almost being stabbed. Then the vigilante hit him with another one of those palm strikes, sending him sideways again before throwing him to the ground. The villain lashed out as he turned sideways, not bothering to immediately catch himself and instead smashing several tendrils against the vigilante's body as he was thrown by the vigilante's quirk. That one hit had been worth more than all of the vigilante's little pissy punches, sending the vigilante stumbling back with sheer power. It wasn't a question of who was stronger, not by any reasonable margin anyway. The villain got hit, he hit back. The vigilante got hit. After taking his first real hit of the fight, the newest vigilante was slightly hunched as he covered his stomach. He took a few steps back, a little winded from using his quirk so much, then glanced back at his opponent. The villain, for all the hits he'd taken, was standing tall and proud. He kept his knife in his tendrils while he delicately pulled his sunglasses off, examining the damage they'd taken. He was oddly calm for someone who'd only gotten one good hit in, still smiling as he examined the broken frames of his glasses. His eyes flashed up, meeting the vigilantes and nearly overwhelming him with sheer killing intent alone. He was clearly just wasting time, but why? Was there something he gained from wasting time? A sudden move came from behind him as Devil Doll lashed out, kicking at his head with speed unbefitting of her injuries. The villain barely swerved to dodge that, then glanced towards the other vigilante and suddenly jumped back as an entire trash can slammed into where he'd just been, spewing crushed soda cups and cigarettes everywhere. The nameless vigilante spun the trash can up and onto his shoulder, keeping it high and ready to attack again while Devil Doll moved beside him, still rubbing the cut on her arm. The villain removed his sunglasses, folding what was left of them and putting them in a pocket. "Double teamin' little Almy. You're breaking my heart. He gives me the creeps, plus, my arms hurts. Can we just trash him already?" Devil Doll's agitation was clear in her voice as she glared down the villain, uncowed by his theatrics. She was hurt, and now she was only seeing red. "Yeah, 'cause it was so easy before." The newer vigilante rebuked her, adjusting the trash bin on his shoulder. It might have only been plastic, but the thing was still crazy heavy to swing around like a weapon. He couldn't just do it on the drop of a hat. "I say we do Ishiyama. But, come on." Devil Doll took a second to glance between her partner and her opponent, then focused in on her opponent while still scowling. "I just stopped a drug trade. Let me bag this one. It's 2-on-1, we can win." Oh, that's why he was waiting. The moment Devil Doll pointed out the number gap, the scene changed. 5 people walked onto the scene, dressed in the same gaudy style as the first villain with big puffy coats and sunglasses despite the nighttime heat. By their confidence and cocky looks, they'd definitely been waiting in the wings for a while. Hey, you retrieved the goods yet or what?" The villains barely paid any attention to the vigilantes, if any at all. They instead focused on their number who, for the last minute or two, had some children running circles around him. "It's on the bench and by the bench. Don't worry about it." The villain waved their questions away, his posture becoming much more relaxed with his backup revealing itself. "Should we worried about you getting rusty?" "Sheesh." One of the villains checked the illegal drugs, but the rest moved towards the vigilantes, spreading out in a fanning motion to surround them. "Oh, 2-to-1. Shut up. I'll take your lip later." Devil Doll wasn't in the mood for sass, even when she could tell she totally deserved it. "Whatever, we'll do Ishiyama." "Hey, guys, I think the kid's got something planned. You just letting him do whatever, bro." Besides apparel, the men also seemed to share an accent and attitude as one pulled his own knife off his belt, a short tanto, and sliced the sheath off so he could point with the tip at the vigilantes. "I say we teach him some manners." "Whatever, DD. Just stick close." The newer vigilante completely ignored all the new villains and kept his eyes trained on the first. No one was as close as that villain. And while they were all acting casual and chatty, that could change in the blink of an eye. And everyone sprung in an instant. The villains quickly rushed forward, covering ground like wild dogs as they charged, baring their metal teeth. The knives glinted as the clouds parted for just a moment, illuminating the scene. The men were ecstatic, energized to rip anything apart. And none were more energized than the one in the lead, the first villain on the scene. His eyes looked ravenous as he dove in, scrambling across the ground for that hit while he kept his eyes trained on the prize. Their movements were erratic, led by instinct instead of coordination. Maybe it was a habit that led all of them to charge in at once. Maybe it was just chance. But no matter why it happened, creating a wave of madmen rushing in, all too eager for a bite. The vigilantes couldn't have even hoped to move that fast. One had a cut on her leg she was pretending didn't exist to try and boost morale, while the other was carrying a big FC King trash can. Even if they could barely even see their opponents in the moonlight. But they still could move. The newcomer grit his teeth as he put all his weight into the swing, activating his quirk to get a slight spin on his body before he lobbed the trash can at the oncoming attackers. He even put a little of his quirk into the bin, causing it to spin wildly and bounce once it hit the ground. Devil Doll knew she was useless in a head-on fight and didn't waste her partner's cover by trying something stupid, like going head-to-head with these guys. She couldn't beat one on her own. She wouldn't even survive coming into contact with 3. So, instead, she backed up, feeling the unease in her stomach and focusing on that as she tried to turn her quirk to full power. The trash bin didn't hit anyone. It was a giant chunk of plastic shoved full of garbage. If the vigilante had the power to throw that thing far, he would have already won the one-on-one fight. It bounced off the ground, far ahead of the villains, instead spreading garbage everywhere across the empty ground. The villains could have easily moved around the debris if it weren't all spinning, turning on itself to create a small storm. The newcomers stepped confidently down on the trash, only to feel their grip give way as the twisting trash refused to give purchase. The trash bin itself spun as it hit the ground like a top, spinning on a corner and slamming into anyone unfortunate enough to get close to it. While some of the villains tripped, however, the lead villain did not. He'd gotten to fight both vigilantes and was expecting something like this. So he chose to jump straight over the distraction and pounce directly onto his prey. The vigilante and the villain traded hits. The villain body checked the vigilante, keeping the knife close so it couldn't be twisted into him like last time. Once he made contact, though, he let loose and cut the vigilante across the stomach. The vigilante barely had time to stumble back, using his quirk full force while falling on his own body to spin around and smash back into the villain before turning his quirk outward. He hit the villain in the body with a sloppy hook, activating his quirk and forcing the villain to roll back into the other villains, with just enough time to say their last. The vigilantes turned tail and ran. They weren't very fast, and they weren't very good at running, but they weren't going far. The newcomer did most of the legwork, practically dragging Devil Doll along as they cut through the broken-down alleys and streets towards their school, Ishiyama High School. This area was their home turf, after all, and they knew it well. The villains didn't need to know it well, though. They had the speed and they had the numbers. They might have been slowed down by trying to attack the fleeing vigilantes, but in a straightforward chase, they'd win. That was the fun of being a vigilante, though. Nothing was ever straightforward. The newcomer never completely stopped running, but he did deviate from the path to cause mischief for anyone trying to follow them. Using his quirk, he could cause trash cans to jut out onto the path as he passed with just a sharp kick and could move entire dumpsters if they had wheels with a strong slap, causing them to spin out into the road like wrecked cars. He used his quirk to turn everything he passed by into an obstacle to try and slow the pursuers down. Newspapers, rocks, he made anything and everything he could touch a rotating mess in hopes of tripping up the people behind them. Devil Doll's usual style was incredibly hampered by the cut on her arm and leg, but you didn't get through being a vigilante without a few tricks. She led the way back to Ishiyama High School through small nooks and crannies in the back alleys, turning the city itself into a maze. A small hole in a chain-link fence, a stack of garbage bags that could be used to vault over another. Her quirk might have only been good at making bad situations, but she had to learn how to make the best of those bad times herself. Finally, after running wide for what felt like an eternity, the two vigilantes hopped the wall into Ishiyama High School with no sight of their pursuers. There were still definite traces of them, like the sound of their footsteps and shouts, but a moment's reprieve was still some reprieve. They used their little moment of silence to head deeper into the high school. While they had said the name of the school before running away, it was unlikely that their pursuers would put it together. The school's name plaque had been trashed years ago, and not even all the students knew what the place was supposed to be called. Even so, it was better to be safe than sorry. Devil Doll led the way from the school's perimeter to its auxiliary building, a long building with only 2 floors that was always empty. She didn't take the front entrance, instead going around back to the windows. With the other vigilante keeping watch, she pulled a few thin sticks of metal from her gym bag and quickly opened one of the windows from the outside, then pulled herself through with a little help from her partner. He needed a little help to get through, near exhausted by how much he had used his quirk. He didn't let it show yet, despite that, and instead stayed standing until he shut the window and closed the curtains. Devil Doll took the door, locking it up tightly and leaning against it as she finally sighed with relief. They made it. They had finally made it to their own little safe haven, the occult club room. The newcomer leaned against a wall, taking a deep breath before his legs gave way and he collapsed down. Man, what a run. 6 guys. What the hell were 6 guys like that doing, just waltzing around here? Devil Doll kept her tone hushed as she vented, running a hand through her hair and then grabbing and ripping off her small mask, tossing it to the floor while she rubbed her face. She rubbed the bridge of her nose to try and ease the pain P&D in her head, but then looked past that little headache to focus instead on the cut on her arm. She'd have to ask some of the other vigilantes about this on the forum. Maybe that healer guy would be open tomorrow. Oh Sinju, how you doing? She glanced up to the other vigilante. Her junior by a year. He'd been doing vigilante stuff for even less than that, but he seemed to take to it well enough. Sinju tapped his chest with a confident smile. Pretty good. You see that dumpster I turned while we were making tracks? That might be the heaviest thing I ever spun. Sinju waved off her concerns, wiping the sweat from his head and glancing over his shoulder to the window they came through. Even when he was excited, he kept it down, and now his voice dropped even lower. How long you think we gotta wait here? An hour-ish, maybe less. Those guys said they were there to collect the drugs. Devil Doll did her best to not look rattled, but the second she slowed down, the pain from her cut seeped back in. It hurt just to move, and she felt clammy. Still, she tried not to show it. Heroes always kept a cool face, right? I called the heroes so they should be in the area, but I'd rather be late than run into those guys again. You know where we keep the first aid stuff? Sinju gave her a slight shrug, then glanced around the room with her. The occult room was a mess of broken cabinets and poorly sorted boxes, just like everything in Ishiyama. Who knew if they even had first aid stuff in here? Devil Doll waved it off, taking her gym bag off and rummaging through it for her supplies. She didn't have much, just a couple of painkillers and some gauze, but that looked pretty good right about now. She popped the pills and tried to tie the gauze, then tensed up and dropped it from having moved her arm too much. "Hey, can you tie this for me?" Sinju glanced one last time at the window before pushing up and striding over, sitting beside her to help tie it off. They both couldn't help but steal glances at the window when the wind howled by, or flick their eyes to the door as the building creaked and groaned. For whatever being a hero entailed, it certainly wasn't as glamorous as the life of a vigilante. Two dumbasses sitting in the dark, fumbling with a simple knot, too scared to even turn a light on. Truly, a glamorous life. They could hear the shouts. Through the thin walls and broken glass, they could hear the shouts as people entered the school. Even if the villains didn't know what Ishiyama was, it was a safe bet they might have gone through there. A large structure with a lot of places to hide. Even if they didn't know the vigilantes were here, with the heroes on the way, they might have just ducked in for a place to hide themselves. Sinju exchanged a glance with Devil Doll and broke into a pair of much more natural smiles, then rose off the ground simultaneously. With the heroes on their way and the villains looking for them, the least they could do as vigilantes was fight back a little. If those gangsters thought they'd just be sitting ducks because of a few injuries, well, the Yakuza strode into the schoolyard one at a time, spreading out to look around while lightly prodding at each other. After all, it wasn't every day that one Yakuza got strung up by two kids in stupid outfits, if you could even call them outfits. "Are you sure the boy wasn't just some kid who just missed his bedtime?" one of the Yakuza said with an amused expression, barely visible in the dim light. "He was wearing a school uniform, for God's sake." A school uniform that led us straight here. The first Yakuza, Tentacles, shrugged it off. There are only two schools in Musutafu's slums, and the other one was 10 minutes across town. It might be nothing, but vigilantes weren't the brightest of folks. You were good at something, you got paid for it. Thinking they're slick or some sit, now that's pretty funny. But even as the Yakuza chided each other, they spread out across the quiet school. Their words and tone were playful, but the skill which they sliced their blades with was real. They'd been through sit before, and while they had their fun tonight, all things had to come to an end. This was just an amusing way to close things out before they split from the scene, leaving the heroes with something to look over while they made their getaway. They scanned the scene like hawks, looking for just the slightest thing out of place. A footstep underneath the breeze, the rasp of a breath, or just a shadow that didn't look right. Inside, a single word was uttered in a hushed tone. Eyes flashed over beneath their sunglasses to the nearby building. A small disconnected slab of concrete with only 2 floors. Just inside there, past the broken windows, a humanoid shape. It was gone quickly, but no words needed to be exchanged. A pair broke off from the group to enter the building, while the other 3 kept watch for any fleeing little rats. 2 of the Yakuza spread out to find and exterminate those little rats. The 2 Yakuza came in from opposite sides of the building. One took the window. With all the windows already cracked, it wasn't too strong to find one that had been broken fully open, possibly just so that people could slip in and out the building easier, like the Yakuza was doing. But whatever it was meant to do didn't really matter anymore. The other took a direct approach straight for the front door. He smashed through the glass with a rock, reached through the shards, and unlocked the door before cautiously wading his way in. These vigilantes, these annoying insects couldn't even take a Yakuza on 2-1. Bringing in 2 was just a measure of security to make sure they stopped these annoying gnats in one blow. The halls themselves were a mess. Graffiti everywhere, cracked tiles, holes in the wall. This place could easily pass for abandoned. The Yakuza slowly moved towards each other, peering into the darkened rooms. Sometimes they walked in a straight line towards each other. Sometimes they suddenly doubled back to see if anything flinched. But soon enough they met in the middle. "You see anything?" The first Yakuza glanced around again. They saw someone through the window, so they had to be in the hall. But, since they weren't in the hall, did they slip into one of the rooms? Upstairs. They were Yakuza, not a goddamn search party. Jack. The second Yakuza seemed to share his sentiments, shaking his head before glancing at the darkened rooms. "This is getting to be a real pain in the butt. Is it even worth it? Come on, it's not that bad. Think we should just start hitting sit and seeing what jumps out." The first Yakuza nodded his head at a nearby door, then suddenly lashed out with one solid kick. The door crashed against the wall, nearly falling off its hinges while it swayed to a still. The second Yakuza shook his head, more amused in his partner than disappointed as the 3 figures peered into the dark room that was just kicked open. Why not? Could be fun. Demonstrate it will be." The third figure nodded along, gingerly patting both Yakuza on the back before his grip slid up to their heads, suddenly and violently ramming them skull first into each other. Wait, what? The 3 Yakuza outside suddenly stirred. Something happened inside the building, a sudden crash reverberating through the empty lot. Bang. Think it's anything? One of the Yakuza glanced over, but a second later, a second crash. Well, they might just be having a little fun, breaking doors. The second shrugged it off as, sure enough, a third crash sounded out. They could even still hear the men inside saying something, though it was strong to make out as the crashing sound got faster and faster. What are those two vigilantes going to do? Spin the building on top of him? Thwap thwap thwa thunk. They'd all seen the vigilantes fight. It was abysmal. The vigilantes had been pretty good at running away, sure, but that was it. In close quarters with nowhere to run, what could they do? Help. Bam. And then a word broke through the crashing, from a voice too familiar to be one of those punk-butt vigilantes. The Yakuza glanced at where the sound had come from, just a little ways past where the figure had been hiding. An ambush. The Yakuza came together, glaring at the door while keeping their smiles sharp. Hey, this might be fun. Think it's just vigilantes. Heroes. The Yakuza were excited now. They had been bored enough to chase a couple of children across the slums, so they were all excited for a real fight. They moved towards the building at once, knives at the ready as they prepared to jump straight through the windows to get a piece of the action. Crash. Until the action came straight to them, with one the Yakuza who was sent in diving arms first through a window. It wasn't even fully broken until he dived through, cutting his arms and body, landing roughly on the ground and rolling for few feet before staggering to his feet. Before the other Yakuza could question what was happening, he got his feet under him and kept moving away from the building, turning into a run as he fumbled for his phone with a look of complete fear stuck to his face as he glanced back. It's him. Who? The Yakuza hesitated, glancing at their fleeing member while something continued to move in the shadows inside the building. It was strong to make out, but it looked like a figure flailing about. Its arms, its stance, its head, everything snapped around to a quick rhythm as if pulled about on a string until the figure got to the edge of the window and crashed right through another window. The last Yakuza spat BLD as he was smashed straight through the window, his head still whipping back from the blow before his body crumpled as he bounced off the ground. Past him, though, something was still moving. A figure slowly made its way to the window, barely visible with its dark colors blending into the dim school walls and shadows. It slid over the shattered frame with complete ease, bringing with it a large staff. Its ends glinted in the moonlight, still wet with BLD. The figure didn't even look at them as it moved forward, going straight for the last Yakuza. His head snapped up and back as he scuttled away, trying to crawl away with what looked like a broken arm, but in one step it fell upon him. The staff snapped forward, whipping him once across the face with the end of its staff before driving its foot squarely down on his face. The three Yakuza took an inadvertent step back as their brother screamed in pain before petering out, eyes flicing between their brother and the thing that did this to him. A small creature with a completely black face stared down at its prey, twisting its boot slightly on its latest victim, then slowly rose to meet its next. It planted the staff firmly in the dirt as it looked over them, all completely relaxed. It looked stocky, with large metallic claws glinting in the moonlight and a large frame hidden under that coat. But yet, and no way. No, now look at this little shrimp. One of the Yakuza worked himself up, then pointed with his knife at the figure before them. This little beach trying to spook us? Ha! His words carried an edge that wasn't there before, but the other two hardly seemed to notice. They quickly bought his words as they leaned back in, trying to cover their fear with excitement as they looked over their opponent with new eyes. We gotcha 3-on-1. And you trying to look tough? Huh. Another Yakuza shot forward, managing to take a single defiant step towards the opponent, but their words had lost their sing-songy tone. His hot gaze was met by nothing as the figure scanned over the three of them. It was unnerving to look at that thing's face, a dark mesh that hid almost all detail but allowed just enough to peek through. There were features there, but it was anyone's guess what that thing actually looked like. Why yes, we need backup. No, it's him. Its eyes snapped to the source of the sound, making everyone hesitate for another second as that thing stared through its own darkened face, fully focused on the Yakuza who ran. He'd been fumbling with his phone and was now on a call with someone, just behind everyone else. It's really him. No way, man, no way. One of the Yakuza cut off their backup as they got ready to rush, smiles slowly returning as they rebuilt their confidence. There was no way this tiny piece of shit could be that thing. There was no way in hell that monster was hiding out in some city school, just waiting to crush them. This little sit. We'll kill him ourselves. The most unnerving part was its reaction. It just stood there, one hand on its staff as it listened to them, completely unmoving, but always watching. You couldn't see the eyes, but you could feel them, constantly watching as it stared straight through you. FFCK. One of the Yakuza finally couldn't take it anymore and snapped, sprinting at him with knife in hand. He grit his teeth as he charged the dark pillar. Move it at that thing's midsection. Die, you little she. Then, even faster than he had bolted across that schoolyard, it moved. It gripped the bow staff with one hand as it stepped into the Yakuza's charge, bringing it in with just a simple flick and smashing it upside the man's temple. He paused for a second at the impact as his eyes glazed over, his sunglasses partially falling down his face before it shifted its grip to hold the staff with 2 hands and slammed the other end of the staff squarely into his face. His nose and sunglasses broke instantly, and as he stepped back to scream in pain, 2 more quick impacts came as the staff fliced about. One end of the staff struck his face sharply, turning his head one way before bouncing off so the other end could hurtle in and smash it the other way. The Yakuza was still stumbling back on rapidly weakening legs as that thing tore into him, suddenly and violently spreading out its assault. As the Yakuza's arms came up to defend his head, the staff came to life as it struck right under his arms, shattering a rib on the first hit. He was still trying to remember how to scream as the other side came back in, smashing into his thigh and making his legs buckle. His arms gave way for an instant as he tried to keep his balance. And in that instant something struck him across the face before landing 2 more hits on his body. BLD dripped from his cracked jaw as he tried to blink, stumbling forward in the brief pause between attacks before 3 more pushed him right back. Now it went for the arms he tried to use to defend himself, cracking him across the wrist. Wrist, ribs, wrist, ribs, wrist, ribs. It was a race to see what would break first, as it was that thing's patience. It broke off its own attack as it SWCH styles, rapidly backing up and turning sideways to only point one end of that dreadful staff at that poor Yakuza. His eyes were wide with fear as he stared down the end. Still dripping with the BLD, he spat before it suddenly snapped forward. The other 2 Yakuza charged in from sides as that little sit wailed on their brother, trying to give him no time to react as they came forward with knives. That thing paused for just a second as it pulled back, glancing between the 2 of them coming from either side. Just a slight tilt of the head in either direction as they moved in with their knives to try and cut in before the dark figure lashed out again. Its stance was sideways, so one had rushed in front of it and the other behind. The one in behind it laughed, having the easiest job. After all, how could you hit what you couldn't see? He rushed in with his knife, jamming to stab the figure in the back before a sudden elbow hit him right between the eyes. The one who went in front was more nervous, and those nerves gave him speed. He rushed in with a stab at the body, move over the figure's staff to try and hit the easiest target of all. Then the figure's elbow suddenly pulled back while its forearm swung forward, knocking his blade out of the way. The Yakuza stumbled, his stab having met no resistance, and collapsed onto the floor, barely able to avoid stabbing himself with his own knife before one of the ends of that horrible staff hooked him under his ribs and tossed him back into the air like a paper doll. He didn't even have time to figure out what was happening, let alone fall, as the figure began another horrible bombardment. The monster kept its newest victim suspended a foot off the ground with just sharp move from its staff, cracking a rib with every hit as it barraged the Yakuza. Dozens of hits within an inch of each other, so powerful they could keep a grown man stuck a foot in the air. Nobody was quite sure which hit knocked that poor BSDRD out before that monster suddenly stopped, letting the Yakuza fall to the ground like a sack of bricks as it turned to face the punk who tried to stab it in the back. It suddenly spun to the side as it dodged another sharp move from the Yakuza it mistakenly assumed would be down for longer, moving just a few inches out of the way of a knife as it passed by where his head had just been. Diamenet, Diamenet, Diamenet. The Yakuza continued to step in and move while shouting, more fueled by pain and frustration than logic. God, FC King, Diamenet. The figure kept dodged with small steps, moving slightly to the side of each stab while adjusting its grip on its own weapon before gearing up for one big counterattack. It let the Yakuza have one last big stab before it interrupted his attack, jabbing one end of the staff into his body to launch him back and build distance. But the strike didn't launch him. In fact, the strike instead launched the spear inside the Yakuza's body as it wriggled. Iwahaha. What? Thought you could beat me that easily, you little set. The Yakuza screamed in something between self-delusion and excitement as he flexed his quirk, showing off as his body dispersed into a myriad of tentacles. The Yakuza suddenly continued his own attack, stabbing right at his smaller opponent's heart with his tentacles stretching far past the limits of a human. It was over. I'll gut you now, UFC King Little. TNK. The knife struck the figure's chest, skirting along the strong surface before deflecting entirely. Just to be sure, the Yakuza checked again, stabbing his opponent 2 more times. The knife skidded off its chest 2 more times, with a sound like trying to break a wall with a toothpick. The Yakuza couldn't even look his opponent in the eyes as his face turned pale, simply staring at the pitiable knife in his hand. SHT. The figure didn't even bother to look at the pitiable knife, instead glancing at his own ineffective weapon and shrugging. The Yakuza rebounded slightly. Even if his own weapon didn't work, this thing's staff didn't either. That put them at an impasse, and when backup arrived, the figure didn't even bother to look at its opponent, or even try to pull out the staff. Instead, it SWCH its grip on the staff completely, reversing its hands around as if it was using something like a hammer, then moved a finger it pushed something. Click F whoosh. The other end of the staff ignited itself, forming a massive axe head out of pure fire. The Yakuza was still frozen mid-laugh, unable to even comprehend how many stupid twists one fight could take even as the monster ripped its giant axe free of his tendrils. It only took one swing of that giant fire axe to slam him and his charred calamari butt into the dust. And then there was one. The last Yakuza stared with shock and horror at the scene before him, barely able to muster the strength to keep carrying his phone, let alone enough to stay standing. The monster slowly turned to look at him. Its cloak bellowed in the wind as it planted the massive demonic axe on the ground like a staff, illuminating the scene with an unearthly red glow. His legs were shaking. Just from standing there, seeing that thing, his legs were shaking. Never mind the beating it had given him back in the schoolhouse. The light flicered like a fire, threatening to go out at any moment and throw them back into the dreary night. Large metallic claws glinted in that shimmering light. Both the hands that clutched that fearsome axe and the feet that were currently stepping on the tentacled Yakuza's head, slowly grinding him in the dust while it stared straight through him. His whole body was shaking, his heart PND like a snare drum against cracked ribs. His hair was disheveled from where he'd been shoved through a wall, with bits of plaster and drywall still clinging to him. They were so white, they were almost more pale than his face. Almost. It kept its clawed foot on the tentacled Yakuza as it stared straight through him, looking down at him. Gone were any thoughts of that small sit. Now, standing atop his fallen comrades, that demon looked massive. The phone dropped to the pavement with a voice still quietly coming through. He's here. Who's he? Hello? But the voice was wasted on uncaring ears. The final Yakuza was having trouble just breathing as he stared at that thing, that monster. And that was before it started to move. The monster punted its recent victim to the side and moved towards him, slicing the axe down and launching a fire at one of the other Yakuza who screamed in pain, having tried to fake his way out of a beating. But it didn't seem you could fool this monster. The dark figure walked over with its axe becoming just a staff again, a staff that carried a lot of weight. It struck the ground as it moved towards him, its taps sending a shiver down his spine as they broke the quiet hubbub of the night. Hello, and Eboda there. Dipshit. It stood over him, glaring down at him. He wasn't even aware that his knees had given out, too transfixed on the sight in front of him. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time. Not since he'd seen them fight. His eyes were glossy as he stared up at the figure, his throat dry. It was strong to swallow as he reached for his own knife, but it was long gone. He lost it when he was first attacked. He didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't win. Not against that thing. But them. But the 8 precepts. They weren't like him. They were strong. His eyes fliced back to the phone, to the name of the contact he dialed when things went south. Boss, Deidoro Sakaki, the man in charge of them. Even if they couldn't take this thing, he could. He would. But as the Yakuza's eyes glanced back up to the claw that suddenly grabbed his face, he realized the other difference between himself and the 8 precepts. They weren't here. Bam, he's here. Who's he? Hello. Sakaki glanced down at the phone, confused. This call had sounded pretty important, but right now he couldn't hear Jack. How was he supposed to know what was going on when nobody would tell him? Hello, and Eboda there. Dipshit. He asked his phone again, but since all he could hear was sounds of the night, it didn't seem like he was getting through. Seriously. What was with these dipshits, only thinking to call in when they got way over their heads? Bam. Oh, Sakaki leaned forward, suddenly pressing the phone to his ear. Even if nobody was talking to him, he was definitely hearing something good. He could recognize the sound of a face hitting asphalt a mile away. Sakaki put the phone between his shoulder and ear so he could open his next bottle with both hands. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he was definitely down for it. Sounded way more fun than the drug running, at least. He tugged and tugged on the cork, then smashed the top of the bottle on the nearby door frame to get to the good stuff inside. Sakaki. Before he could enjoy his drink, though, a hand grabbed him by the wrist. A tall masked and capped figure stepped out into the hall after him, giving only a cursory glance down at the broken glance before staring daggers into him. Quit making a mess and come back into the meeting. Overhaul wants to hear how the bullet distribution is going. Sora, I just got a really important call. Sakaki slipped from his coworker's grasp by letting go of the bottle, causing his hand to go slack and letting Hai quickly pull it free. He caught the bottle with the top of his foot, balancing it there while he held out his business phone as proof. See, something important. Sakaki's fellow bullet, Shin Nemoto, stopped looking at him so annoyed and reflexively used his quirk confession. While he used this quirk, no one could voluntarily tell a lie, and it was a quirk that he liked to use as much as possible. He made a habit of keeping it up anytime he wasn't around the true boss. What's so important? Sakaki glanced at his phone as the call suddenly ended, still trying to listen to that instead of the nagging of his coworker. He definitely heard the sounds of a fight finishing through the call, but it would be over by the time he got there. How boring. Still, he could check up to see where those grunts had been stationed tomorrow. He'd check the phone number to see who it was, find the district they ran, then go pay a visit personally to sort this shit out. Sakaki nodded, mostly to himself as he kicked the partially broken bottle up before catching it midair and taking a large swig. DMN, this shit was good. Then moving to walk back into the meeting with the rest of the 8 bullets. He finally glanced back at Nemoto, his thoughts all arranged in a pretty little row and a dangerous gleam in his eye. I'm not too sure, but I think I've got a good bar crawl figured out tomorrow. Might need to check up on some of the drug labs. They two walked back into the meeting at the same time, but definitely not together. Nemoto quickly made his way back to his important big shot seat at the top of the table while Sakaki settled for his near the foot of the table, still thinking over that last call. Most of the call made sense except for one thing, something that the lackey had said with such confidence but made no sense to Sakaki. It was just one name, but it didn't make much sense. If it was something like heroes or police, maybe. Hell, even just saying vigilante would have made more sense. But instead, he just kept blabbering about one name over and over. Sakaki glanced around to make sure no one was looking at him when he pulled out his phone to quickly Google something. Mumbling to himself, all these new heroes keep FCK in common. Seriously, who thought FCK is Robin? The final Yakuza's face suddenly became calm, even a little confident. He smirked in the face of danger, his movements becoming a bit less sporadic right before Midoriya slammed a palm into the jackass's nose, breaking it instantly before grabbing head and slamming it straight into the pavement. 2 heavy hits in under a second. He'd seen the Yakuza reaching for a knife. This punk butt beach wasn't slick. Did he really think that would slide? Midoriya kept his weight on the Yakuza's head to keep him down, taking a second to judge if his last victim was really unconscious before moving back and taking in his surroundings. He looked all over the schoolyard, but as far as he could tell, it was just him. Only now did he lax his guard and go for the phone the last Yakuza had dropped, picking it up to see it was still on a call with someone. Boss. Well, that didn't do him any good. If he had friends in the police, maybe, but he had no way to trace a phone call. So Midoriya reluctantly ended the call and instead dialed the police, then dropped the phone over top the Yakuza and went his way scavenging the rest for their phones. It didn't take long to get all the working ones to call the cops. He had broken a few in his fighting, but he had to be quick. He already called in the cops once tonight, not too far from where he was right now. They wouldn't be long, so he had to be gone. Fast. Would it be best to leave with his equipment? Probably. With the villains coming so close to his hideout, he had no time to stay here to change and still try to leave in his civilian attire. It'd be suspicious. Plus, they might search the premises tomorrow. Midoriya glanced over at the extracurricular building, staring right where the crafting club was, forming his plan. He'd go in only to grab his civilian clothes and bail, then change somewhere else. Maybe in the forest by his house. That place where he buried all his old Sid. Yeah, that was a plan. A good plan. Midoriya nodded to himself before disappearing with one sudden dash, diving into the shadows before making his way around the back of the building. This would only take a minute. From the shadows of Ishiyama's auxiliary building, 2 figures watched in amazement as the pro hero did their stuff. Outnumbered 3-1 but driving the villains back, the dark hero single-handedly beat everything back with sudden quick strikes. Each villain charged in, and with just a flick of the staff, each villain fell until there was only one left. He'd been so far back he'd gone unnoticed by the vigilantes, but not the hero. He was calling for backup. In just a few minutes, more Yakuza would be here. But at a few seconds it was over. Against the Yakuza that sent the vigilantes running, the lone hero strode forward and grabbed the final villain by the face, smashing him into the ground. The figure didn't end there, suddenly turning. Their eyes swept the small schoolyard, cutting through the shadows as they looked for something. More villains. Was their backup already on the way? Devil Doll suddenly put a hand over Senju's mouth before he could gasp as the hero peered right at them. They were hiding in the auxiliary building's hallway, right in front of their clubroom, which should have been well out of sight, but the hero still seemed to stare right at them. Don't move. Devil Doll's whisper seemed to echo as it broke the silence, but still she made no moves at all as she stared back at the hero. Until they move. Don't budge. Senju almost nodded if Devil Doll's hand didn't hold his head fast in place. It was suddenly terrifying to see that dark figure in the middle of the courtyard staring right through them, its head tilting as if thinking. He was so focused on the hero that he didn't notice how badly he was shaking. It was for the best, since if he noticed that, he might notice how badly Devil Doll's hand was shaking. Getting caught by a hero wasn't as bad as getting caught by a villain. Not by leaps and bounds, but there was something about this hero, something horrifying. Maybe it was just the fear of being caught. Maybe it was just the tension of the night, but whatever it was, there was some nameless fear in both vigilantes, so loud they feared that dark hero could find them through their thundering heartbeats alone. It stared straight through them, its faceless head seeming to lock eyes with each vigilante before it suddenly nodded. Just a little nod to each of them, a slight affirmation almost as if to itself, and then it was gone. The vigilantes blinked, staring at the now dark and empty courtyard, then looked at each other before breaking out into smiles. They didn't break the silence as they made their way back into their clubroom, grabbing their stuff quickly and making their way out of the scene. The cops would be arriving soon, and evading those morons was one of the first things a vigilante had to learn how to do. But as the vigilantes made their way out of the school, going over the back wall and making their way home, they couldn't seem to wipe the smiles from their faces. It was always cool to see a hero in action, after all, and there weren't many hero fans bigger than vigilantes. They talked about it as they moved through the streets towards the safer part of town, Sinju helping Devil Doll all the way to her home while helping with her stuff. She did get nicked pretty badly. After all, maybe talking about the hero was just a way to take their minds off the pain and fear of the night. But it really worked to set them both at ease. They didn't know why that hero had nodded to them, perhaps just letting them go this time. But it did wonders to calm down their hearts. Sinju walked Devil Doll all the way home, where she assured him they'd see each other the next day at clubs. Vigilantes worked best in groups, just like heroes. Besides, a group could get better connections than just one person, like Doctor. He was a vigilante with a healing quirk and a vigilante that Devil Doll had become well acquainted with. She'd be seeing him pretty soon, it seemed. Devil Doll waved Sinju off, sharing a laugh with the younger vigilante before they split. Still, the movements of the Yakuza were getting a little worrying. Plus, getting saved by that hero who just wandered on the scene. They'd have a lot to talk about next time the occult club met. Midoriya went to school bright and early, eager to be one of the first people there when the kendo club met. His short patrol last night had been so quick and easy, it hardly took any energy out of him. As such, he felt pretty good. He wasn't as tired as usual, having gotten way more sleep than usual. Because of that extra sleep, he woke up a little earlier and got to eat a real breakfast. It really was just a whole bunch of small things stacking up. He threw open the kendo club door, then immediately moved to massage his ribs. Well, the entire night hadn't been easy. He'd taken a knife to the sus that he really should have blocked. He'd been confident his suit would stop it, and it did. But did it leave a nasty bruise. That was gonna sting for a while. The careless mistake it was. Midoriya cleared his head of his worries and walked into the clubroom, squinting to adjust from the bright morning sun to the darker room. Sure enough, just by trying to come a little early he was the first one there. God knows why nobody thought to lock the place up. He fumbled through the dark for a light SWCH, and only after all that was he able to take in the room. He smiled as the room's lights slowly fliced on one after another to reveal a giant mess of wrappers, beer cans, and cigarettes FC King everywhere. The same kind of giant mess he spent way too long trying to clean up just one day ago. In fact, he wasn't too sure someone just hadn't dumped out all the trash he spent several hours picking up. Revenant stared out at the mess, his steps echoing across the empty room before stopping in the direct middle of the room. He crouched down, running a finger along the wood floor. Food crumbs that definitely weren't there after he just swept the entire room. Revenant rubbed his fingers together, silently wondering how much effort it would take to burn down the whole building. Normally, it might take a little gasoline, maybe some well-placed oil, but with his fire axe rid, Fairy and Kinky wandered the path to school. Kinky propped up by her older brother as she rubbed her P&D head. She thought she just had a couple of drinks last night, but somehow it always seemed way worse the next day. How long had the Bandanadees stuck around to drink again? Oh, I see, and take one more. And that annoying sound right next to her wasn't helping. Could you just shut up for 5 minutes, bite me, and stop leaning on me, damn it? Fairy tried to shove his bigger sister off, but she just dropped back on him like a wet towel. What a beach. The two didn't notice the police car parked right outside their school, so busy with their own bickering. They barely managed to avoid whacking each other until they finally made it to the front gate, where they walked right into the growing wall of people. Hey, what's the big idea? Oh, both siblings shouted in unison, only stopping when they noticed the clean-looking officer glaring over the crowd of rough-looking students, cutting through them all with just his glare alone. Both siblings suddenly found it a lot more interesting to stare at something off towards the right instead of whatever was happening in front of them, nervously scooting to the side before looking back at the scene. Think the popo here cause of our fight yesterday. There was a lot of whispering going on in the crowd as they looked at the scene. Yellow tape was all over the place, from the entrance gate to that one building to the side that nobody gave a shit about. There were a few officers walking around the place too. SHH. For a big dipshit, your brain sure is small. Fairy quickly bopped Kinky one upside the head to try and get that small brain of hers working, then glanced back at the school's natural enemies. Police. Nobody here liked police. Don't say sit, bounce, sit. Well, don't hit me. Kinky returned in kind, smacking her brother with her bare hand, then quickly massaging her now hurting hand, refusing to admit how bad an idea that had been. She glanced around the crowd, deciding to try poking around. Psst, what's going on? Another delinquent leaned back, whispering no clue. They got here like 10 minutes ago, putting tape up on everything. Principal got PSS, started shouting and sit. Then some dude in a white suit rolls up and takes them away while these FC curs just keep going with their FC kin tape. The Kendo siblings exchanged glances. If they were looking around for something that happened yesterday, the only thing that happened in the courtyard was, maybe they should skip Kendo for a day and try sticking to their actual classes for once. Midoriya wiped the sweat off his face, looking over his work. The floor that had once been such a mess was now spotless. The wrappers, the cans, the cigarettes, and all the other trash had been swept and bagged up. In just a little over an hour, the activity center that the Kendo club used as a club room looked cleaner than ever. Sure, some of the lights were out and the walls were still a little banged up, but the Kendo club could handle their own sit. Midoriya just spent an hour bagging all their garbage and couldn't be FC kid anymore. He wouldn't have even done this if he didn't think he could get anything out of it, and he had something in mind already. He came to this stupid club to pick up some moves, and from the brawl he'd seen yesterday, he had a couple of plans of what he wanted to learn. He had a few people in mind to fight. Well, a few might be too much. Most of the club was hopeless, flailing their sticks with no idea of proper distance. They ran straight into their opponents and were surprised when they couldn't hit their targets when it was all their own fault. There wasn't a person in the background worth paying attention to. And with so many people in one club, that fact alone was amazing. No, it was only two on top who were worth investigating. The only people who seemed to have an ounce of skill were the club's leaders, Fairy the president and some girl who was the vice president. He wasn't sure if her name ever came up. He never caught it. Midoriya d his chin, nodding to himself as he thought over yesterday again. The Kendo club had a big fight with some other local gang, so he got a great showcase of some fighting without having to lift a finger. It was a little odd to see so much fighting without getting hurt himself, but he'd take a freebie. The two people he wanted to research had drastically different fighting styles. The president used a massive sword that he swung around like it weighed nothing, hitting his opponents with a barrage so strong it managed to overwhelm Midoriya somehow when they first fought. He still wasn't entirely sure how the president did that. The other one, the vice president, he'd only seen fighting briefly during the brawl yesterday. She had used her sword one-handed as if she was some kind of fencer, fighting right in the middle of the brawl with her own barrage of move. The fact that she could do anything in such a small space was surprising enough, but her completely different fighting style really drew his attention. Sure, Kendo had move and jabs, almost every style of swordsmanship probably did, but the way she used her sword definitely seemed like she was using a rapier. Who knew why she was using rapier techniques with a Kendo stick? Midoriya stopped stroking his chin like a pretentious prick and focused instead on what he had to do next, packing away all the cleaning supplies. He could focus again on the sword stuff when the Kendo members eventually showed up. Wait a minute. Midoriya stopped mid-stride to the local closet and backpedaled until he could see a clock. School starts at 8, but nobody gives a shit about when school's supposed to start. Midoriya voiced his thoughts to try and work out what was happening. Leaning on the broom he used to sweep the room while he stared up at the clock. When did I get here last time? 7-something. So it was definitely before 8, and people were here. With only 10 minutes before school started, Midoriya wouldn't have been surprised if his class still only had 2 people in it, cause he knew it'd be him and Aiko. But the Kendo club had a ton of people bumming around last time he was here way earlier than 7:50, so that left one question. Midoriya glanced around the activity center one more time for good measure, just to make sure he wasn't missing something obvious. The chairs were all pushed to the side, stacked on one another in a neat and tidy row. The floor was as clean as he could bother to get it with just a broom and dustbin, the various bits of garbage long gone. He had checked that a dozen times at least in just the last 5 minutes to admire his handiwork. The weapons, if you could call them that with a straight face, were all gathered together in one corner, out of the way of Midoriya's work. Everything was organized, even the mess of a gaming area. Now that had been a real pain in the butt. Everything was where it should have been, except for one little thing. Something even more important for the Kendo club than even their Kendo equipment. Midoriya glanced around the room, brows furrowed in confusion as he glanced towards the door. For some reason, despite how long he'd been here, he was still the only person in the club room. And while he had a few times in class where there were few people, it never got this bad. So that created the one question rattling around in Midoriya's brain. Where the hell is everybody? Before the words could even finish leaving his lips, something rattled. The front door wiggled as someone tried to get to grips with the sliding door. Midoriya moved to that door, eager to finally have anyone, to get some details on what was happening. At this rate, he'd even take those morons who sat around gaming all day as long as they could explain where everyone was. But what he found was way worse than that. The person who opened the door wasn't those gaming morons. No, they weren't even from the Kendo club. Hell, they weren't even from Ishiyama High School. Coming in through the front door of the activity center, the police officer only took a second to look across the barren building before focusing on the only person in sight, a young but slightly disheveled student. Fewer people than expected, but he'd do for a start. "Excuse me, young man. I'd like to ask you a few questions." Midoriya's eyes slowly trailed up as he took in the sight of the officer, his eyes widening as the reality of what was happening sunk in. "What?" Coming in through the front door of the activity center, the police officer only took a second to look across the barren building before focusing on the only person in sight, a young but slightly disheveled student. Fewer people than he expected, but the questioning had to start somewhere. "Excuse me, young man. I'd like to ask you a few questions." "Don't worry, this won't take long." The officer spoke quickly, working to dismiss any worries his abrupt entrance might have caused. He had a lot of people to question today. "We're investigating a disturbance in the area. Should be over in a minute." "Oh, okay." Midoriya blinked a few times, still trying to figure out what was happening but trying his best to take it in stride. He could adjust later. Right now he just needed to keep pace. "Sure, great, let's just get into it." The officer didn't seem too interested in whether Midoriya was following or not, drawing pen and pad in one fluid motion to start. "Have you seen any suspicious figures in the area recently?" "Suspicious? What?" Midoriya thought through all the gangsters, punks, and delinquents he saw every day just on the walk to school. The people loitering by the alleys, the smokers outside the school, the fights inside the school, hell, the mess that went on in his classroom every day, and this guy wanted him to pick out just some of them to be suspicious. That didn't even include the big one. "I think you'll have to be a little more specific than that. Adults coming by the school, adults you don't recognize." The police officer continued right on his merry way, tapping his chin with a pen as he spoke under his breath quickly. "Anything distinguishing?" These men might have been wearing masks." "No, he couldn't be talking about." "Could he? Men wearing masks?" Revenant didn't bother trying to dance around the issue, thinking back as a good student and avoiding what the officer might have been implying. "I don't think I've seen any masked men running around here, sir." "Masked men running around the school?" "Sure, there were a few last night. But a good student wouldn't have been there last night, so he saw no masked men. Simple as that." Revenant relaxed his face as he stared up at the officer, trying to look as nice and clueless as possible. He didn't want to be suspicious, after all. "Figured as much. You think of anything? Here's the station's number." The police officer finished his notes with a nod of approval, all things probably going in line with how he thought they would, and tucked his pen away before handing Midoriya a business card. "Thank you for your time." He gave Midoriya a brief bow before turning on his heel and heading out for the door, adjusting his hat while speaking to Midoriya over his shoulder. "You seem like a smart kid, but watch out. This is turning out to be some dangerous times." Midoriya's face was completely relaxed as he watched the officer leave. Slack, even. He barely blinked as the officer struggled to get the dojo's city door to slide open, and didn't even flinch when it crashed open and shut. Instead, he just stared ahead, going over his thoughts over and over as his brows knit in confusion. Why was the questioning so short? Wasn't that supposed to be way longer? That officer only asked one question. Wasn't he supposed to ask for a name? Wait, forget how many questions the officer asked. What the FCK was that question? Did he see some masked men running around what the FCK was a masked man? Was the officer talking about him? The Yakuza? Were the Yakuza even wearing masks? FCK, if Midoriya could remember, he beat those shitheads up by the dozen. Midoriya's mouth moved several times as he mumbled his confusions to himself, but no sound came out as his thoughts kept going in different directions. Eventually, Midoriya's thoughts converged and he finally found his voice. He stared blankly at the door the officer had left through, finally emitting a sound mostly to himself. It didn't take long for Midoriya to figure out what this was. Forget a police investigation. This was a complete mess. Midoriya skipped stopping by the crafting club and went straight for his classroom, and thank God he did. The police were practically everywhere. The rooms and halls the delinquents usually brawled in were now covered in cops. They were in almost every hall, room, nook, and cranny, walking around like they were inspecting the scene of a crime. For what? Midoriya had no FC-king clue. Seriously. He was there last night and not even he could make out what these nutjobs were doing at the school. The worst part was the questioning, which managed to both put Midoriya to ease and set all his nerves on edge. Every police officer was out there questioning the students, clearing Midoriya's worry that the officers had something on him. But it was near impossible to keep your cool when face to face with officer after officer just trying to get to your classroom. By the time Midoriya had gotten to his classroom, he'd been questioned 2 more times. And that was only because he took back routes to try and avoid people. Still, it seemed his stealth skills needed work, as every officer that managed to lay an eye on him pinned him on the spot for a few more questions. It was totally disorganized, with some officers asking a few questions while others could go on forever if nobody stopped them. Midoriya was lucky enough to get to the classroom before anyone else, including the officers, so he got a little of the peace and quiet he craved. He couldn't help but double-check the room as he stepped in, making sure there wasn't another officer hiding in a corner before he trudged to his desk and slumped into a chair. He almost walked straight into an officer by the stairs because he didn't check his sides, and he wasn't eager to repeat that. It wasn't as if the police were something scary. He ran circles around those morons with badges every night. Midoriya rested his head on one arm, trying to rub the sudden tiredness from his eyes while glancing at the door almost reflexively. As scary as they weren't, though, dealing with them set his nerves on edge. It was like a bunch of little furry FC curs, always putting him on guard, second-guessing every little thing he could say. Plus, unlike with Nezu, he wasn't as confident he could get away with a little back-talking and running. Midoriya caught himself giving another glance at the door and almost laughed, as Ronin the police were a FC King joke that he barely thought about. Sure, he ran from the law, but the law was heroes, not the bunch of monkeys in suits. As Midoriya, though, he stopped thinking so strong about it and folded his arms, using them as a pillow while he closed his eyes for just a second. Soon his classmates would arrive. And with how the day was going, the teachers might actually show up to class for once. Now, that would be funny to see, even if there would almost certainly be police tagging along. For now, though, he had a bit of quiet. He was surprised at how much energy talking to those few officers had stolen from him. He had a few more minutes before class, so he'd just take a few seconds to rest then. And then, the police gathered themselves just before Ishiyama's first hour had begun. So far, they'd gone around doing their best to question the students while their superior questioned the teachers, but it had been going nowhere fast. They had tried to question students in the hall, getting a few quick questions before heading on their way, but it was clear that the students of this dingy school were avoiding them. So, a change of plans was necessary. Now, instead of running around in circles trying to get questions, the officers would take the obvious choice and just go to the classrooms to question the students one at a time. Sure, they might miss a few stragglers who skipped class, but they didn't need every officer to get all these classrooms. This plan was way better than their first mess, though they'd hardly admit how little of a plan they had going into this. Hell, they didn't even know they'd be showing up at this rundown mess of a school 2 hours ago. This disorganized surf was more of a work in progress than a planned operation, after all. With goals finally set, the officers split up to put their new plan into motion. With a little luck, this entire operation would be over soon enough. Midoriya slept soundly, against his own wishes. He was barely disturbed by his classmates arriving one by one, talking in hushed tones to one another, most of them coming back to their homeroom for the first time since school started. While the delinquents of Ishiyama might say that they weren't scared of the police, it was clear that they were antsy by the fact that almost everyone was there before the first bell rang. It wasn't just the police that set them off, it was the number. With so many police on the school grounds, it was clear something big was going on, and nobody knew what. What on earth would so many police want at Ishiyama High School, of all places? Sure, there was a metric ton of fighting, but was that really the interest of the police? Some rowdy kids? Well, it had to be. Clearly, Ishiyama literally didn't have anything else going on behind that broken school gate, so if not the fighting, what? Some students were worried because of the gangs. Ishiyama was right on the cusp of the slums and between a lot of different gangs' territories. Those gangs weren't just adults, though some of them had kids. Kids who went to the closest available school and fought even there with each other for territory. Were the police here for a raid starting from the bottom up? Others were worried about things that happened in the school after hours. There was a pretty big drug trade in the area that more than a few people knew about. And Ishiyama School wasn't exactly squeaky clean. Was this a crackdown on the trade? There were no clear answers, and without answers the questions gave way to guesses. Each student seemed to have their own theories to what was going on, building off of each other's and becoming worse and worse as time went on. Of course, few were as bad or hyper-specific as the last student to enter Ishiyama 1A's classroom, Shinju. He couldn't stop his knees from shaking as he sauntered into the classroom with all the confidence and poise of a newborn giraffe, smiling while Flop sweating like his butt was on fire. Because, of course, he totally knew what the police were there for. As one of the 2 students who were actually at Ishiyama last night, he knew exactly what had gone down last night. The Yakuza, the drugs, the chase, he knew the whole 9 yards. That's why he totally knew what the police were. Cause that shit was obvious. With the drugs capped and the Yakuza in custody, there was only one thing they could be at Ishiyama for. Vigilantes. That's right, he had no idea how, but the police must have gotten wind about him and Devil Doll, and they'd come to arrest them both. Shinju tried to keep a confident smile as he strode to his desk, kicking his chair to put a spin on it before sitting back, completely missing the chair. and falling on the ground, but first where he played it off as intentional, staying completely calm. He leaned back on the ground, laying down like he was going to take a nap, then got smacked in the face as his chair finally stopped spinning and landed on him. He didn't even blink to show that he was totally cool as a cucumber, and definitely not screaming internally. The 1A's class might have been quiet that day. It was nothing close to more relaxed, with the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Every student seemed jittery as the clock ticked, the start of class approaching second by second, except for that one weirdo with the green hair, who was sleeping in the front row. Everyone looked at him with a mix of awe and respect, managing to sleep straight through this stressful situation without even batting an eye, face to face with tons of police investigating everything. And he was so calm he was literally asleep. Truly, that guy was a man among delinquents. Whatever the FCK his name was, Ishiyama's classroom was still unusually quiet by the time the first bell rang, with most of the seats filled for once. It seemed no one on the school's grounds would be skipping, as even the teachers who rarely stepped out of the lounge made their way to their homeroom classes. That explained why Mr. Kimuri, Class 1A's teacher, was back in the class and once again struggling to take roll call. Hardly any of the students knew him past staying clear when they were doing anything really suspicious. And he knew the FC King brat sitting in his classroom even less, if you could really call it his classroom. That was probably why he was stumbling through almost every name, cursing the students who had skipped that day. It seemed even the teachers were a little on edge. If Midoriya was actually awake, he might have remembered how the small bit of research he did linked most of the teaching staff to the local crime. But that was a big if. For right now, only 2 people in the room were relaxed. And while one was Aiko, of course, who was more interested in the crafting club's next big project than all the police officers who took one look at her and decided to try questioning someone else, the other was out like a light on his desk in the front of class, sleeping through the storm. With Midoriya out cold, he wasn't remembering Sid. And he truly was out cold as he managed to sleep through all of Mr. Kimuri's city roll call. It took twice the time as it had on the first day, with everyone on edge, stumbling through the motions. It seemed that the threat of the police was a heavy wind of change in Ishiyama, especially with the officers so close. The whispers across the class came to a sharp close when the door to one was thrown open just past the roll call by 2 smiling officers who let themselves in. "Sorry to interrupt. We're just here to ask a few questions. Shouldn't take long at all." The 2 officers moved to the front of the room towards the teacher, who himself was quick to step aside. "All right, then I suppose you have the floor." Mr. Kimuri didn't so much as cooperate with the police as he did throw everything to them, moving to the far side of the room. Nothing good came from meddling in police business, so it was best to just stay clear and let this all blow over. Hopefully, his students were smart enough to figure that out at least. But his expectations weren't high. The officers turned from the teacher to look over the class. They seemed attentive enough, with only one student towards the front sleeping, so with a little luck this would all be over as quickly as they kept telling everyone it would be. And to make sure things went fast, they stuck to the plan that the officers had come up with just a few minutes ago. One of the officers stepped forward, addressing the class loudly to wake up the sleeping student. "All right, everyone, we just need your cooperation and attention for a few minutes. This shouldn't take long at all." The police didn't need to interview everyone. They just needed to see if anyone had seen something. That meant they could just ask someone to represent groups of people, and what did most schools have? Class representatives. It just sort of wrote itself, really, provided that Ishiyama had class representatives. But even this dump couldn't be that bad, could it? "We just need to see the class representative, so if they could please follow us outside for a moment." The leading officer took a step back, but the entire class was still frozen. No one got up to follow the officers out of the class. The officers exchanged quick glances. The teacher hadn't said there wasn't a class representative, so there probably was one. Were they just spooked by the atmosphere? The atmosphere was nervous, not rebellious. It didn't seem like someone was purposely going against the police just for it, so maybe the class representative wasn't there today. But someone would have mentioned that to the officers, wouldn't they? The leading officer put aside the assumptions and took charge again, stepping back up to address the class. "Is the class representative here today?" The class was still silent, but this time there was a slight shift across the whole room, even if the students barely did anything. All eyes turned to one student sitting in the front row, who still had his head on his desk, not paying a lick of attention to anyone. It was the sleeping kid, the same one as before who'd gone right back to sleep. What was with this punk? "Well, thank you for your cooperation, everyone." The backup spoke to the class while the leading officer banged the representative's desk, causing him to stir. "We'll only borrow him for a minute, so no need to worry." The representative stirred as the officer spoke, rising from his desk to a sitting position. His face was scrunched as he rubbed the back of his head, seeming still groggy but slowly coming to as his gaze rose to look at the leading officer. Huh. It was a single sound so venomous it took the leading officer a half step back. He was startled by the sound after everything the rest of the class had been doing, and more than startled when he met the young boy's eyes. They were strong, and when they came to focus it felt like they could bore right through you. Combine that dreadful glare with his tone. It was no wonder why the leading officer felt being himself pushed back through the intensity. Without even saying a proper word, this delinquent drove the officer back. "We thank you for your cooperation, everyone." That was when the backup officer stepped up, giving the officers the momentum back. "Could you please follow us outside?" The student's sharp gaze SWCH targets, cutting through the officer who could just do her best to stay smiling despite the cold chill running down her spine. Was this the kind of delinquent Ishiyama was rumored to create? All right. His gaze cooled off after a moment, the class representative standing quietly. While his intensity had died down, his thoughts seemed to race by the slight contractions of his face. His eyebrows knit, his scowl deepened, and his eyes suddenly SWCH from the officers to across the classroom. The entire class was suddenly pushed back by the same gaze that caused an officer to step back, a cold glare from two green pits. He didn't seem to look at anyone in particular as his gaze fliced from student to student before settling on the back of the room itself, giving his whole class a little nod combined with a wicked smile. It wasn't at anything particular, just a small, quiet smile that set everyone on edge. And then he turned back. The class representative didn't bother to look back after that, at the class or the officers. He made his way to the door with an odd sense of ease that no one in that room, student, teacher, or even officer, could replicate in the situation. He didn't even seem fazed at all, like it was just another day at Ishiyama High School. The police gave each other nervous looks before thanking the class once again and following the representative out. They had asked for a representative of the Ishiyama High after all. The place was practically legendary for the delinquents it held and the villains it made. And it seemed like the officers would be getting the whole package whether they liked it or not. Bam! Midoriya was jolted awake as something hit his desk, causing him to snap out of his nap. Only borrow him Sunu need to worry. There were words running through Midoriya's head, some mumbled and mangled as he slowly came back to the real world. Midoriya slowly leaned off the desk, rubbing his head and squinting to adjust to the light, falling asleep twice in one class. He must have been more tired than he thought. What was going on? Midoriya glanced up from his desk, still adjusting to the light. Standing over him was an officer, squinting down at the still waking student. If the officer was standing over his desk, well, FCK. Midoriya's expression soured. If there was only one officer and he was standing over Midoriya's desk, the odds were good that he picked who he was going to interview first. What a pain in the butt. Midoriya took a small breath to try and hype himself up. But there wasn't much excitement he could muster for another interview with the monkeys as he slid his chair back and stood. Who knew how long this one would take? Before he left the room he turned to look at Aiko. Across a room of students trying to look busy, she was the only one with both pencil and paper out as she did her homework. Because she'd been writing it didn't seem like she heard what the officers were talking about either, but she did notice him getting up to leave. She honestly looked a little worried. Someone caring about him just getting pulled out of class. How far he'd come. He turned heel to face her fully, giving her a small smile and a quick nod. It wasn't much, a small little reassuring motion, but it seemed to relax her. She gave him a small wave goodbye while he turned back to the clowns in uniform. As much as he wanted to get this over and done with, he didn't have much to lose. It didn't look like the kendo club would be meeting today, and leaving early today might be a little suspicious, so it was with a smile that he walked a little further into his own personal, but very boring, brand of hell. Who knew? It could be fun to see things from this side of the law. Maybe he'd even learn something. That day Midoriya learned that being questioned by two officers was even less fun than being questioned by one. It might have been because the questioning was the longest so far. Each officer took turns asking him questions, so even if it was the same amount of questions, it took twice as long. The officers' questioning started normal, or what Midoriya thought normal might be. They took down his name, his grade, his class, the kind of stuff that you barely even thought about. Sure, he didn't usually like to give personal information out, but someone should have categorized all this shit so you didn't ask the same kid the same FC King questions 4 goddamn times. At this point, he was glad they took his name if only so he could escape this endless loop of bullshit. But poor little Midoriya could never escape bullshit. Not by a long shot. Once the usual and generic questions were over, the questions got weirder. Have you seen any adults lingering around outside the school? Suspicious ones, anytime in the last month? How popular are masks around here? The kind that covers your mouth, those popular here. Have you ever seen any weapons on campus, like a gun or some bullets? Even just one bullet. Just a bullet, Midoriya asked back, far beyond confused at that point. He wasn't even sure the officers knew what they were talking about anymore. No, what are you guys talking about? Guns were a big no-no in Japan. With strict gun laws and heavy punishments, Midoriya didn't even risk bringing spare guns to school. He always kept them out of sight, only bringing them in when he needed to work on them. Sure, he did bring bullets on campus, but he kind of had to. It was where he kept the rest of his costume after all, but even still. What was this questioning? Very few people used guns in Japan. Snipe was the only big hero, and hardly any police carried. A gun was mostly the weapon of criminals like villains, yakuza, and a certain vigilante. Were they on to Ronin? If so, then why were some of the other questions so far out there? Things just did not add up to Revenant's liking. It was too chaotic. All right, sorry to spook you. The officer who led that question laughed it off while earning a stern glare from the other, and a well-earned at that. This seemed like too much information to give out in a simple questioning. There are just a few rumors we heard. Need to stamp out the false stuff, you know. Midoriya definitely did not know, but at this point, who really cared? Well, if we're just going straight to the point now. The originally leading officer continued to glare for a moment at the one in back, then turned to focus on Midoriya, brows knit tight while speaking in a serious tone. What do you know about the Shy Hasakai? Sir, shut it. The leading officer didn't even glance at the subordinate while glaring at Midoriya. Clearly, this was something pretty important. Shy Hisakoi, no, the Shy Hisakoi. Midoriya himself thought deep and strong for a second, but only a second as his face became clear, free of the tension and worries. He had thought through everything he knew, twice to make sure, and came to one clear conclusion. The what? He had no f-seeking clue what a Shy Hisakoi was. The two officers stared at him for a second, inspecting his face closely before both sighing loudly, the tension entirely leaving the room as they leaned back. It's nothing of notice. Thanks for your time, Mr. Izuku. The subordinate gave Midoriya a small smile as the officers stood, Midoriya joining them a second late. It was really helpful to our investigation. But if you ever think of anything else, anything at all, call us. The lead officer was still leery of something, offering Midoriya a business card. Fourth one today, but who was counting? It could be very helpful to our investigation. Midoriya smiled as he took the business card, more glad to be free now that this interview was done finally. Not a problem, officers. Say, what is your investigation about anyways? Midoriya did his best impression of himself back in middle school as he worked that smile, trying to go for the whole incredibly innocent and docile look. Not really good odds this would go anywhere, but it was worth a shot. Sorry kid, but that's on a need-to-know basis. Can't just have all the villains knowing what we're doing. The subordinate officer sounded so cheeky that it took all of Midoriya's will to not mention the guns, bullets, or whatever the hell the Shy Hisakoi that these two name-dropped all in the course of 1 minute. But that was for him to know and research later. Right now, docile and sit. Midoriya kept his face up while he made his exit, giving the officers a wave goodbye on his way out. Alrighty, have a good day officers, and good luck. He didn't bother to drop the facade in the hallway, still a little paranoid of more police around every corner like they were on his way to class earlier. But he did think over the interview as he made his way from the empty classroom they used for questioning to his own class. There was something big going on if the police got off their butt and investigated it. His year of vigilantism taught him that the police didn't do much of anything on their own these days. So there was probably at least one hero involved in this. Besides the hero interference, this whole thing sounded dangerous. Guns were always bad news, especially in large numbers. Maybe the Shy Hisakoi were gun runners. A new batch of gun runners would need somewhere to sell them to. And the odds were good that would be the streets. Same streets he patrolled. An uptick in criminals with guns now that would be a pain in his butt. His bodysuit might stop bullets from turning him into Swiss cheese, but getting shot was getting shot. A single bullet could break a rib at the very least. And now there might be tons more on the streets. It was good to try and remember it for later because right now Midoriya made it back to his own class. Fat lot of good he could do from there. But with all the police everywhere, the last thing anyone wanted to do was cause a disturbance and skip class. So Midoriya meekly opened the door, gave his class his best smile, and quietly made his way to his seat before focusing vaguely on the board and Mr. Kimori doing his best to teach for the first time in years. Hey, the teaching might be city and the interview a pain in the butt, but the whole class was suffering together so no point in beaching. Midoriya even managed to smile as he stopped focusing on all that police and hero sit, instead tuning into the teacher as he played with a pencil. Might as well just take his ticket and ride the ride. Well, Midoriya thought the whole class would be suffering together, but of course not. By lunch the police had still only questioned him and not a single other person in the class, even the teacher. The police were still there, make no mistake about that. There was one sitting at the front of class right as the lunch bell rang. That subordinate who just took notes, but the police weren't doing anything. This was more in line with how he remembered the police during his vigilante hours. The bell ringing was a welcome relief though. With its ringing, the class finally came to life again, the students getting up and talking to each other as they made their way out of the room and hopefully away from the cops. They reunited with their cliques and talked amongst themselves, a bit more quietly than usual but talking nevertheless. Midoriya smiled as he got up, stretching a bit. Even if he wasn't peeved he was the only one getting called out. He doubted the police had anything on him specifically. With a little time to reflect, it was clear that they were here for something else. And why wouldn't they? Midoriya had known this mess pretending to be a school was a festering pot of crime. It was half the reason he applied here. Sitting pretty on the edge of the slums, it was a nice bit of real estate between multiple gangs. Prime location for some sit to go down. And that was before discussing the students, some of whom but real applications for their own gangs and sit on the school board. That was why it was such a perfect cover for Ronin, hiding a needle in a haystack of needles and all that's it. Midoriya didn't need to worry about getting found out. Hell, if he did, it would just be more suspicious. He just had to put confidence into his cover and sit back. This was the kind of thing that could go sideways from too much meddling, after all. So Midoriya made his way to lunch with a smile on his face and a little pep in his step. If anything, this whole police thing was proof that his cover did work. After all, this was Ronin. He didn't want to brag, but he was pretty sure they'd send at least a hero or something if they thought Ronin was here. Looked like that furry F-Seeker wasn't letting slip yet. Beside him, equally in bliss, Aiko strode with a quiet confidence. While she wasn't quite sure what was going on, she did know that their teacher gave some hands-on teaching for once and she was glad for it. She wasn't sure why he talked in circles so much, but any help was welcome help in her books. Besides that, everyone was really quiet today. It was nice. And not that the usual class was bad, with all the students being lively and stuff. It was just easier to concentrate today, with everyone being so quiet. Maybe it was that teacher's assistant sitting up at the front taking notes. In fact, everyone got super quiet when that assistant came in. Maybe that assistant would come back again soon. Aiko sure hoped so. Today was nice. Aiko finally spoke as they reached their club room, fixing her grip on her notes and lunch sack while Midoriya fiddled with the door. Really, Midoriya seemed a little surprised, stopping his fiddling with the door to give her a curious glance. Yeah, I learned a lot today. Aiko naturally held her notebag a little higher, then played with her hair. I mean, Mr. Sensei did go over stuff we already learned, but it was helpful to relearn. And not that I forgot it when I learned it with you. Midoriya interrupted her with a small chortle, leaning against the door for support before pushing it open and leading the way inside. Glad you're still learning stuff. Nobody can be expected to remember everything. After all, so everyone needs a refresher once in a while. They made their way to their crafting table, naturally falling into place at their own spots. Aiko placed her notebag down, then opened her lunch sack and started taking out her food. A carton of cranberry juice, a half-dozen sandwiches, just something small to eat. She wasn't that hungry today. Midoriya also did his usual thing, placing his lunchbox on the table, grabbing 2 protein bars, then moving away from the table to work on something. No matter what day it was, he always seemed to have a new project, a next thing in line to do. That might have been why he didn't eat so much at lunch. Are you sure that's enough food, Midoriya? Aiko glanced down at Midoriya's lunchbox, an old metal kind with some big blonde guy on the front, then at its interior. A bottle of Gatorade, some raisins, and another protein bar. My dad said something about you being really bad at eating stuff. Yarda. Midoriya's words came out muddled as he glanced over his shoulder, protein bar still in mouth as he pulled a box free of the cabinet. He shifted his stance, picking up the box entirely and bringing it to the table before pulling the protein bar free of his mouth. What do you mean? This is all protein. This is as healthy as it gets. Are you sure? For once Aiko found herself skeptical as she gave his lunchbox the once over again. The raisins were some welcome diversity among all the prepackaged stuff, but for the rest of it, Midoriya couldn't see Aiko's raised eyebrow, but he could definitely sense it. Hey, this isn't that bad, but it's not that good. Aiko shot back with more confidence than she thought she had, pointing at him accusingly with a sandwich. You can't just live off protein bars. Hey, I don't just eat protein bars. That's just what I bring here cause it's the easiest. Midoriya pointed back with his own protein bar, putting more effort into this stupid argument than he had all of class so far. He was still messing with the box of parts, taking out a wood saw and measuring tape as he spoke. What do you eat at home? Aiko's eyebrow was still raised as she pushed her own lunch sack aside, still looking at Midoriya in disbelief. Chicken and rice. Midoriya said it with such conviction as if it was the obvious answer. After all, it was what Mao told him to eat to get fit, and it seemed to be working. That's just more protein. Aiko was amazed that someone so smart could be so dumb. What was Midoriya, her dad? He had once gone an entire week eating nothing but popsicles, saying that his quirk would take care of the rest. But who wound up with a massive brain freeze and stomach pain once his excitement ran out? Aiko glanced around the room, then at the thing in her hand. A sandwich. Good enough. She shoved the sandwich toward Midoriya. Take this. Midoriya looked between her and the sandwich for a moment, putting both the box and the protein bar down to grab the sandwich. He inspected it, a little confused. Hey, is this the bread we got from that mall? Yeah, Aiko smiled, happy that he remembered as she leaned back in her chair, smiling confidently under a curtain of her own hair. It's called ciabatta. It's super popular with sandwiches and stuff, so I wanted to try some myself. Aiko excitedly started to list off the points about the bread that she remembered from her research, listing them out on her fingers. It's really soft on the inside, so it's good at absorbing things. And it's super poofy. And it's really tasty on its own, too. It's super good if you have a little olive oil, a little salt. All right. No need to sell me too strong on it, I'm going. Midoriya backed down a bit, surprised by Aiko's intensity, but she did seem to like cooking a lot. It was good to see her be so confident in something, even if she didn't seem to realize it. He looked over the ingredients in the sandwich itself, then took a bite while Aiko looked on expectantly. She seemed pretty on edge for just eating a sandwich. Now that she had some downtime, just a small break in the momentum, Aiko seemed to be back to her quiet self. She quietly tapped the desk, glancing at him. How is it? Midoriya munched on the sandwich. He had no idea what ciabatta was or what was in this sandwich, but it was all right. Pretty good. Not a clue if the softness mattered much, but it's pretty good. Thanks. Heh. And was that a snicker? Midoriya faked shock over his genuine surprise, playing it up with a dramatic gasp as he covered his mouth. Such confidence. So bold. Hey. Aiko retreated a bit, embarrassed, but couldn't help laughing a bit as Midoriya gave her a cheeky smile. Now, the thoughts of the police were far from Midoriya's mind. He couldn't care less if the officers were right there at the moment, happy to just have some place where he could really be himself. He put the sandwich in his mouth, chewing bits off while he used both hands to rummage through the box to start pulling the rolls of LTHR out. Even with his mouth busy with his sandwich and hands wrapped up in moving things, his eyes made his way over to the assortment of things in front of Aiko. Aiko, what's with the bag? Oh, this. Aiko pushed aside her own sandwich pile and lifted up the note bag, opening it up and taking a few notebooks out. Well, with all the stuff Mr. Sensei was trying to teach us, I figured I could go over more stuff that I already learned, if it's not too much of a bother. Midoriya glanced down at the notebooks, munching away on the sandwich still in his mouth, then at the assortment of items in his hands. He sighed, dropping the tools back in the box before plucking the sandwich out of his mouth and wandering over. For a sandwich as good as this, how could I refuse? He pulled his chair over as Aiko picked a notebook to start with, flipping through each quickly before settling back on math. Oh boy, his favorite. Midoriya looked it over, just basic algebra stuff. A little under their level. Probably should have been learned in middle school, but better late than never. Besides, if Aiko didn't have this stuff down, it could really come around to bite her in something like calculus. But that was important, and he had something to throw at her that wasn't so important. Oh, by the way, Mr. Sensei. Who's that? He gave Aiko another cheeky grin as he pulled out a spare pen from his pocket, quickly checking the ink while Aiko flubbed. The guy who teaches us. The homeroom teacher guy. And what's his name? Midoriya's smile got even cockier while Aiko fumbled, frowning while she was thinking her hardest. And they weren't even on the first math problem yet. You see him every day and you don't know his name. For shame. It might have been the fact that Midoriya couldn't keep a straight face that let Aiko know he was joking, huffing at him while he just kept on snickering for another minute before finally getting serious. All right, my bad. Come on, let's get to work. Aiko and Midoriya delved back into the algebra, flitting between sections while they checked up their skills. Another welcome division from all the police work, to be sure, even if it was definitely more work. Sure, he had a lot of things he could be doing. Investigating that shy Hisakoi thing and trying to figure out who they were. Working on the kendo swords, maybe another tune-up on his equipment before he went and fought those Yakuza mucks again. But right now he was helping a friend, and that felt pretty important. The officers gathered their files and themselves at the school's gate, talking to each other and sharing their initial findings. There'd be a more thorough analysis at the precinct, sure, but it never hurt to chat a little among co-workers while they waited for the heroes supervising this investigation to come out. It had been a good investigation in the end. A little slow at the start, needing a few adjustments, but they got what they wanted in the end, a full list of reports by the students on the events surrounding last night's sudden appearance by the shy Hasakai. While the officers still had things to go over back at the office, it seemed so far like the shy Hasakai's presence had been random, caused by some outside force. What that was would probably be the target of their next investigation, taking even longer. But few worried that far ahead. Everyone was glad to be finished with this part. And with the hero who organized this operation finally coming into view as he left the school's main building, it was finally time to go home. Well, soon enough it would be. First the police formed up, standing in line with a salute as the tall hero moved across the schoolyard with great purpose, his sidekick struggling just to keep up while looking half as graceful as him. Even in a sit-stain of a school like Ishiyama, his suit was clean and tidy. His papers were neatly stacked and in a folder, already ready and sorted for further inspection once he reached his hero agency. Beside him, Bubble Girl, his sidekick, formed a stark contrast as she could barely just keep a hold of her portions of the papers. The local area for cameras, footage of the Yakuza's activities could straighten out and end this entire investigation in a moment, so finding any would be invaluable. The professional hero said, keeping his tone as crisp as his suit. His eyes danced across his papers, only pausing for one moment as he gazed fliced from paperwork to the police work and the line they had formed. Are your investigations complete, Major? The police in question stumbled slightly as they became the object of the professional hero's ire, jumping into formation with salutes. The most senior officer spoke with the lines that they had all practiced just for a moment such as this, managing to keep his voice in control despite the immense pressure from the hero as he gave the officer's summary. Yes, sir. We've gathered testimonies from the students, run analysis on the crime scene, and our men in the precinct are interrogating the villains as we speak. The hero in charge of the investigation nodded, coming to a complete stop in front of the leading officer before turning to look down at the man in question. They were all here for one reason, after all, and this report should set the record straight. So, Major, what did you find? The Major took one last second to look through his papers, sorting through them before he spoke. Well, Sir Night-Eye glanced down at the officer leading the investigation, patient but aware of the time. He was at a small high school in the slums of Mustafafu, Ishiyama, he believed, to investigate a disturbance to his operation against one of the largest villain factions after the disappearance of All for One, the Yakuza faction calling themselves the Shai Hasakai. They had been old crime, a family of crime running longer than hero society itself. They were patient to sit back and bide their time while other organizations came and went. It seemed with All for One's absence in Japan, their leaders had finally deemed it time to go forward into the world, entering the new age. He had been creating an operation to try and deal with them in one fell swoop, but recently something had come up. A few of the Shai Hasakai's members had been conspicuously taken out last night at this tiny school. Was it an organized assault? A grudge between villains? Sir Night-Eye wasn't one to guess. He wasn't fond of uncertainties. Thus, he investigated. He brought squads of police to Ishiyama High to investigate it himself, digging straight to the root to get hands-on experience with the anomaly. It might have been suspicious to the Shai Hasakai if they heard he was here, but the risk was measured. If they would raise their guard from his presence, they would already be on guard from the attack. If they didn't, that would mean that they didn't pay this attack any mind. Either result was fine. So, he was here, and had just finished speaking to the school's staff. The staff themselves proved to be, to no one's surprise, unhelpful. The attack had happened at night, so no direct witnesses. Ishiyama had no cameras, likely due to some of the less presentable parts of Ishiyama High School that the teachers seemed keen to cover up. All in all, there was little help to be found on campus, as he suspected. All that was left was to get the report from the police. Sir Night-Eye spared half a moment, counting each officer off by their heads to make sure everyone was here before focusing back on the one in front of him. Major Kanta, age 35 and the highest-ranking officer on site. By the Major's fidgeting and the way the other officers looked at him, it seemed he would be doing all the attacking on behalf of the officers. Sir Night-Eye sighed, mostly to himself. While it wasn't impossible the police found any useful information from the students, it was seemingly close. Still, he had brought them here, so he might as well get the report from them. So, Major, what did you find? Well, according to what we've found, seems like the villain's presence is a matter of coincidence. The Major spoke rigidly, his back unnaturally straight and still holding his salute as if he was speaking to a senior officer, and not someone in an entirely different profession. Still, with the sidekick of the legendary All Might, hardly anyone would call it incorrect behavior. Few students had seen any activity they'd see as suspicious, and the scene itself is clean. No trace of drugs in the scene. It might be odder if no one had seen anything suspicious, Sir Night-Eye thought as he tapped his chin. It was quite the suspicious area, so he didn't expect these students to be fully honest, but he didn't have any false ideas that this place would be of much significance. It was just another lead that could have possibly helped him get a rap on the Shai Hasakai. It had stuck out to him as an outlier from the Shai Hasakai's normal behavior, being too far from the Shai Hasakai's normal grounds to be good. Still, even if it was just a coincidence, an outlier was an outlier. Something had caused it. If the villains had no reason to be here, they would not have come. The hero's fierce glare made all the officers straighten just as much as their posturing and frankly terrified Major, inspecting him like a hawk inspecting a particularly disheveled mouse. Did you read the documents provided on the villain's closest operation? Why, yes, sir, the Major said, trying his best to stay firm and stand strong while simultaneously shriveling up and out of the hero's heavy glower. The D drug distribution, just a few blocks away. Yes, the drug operation, just a few blocks from this very school. The hero pulled back, turning his head towards the place both were speaking of. Just 4 blocks further into the slums was a small park that the Shy Hasakai had been using to distribute their drugs. It was a meeting spot that, while documented, hadn't had much surveillance. With the massive increase in crime coming from All Might's retirement, there simply hadn't been any heroes with the time to spare to sit around watching an empty park all night in case something happened. Another thing he would assign to the police, it seemed. But that assumed that park would still be in use after this incident. That distribution center was also attacked last night. I believe you have the call from a witness of it. The hero only spared the major a sidelong glance. His attention fixed elsewhere, but even a mere sidelong glance from the hero made the man jump. Why, yes, sir. We do, sir. The hero nodded, satisfied that there was evidence that he could go over later. Detective work wasn't his line of work, but with his quirk, he was quite good at it. Foresight might not be able to look into the past, but as long as he could get a good basis, he could see the end. The villains were attacked at a park by a vigilante, reported in by a civilian. Then villains from the same group are defeated 10 minutes later at this school. He laid out the details of last night, thinking it over. The Shy Hasakai was one of the top villain forces in Japan right now, with the League of Villains in hiding. That meant the chances that these two events are related are astronomical. Yes, he could see the chain now. The lower rungs of the Shy Hasakai were attacked by the vigilante, causing them to reach out and try to protect their product. This called them in for reinforcements, but then the order of events became unclear. The fight moved 5 blocks. But why? The hero tapped his chin as he tried to think through the events in his head, eyes closed as he imagined himself in each position to try and come up with a reasonable answer. The vigilante took down the villains at the park, ran 5 blocks to this school, then fought again and took out 5 more villains. Why run the 5 blocks? If someone could take on 5 villains single-handedly, there was no reason to relocate. The hero would have saved time and taken the villains out at the park itself, without wasting energy and risking tiring himself out. The villain's behavior could be intuited easily. But the lower ranks defeated, some higher-ranked villains came out to fight and secure the drugs. The higher ranks saw the vigilante and pursued. No, the call came in after the vigilante left. So the only person who would have been at the scene still is the witness. The hero nodded to himself as events in his mind shifted, shuffling and rearranging into a more likely version of the events. The vigilante came to the park, stopped the drug distribution, then left. That was when the report came in. After that, the next wave of villains appeared. The vigilante was gone, so the villains only had to chase the witness. They chased the witness here. Then, what? The hero opened his eyes as he stared up at Ishiyama High School. The school itself hardly mattered. He had noted the out-of-date paperwork and disrepair across the building during his interviews with the staff, so he was confident in saying there was nothing special about the school. But what did matter was what had happened at this school. The events he couldn't fully piece together. The witness comes here, most likely because they are a student here. The most likely reason they come is to hide from the villains, taking refuge in a classroom or something similar. Then the villains arrive. If the witness had managed to hide, they must have had some small lead on the villains, just maybe 30 seconds. Yes, around 30 seconds seems right. Night-Eye paced back and forth, rubbing his temples as he spoke mostly to himself. His eyes were closed again as he tried to imagine the scene playing out in his head as if he used his quirk. The villains reached the courtyard. They might have spread out to search the premises. They might not have. This school is in such disrepair that it's near impossible to tell if the villains themselves had broken anything in their search. The villains are then attacked in the courtyard. It was quite the turnabout, really. Villains chasing down a witness being jumped themselves. Quite ironic. But then that leaves one question. Who attacked the attackers? Major. Sir Night-Eye suddenly turned heel, facing the presiding officer with his signature glower. The time between the witness's call and the call-in for the villain's defeat. The Major immediately flinched and floundered for a moment, sorting through his own papers past the interviews he finished and back to the case notes. 10 minutes, sir. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. What kind of vigilante would stay around for 10 minutes after they've already left the scene? His chin taps became faster as he thought it through. He didn't deal with vigilantes much. That was an underground hero's territory. Still, he could reason that a vigilante, who was a criminal in their own right, wouldn't stay near the scene of a crime where police were going to show up. 1 minute, of course. Even 5 minutes would make some sense, but 10. And maybe they stayed nearby to make sure the crime was reported. The Major offered up his own opinion in a quiet voice, surprising the hero because he agreed. He nodded at the Major's words, his tapping finally slowing to a near stop as he tried to piece it together like that. The vigilante arrived at the park, defeated the villains distributing drugs, then hid while they waited to see if someone would report the crime. Inefficient, but it is possible. But then the villains show up. The witness runs, the villains chase, and the vigilante waits until they get to the school to defeat the villain. And just like that, he found a new problem in this theory. Why wait to take down the villains at the school? And why didn't the witness call in a second time after the villains had been defeated? This time the major offered no advice, letting the hero stir in his thoughts a little longer. If the villains were talking sense, they might shed some light on it. Instead, they were left with 5 grown men babbling about some kind of demon. That sort of drivel. Could it be the work of a fear quirk? Make a note, Bubble Girl. We'll check the local area for fear quirks. It might be a stretch, but perhaps that could get us a few results. Yes, sir. His sidekick, the aforementioned Bubble Girl, did her best to imitate the police in their salute. Should I include the school in the search? Yes. The hero agreed without a moment's hesitation. This entire event was a series of confusing twists, and any long shot that could straighten these events out was a shot he would gladly take. This entire investigation was to monitor the Shy Hasakai's movements and make sure there was as little outside interference as possible. With a large operation coming up to single-handedly wipe the Yakuza clan coming into fruition in just a matter of weeks, small things like these villains' confusing movements had to be ironed out. It didn't matter as much how the villains were beaten as to why. The 10-minute gap, the 5-block distance, the witness, these questions were small, but events such as these could form much larger waves down the line. He didn't want to get personally involved as much as possible. He needed to maintain the image that there was no operation coming up, meaning while he wouldn't avoid the Yakuza, he wouldn't be directly seeking them out. That meant he had to only deal with what came up in front of him as neatly and efficiently as possible. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. The sudden phone call broke the quiet of the officers standing around, making all jump back nervously as something finally broke the tension. The presiding hero's expression never changed so much as a twitch as he pulled out his phone, checking the ID while that incredibly loud ringtone blared without batting an eye. I believe we're done here. Bubble Girl, collect the papers and meet me at the car. He didn't give any of the others a first glance, let alone a second glance, as he headed to his car, parked just around the corner, while accepting the call and placing it to his head. Yes, sir, Night Eye, sir. The little joke got the slightest reaction, a slight upturn in the lips, not that anyone could see it. I finished my classes for the day, but I heard you weren't at the office. Where are you? It's of little importance. Sir Night Eye reached his car, casually swnging the door open and seating himself in the driver's seat before the door could close itself. Wrapping up loose ends, collecting data. How goes your quirk training? I can't lie, sir, it's pretty tough. But with All Might himself teaching me, I think I'm getting pretty good. I've got a few good moves to show you when you get back. I think we'll be seeing each other soon enough, Mirio. Night Eye began to wrap up the call as Bubble Girl approached the car, setting down his own papers to open the door for the poor girl. Everything seems to be coming a close on my end, and I guess I'm still going to have to wait to find out what. Mirio's joking tone had some genuine curiosity in it, but it could not be answered yet. The fewer people in the loop, the fewer people could break the loop. Correct. Sir Night Eye started the car as Bubble Girl got herself situated, organizing and sorting through the officers' reports for clarity when reviewed later. But there's no need to worry. This secrecy will be coming to an end soon. Discovering and understanding the Shy Hasakai's movements were the goal of this operation, not dealing with every minor thing the villainous organization did in the time leading up to the full operation. While such things could give insightful bits of information, they were a means to an end, not the objective. While there still were many questions about this operation, Sir Night Eye believed that it was over as far as it concerned himself and the Shy Hasakai. A confusing scuffle between a vigilante and some villains, all of which were technically criminals. He handled organized crime, not fools pretending to be heroes who couldn't even get their licenses. All right, then I'll be on patrol. Give me a call when you get back to the agency, Sir Night Eye, sir. Mirio ended the phone call there while Sir Night Eye looked down at his phone with a raised eyebrow, repeating the joke, if you could even call that running GG a joke. Not great, but it still brought a smirk to his face. Well, we best not keep our intern waiting. Sir Night Eye tucked his phone away as he shifted out of park, turning the car around and heading back towards his agency. So are we going to add any of this stuff to the case file? Sir Night Eye spared just a second, taking his eyes off the road to glance at his inquisitive sidekick as she held up the myriad of papers and reports from today. The reports are all pretty lame, and even the evidence the police gathered about the crime scene is pretty weak. Anything interesting? Interesting. Bubble Girl scanned the papers again, shuffling between them without focus before picking something to talk about, seemingly at random. There's nothing that really stands out. The police think that there was one vigilante at the second crime scene, which lines up with the reports, but the damage for one guy was pretty high. Maybe it wasn't a vigilante, but another villain? We'll hope not. A villain with incredible power, specifically who targeted the Shy Hasakai. Sir Night Eye was sure that he had no greater rival than that man, the Yakuza hunter. The villain who waged a one-man war with the Shy Hasakai and won. While it could be other villains, if it was one, it would most definitely be Yakuza Hunter. That man had demolished the Shy Hasakai's lower ranks so badly that they pulled all operations back temporarily until the 8 Precepts of Death, the Shy Hasakai's strongest villains, could assemble to combat the threat. Not that they ever met. While Yakuza Hunter had done considerable damage to the Shy Hasakai, it was unknown if he actually could take on the 8 Precepts of Death, as he disappeared right before they assembled. Now that was something that actually could upset his plans. Sir Night-Eye's grip on the wheel tightened, thinking over the implications if that wild card was dealt back into his deck. But no, it's unlikely. The villains were in too good of condition. Too good. Bubble Girl stopped shifting papers to look at him, tapping the paper reporting the victim's health and conditions. You call this too good? One of those guys had all his ribs broken. There were shards of glass in another. Yes, but they'll recover. Quite unusual for a villain attack. While most villains would kill their victims and be done with it, Yakuza Hunter was noted for going in with extreme brutality. You could survive. Yakuza Hunter seemed to go out of his way to ensure that, but you would never be the same. Some injuries never healed the same. That piece of evidence seemed to put the Yakuza Hunter theory to rest, at least for now. Sir Night-Eye was surprised he didn't think of it himself, as it was a good point, and one he couldn't entirely discount. Good thinking, Bubble Girl. Keep thinking it over tonight. And should you need a sounding board, I'm sure Mirio would suffice. He's quite a bright student, after all. But is this stuff really going to be relevant to the case? You know, the big one? Bubble Girl wasn't sure of the connection. And he wasn't either, but just because he couldn't see it didn't mean it wasn't there. We must investigate all avenues. Preparation is key to an operation this size. Sir Jithai gave Bubble Girl an automatic response as he pulled up beside his hero agency building, taking an extra second to gather his thoughts before shifting the car into park. But for our sakes, I hope not. The Yakuza scrambled, barricading the door to the entrance of the warehouse with everything they could move. Heavy crates and forklifts were shoved haphazardly in front of the garage-style door to slow them down. The Yakuza formed rank, crowding around the main entrance. They all were armed from guns to broken pipes, anything to try and protect themselves from the psychos outside. They nearly jumped as something tapped against the metal garage door. They couldn't make out the sounds on the other side of that door, but they'd seen the results. The way those two demons moved through everything, sweeping across the lot like a tidal wave and crushing everything in their path, normal people couldn't stand up to that. The whole complex was quiet. Just 24 men, staring at a door. They adjusted their grips, some took deep breaths, but no one was calm as they stared at that metal door and the huge mess they made in front of it. Seconds dragged into minutes as everyone stared at that door. This was worse than a hero raid. Those televised and choreographed shows where the heroes would spend weeks planning to raid just one building. This was some kind of chaotic hellscape that put every man on edge as they wondered what would happen next. A single man spoke up, glancing down from the door to the wooden pole in his hands, then towards his friends. The worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Do you think it'll be enough? The men gave another look over their makeshift blockade. A barrage of random things they could find piled up in front of the warehouse's doors. Shipping containers the size of cars lay across the main door, bent from where they were haphazardly thrown. Forklifts were crashed into the metal, embedding themselves to be as irremovable as possible. The main door itself was barely visible under a pile of metal and machinery, while you couldn't find the side door even if you knew where it was. But would it be enough? Oh, of course it is, so shut up. Another Yakuza bit back, his finger idly tapping the trigger of his revolver. He wore a sadistic smile as he gestured towards their barricade, but even the cold gun in his hand couldn't stop the sweat STRKNG down his face. How many heroes could even get through that? There's no way they could. His words were true. Even with multiple people with super strength on their side, it took them a while to make that barricade. Even someone as strong as Death Arms couldn't just waltz in until they tore through all the obstacles in their way. The other Yakuza bought into his words, smiling amongst each other. But even with the facts in their favor, they were still nervous. They hid their nerves, though, building off each other. Confidence was infectious after all. And with all of them together, could two heroes really beat them? After all, they'd have to get through the barricade first, and who short of All Might could get through that much metal before backup arrived? Crash. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the high window broke. The high window, the window right above their giant blockade of metal that would have taken most heroes minutes to get through, broke in a fraction of a second. The sunlight gently fell down through the new hole onto the stunned Yakuza alongside the shards of glass. The Yakuza barely seemed to notice, though. The Yakuza stared past the glass, past the settling sunbeams, and towards the two figures towering above them in the window frame. They knew those figures. The weapons, the masks, the confidence. Every member of the Shy Hasakai had heard the tales by now of them. Some of the Yakuza could barely breathe, feeling their chests seize up as the shadows overtook them. Others gasped in horror as the setting sun glinted off their suits. The metal bodysuits, the sharp points of their weapons, the edge of danger they gave off. Most were silent as their minds went blank, fixed by the horrid shapes of their masks, the demon and the ghost who stared straight through them. Few could speak as they stared back at the monsters, their weapons shaking as they slowly raised them like they were supposed to. It's them. One of the Yakuza shattered the moment, finally speaking as he pointed his gun at the intruders. They're here. The Yakuza didn't have time to shoot as the two figures leapt from the windowsill, riding down the barricade and hitting the floor before the Yakuza could even finish shouting their names. They barely got their screams out in time before they were overtaken. It's Hunter and Ronin. So once again, Midoriya made his way to the true underbelly of vigilantism, a seedy little joint just past the suburbs of Musutafu. Spooky mini-golf. Truly, the crime network of Musutafu knew no bounds. Midoriya cut through the small parking lot, barely batting an eye at the massive motorcycle parked outside as he went into the lobby for a game. He went straight to the counter, paid his fees, and went in for a game. No muss, no fuss, just straight into the course. He moseyed through the course on his own, keeping his golf club resting against his shoulder as he walked from hole to hole. The course itself was familiar. While his mom had made sure to SWCH courses regularly when they played golf together, this was one of the closest to his house, so one could say he was a regular here. If you could say someone was a regular at a mini golf course with a straight face. But Midoriya wasn't the only regular to the course. No. Midoriya didn't have to skip many holes to see the main man. Kneeling at the start for hole 5, Mao was carefully studying the course. He eyed the curves of the path, the level of the felt, then nodded to himself before standing and lining up his shot. 1 test swing, 2 test swings, then a power swing that hit the so strong it flew like a bat out of hell right over the obstacles, over the boundaries, and to God knows where. Sheet. Mao squinted into the horizon as he watched, trying to see where his went, but it was useless. The only thing that was left of that was the memories and the receipt for the 6th he launched out that day. Nice swing. So Midoriya swaggered right up to the giant, giving him a firm slap on the back before shielding his eyes and looking out at the last sighting. Great distance. How far you think that one went? My money's on 200 feet, at least. 200. Please, da main man ain't no beach. 300 or I'll eat da next. Mao snorted, shaking his head in disdain at Midoriya's doubts while he pulled out his next golf purchase the last time he went out for a game of golf. Also, your latest sheet. Cops, sheet for ya. Mao tossed a golf into the air a few times, testing the weight. Were you supposed to test the weight of a golf? FCK if either of them knew. While we're day dare for. Some Yakuza got beat up on school grounds last night. Midoriya sighed dramatically, shrugging. Yakuza bursting in on school property. What was the world coming to? Shy Hisakoi. Hasakoi. That's what I said. Humph. Mao nodded, impressed someone could be worse at Japanese than him. He placed his new on the ground, same spot as before, and lined up his next shot. Old timers. Day was back around before the boss hit Japan. Content to just sit round with a thumb stuck up their butt. Bunch of beaches, the whole lot of 'em. Too much scheming. Really, riveting stuff. Midoriya leaned on his golf club as Mao took a step back, both of them surveying the course they knew all too well a second time. So, what do these shy Hasakai guys do? Mao paused for a moment as he stepped back to last time was too strong, way too strong, so this time he'd start small. Just a gentle tap, right on the middle of MHHHHHM. Not that much. Like legal business, little illegal business, some drugs, some weapons. Small time stuff. Small time. Midoriya nodded as if he agreed, thinking it over. All that stuff and there's still small time. You don't G-big by doing a lot of sheet, man. Mao pulled back the club, just a touch. Would a touch be enough? A touch more. You G-big by doing sheet good. MHM. Midoriya nodded, less as a farce and more in genuine understanding this time. Thanks, no problem. Mao didn't even look at Midoriya. SWCH from the to the hole and back again. Midoriya was quiet as he moved out of Mao's way, watching the larger man's careful moves. He had to use an extra large golf club just to play, something Midoriya was surprised a small-time mini-golf place like this even had. Maybe he brought it himself. Mao looked from the hole back to the couldn't be more than 50 feet, FCK. It couldn't be more than 20. It'd be just a little tap, a small little tap. He glanced up at Midoriya then down at the again. Midoriya glanced at the hole then Mao again. Hey, you know, Mao spoke as quietly as he could, which still wasn't that quiet. His club tapped the ground behind the as he tried to think his words through. So, dat ding we did, with da Yakuza and da masks and the fightin'. Wanna go beat up more Yakuza today? FCK yeah. Mao flared to life at Midoriya's words, straightening fully to give the vigilante a confident smile and nod before he turned back to his golf, pulling his club back and knocking it right out of the park again. Sheet. They parked a few blocks away from their next hit. Midoriya knew tales of a Yakuza drug lab, but he didn't know its location. Not yet. He did, however, know a few places where the Yakuza stored their drugs between the labs and the streets, warehouses across the country. Midoriya wasn't stupid enough to think he knew all of them. He probably didn't even know whichever warehouse was actually closest to him. Some had been too far away from him to ever reasonably reach them. He posted some of those locations to the forums he got some of his vigilante info from, a kind of payback for the crime spots he'd found through those forums. But not everything was so far away. There were a few places he picked up that were within his reach. In fact, there were two that were so close to each other that Midoriya had little doubt he stumbled into something big. He hadn't really had time to survey it out. Just a little check on Google Maps to see two warehouses incredibly close to each other. Two buildings both owned by the Yakuza, with only one building between them. Wasn't it more likely that all three warehouses were owned by the Yakuza? If you thought about it a little more, there was no guarantee that the Yakuza's property stopped at 3. For all he knew, they could have 4, 5, maybe even 6 warehouses. Now either way, that was a lot of warehouses, but that was specifically a lot of warehouses for Midoriya. Midoriya had hit warehouses before. Hell, he used to run through several smaller storage areas in a day as the Beast, but full-sized warehouses were always a problem. Big buildings with big staffs meant a lot of ground to cover and a lot of people to defeat. He had to be fast if he wanted to make sure nobody could escape, or worse, bring backup. He only dealt with the Yakuza's backup once, and he was keen to make sure it never happened again. All those problems just to deal with one warehouse. Now, we've got at least 2 spread out for a larger distance problem. Midoriya looked out over a sea of warehouses as he wrapped up his analysis, still in the process of suiting up. He had chosen to get into full uniform a small ways away from the places he wanted to hit to try and be less conspicuous, so it was taking him a minute to get ready. Physically, sure, but mostly mentally. While Midoriya was busy going in circles within his own head, Mao had almost finished suiting up. All he was waiting for was his quirk to make him small enough to put on the Beast's mask and he'd be good to go. At least, he would once the show was over. So, this gonna be strong. Mao cut in once he felt like Midoriya's rambling had reached a breaking point. Though whether it was a break in the conversation and Midoriya's mentality was anyone's guess. Midoriya stopped his rambling, his anxious hands finally becoming still as he looked up at the giant gangster. Well, yes, good. Mao's smile said it all as he shoved his bestial mask onto his face, tying it in place. Wouldn't be worth doing if this sheet was Issa. Mao's mindset caught Midoriya off guard, interrupting his flow as he was forced to nod along. Of course it would be strong. If it was easy to take down an entire Yakuza clan, the heroes would have done it already. They might have tried to before hell. There might even be some plans in motion to try and stop them right now. Of course it was strong, but he'd done some strong things on his own. Fighting Nomus, the hero killer Sane, taking down the Yakuza's bases, that was all him, all by himself. And looking up at Mao, for the first time in his vigilante career, he wasn't alone. Midoriya's nods found purpose as he tightened his belt, putting everything down, and then smacked his face with both hands. Maybe that would get a little sense into that thick skull of his. All right, we take Warehouse H first, and we do it fast. His words had much more confidence in them now as he grabbed the last few things from his bag, pulling his own mask out last before glancing up at his partner in crime. You with me? Mao snorted at the vigilante's bravado. But as he picked up the strange wooden club with the kick-butt studs, he was definitely feeling the hype. Demonstrate. Good. He only took a second to straighten back his hair, pulling as much of it out of the way before donning his mask. His costume complete, Ronin straightened his back and turned to their first target. Showtime. The first warehouse had some guards. A few guys walking around the premises, strapped with heat. Real easy to spot, real easy to attack. They weren't ready for the sudden rush, though. 2 figures bolted around a corner, rushing a pair of guards. The guards froze for a moment before going for their guns, just a few inches away. Instead, they got their respective vigilantes, coming from a few dozen meters away. Ronin hit his guard with a running punch, jumping through the air before falling over top his guard and hitting him with a strong punch to the forehead. The man stumbled back, tried to keep his balance and keep down the pain, but Ronin was barely even started. Mao didn't take as many hits as the professional vigilante. And it wasn't as technical either. In the blink of an eye, Mao's long legs had carried him straight into his guard, who he kicked squarely in the chest, launching him backward. His man rolled for several feet before groggily trying to get up, only to take another kick to the stomach as he was launched skyward. The second guard was grabbed out of the air and slammed into the nearest wall by Mao with only one hand, smiling beneath his mask as he pinned his target for a moment longer before snapping a leg up to WHP across the man's face. He fell like a sack of rocks. Mao stepped back to smile at his work, then glance over at his partner who was already on his way without a glance back for the main man. Mao took a second to look between his opponent and his partner, making sure that he was really knocked the FCK out before running after the masked vigilante. The second guards were a lot quicker on the draw, already with weapons drawn. might have been from the shouting of the first guards. Mao's takedown wasn't exactly quiet, but neither was Ronin's. The guards stood in front of the door inside while the rest of the Yakuza hurried past, guns trained and focused in before the vigilantes even rounded the corner. Ronin rounded the corner, greeted by a barrage of bullets that hammered into his side. The first few bullets went high before hammering the small target in the shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly as he continued his run. Instead of running straight at the Yakuza, the vigilante continued his run to move sideways from the shooters to a truck the Yakuza had been unloading at the front of the warehouse. The bullets continued to clip the speedy vigilante, getting a few hits before he could fully take to cover. Mao, meanwhile, walked straight into the bullets for a moment before jumping back. It took longer for one of the shooters to notice him since he'd been lagging behind and he got less gunfire for it. Only one of the shooters eventually SWCH while the second continued to take sporadic shots at the first target who whizzed by. The first gunshot also went high, almost clipping the giant's mask before the second punched the main man just above the pec. He immediately dove back behind the wall he'd run past, taking an unlucky bullet to the arm on his withdrawal. Mao glanced down at the rest blooming out of his bandages, inspecting the bloodied pec and then his suddenly stiff arm. Seemed he wasn't hype enough to be bulletproof. Not yet. Sheet. I got him. I definitely got him. The Yakuza guards spoke to each other, unsure of what was fully happening. Is this a hero raid? Who gives a sit? Call for backup. Now, the other barely paused, only stopping his gunfire to reload. It was clumsy with the tension, a little stiff as he almost dropped his magazine on his foot and shoved another one into the pistol before shakily raising it towards the rushing. Crash. Bang. Bang. Ronin had been waiting for the first man to pause, for that gap in time where the bullets had to stop. The moment they started talking, he peeked his head out from behind the truck, rushing, and the second a magazine started to fall from the man's pistol. Unfortunately, there wasn't just one man. Ronin, with a year's worth of experience in fighting one-on-one and in ambushes, didn't have much of a tactic to beat that though past sheer speed. He did have some good speed, but in the end, it was just speed. In the time the second guard raised his pistol and drew sights, Ronin had already body-checked the first guard. He slammed his shoulder into the guard, grabbing the gun with both hands and wrestling it skyward before eating a shot to the back. The second guard's hands were shaking even as his shot made contact, the bullet crashing against the bulletproof armor in Ronin's jacket. It didn't pierce, but the pain it sent through Ronin's back was still vivid. Not that you'd know it, looking at him. Ronin took the shot to his back like the wind as he drove his entire body into the first guard, lifting him clear off the ground and into the wall with the same tackle. He kept a hand on the gun to keep it out of the way while his other shot down, punching the guard across the face. The guard first put all his strength into lowering the gun, a battle he might have won if not for the fist that just broke his nose. He screamed in pain, eyes tearing up as he swung a fist back, flailing about as he rebuked whatever was hitting him. Ronin himself got hit upside the head by the guard's longer reach, but barely stumbled for even a moment before launching himself back in like a man possessed. His straight punch crashed into the guard's already broken nose, launching the man's head into the wall with a solid thunk before hitting with another punch. Ronin wasn't getting this wailing for free, though. The other guard might have been nervous, but even he could hardly miss a standing target, emptying 5 bullets into the vigilante's back. Each shot felt like another sledgehammer crashing into the vigilante's back, causing him to stumble and stagger from the pain for just a moment before he sprung back with another blow. But the guards weren't the only ones who came in pairs. Before the second guard could even empty his clip, he was lifted off the ground by the large wooden bat that suddenly broke all the ribs on his right side. The second guard couldn't even scream as he hit the warehouse wall, winded and weary before Mao stepped into his line of sight and smashed a knee into the man's face. He wasn't conscious past that to see the rest of the fight, but with one guard down and the other on the ropes, there wasn't much left. Ronin continued for several seconds to strike his target. The guard struggled, trying to point his gun in the right direction. But as soon as he started paying attention to the gun, he missed, Ronin sneaking in another punch. It only took 5 punches to seriously mess up the guard's face, BLD running from his nose and the beginnings of a serious black eye starting to take shape in the few seconds they had been fighting. It ended as most of Ronin's fights ended when the guard tried to pull back and instead met Ronin skull to skull with a sudden headbutt. He collapsed to the ground, the many punches and beatings finally taking their toll. With him, the last of this warehouse's guards had fallen, but Ronin still jumped back as soon as the guard went down, his eyes scanning the surroundings for another opponent. In the warehouses that were in every direction, behind the Yakuza's truck, the same truck he'd hidden behind, the rooftops, the alleys, Midoriya's stance lost some of its tension as he finished his survey, suddenly leaning forward as the thrill of the fight wore off. In its place was a massive sore spot across his back and shoulder. Did he break anything? It didn't feel like he broke anything yet. Well, that was shit. To answer the question he didn't yet ask, Mao spoke up, inspecting himself much as Midoriya had. He stood over his second victim, examining his left arm and giving it a tentative flex. "How you doing?" "Fine." The bodysuit ate most of the abuse. Midoriya patted his coat as he looked around, rubbing his shoulder as he double-checked his surroundings. The bodysuit with the Kevlar was great at stopping things from actually piercing through, but even the bodysuit could only do so much against the pure power behind a bullet. "You shot." "She eat 1 sec." Mao leaned towards his arm, biting at his bicep before yanking his head back and spitting out a bullet, then giving his arm another flex. "Need more hype or some of dat bodysuit?" "Hey, when am I getting my suit?" "It'll be done when we sit down and finish it." Midoriya's sores were something he was pretty used to. He wasn't faster than a bullet after all, so there was always a few bruises coming out of most fights with guns. If they were lucky, those guns would be the last for today, but that wasn't likely. "Thorin." Mao slapped his arm twice, more amused by how little it worked than the pain. "Haven had an entry dis bad in a while, but I be fine. With your quirks, you better." Midoriya was glad to hear that Mao would be fine, even if he didn't admit it, but he had bigger issues. This was just the start of their raid after all. They were raiding a set of warehouses, seemingly identical. Each warehouse had one big shutter door like a massive garage door at the front, along with a normal door on the front and the side. This one shutter had been closed before they even got to the guards, and by the scrabbling inside, luck wasn't good for the doors. They were already next to the front, so Midoriya tried it, but he couldn't even get the handle to wiggle. "Locked." Not that locks were an issue. Midoriya fliced his jacket out of the way, drawing Yamato from its sheath in one fluid swing. "What good were locks when you had port?" "Sheet." Midoriya glanced at Muramasa ineffectually bouncing off the door, coming to another sudden realization. His first one in a while, since he accidentally face-blunted in the sewers, but this one was pretty big. "You know, I don't much appreciate your language." Mao was still working his shoulder as he walked next to Midoriya, keeping the kanabo resting against his good shoulder while his left arm dangled at his side. "The tone or the swearing?" Midoriya spoke absent-mindedly as he looked at the lock. It was a standard key lock, of course, like a house key or a mail key. But worst of all was the realization that he had no FC-king clue how to deal with these kinds of locks. I was gonna say stealin' ma catchphrase, but the tone kinda sheet too. Before Mao had just sort of ripped it off, but looking at Mao's armor now might not be the best time to put faith in Mao's durability. Midoriya tapped the lock absent-mindedly. Of all the things Ronin was famous for, getting places he wasn't supposed to be was pretty up there. UA, gang hideouts, banks mid-robbery. It was kind of boggling that he didn't know how to pick even the most basic of locks. Not that it surprised Midoriya, he knew the story behind Ronin, after all, and the cheat items he used. It seemed like martial arts wasn't the only thing Midoriya was going to have to pick up some slack on with Yamato's absence. But that still didn't say how he was actually going to get into the warehouse. "I think this went better last time," Mao said as he walked beside Midoriya, still working his shoulder in small circles while he glanced over the door. It didn't seem like he even knew what Midoriya was struggling with, but he could probably tell that Midoriya was struggling with something. "Last time? You mean how there was only one guy with a gun?" Midoriya didn't address the problem immediately, instead trying to think through it. While he couldn't use Yamato and he couldn't learn how to pick locks at the drop of a hat, he could probably find a workaround. He just needed to think outside the box. "Well, last time started way better than this." Mao casually gestured to the two guards they had just beaten the shit out of with a flick of his head, both of whom were still groaning in pain. A tiny room in the middle of huge crowds where it was way too hot. There had to be another way in. Midoriya looked over the entrance to the warehouse, at that huge shutter door, but no dice. Warehouses were designed with security to protect their wares, after all. Maybe he could slowly cut through the door with Rita, or try the other warehouse and hope they weren't ready yet. "Nah man, I'm talking action." Mao nudged one of the guards with his foot, setting down his bat to casually steal the man's gun. "Hype's all about da excitement, man. And you gotta have a good start for dat sheet." Midoriya's eyes trailed over to the truck. Seemed like the keys were still in it, so maybe they could drive the truck through the shutter doors. It could work, but then again, he'd have no idea until he crashed the truck. Plus, if it did, he could get a lot of people killed, so that was another dead end. But he was getting somewhere, he could feel it. Bustin' down the door and beating da sheet out of all dem punks. Gettin' in a real fight with 10 on 1. Now dat was da sheet. Mao laughed at the memory, his bad arm already becoming a little more animated. It seemed he really could shapeshift to heal himself. "What bullshit. I wanna do something like dat again." A huge entrance with guns blazing, breaking through and beating da sheet out of Evera. Mao trailed off as he followed Midoriya's gaze to Midoriya's final solution. The shutter doors were metal, sure, and probably pretty thick. Big too, with a fancy-looking lock at the bottom. Same for the side doors. But up above the side doors, right over the big shutter doors, up higher than even the top of the truck, was one giant butt window. Ronin and Mao stared at it for about 5 seconds, giving each other one final look before smiling at their new entrance plan. Ronin scaled the truck in a few seconds, drawing kindness and Cupid on the way up and putting several empowered bullets in just as many seconds into the warehouse's front window before it shattered, the glass cascading down onto whoever was unfortunate enough to be below the vigilante's new custom entrance. Ronin then cleared the distance between the truck and warehouse with one leap, falling a little short of the window but catching himself on the brickwork with Beowulf's pull quirk. He stumbled for just a moment before pulling himself up and over the broken windowsill, the last remnants of glass harmlessly breaking against his metal bodysuit. Mao didn't even need the truck to get up, running it and then up the warehouse's shutter door. He lobbed the studded bat through the window before jumping up the sheer wall, latching onto the window frame with his good arm to pull himself up and through with one fluid motion. He landed on the catwalk with a rough roll, grabbing his bat off the metal bracings and glass before taking in the warehouse beside Ronin. The warehouse beneath them was a chaotic mess as the Yakuza tried to adjust to the sudden intruders. Some pointed at them and drew weapons, some ran for the exits, but none of them mattered. Ronin and Mao didn't even need to look at each other as they smiled, feeling the old familiar rush as they both descended to the ground floor to sort these punks out. Mao didn't waste a second to get into the action, hopping the nearest railing and falling straight to the bottom floor, almost crushing an unlucky Yakuza on impact. The Yakuza scrambled out of the way, hopping backward while trying to get into a defensive pose, but even as he moved, the great bat fell from the giant's shoulder. With only one arm, Mao swung the bat, striking two Yakuza with one swing and launching them both off their feet, screaming all the way to the ground. The Yakuza didn't give him the chance for a second swing, jumping in at every angle with their own weapons. Pipes, bats, and knives flew towards Mao, but few found purchase on the giant's frame. The pipes and bats hardly mattered, just a few bruises he'd work off. A knife, though. Mao faced the first knife with a gleam in his eye to outshine the knife itself. Swing his massive bat towards the knifeman's arm. The two met, clashing for barely a second before Mao overpowered the Yakuza and pushed his blade to the side. The knifeman stumbled back for a second, slightly off balance with his arm out of the way before being thrown completely off balance as Mao suddenly jutted forward, slamming his bestial mask into the Yakuza's skull. The poor Yakuza's legs gave out from under him, but Mao barely even noticed as he turned towards the next knifeman. He didn't seem to notice anything but that knifeman as he was showered by pipes and bats, smashing him with enough force to make him move, but not enough to make him break focus. Mao stared at that knifeman who charged forward, eyes wide as he realized what Mao was looking at. His arms shook, but he screamed as he stepped in, stabbing the knife towards Mao with both hands before a giant bat came from nowhere and slammed into his arms, knocking it all aside and leaving his defenses wide open as Mao jutted forward again. Mao pushed through the baby beach blows of the Yakuza, his grin going wilder and wilder before breaking into a full laugh as his mask crashed into his victim's skull. How could he ever lose focus with something this fun? Ronin's attention was on the Yakuza breaking for the doors, 4 to the close and 7 to the far exit. Ronin ran towards the front and closer exit, moving briefly along before jumping off the catwalk. He fell feet first towards the front wall, rebounding off it with a kick before landing in front of the exit and performing a sweeping kick to knock back one unfortunate Yakuza who got too close to the exit. The 4 Yakuza who fled this way almost backed down, but a glance back at the human tsunami taking on 7 guys at once versus the tiny man in front of them made the Yakuza change their minds. Even the man who got kicked stepped up as they readied to fight, weapons drawn. So Ronin drew his weapons to Kindness and Cupid out in under a second as Ronin took a wide, steady stance, opening fire into oncoming men. The blast slammed into the first Yakuza, taking him down in 3 before he could get close. The second Yakuza got halfway to him before taking an air bullet to the leg, causing him to falter and then be blown aside. The third made it all the way to Ronin, rushing past his comrades and taking a wild swing with his sword, a real sword to boot, something Ronin hadn't even noticed at first. Ronin broke his own stance as he dodged, ducking sideways around the would-be swordsman and shooting him twice in the back, sending the swordsman careening into the wall before he turned to take on the final Yakuza eye his way. The last Yakuza came in quick punches at Ronin's face, forcing the vigilante to duck and weave to avoid getting a faceful of knuckles. Ronin slowly moved back as he weaved, trying to escape the Yakuza's range to best use his own guns. But the Yakuza kept pace with Ronin and moved forward as the vigilante moved back. In just a few steps his back hit the door he had rushed in to block, giving him nowhere else to run. The Yakuza sneered as he stepped in, throwing a powerful punch at the vigilante's head as Ronin leaned back against the door, feeling its solidity before planting a foot on it and jumping knee first into the Yakuza. The sudden knee took the Yakuza in the stomach, forcing him back as Ronin suddenly took the lead. Ronin slammed the butts of his pistols into the sides of the man's head as he tried to retreat, causing the Yakuza to reel back before the vigilante stuffed both barrels into his chest and fired again. Just as the Yakuza he shot started to get up, the final Yakuza rolled past them before dropping painfully to the floor, barely moving. The Yakuza barely had a chance to look at their comrade in arms, barely seeing what was done to him before they met the one that did it to him. The Yakuza were still getting off the floor when Ronin ran into them, slamming the first's head between his knee and his pistol before kicking him to the ground and shooting him several times in the chest. The second almost managed to look at him before Ronin hit him with a running kick, sending the man up into his feet before Ronin buried more shots into him, approaching all the while before kicking his legs out from under him and shooting him a few more times before he could even hit the ground. The last Yakuza was already trying to run to the other exit when his leg was shot, the sudden force making him stumble before he took another one to the shoulder, then a third to the back. The force took him down to the floor, but before he could even put his arms down to catch himself, it descended on him. He wasn't even conscious for the last 7 shots. Mao kicked off the last knifeman, pivoting on the spot and turning to drive his knee into a second man's stomach. His next victim was knocked airborne as he spat BLD, barely able to breathe let alone focus on the giant bat that flew so gracefully off the giant's shoulder and into his stomach, knocking the poor victim out of the air and straight into the ground. Mao moved forward with his knockdown hit, laughing and charging the other Yakuza in his way. Some managed to dive out of the way, but one took the main man's attack head-on, Mao's shoulder slamming into the man's chest before Mao lifted him into the air like a raging bull. The man flailed, whacking and wiggling to try and get free, but there was only one way off the pain train. Mao still held his bat with one hand, slamming it down across the man's back before turning and throwing the man at the other Yakuza. The other Yakuza were forced to jump out of the way again as the victim hit the ground, careening for a few feet before he stopped, a heap of bruises and tangled limbs, barely conscious enough to scream anymore. The attacks from the Yakuza came slower now as they were more cautious. They still circled him, little beaches that they were, but the barrage itself had ended. After all, what man wanted to go head-to-head with that thing? Yakuza Hunter stood 6 feet tall, carrying his massive bat in one hand like a toy. His mask was riddled with scratches and dents from a long time of abuse, but the man beneath it was as ready for a fight as ever. Even with one of his arms hanging limp, still painted red from the gunshot, he cut an imposing figure. But he was mortal, he had to be. He'd been shot. One of his arms was weak, and they could use that weakness. As Yakuza Hunter surveyed his foes, one Yakuza jumped out. He was closest to the hunter's bad arm, so he couldn't be attacked back. He moved in quickly, grabbing his pipe with both hands before SWNGNG at the vigilante's ribs. Mao saw this coming, and it made sense. He would have done the same thing after all. Mao didn't have time to pivot again, so he stepped back, letting the pipe swing past while he turned his good arm towards the punk. His good arm gripped the weird studded bat strong before he stepped back in, taking his own swing in retaliation at the Yakuza. And that's when another Yakuza stepped in with his sword, cause why not of a real FC King sword in a warehouse. Mao couldn't help but smile as the sword came towards him. This wasn't the kind of thing he would have predicted since he always fought alone. Even back when he ran the Chillers, he was more of a final boss than a captain. Just the way things were. Mao changed his stance mid-swing, going wide as he forced himself further. His swing went wide as he turned his body again. Massive club meeting katana before completely overpowering it all while 2 Yakuza stepped in, taking advantage of his new massive openings to get some cheap shots in. Of course, he was only one man. There were limits to how many angles you could cover, especially with one hand. The bat might have helped, but there was only so much you could do as a man. But he wasn't just any man. Not by a long shot. He was the main man. Ronin crossed the warehouse towards the other exit, the side exit the other runners had tried to use. They had further to run, but he had to deal with 4 Yakuza. They had a head start on dealing with the lock, and things would get bad if they made it out. Right now, even if reinforcements got here, they'd have to deal with the locked doors Mao and Ronin had to while they finished mopping up these guys. They'd be on the defensive and have a harder time getting out. It'd take longer to make an escape, giving time for more backup. And possibly even heroes. The long and short of it was those doors could not open. Ronin used kindness and Cupid to shoot at the door, but with the small crowd of 7 Yakuza, they could only hit the outermost shell of people. The men turned towards him, barely giving the door a second glance before fully facing him. Someone had to open the door, but someone needed to buy time, and by the way they moved it seemed the Brotherhood ran deep. It was almost impressive if it wasn't about to run him over. Ronin continued to use kindness and Cupid to take potshots, but power had never been their forte. The charged shot was a force to be reckoned with, but that took time Ronin wasn't willing to spare as he ran towards the wave of Yakuza. Several shots were good but lacked power as the wave closed in on him. It wasn't enough to stop them. One of the Yakuza yelled as he lowered his head, charging Ronin like a bull and suddenly bursting from the pack. Ronin shored up his stance, keeping it wide and steady like he'd been taught as he took aim. He kept his guns running hot as the man charged, hitting him several times in the legs and body, but the man would not be stopped. The charging Yakuza plowed through Ronin's attacks easily, extending his arms just as Ronin tried to swerve to the side and catching the vigilante with an armbar. Ronin was suddenly shunted backward as the Yakuza kept running, trying to stabilize himself before the situation got worse. Ronin tried to plant his feet on the ground and push back, but his boots skidded across the ground before he finally stopped. Body slammed into one of the warehouse's support beams. The air was shoved out of Midoriya's chest on impact, the world starting to spin as pain coursed through his entire back, the same place he'd been shot just a minute ago. His legs shook as the Yakuza took a few steps back, looking down at the vigilante before stepping in to finish the winded and weakened fighter. Midoriya could scarcely think as he fell towards the ground, trying to regain the strength in his legs as he saw the next hit incoming. It would be to his face, his weakness once again. How the hell did heroes get through all of this without helmets? But as his thoughts drifted away from the moment, his body came back into it. He dropped the two pistols as his left reached for his scabbard. Taking that first painful breath in, he pulled the says forward as he planted his feet, feeling his strength return with that one hot breath in. The air filled his rattled chest as he leaned forward, his right arm pulling across his body to grab Muramasa's handle. He might not have been able to think, but he didn't need to. After all, he'd done this one so many times, it was muscle memory. Savage style. The Ronin glared up through bleary eyes as the Yakuza stepped in for his next attack, speaking to himself through gritted teeth. First form. Then, as Yakuza and Vigilante moved forward, a flash. A gunshot from a sheath as a sword carved through the air in a single sweep, slicing everything in its path. Violence. Despite the mess going on in Warehouse H, with the raid and all, Warehouse I was pretty quiet. Warehouse J was on the fritz, with all the little Yakuza in it getting their feathers in a twist as they packed their things before going to help their brothers in arms. But nothing but quiet as he sat in Warehouse I, quietly tapping his foot to the rhythm in his head, quietly humming to a melody no one else could hear. All was quiet. The blue screen he read made no sound as it floated in his palm. The text scrolling by as he checked everything one last time. Quick fight, a few minutes long, one guy, pretty basic, pretty simple, should be over quick. A gunshot pierced the gentle tapping, giving the figure pause as he glanced past his screen. Loud enough to be heard through buildings, some kind of rifle round. It sounded like something was going down outside of Warehouse I, something fun. His eyes flashed up from the screen as a smile crossed the showman's lips, leaning forward in the chair towards the oncoming excitement. This was going to be good, he could just feel it. The Last Samurai. DMN, what a name. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.